The young man named Ronald, a talented warrior. He was the sole survivor of the life-and-death battle against the giants that threatened the entire world. Victorious, but his joy was laced with bitterness, as the entire Imperial army had been sacrificed. The brilliant commander, Grand Marshal Addison, was also nearly crippled, having lost an arm. Just as both thought they had successfully protected the world, a more powerful force suddenly appeared, plunging humanity into despair. With his final breath, Addison used the power of time sleep to send Ronald back to the past, giving him the chance to change his fate and become the strongest swordsman in the Empire's history. Carrying knowledge from the future, Ronald was determined to change his destiny, protect the world, and prepare for the final war against the giants. That's a brief summary. Let's get to the main story. That day was overcast, rain poured down in sheets, and the sky was a terrifying red. The ground was silent, littered with bodies, blood flowing and mingling with the rain, making the scene even more horrifying. Ronald stood among the corpses, having just endured a brutal battle. He looked tired, exhausted, with almost no one left alive. He slumped his head onto his sword, drenched in sweat, clothes torn. Some had been pierced through the chest by swords, others struck by bullets in the back. Most were not intact, red blood oozing from their bodies. Ronald looked around cautiously, blood seeping from his eyes and mouth after the battle. Before him lay an entire legion that had fallen, only the flag standing tall. He muttered, they died in large numbers. His strength was nearly depleted, sweat streaming down his face, eyes weary. He couldn't help but curse. A steady sound emanated, his instincts warned him of something amiss, and he immediately looked down. It was the belly of a giant, rainwater pooling. The giant spoke in a terrifying voice, didn't expect a human to be this strong. Ronald looked at him, eyes blazing with fury, and gritted his teeth. You are still alive. Ronald was standing on the belly of the giant Ahayut, who had pale white eyes, 4 horns, a body full of slash wounds, and tattered white wings. Before the battle, Ahayut had been a powerful and mighty being. He and his 3 brothers had wreaked havoc across the empire, leaving rivers of blood wherever they went. He was the last one alive. Back to the present, Ronald suddenly stomped hard on Ahayut's face. The kick sent water splashing. He placed his foot on the giant's nose, asserting dominance, and said, "Why aren't you dead yet?" His foot pressed against the giant's face, threatening, "Don't worry, Ahayut will soon rejoin your lord." The giant's eyes flickered, but he showed no reaction. He sneered, "Good, your dead friends are waiting for you." Ahayut originally paid no mind to the insult, but upon hearing Ronald's words, he reacted, "Friends, huh, the 2 who came with me." Recalling the deaths of those 2, one was roasted into a giant BBQ by a fire dragon's flame. The other was sealed away forever by an old man named Lorhan. Ronald was satisfied with his words, eyes wide open looking at him, a provoking smirk on his lips despite the sweat still falling. Ahayut didn't want to hear any more, he retorted. "Don't hide the truth, mighty human Ronald, you were clearly surprised." The rain continued to fall, each drop sliding down his thin hair. Gritting his teeth, Ahayut continued, "I know all your enemies are dead." His deep, terrifying voice rang out. "That means powerful beings like you no longer exist." Although he was a giant, with Ronald stepping on him, Ronald exuded more authority than him. He scoffed, "I'm still alive and well here. What are you talking about?" His words were sharp, but the giant still noticed the flaw. His eyes lit up as he countered, "Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I know your time is almost up." "I'm quite pleased," but despite the foot pressed to his face, he continued, "If you had realized your talent earlier and trained diligently, then you would have become a major obstacle to our ambitions." As if struck on a nerve, Ronald gritted his teeth in anger, finally having to admit it. The smile vanished, his face fell, his gaze turned cold as he looked down, and he said bluntly, "That's right, I don't need you to remind me that my life is pathetic, so die quietly." The giant heard this, his face unchanging, and said, "You are a great human, you have the right to be proud." He picked up his sword, not wanting to pay attention to his words, but Ronald's strength had reached its limit, his heavy breathing echoing. Ahayut said, "In the end, your world," he continued, "will soon be swallowed by the starlight and disappear." Not letting him finish, Ronald swung his sword, smashing Ahayut's head into the ground, then jumped down and delivered a powerful slash that emitted a massive wave of light. The giant's head was sent flying, dirt and rocks flying up from the impact, light from the sky shining through the broken horn. A painful death, perhaps not what Ahayut expected. The head fell to the ground after he finished off the last giant. He turned and walked away, with no lingering attachment to the pile of corpses. Ronald's eyes held a bit more apathy, coldly looking down. The incessant rain mingled with the blood on the ground, a desolate scene. After a moment, he asked himself, "What do you want me to do with all this?" Ronald walked with an empty mind, his feet stepping into pools of red water, creating small eddies. His body was exhausted, on the verge of fainting. He struggled to drag himself forward amidst the surging despair. As if suddenly noticing something, Ronald instinctively looked up while still gasping for breath. Memories of the past flooded back, when he was in the army with his comrades, all of them tall, strong, and laughing joyfully. Only Ronald was small, quiet, and hard to get along with. Suddenly, he noticed a comrade beside him. That friend turned around and smiled at Ronald, the one with a long scar over his eye and flowing hair. Perhaps that person was the one who helped Ronald blend in more with everyone. After that, they went to the battlefield together, side by side through life and death on every path. In that brutal battle, he had died, a sword pierced the steel armor and drove straight into his abdomen, blood splattering everywhere. He was horrified, but it was already too late. His gaze stopped at a single point. So you're all here. Ronald halted where his comrades lay piled up. They had all died painfully from the piercing blade. His closest friend lay there, eyes still wide open, making his heart clench. He screamed, "You stupid bastards." Ronald knelt, pained in both body and soul. Why were you all so arrogant as to risk your lives to the point of death? Did you think that if I was strong, you could be the same? He reached out to gently close his friend's eyelids, the last act he could do for him. You should have seen the situation and run, you fools. Ronald remained kneeling, blaming himself and his comrades. Why? The giants could block the strongest aura sword in the Empire. Only his sword could fight them. He looked at his friend, guilt tormenting him even though it wasn't his fault. If not for that, a logistics soldier like him wouldn't have been sent to the front lines and they wouldn't have died. Ronald's eyes were drowned in utter despair. He collapsed amidst the spreading pool of blood. After the life or death battle only he had survived, the one left behind was the one who suffered the most. Suddenly, in that dark night, a sound rang out. A voice called out, "Is anyone there?" Hearing the call, Ronald was startled and raised his head, his eyes opening wide in astonishment. That person said they were injured and couldn't move. This voice gave him a strangely familiar feeling. As if realizing something, surprise was evident in his eyes. That person continued to plead for help. "Is anyone there?" Ronald immediately planted his sword into the ground and followed the direction of the voice. He stood up and shouted loudly to find the person. "She's still alive." Ronald dragged each heavy step, the pain forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. Then he finally found who he was looking for. His gaze stopped at a single point. He ran forward. A severely injured girl lay there. This person was Addison Akalusia. He was overjoyed to see her. A faint smile bloomed on the corner of his lips, so she was still alive. He called out, "Commander." Addison wore tattered clothes. She leaned her body against a large rock, covered in blood, her face gaunt and weary. He called out, "Addison." Ronald gritted his teeth helplessly, not knowing what to do. He approached her and asked, "What happened to our brilliant commander?" Addison was surprised he was still alive. She said, "Ronald, aren't you just a corporal? How are you this strong?" She remembered something and asked seriously, "But more importantly, is Yahello dead?" Hearing that, Ronald replied, "Yes, I killed him. His body lies not far from here." Addison breathed a sigh of relief. "I see." This made Ronald curious about her purpose for asking. Suddenly, tears rolled down Addison's cheeks. She muttered, "He's really dead." She cried and thanked him. "Thank you so much, Corporal Ronald." He quietly looked at the commander, never expecting someone as cold as her to cry like that. Ronald raised his thumb. If she was that grateful, could she fulfill one of his requests? Addison wondered. A request. He told her about handling the bodies of the loyal soldiers. According to regulations, they are usually burned or discarded. This time, could she order a more decent handling? She looked at him, thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about that. I'm in worse shape than you now. Wouldn't it be better if you took care of them yourself?" The moment she finished, Ronald panicked. "Oh my God, Commander, how dare I? Impossible." He raised his blood-stained hand. "See this? I'm not in much better shape than you." Ronald looked at the blood flowing from his mouth. "I could die at any moment now." He lamented, "In the past, I only knew how to wander around. Never did anything worthwhile. Now I'm about to go into the ground. Heaven is so unfair." Addison asked him if he survived. What did he want to do? He smiled and replied, "Yes, so many things." Ronald looked up at the sky, "But the only thing I can think of right now is..." He wondered, "What would it be like to go to the academy?" She asked. "The academy?" Ronald recalled the battle. "That damn giant said a few words that kept haunting my thoughts." He continued, "Anyway, what matters is, my sister's last wish was for me to get into the academy." He sighed. "What a pity. Perhaps in a few minutes, I'll be reunited with my family." Addison tried to reassure him. "When the rain stops, the rescue team will come searching." Ronald said calmly, "I told you, we're considered missing. Stop saying that." Ronald was silent for a while, then said, "Enough of that useless talk." Suddenly, the rain began to let up. Sunlight gradually revealed itself. Both the commander and Ronald were startled. He looked on in surprise. What? The rain stopped. Addison was equally surprised. The storm suddenly ceased completely. At that moment, the ground began to shake violently. An earthquake struck. Both were in panic, not understanding what was happening. Ronald was annoyed. What the hell is this? He suddenly noticed something. An 8-winged monster with a blinding light appeared before his eyes. Ronald shouted, "What is that?" It didn't stop there. Hundreds of monsters also appeared one by one. Ronald panicked. What the hell? Where did they all come from? Looking at the scene before her, Addison despaired. "No way. 3 giants weren't the end?" Her voice trembled. "So we still couldn't save the world 3 times. Addison thought desperately. There was only one last chance left, but she couldn't think of anything else. Suddenly a voice cut through her train of thought. "Commander." Ronald roared. The Supreme Commander, startling her awake. "Huh?" He scolded her. "What is wrong with you? You must learn to restrain your emotions. Quickly use telekinesis to throw me up there. My feet cannot reach those creatures." She was stunned for a moment. "What?" He snapped again. "Do you not intend to destroy them anymore?" Addison was astonished. "Even in this situation, you still want to fight?" Ronald looked at her helplessly. "What else? Or do you plan to sit there and wait for death?" He was serious. "But even if I have to die." Ronald drew his sword and continued, "I will still tear the wings off those giants and bring them down to the ground." Addison thought to herself, even at this point, he still refuses to give up. She suddenly realized something. smiling. That is right, he has always been that kind of person. If not, we would never have come this far to reach today. He thought, if it were him, facing the boy's determination to fight to the death. Addison paused for a moment. She placed her hand on his shoulder. Corporal Ronald. He turned his head. What now? He looked annoyed. I am busy. Say it quickly. Suddenly, she lunged forward and gave him a passionate kiss that left him frozen. Ronald was confused. What is this? From Addison's mouth, a green gem was passed into his. He was suspicious. What did you just feed into my mouth? She leaned close to his ear and whispered something to him. Ronald was shocked after listening. Wait, you are... He tried to grasp her words. Ronald pushed Addison away. In this situation, how can you talk about such nonsense? He called his name, Corporal Ronald A. Addison asked, if we ever meet again, could you tell me to stop doing foolish things and just settle down as a Maya craftsman? Those words left Ronald astonished. All this time I have done so many things. He looked at him and smiled, but that is something you have never tried. Hearing that, Ronald was pensive for a moment, his gaze fixed directly on her. Giant monster began to summon its power. He aimed at the two humans in front of him. Immediately, a horrific explosion occurred. Addison's gem glowed brightly, then vanished into the void. Ronald opened his eyes and woke up. Calm? He exclaimed. Calm? Supreme Commander. Ronald Head called out her name. Supreme Commander. But the peaceful scene before him left him utterly bewildered. He was shocked. No, impossible. This place, could it really be? Under his hand was lush green grass. Ronald scrambled to his feet in a panic. He could not believe his eyes. Nimbutan, his hometown? Have I really returned to the past? At that moment, the system issued a notification. Special notice. Regression Day 1. Chapter 3. Beneath the great tree, Ronald leaned against the trunk and let out a dejected sigh. One hand on his forehead, his gaze vacant. So the Supreme Commander's words were actually true. Recalling that fateful moment, Ronald was still shaken by Addison's actions. When their lips met, she had passed a gem to him. He asked in a fluster, but she calmly explained, what you just swallowed is a gem that can reverse time. Her serious gaze made her words all the more believable. She said she used to be a miner, but thanks to this gem she climbed to the rank of Supreme Commander. She had used it 3 times, leaving only a final chance. Her eyes softened, filled with hope for him. She would give up the gem, the power that could kill the giants. She understood well that the two of them could not fight the giants now. He whispered that he was the key to preventing the world's destruction, so he needed more training. She was glad he wanted that too. He never expected that a casual remark from the past would linger in Addison's memory. He panicked. That was just me talking nonsense. Despite his denial, she urged him that if he wanted to learn, he should go to Philian Academy. Many talented people are there. Back to the present, Ronald gritted his teeth. Damn it. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. Why is this happening? If this is a dream, then wake me up now. Even if I really have returned to the past, what can I possibly do alone? Suddenly, Ronald's eyes widened in surprise as if remembering something. Wait, this is the past! With that fleeting thought, he gripped the wooden staff beside him tightly. Then, Ronald sprang to his feet, staring straight at the great tree trunk. He took quick steps across the green field. Finally, he grabbed the wooden stick and ran as fast as he could, his heart joyful at the thought of seeing his sister soon. Under the scorching sun, Ronald shot through the crowded streets. Thinking of the scene of reuniting with his sister, his heart was restless. If I really am back, I just need to go a little further. Suddenly, Ronald's gaze caught something that surprised him. Huh? In the distance, Han's group was bullying someone, and he could not help but curse. Those bastards. Seeing the victim writhing in pain, Ronald was puzzled. Why would anyone hang a child upside down like that? He was about to turn a blind eye, having grown accustomed to Han's lawless antics, for they never changed. But as he took a step, Ronald suddenly noticed something strange. Wait, this child wasn't tied up with rope, but was suspended by a layer of magical barrier. Someone who could use magic appearing in this remote countryside left him perplexed, for such talents were rare on the battlefield. Suddenly remembering something important, he exclaimed in surprise, now he recalled during this time. They must be somewhere around here too. Gloomy atmosphere enveloped Axel. He trembled violently with fear, not knowing how far they would go. At this rate, something would definitely happen to that kid. The child hung upside down, kept crying and begging, please stop it. One of the boy's legs was tightly bound by a beam of magical light. He sobbed, saying he truly had no money. This month's medicine for his mother was expensive. That pitiful situation didn't move Han at all. He sneered. So what do you want me to do? Why should I care about your mother's health? A moment later, Han paused. He raised his hand high. Each word he spoke was a hard slap that distorted the child's face. If you were filial, you should have earned more money than that. Suddenly, Han stopped and turned to look at Axel. Hey, he ordered, this brat still doesn't know his place. Pull him up the tree for me. Axel was utterly panicked at that. He hesitated. I can do it. What if I pull him up and lose my grip? Han replied irritably, it's not like you're a girl. Aren't you the one who hung him up there already? He growled a warning. Shut up and pull him up now. Before being dragged into this hanging business, Axel turned pale with fear. He frowned in confusion. How did it come to this, or was learning magic a mistake? He recalled the joyful moment of performing magic in front of everyone. He thought to himself, he just wanted to show everyone he had a bit of talent. Hands casting the spell trembled violently. His conscience gnawed at him. He had to tell him he couldn't do it. But then Axel grimaced, tears welling at the corners of his eyes because he was so scared. bit his lower lip, encouraging himself. No, he still had to say it. While Han and his lackeys eagerly awaited the show, Axel trembled as he voiced his plea. Just as Axel uttered his plea, a wooden stick swung straight toward him. Ronald whacked him on the head, then reminded him, "Stop it, you fool. Do you want to kill the kid right now?" The spell was interrupted mid-cast, causing the beam of light wrapped around the boy's leg to vanish. Child fell to the ground with a thud, much to the shock of Han's group. Han roared in anger, "What the hell are you doing?" Han lunged at Axel, raising his fist in threat. "You think I'm joking?" Axel cowered and explained, "No, I didn't mean to." Ronald suddenly stood in front of him, calmly saying, "Hey Axel, don't mind that arrogant prick." He turned to talk to him. Axel only then realized the one who hit him was Ronald. He ignored the furious Han behind him and continued the conversation. "Now I have something to tell you." Han was furious at being treated like air. Ronald asked curiously, "Where did you learn that teleportation magic?" Axel answered honestly, "I learned it from a spellbook I bought at a street stall." The answer left Ronald both surprised and impressed, learning from a cheap book and being that good. He pondered thoughtfully, "Amazing, I'll observe more, but with this skill when facing the giants." A long sword was being drawn from its sheath, a sharp sound, all too familiar to Ronald from years of battle. Seeing Han holding the sword with a furious expression, he was surprised. "A sword?" Han growled, "You dare ignore me?" Han's eyes blazed with fire, veins bulging on his forehead. He brought up the old grudge. "Ever since I deliberately lost to you, you've been insufferably arrogant." With that, he charged straight at Ronald with his sword, yelling as he ran, "But today I'll put you in your place." Danger was near, but Ronald remained calm. He watched the incoming blade, silently assessing, "Oh, a real longsword. Wonder where he dug that up from." Despite the poor stance, he's quite strong, enough to act tough in these parts. He lightly leaned back to dodge, secretly proud. "This kind of thing is nothing to me." Han was stunned, a flicker of unease in his eyes when he saw his opponent easily evade his slash. Ronald was pleased with his body's reflexes. Though he had been made young again, the old feeling was still intact. It was something that had stuck with him since his days as a disciplined soldier, a keen battle instinct. Han tried to hide his anxiety, taunting, "A lucky dodge? I was planning to make it so you couldn't lift a spoon for the rest of your life." Ronald replied coldly, "Right, I got lucky today, though I've never been this lucky in my whole life." Still wanting to bring Ronald down, Han raised his sword in threat, then kneel and beg for mercy. "But you will only keep one hand." The threat didn't shake his resolve at all. He replied sarcastically, "Oh, I'm so scared." Thinking Ronald was trembling in fear, Han continued to threaten, "If I kill you, I'll take good care of your sister." The moment he heard his sister mentioned, Ronald immediately stiffened and asked back, "What did you say about her?" Han replied with a sneer, "Yeah, every time I see her, I think of improper things." Before he could finish, Ronald's face darkened, his gaze turning icy. He swung the wooden stick hard forward. Drops of blood sprayed and glistened in the air. Han stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened to him. Seeing something fly into the air, he cried out in shock, "Huh?" The long sword fell to the ground with a sharp, piercing clang. Bone-deep pain hit, and Han screamed in horror. He clutched one side of his head, groaning, "Ear, my ear," leaving his lackeys behind pale with fear. A pair of brown shoes slowly approached, accompanied by a cold voice ringing out. Junan's face darkened, and he nearly roared curses at that wretched bastard. Ronald's eyes widened, fury making the veins bulge on his forehead. "Do you have a death wish?" 4 people. In the empty lot, the gang of thugs stood watching Ronald take down Han in the blink of an eye. They muttered in terror, "How could this happen? He had already chopped off that man's arm." Blood dripped from Han's severed arm, soaking the ground beside the wooden club. Spoke up, startling them. "Hey, you bastards, enjoying the show, aren't you?" Ronald kicked Han, who was writhing in pain. "If you want to live, leave your money and get the hell out of here." Han, terrified, clutched the wound on his head that was bleeding profusely. "Don't forget to give back the money you just stole and compensate me for the mental damage too." They nodded frantically. "We'll return it right away." Ronald handed the money pouch back to the bewildered young man. "Here, this is yours." He hesitated and asked, "This is more than what was stolen from me." "That's fine, I only need that much." He wept with joy, clutching the money pouch tightly to his chest. "Don't worry about them seeking revenge. They won't dare come back to this area." Ronald waved his hand as if it were nothing. "No problem, go home now." Axel stood in the middle of the yard, hands clenched, eyes filled with embarrassment. "What's the matter?" He spoke up, "I am truly sorry." Axel bowed his head, apologizing to him. "I'm sorry." He recalled the fear he had felt back then. "I know I shouldn't have done that, even when Han was threatening me." Axel choked up and tears fell. "But I was so scared, I couldn't do anything else. It's all my fault. I sincerely apologize." He let out a long sigh and then smiled. "Axel, you're being a crybaby again." When Han brought her here, the first time I saw her, I thought, she must have been in the same situation as I was. He placed a hand on Axel's shoulder to comfort her. "Axel, don't blame yourself like that." He flashed a bright smile. "It's not your fault. I'll still accept your kindness." He bowed to say goodbye and then left, holding the money pouch. Seeing that, Axel also raised her hand to wave back. Ronald's gaze turned contemplative as he looked down at the ground. In his eyes, Axel was a kind and lovely girl. Ronald smirked slightly. "Well then, she's not so bad after all." He nudged Axel's shoulder gently, startling her. Hey, you remember I said I had something to discuss, right? Huh? Oh yeah, I remember. Ronald turned away and said to her, good. Then let's meet here again in 4 days. Why 4 days? Axel turned to ask, but Ronald had already quickly left. I'm busy now, see you later. He drew his sword and looked at Axel with a warning gaze, making her face pale. Of course, if you don't show up, you know the consequences. He dashed off swiftly, leaving Axel standing there. That's it, I'm off. If you're late, watch out. Axel was stunned by his words, huh? Deep in the forest was a small house. Ronald stood before the door, the sunlight casting his long shadow on the wooden surface. Ronald held a bouquet of fresh roses in his hand. Flowers, isn't this a bit too much? I remember she likes flowers, so I picked a little of everything. He shyly tried to toss the bouquet away. I knew it, I should just throw them away. The wooden door opened, and a figure stepped out, wondering who had come to visit. So it's you, Ronald. Ronald glanced away. I'm back. All the time I was in the army, I kept thinking about what to say when I saw you again. Should I apologize for leaving without a word, or say that I missed you so much? I've thought about this day so many times, yet that was all the disciplined soldier Ronald could manage to say. Hero beamed a radiant smile, and all she could say was that he had come back early today. He was stunned by her words. Ronald lowered his head, holding the flowers, and replied, yes, I'm home now. The meal had already been prepared on the table by Iro. Oh my, I can't believe you've managed to survive all this time. She held the bouquet to her chest, smiling happily at being given flowers by her cold younger brother. This was Iro, Ronald's older sister. Iro cheered joyfully. I'm so happy. As long as you like it, I'm delighted. She wanted to get more food for Ronald but was declined by him. My adorable little brother, did you eat enough? Want another serving of the stew? Thanks, but I'm full. Ronald looked at Iro, puzzled, and asked, but I have a question. How old are you this year? Huh? Oh my, Ronald. I'm 22. Why do you ask? He hesitated before answering. Oh, I just suddenly forgot. How could I forget my own sister's age? Iro jumped up worriedly. Are you hurt? Or do you have a fever? If she's 22, then in 10 years, those bastards will come. She stepped closer and placed her hand on Ronald's forehead to check. She thinks you do not have a fever. She was still right in her judgment, as I had guessed. He awkwardly looked at Iro's worried expression. She was still smiling and kind as ever. You are sure you are still feeling well, right? This moment was precious. He wanted it to last a long time. Ronald held Iro's hand, but only for 10 more years, to protect the world and her as well. He gently placed her hand down. Do you have something you want to tell me? What is it? Ronald informed her that he planned to enroll in the academy. Iro looked at him in surprise. The academy? Iro's eyes lit up when she heard him speak. Really? Iro was so happy she shed tears. Say that again, you are telling the truth, right? Yes, he was telling the truth, but you never listened whenever I brought it up before. Ronald paused at her reaction. He could not wait any longer. Iro rummaged through the things in the house. I knew this day would come. You are smart. You will achieve everything you want. Thank you, Iro. Iro placed the pot on the ground. This is... They both looked at the large pot. A surprise gift for you. This is... Inside was a pile of gold coins. Money? Why is there so much? I secretly saved it up to give to you. Ronald stared at the money in amazement. If you still intend to enter the academy, then I will take care of the tuition for you. You are too kind. When did you start saving? He continued speaking. But I am very grateful. It is just that I want you to use this money for yourself. This amount is not enough. What do you mean? Iro put her hands on her hips and looked at Ronald. It may not look like much, but it is a lot. I do not know which school you plan to attend, but Philian Academy. She was surprised when she heard the school's name. Huh? A piercing scream rang out from the wooden house in the forest. Auntie! The Philian Imperial Academy. This was the premier educational institution across the entire empire. With a faculty renowned across the continent and a massive fund from the great families, this place offered the best learning opportunities. It was considered the cradle that produced great heroes. Grand General Addison, the master swordsman Schleffen, even notorious criminals like the Ice Witch. Those from Philian proved quite useful in war, enough for him to understand why the Grand General had mentioned this school. In the dark forest, Ronald walked alone carrying his backpack. With its sky-high entrance standards and expensive tuition, the school being this famous was also a problem. He thought about Iro and her reaction earlier. Alright, he was Ronald, he could do this. Ronald stopped in his tracks. His eyes blazed with determination. I will show her the results of my efforts. Figure blocked his path. I did not think you would show up here. Axel stepped out from behind a tree. It is not Acel, it is Axel. He saw Ronald and became flustered. You said you would not leave me alone if I did not come, so forget about that. He took off his backpack. Tonight we are going to be very busy, and I need to test you on a few things. Ronald threw his backpack on the ground. A test? He raised his hand, confusing Axel. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Ah, it is nothing major. Ronald smiled and pointed at himself. Use your psychic power on me, Axel. Right now. Use your full ability on me and see what happens. He smiled, his face beaded with sweat. Use telekinesis? Why all of a sudden? Axel asked back in confusion. Wait, why should I do something so dangerous? It is not that serious. Just do it. He timidly raised his hand. You will not die. Do not be afraid. All right then. Stream of blue light radiated from his hands. I am starting now. Axel Hector raised his hand toward Ronald, his hand invisible. He was amazed to see the rays of light surrounding him. The rays wrapped around Ronald's legs and slowly lifted him off the ground. See, it feels much better now. Ronald hovered in midair, smiling with delight. Even better than I imagined. Though it still lacked height and balance, this feeling reminded him of the past. In the battle against Ahayut, it was what helped him stand on equal footing with that man. It was psychic power. This was a rare ability. Even among mages, very few possessed it, which meant he would be a crucial piece for him to fight against Ahayut. Not a bad start. Axel closed his eyes and spoke tremblingly. Not bad, Ronald. It is just a bit hard to control at first. From above, he drew his sword and looked down. Can you lower me down now? Hold on for a bit longer. I still have a few things to check. Axel frowned with worry. I will come down on my own. What? What do you mean? Ronald raised his sword high. He swung it once in the air. Axel stared in astonishment at his action. What is this? Ronald landed safely on the ground. Just now, did you cut your own mana flow? He asked about the move just now. What did you do? It is nothing. Just an acrobatic move I have known for a while. A punch flew straight toward Axel's head. What do you mean, an acrobatic move? This is the first time I have seen anyone cut their mana flow. Forget it, I do not know why either. Ronald sheathed his sword. Figuring out this skill will be my homework. The sword reflected the image of the massive Ahayut. The reason my sword was able to deal damage to him probably lies here. Well, now we can take our time to reconsider this matter. Ronald picked up the backpack and said he had something to do. After all, Axel had already passed. Axel handed the bag to him, then Ronald told him to take it and follow before the moon disappeared completely. He smirked and asked, it was late at night, what did he mean by that? Under the moonlight, Ronald's eyes lit up, saying this could be the first page of the Empire's greatest autobiography. The moonlight cast down upon the gloomy forest. In the forest, only Axel and Ronald were there, near the Second Philian Academy. Axel walked while panting, unable to believe they were going to the academy reserved for the Empire's elite. Ronald glanced at Axel, telling him not to ask again. The information was solid. He saw Axel hesitating, so he asked if he wanted to go. Axel replied that was not the issue. He said in confusion he had martial arts talent, so he would be fine, but Ronald knew nothing. Ronald's gaze sharpened, saying that Axel was both cowardly and taciturn, asking if he wanted to live like that forever. Axel was startled, frozen by those blunt words. Ronald said he was wasting his talent just to be a joke, asking if that was the life he wanted. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, stating frankly that Axel had a foolish way of thinking, was cowardly, and spoke little. The words stabbed into Axel's chest like a knife, reminding him of the child who cried often and always feared failure. But Ronald reassured him that it was fine, because from now on he could still change. However, time that had passed could never be taken back. And one day, he would regret it. Just like I once did. A memory surfaced of Ronald holding a blood-stained sword on the battlefield of a past life. He placed a hand on Axel's shoulder, asking what he thought, if he had changed his mind yet. Axel's cheeks flushed red, and he called Ronald's name in confusion. Axel covered his mouth, touched, not thinking he would worry so much about him. Ronald said he would not force him. If he wanted, he could return to his old lifestyle. Seeing Ronald turn his back, Axel shouted that he wanted to change. Ronald stopped, said he was busy now. Ronald wore a smug smile. Axel said he would go with him to Philian and wanted to be taught. He acted nonchalant but was delighted inside, praising this as the first time Axel showed some manliness, then suggested they start right away. Turning his back, Ronald's face showed clear satisfaction, just as he had predicted. Fire blazed up and the surrounding air became warm. Axel grew wary, seeing a strange light in the forest. Two hid in the bushes and whispered. Axel asked if this was the first step. Ronald nodded. By the fire was a goblin. Ronald said it was the best opponent for Axel to reveal his talent. The moon goblin was leaning against a large rock, resting. Around it, many other goblins were sleeping, and this one was the leader. Ronald smiled brightly and patted Axel's shoulder. He trembled in fear and asked how. Ronald said it was a great opportunity. Ronald's eyes gleamed as if seeing prey. Now it was time to begin. Chapter 6. Ronald and Axel lurked in the grass. The moon goblin was a creature that often appeared in this area. One could easily distinguish them from regular goblins by their golden skin and deformed bodies. The true nature of the moon goblin was that they were extremely obsessed with gold, silver, and jewels. They liked to ambush merchants, plunder them, and then gather the loot in one place, and hold a boastful festival, the dazzling light of treasure shining across the night sky. On full moon nights like tonight, Axel listened and trembled, asking what the real reason for coming here was. Ronald confirmed it was as he thought. Ronald's face was delighted, saying they would steal all of that gold, silver, and treasure. Axel observed and said he had never heard of goblins gathering treasure to hold a festival. Ronald opened the empty backpack. Axel asked how he knew. He mumbled that he had his ways, unable to say he saw it in a past life. Ronald slung his arm around Axel's shoulder, making him flustered, telling him to use his telekinesis ability to transfer all the treasure into the bag while they were drunk. The two leaned in close, whispering. Ronald said it was easy. Axel complained it was not easy at all, afraid of accidentally waking them up. Axel imagined the scene of the goblins waking up, and that would be big trouble. He asked fearfully again, annoying Ronald because he kept bringing up danger. Ronald explained. To enter Philian Academy, one needed two things. First was money to pay the expensive tuition. Second was practical experience. Money was a problem. But experience was even more important. Filion, all were nobles trained systematically from a young age. To beat them, there was only one way, Axel. He threatened, and that was to risk one's life doing it. These goblins were perfect opponents, offering both money and experience, killing two birds with one stone. Axel squatted down and cried. Ronald asked if he had any better ideas. Axel shook his head, agreeing to do it. Ronald slapped him hard on the back, telling him to get up, it was time to move. The moonlight shone through the leaves in the forest. Gleaming gold items hovered in mid-air. Then, one by one, they fell neatly into the bag Ronald had already opened. More and more things kept falling in. All right, a little more, just a little more. Axel widened his eyes and puffed out his cheeks, using all his strength to funnel the items into the bag. Yes, just like that. Following Ronald's command, all the items dropped down immediately. Let it all out. He smiled brightly as he watched each item fall neatly into the bag. Absolutely perfect. Ronald glanced inside the bag. This was the last one. Both bags were now filled to the brim with gold and jewels. Everything was completely full. Ronald gleefully ruffled Axel's hair, messing it up into a bird's nest. He said, I told you, experience is number one. Axel replied, yeah, right, we did it. Ronald looked at him and smiled with satisfaction. Honestly, he hadn't been confident she would adapt so quickly. Axel returned a gratified smile. She's much better than I thought. We did it. You have no idea what's behind you. Behind his back, Ronald was wearing a sly smile. So, I found myself a capable henchman. He reached into the bag to check, then spoke up. All right, the bags are full of gold. Let's go. Axel was surprised. Really? We're done then? Ronald closed the bag and replied, yeah, nothing else to do. Let's head back. Before any unnecessary trouble could come their way, Raven shot swiftly forward. The poachers were chasing that Raven fiercely. Damn it, he roared angrily. Hey, you two brats. Ronald and Axel, holding the bags and about to leave, heard the shout and turned to look. Stop right there, Ronald muttered in annoyance. What lunatics are making such a racket in the middle of the night? The noise was so loud it woke up the goblin leader. What's going on? He looked behind him. At the treasure site, it was already this late. Where was that noise coming from? The goblin discovered that the entire treasure in the cave had vanished completely. What is this? Where's all my glittering treasure? Seeing that, he shouted loudly, waking all the others up. There are thieves! Started to gather together. What? Thieves? Where are they? The goblin leader immediately noticed something was wrong. Their gazes shifted toward Ronald and Axel. The two were panicking when they realized the goblins had spotted them. Ah, damn it! The goblins let out a furious roar. They charged straight at the two of them. This was bad. Axel was terrified at the sight. He was so scared he fell to his knees. Seeing this, Ronald got into a fighting stance. Whoosh! I knew it! There's no way it would go that smoothly. Axel, sitting on the ground, looked up at Ronald, trembling with fear. He asked desperately, what do we do now, Ronald? Should we just drop these bags and run? Ronald replied, that's not happening. He slowly drew his sword. Without this money, how are you going to pay your tuition? What other way could you possibly earn this amount? But that doesn't matter right now. Goblins charged in fast, their eyes red with rage, as if they wanted to devour Ronald and Axel whole. Axel screamed, about to cling to Ronald. They're coming, Ronald. Ronald looked at his sword, considering a long sword forged from cheap metal with this kind of weight and hardness. Ronald's gaze rested on the sharp blade. Should be able to cut down about 15 of them. There were around 30 of them in total. With their sharp claws, they lunged straight forward. Axel, behind Ronald, let out a piercing scream. Ronald's eyes darkened as he raised his sword, sensing the situation around him. Careful, 15 strikes. Ronald drew his sword sharply from its sheath. With a single swing of his sword, he sliced off the heads of the goblins. Blood from their heads splattered everywhere. Axel stared in shock at the goblin heads severed from their necks. Ronald's sword was now stained with their blood. Ronald's gaze was sharp, his expression delighted like a wolf on the hunt. 14 more to go. The flock of ravens let out piercing cries in the dead of night at the same time. At that very moment, the final strike was delivered. Ronald let out a relieved sigh. That's the last one, right? Wasn't too difficult. Axel couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way. What just happened? Calling Ronald's incredible moment just now, he was utterly astonished. He severed the heads of 3 goblins with a single strike, and also the goblins charging from afar. Ronald vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. Just a few swift strokes. Ronald moved like lightning. He successfully dispatched all the unfortunate goblins. Cell couldn't help but swallow a gulp of saliva. Seeing the powerful swirling energy from afar, Axel couldn't hide his excitement, never expecting to have the chance to witness such a scene. Ronald turned back to remind him, Axel, how much longer are you going to sit there daydreaming? Axel was startled, stammering an apology for losing focus. Lifting his sword, Ronald spoke gently, saying there was no need to apologize, just to quickly gather his belongings. He smiled, his voice full of ease. Let's go home. Nightfall descended, enveloping the silent forest. Ronald and his group were still continuing their journey to a new location. Patting his aching shoulders, he complained about being tired, thinking he could have a relaxing trip, but it turned out to be this arduous. Axel beside him wasn't much better off. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Ronald thought to himself, he had only killed a few goblins, yet his muscles were already sore all over. Could it be because his body was still growing? He told himself that he definitely needed to step up his physical training once he got home. Suddenly, Axel spoke up, asking about the terrifying scream from earlier. Ronald merely answered that he wasn't sure. He recalled the unusual scream that had foiled their plan to steal the loot. Happy, he muttered that it was already midnight and they were still making noise. Those madmen, just wait, they would surely pay for this. Neither of them noticed an arrow aimed directly at them. In an instant, a red arrow was fired without any warning. The arrow flew with incredible speed towards Axel. Just as she sensed the danger and turned around, the arrow nearly struck her. Quick as lightning, Ronald grabbed the arrow before Axel could even react, shouting out in caution. Only then did Axel regain his senses, crying out in fear, wondering where the arrow had come from. Ronald warily speculated if it came from that damned cursed forest, wondering why there were so many madmen around. But then, two unfamiliar figures appeared. The two of them cautiously asked who they were. The black-haired man was surprised to realize they were humans. He sneered, saying they were just a couple of brats. This remark quickly angered Ronald. He chuckled as he approached Ronald's group, offering a fake apology to the two kids. He explained that he saw something shiny in the distance and mistook them for a monster. As he spoke, he glanced at Ronald's bag, which was full of treasure. He feigned regret, saying they almost caused a big incident, while signaling to the man behind him. Before he could finish his fake concerned words, Ronald cut him off, exposing their barely concealed greedy looks. Exposed, the two men were dumbfounded. Ronald continued, demanding they drop the act and state their identities. Dangerous golden light flickered in his eyes as he threatened them, forcing them to reveal who they were. Seeing that look, the two men felt goosebumps all over their bodies. The black-haired man still tried to appear harmless, smiling nervously as he approached Ronald, intending to introduce himself. At that very moment, he suddenly drew his sword from its sheath. He swung his sword at Ronald, roaring that his name was Caliburo. Ronald muttered the name Caliburo under his breath. Immediately after, he swiftly grabbed the man's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Then, he delivered a clean and precise uppercut. The man was dazed, blood splattering. Ronald sneered, saying that was a lesson for a loudmouth. Seeing his companion taken down so quickly, the blonde-haired man howled in fury and charged forward. Axel, standing by and witnessing the whole event, called out Ronald's name in worry. At the same time, she quickly used her magical power, shouting to warn her teammate of the danger. She swiftly used an invisible hand to restrain the blonde-haired man. Finding his body unable to move, he cried out in terror, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Ronald was pleased and praised Axel. Praised her for doing well, then used a quick kick to knock the weapon from the blonde-haired man's hand. He quickly caught the weapon that had been knocked into the air. Ronald unleashed a flurry of dazzling slashes. The blonde-haired man still hadn't processed what was happening. His body was struck by countless slashes. He could only manage to ask who he really was, collapsed in pain before he could finish his sentence. Seeing the enemy fall right before her eyes, Axel was startled and cried out. She fearfully asked Ronald if the man was dead. Ronald replied nonchalantly that there was no reason to be merciful to someone who wanted to kill him. He retorted, asking if she hadn't heard what they said, that they were members of the Caliburo organization. Axel was still confused, repeating the name. Ronald explained that they were a dangerous criminal group, specializing in poaching, human trafficking, and willing to do anything illegal for profit. With that, he finished off the black-haired man lying on the ground with a lethal strike, considering it cleaning up loose ends. He added that if it weren't for him, Axel's organs would have been taken by them. Axel was at a loss for words. Not letting her object, Ronald said that knowing their true nature and letting them live to continue their crimes would be foolish. Suddenly, the cloth bag beside them stirred slightly. He reminded Axel to stop worrying and quickly collect their things. The bag jumped again, making him pause. Ronald wondered what was inside that was moving so strangely. Axel guessed it might be an animal the two men had brought along. As he untied the bag's opening, Ronald speculated it was probably game from a hunt. Axel nodded in agreement. All right, we are opening the bag right now. As soon as it was opened, a pair of sharp green eyes looked towards him. A dark shadow flew up with a sound that echoed through the forest, catching the two of them off guard. Looking at the strange blue bird before them, both of them were dumbfounded. Ronald stammered, "What's going on?" "With this chicken. Its feathers are blue?" The chicken did not understand what Ronald was saying. It chirped. Axel clasped his hands together, looking at it with interest and saying, "Ronald, this is the first time I have seen a blue bird." He replied, "Me too. With that shackle on its leg. Is that a Caliburo shackle?" A sturdy shackle made of iron appeared, a Caliburo hunting shackle. It disrupts mana and restricts the movement of the one shackled. Ronald mused. "I thought they rarely used it or only used it when capturing mystical creatures, so perhaps this blue bird." Ronald applied some kind of spell to the blue bird. It was flying when it suddenly spoke, "Answer me, huh?" Suddenly, the blue bird screamed, as if not believing what was happening. It yelled out, finally connected. Axel, scared, hugged Ronald and tremblingly asked, "Did that bird just talk?" He annoyedly pushed his face away. "Do you think it's telling the truth? It is communication magic." Ronald thought to himself, the moment it flew out, it connected. Everything was on the ground. Continuing his speculation, perhaps that bag could block mana. "You must be the owner of this bird." And by some miraculous means, his voice reached a certain mysterious figure. He said, "That's right, I am Veron, currently researching mystical creatures. I am a guard of Macbeth. No matter how many times I tried to communicate, it never worked. I was about to report back, really. Sorry, who are you? Ronald pushed Axel aside. He answered clearly, we are just passers-by. We just fought with the poachers, the ones who captured the bird. And then, it was too bloody to describe. He recalled the moment he fought with them. He did not know how to describe it either. He looked at Macbeth and continued, we saved it. Suddenly exclaimed, what? Poachers? I had thought about it but did not expect it to actually happen. I am very grateful to you. I do not know how to repay you. Axel seemed to have gotten used to it. He stepped forward looking at the bird with great interest. No need. But how do we return the bird to you? It seems exhausted, probably from being in the cage. Ronald looked at the shackle on the bird's leg and asked curiously, if we take this off, can it fly? The other person replied, probably. The dream bird remembers its home very well, so if you release it, he had not finished his sentence. Ronald had already drawn his sword, ready to respond. Then that's fine. He swung a slash. Quickly and cleanly, under the surprised and frightened gaze of the bird, it could only chirp a few times. Right after, the iron chain broke into pieces. He sheathed his sword and told it, go back to your father, Bluebird. Do not make your father worry. Ronald did not know that in its eyes, he now looked exactly like the prince of a romance novel in its eyes, radiating a glittering aura. It looked at him with admiration. It chirped. Ronald looked at it, confused. It is staring right at my face. What does that mean? Ronald looked at the bird in front of him. Why does it look so upset? He replied, it wants you to pluck a feather before it flies away. It seems this little one wants to see you again. After you pluck the dream bird's feather, it can lead its owner to you like a compass. Have you plucked the feather yet? If you ever come to the research center, remember to visit Macbeth and me. I will repay you, he said. The bird with the golden emblem flew away. He watched. He watched with wide, admiring eyes. That was fast. Axel looked at his hand curiously. What are you holding, Ronald? He followed his words and looked down at his hand, only then noticing. His hand was a round object. In the middle of the empty forest, he looked at his hand and wondered, what is this? A few days later, at a place resembling a camp or a trading post, people were constantly transporting goods. A merchant held up a sapphire gemstone necklace to his eyes to examine, then exclaimed in admiration, oh, the value and craftsmanship of this piece of jewelry. It is truly a precious item. I will give you 20 gold coins, said the head of the Carabel Trading Company, Dual Carabel. Everything you brought out is valuable. Today I am truly lucky. I actually managed to get a customer like you. Axel hid behind Ronald's arm. Hearing him speak so generously, finally someone understands. Those other merchants are all swindlers. Just now, he had argued with that merchant. This is only worth 5 gold coins. Are you blind, old man? The old man angrily retorted. What did you say? Axel had to pull Ronald back. Calm down, Ronald. He sighed in frustration. I was really angry. But I was lucky to meet a sharp-eyed merchant like you. It was truly worth the trouble of wandering around. Carabel happily shook his hand in thanks. I am very glad to hear you say that. Axel secretly sighed in relief. He asked further, do you want to appraise anything else? Ronald reached into his pocket, took out something, and replied to him, well then, can you take a look at this? I do not intend to sell it. I am just curious to know what it is. The item he presented had a color quite similar to the Milky Way galaxy, sparkled, and was oval-shaped. As soon as he saw it, he had to adjust his glasses in surprise. Ronald looked at the object and recalled, that's right. Bluebird, or whatever it was, left this behind. This egg. At first I thought it had pooped on my hand, but it was not. He remembered being furious and scolding, this chicken dares to repay me with this pile of shit. And to test it, Ronald yelled and threw it at a rock. It was amazing. He thought he had thrown it at the stone to see what would happen. Surprisingly, the egg even broke the rock, and he knew it was extremely hard. The two of them stared blankly at the shattered rock. Ronald was stunned. He watched the old man examining the egg. I am not sure if this is an egg or what, but it is definitely the product of a very rare mystical creature. It could be a priceless treasure. Carabel examined it for a long while, his face serious, saying, this color, this texture. Do not tell me. Ronald's face brightened as he looked at him, and right after, he pronounced a sentence that made his face turn green. Horse shit. He was stunned, his face changing color, then hurriedly hid the evidence away. Of course not. The old man scratched his head with an awkward smile, saying he didn't know what it was either, but it was surely a rare item. Why don't you take it to a specialist to have it appraised? He sighed and put it back in his pocket, saying that he probably should. He was too curious to sell it now. Axel tilted his head in thought, guessing it was fossilized animal droppings. Ronald changed the subject, asking if he sold books about Filion. The old man asked back, Filion, the Academy of Light? Axel pointed and explained that they were planning to take the entrance exam for Filion, but didn't know much yet. The old man's eyes lit up, saying it was perfect timing because his daughter was about to take the exam too. He said his daughter could surely help the two of them, and that she was probably about to arrive home. Right then, a female voice rang out from a distance. What's going on, father? The young woman approached, and the other two turned to look. The old man smiled, saying his daughter had returned. He introduced her, saying this is my only daughter, Maria Sen. The girl with long hair waving in the wind looked toward them. Ronald was startled, murmuring, Maria Sen. It really is her. Carabel waved his daughter over, telling her to greet the two friends, but she looked at them with surprised eyes, blurting out, these brats? The old man was startled, scolding loudly. You girl, how do you talk like that? He quickly apologized, saying his daughter lived in a merchant caravan, so she was a bit blunt. Axel waved his hand, acting like it was fine. Ronald was still doubtful, a strange thought rising in his heart. Before he could finish his sentence, he stepped right in front of the girl, raising his voice to ask, "Hey, are you Maria Sen?" She raised an eyebrow at him. Ronald asked further, "Maria Sen has a middle name of Sen, right?" She nodded in confusion. "Yeah, that's right, but how do you know?" Ronald broke into a sweat, his heart full of confusion. Strange, she looked very much like someone he once knew. Exactly like someone in his memory. "Hey, let me ask one more question." He crooked his finger as a signal. "Lean your ear in close." The girl, though suspicious, leaned in close. Ronald whispered his question. "So down there, do you have that thing? A hidden birthmark?" She looked at him as if he were insane, listening to such a bizarre question without understanding it at all. Ronald kept a very serious expression, waiting for the answer. Maria Sen sank into thought, repeating the strange question in her head. He didn't notice her angry expression at all, and continued, no matter how he looked at it, she didn't have that birthmark. He wondered to himself, could that old man have another child he didn't know about? Lost in thought, he suddenly received a thunderous slap. Maria Sen shouted in anger, "Shut up, you lunatic." Ronald was shocked, but the pain felt strangely familiar. He was certain now. It really was her, Miss Maria Sen. Maria Sen, the one who used to be in charge of the training grounds when he was a disciplined soldier at Amaglan. She did her job excellently, had an open personality, and could chat with anyone without any shyness. A truly admirable person. But every time the boys brought up private matters, Maria Sen would get angry in an unusual way. Once she even slapped him for no clear reason, and he was always curious as to why. He had thought that if he ever met Maria Sen again, he would ask for the truth, but that opportunity never came. Because Maria Sen had passed away before he could ask. Yet now he had found the answer. So Miss Maria Sen was a man disguised as a woman? Maria Sen saw him laughing, so she yelled, "What are you laughing at? Not heard enough? Let me give you another one." Ronald got angry, raising his hand to knock on her head. "Hey, that's enough. Look at me. I let you off once, and you push further. I let you hit me because I was wrong earlier, but not now." Before he could finish, Maria Sen slammed her head into his chin, causing him to cry out in pain. She challenged him, "So what if I hit you a second time? Huh, you madman? You want to fight?" The two of them lunged at each other, grabbing each other's hair, Ronald struggling and cursing. Truly insane. Before the chaotic fight, the other two could only stand frozen, mouths agape, unable to speak. Stop fighting. The other two hurried in to break it up. A moment later, Axel was still dazed watching them, not understanding what had just happened, how they had been so fierce with each other. Maria Sen fixed her hair, softening her voice to ask, "Are these the items left for the two of you?" Ronald rested his hand on his chin and nodded, saying they should check if everything was in order. Axel looked at them, curious. Ronald turned to Maria Sen, saying if they couldn't be used, he'd go buy other things. Axel watched the scene before him, finding it hard to understand. The two had just been fighting, and now they were chatting happily as if nothing had happened. Maria Sen drew the sword, asking why there were 3 swords and a wand. "Isn't carrying so many of them inconvenient?" He replied casually, that was just for precaution. He was a bit rough with his swords, so he needed spares. Just a bit. "So are they any good?" Maria Sen commented, "They're not bad, but this black iron sword is the best." Black iron swords are very durable, something renowned knights always seek after. She didn't know how rough he was with his swords, but this one would be hard to break. She handed the sword to him. Ronald took it, thinking to himself, so this is a black iron sword, the weapon he had loved so much in his past life. Maria Sen continued, "This wand is set with a very good magic stone, so it needs to be kept carefully." He wondered, could this girl also be a mage? Maria Sen smiled at Axel, and he nodded to confirm. She asked what kind of magic he used. Axel shyly replied, "It's telekinetic magic." Maria Sen suddenly praised him, picking up the remote control. Impressed, if he did well she could even receive a scholarship. Axel rubbed his head and gave an awkward smile. Really, Maria Sen looked at him, so the problem now is what technique he would showcase in the practical exam. Ronald froze and asked, "Technique?" She had explained it. Did he not know? To get into Filion he needed to impress the professors and show them his technique in the practical exam. Of course the theory exam was difficult, but it could not compare to the practical exam. So the main point was that if he did well on the practical exam he would pass, but if he could not prove his own worth then he should forget about entering the academy. Ronald took a breath and replied, "What? A swordsman only needs to be good at swordsmanship? Goodness me. So what do people usually showcase?" Maria Sen said, "Most nobles showcase their family's secret techniques, while most warriors and other applicants showcase their personal mana combat techniques." Ronald cut her off. "Wait, what mana? Can young swordsmen at this age use mana even if they are not mages?" Maria Sen looked at him in surprise. What was he talking about? If he was a future student of Filion, then using them was a matter of course. He could sense mana too. With that amount of mana, he could apply it in real combat. That was the most basic thing. What was that expression on his face? Ronald looked at her with a face full of question marks, as if hearing it for the first time. She pointed at him trembling. "Do not tell me he did not know how to sense mana." Ronald asked bluntly. "What? Is it not similar to using aura?" Maria Sen was utterly shocked. She covered her face and collapsed, muttering, "Oh my god, I am talking to a guy like this and he is rambling about entering Filion. Aura and mana are similar. How could he say such a thing? Ronald placed his hand on his neck and replied softly, perhaps I have heard of it before. You are really making a big deal out of this. Maria-sen stood up and said, this is pointless. Get out right now. Ronald looked at her in confusion. Why so sudden? She did not answer him and continued, besides, can I borrow these short swords? I left my sword at the blacksmith shop. Ronald looked at Maria-sen taking the sword and could only say, wait, why are you so sudden like this? What if you damage my swords? Maria-sen smiled and walked away. Do not worry because the match will end before that happens. If that happens, I will pay you back double. No, triple. Is that good enough? He sighed in exasperation. Play then. Maria-sen looked at him seriously, so stop rambling. Follow me, I will give you special training. Mana is the source of natural power like air. It is a type of natural energy that exists anywhere in the world, however. That does not mean everyone can use it. To use mana, we need to see and sense the mana within ourselves and be able to use it. Sensing mana. To reach this stage, we need to train. Natural talent, countless personal reasons can affect it, but usually it takes a year of practice to begin sensing it. And all future students of Filion have already passed this stage. After training their own personal mana techniques, they apply to Filion. You understand now. Do not even mention sensing. You cannot even distinguish between aura and mana, yet you want to enter Filion. That is absolutely meaningless. Maria-sen held the sword and looked at him. She sighed. Alright, fine. From your perspective, aura is also a type of mana, but the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Ronald asked, is there a difference? Even all the famous geniuses who arduously trained for at least 10 years, bleeding endlessly, could only awaken their innate power, that is aura. Maria-sen asked back, so do you understand a little now? Ronald replied naively, well, not exactly. In his memory, he had occasionally encountered them on the battlefield. They boasted about being aura users and possessing extraordinary power. They were really troublesome, but in the end they were not that scary, because if they got their heads chopped off, anyone would die. Maria-sen cut off his train of thought. Alright, let us leave the explanation for later. Shall we begin? I think you will learn faster if you absorb with your body rather than your head. Ronald secretly looked at her stance and guessed, wow, she is just a young girl. In an instant, Maria-sen lunged toward Ronald. He opened his eyes wide in surprise at her terrifying speed. Sound of swords clashing rang out deafeningly. He glanced at her. Oh, quite impressive indeed. Facing her murderous expression, Ronald and Maria-sen were in an extremely tense duel. 3 swords clashing against each other. Ronald thought to himself, oh, look at that. His sword and hers knocked each other away, creating a relatively strong force. He suddenly thought in his head, so young and she is already this strong, and she is even using dual swords. Maria-sen was somewhat worried. I am not sure, but is this a type of mana combat style? She saw him stunned into a daze and asked herself, what is wrong with this guy? Two continued to duel fiercely with their swords. She thought to herself, I was planning to finish him off in a single blow. I was planning to show him the power of mana and make him give up the exam. It would be better to suffer humiliation at the testing area, but I am the one being pushed back. How can this be the skill of someone who cannot use mana? Impossible. He suddenly asked her, what are you thinking about? In a moment of carelessness, she was pushed back and had her sword knocked away once again. His eyes suddenly lit up like a cat's eyes in the night. He raised his sword high, then he shouted, no more sparring, get back. She was surprised when his sword swung down. Luckily, she dodged just in time. She jumped and slid far away, the sound of the sword scraping against the ground creating piercing screeches. She caught her breath and said, if I had been a step slower, something would have happened. You are not ordinary at all. He smiled and replied, you too. He sheathed his sword and continued, aside from mana, you are also very talented in swordsmanship, but your center of gravity is a bit unstable. Then he turned and walked away, not forgetting to add one more sentence, if you fix that, you will be much better. She suddenly asked back, what do you mean? Where are you going? She angrily pointed her sword at him and said, don't tell me you think you've already won. He calmly replied, whatever you say, just remember to keep your promise. You did say it, didn't you? 3 times. Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked back, She hesitated and said, no, when? He ignored her words and continued, make sure to have your sword ready. She was in a state of shock and at a loss for words when someone's finger lightly touched her back. That person hesitated and said, It turned out to be Axel. He could understand how she felt at the moment and said with a smile, good job. Suddenly a voice called out to him, hurry up, Axel, I'm so tired. He stammered a reply, yeah. She straightened up and wondered to herself, who are they? He saw Axel arriving late and asked, why are you so slow? She could only smile in response. The sky today was full of Maya and was very clear blue, signaling that it was going to be a beautiful day. Everyone was busy transporting goods, and someone said, I only came here to collect the money. He and Axel looked in surprise at the things in front of them. He asked, but what is that? Bags. In front of them were books neatly arranged in 2 bags. She replied, those are the materials needed for the Filion theory test. I've compiled them all. She put on a playful expression and continued, not needed, The test is in a month, you know. Axel's eyes lit up like stars. He calmly asked again, we need them, but why did you do this? He intended to pull out his sword in front of her to scare her, saying, if you're plotting something, but before he could finish, she replied, not at all, don't worry, I just like you guys. Then she laughed heartily and continued, I did this because I want you guys to pass, of course it's free. Axel's face looked mesmerized after hearing that. He sighed and replied, "Ah, if it's free then." She cut him off and continued, "If I could, I'd even give you 2 private lessons, but I have to go now." She lightly punched his chest and said with a laugh, "Study hard. If you still fail after all this, I won't let it slide." "Got it." He smiled and replied, "You have to work hard too." She sat on the carriage, waved her hand, and said with a smile, "See you in the capital on test day. Make sure to read all the books." He looked down at his palm and thought to himself, "I need to train this weak body of mine, and I also need to study since I can't eat Maya." But this feeling isn't too bad. Ronald's life after returning home was the same as before, but there were small changes. He ate with Iro to the point where she was surprised. He ate heartily, so much that his stomach was always full after every meal. Iro said happily, "My little brother sure eats a lot." Besides that, he also started hunting monsters on the outskirts of the village, steadily increasing his stamina and adaptability. He sheathed his sword gently and let out a breath. On the ground lay monsters scattered everywhere. They had been defeated by him. He said to himself, "This should be enough for today." He hunted so many monsters that there were no more yellow monsters left around the village. In addition, he also studied, which was unthinkable for a discipline enforcer. He grumbled, "Wait, why do I have to memorize the eating rules of those northerners?" Even though he didn't know the outcome, he still gave it his all. A month quickly passed. Today was a beautiful day, a sign of great Maya fortune. Valon, the capital city, appeared with its magnificent palaces and grand houses. At the center of the capital was the empire's top educational institution, the small city of White Tower. Axel said in surprise, "Is this Filion? Filion is so beautiful." "Stop it," Runan said. "What are you doing standing in the middle of the road, Axel? Don't act so clueless. Let's go inside. We're going to be late for the test." Axel, upon hearing Ronald's scolding, stammered, "Sorry." He was puzzled and asked, "Why are you talking like that?" Axel replied, "Nothing. I'm just amazed. In just 1 month, you've gotten so much bigger." Ronald, he put his hand on his hip and asked helplessly, again. Then he rapped his knuckles on his head and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get inside." He cried out in pain, "Ouch." Turning around, he thought to himself, "I just remembered we're in Filion, so I might run into him." The person Ronald was thinking of was the sword Saint Schlieffen, a descendant of Grancia, a prestigious swordsmanship family considered the strongest genius in the empire. He figured the guy was around his age, so he might see him at the testing site. But it doesn't really matter. While he was thinking, Axel asked, "Hey Ronald, do you have that thing?" He asked back, "Huh, what thing?" She said again, "The tail feather from last time. It can lead us to the owner of that bird." He replied, "Oh, I thought you meant something else." He took out the bird feather and said, "I brought it because I remember that person lives in the capital. I plan to visit him after the test, huh?" The feather pointed, he stammered, "The highest floor." Sunlight streamed through the glass window. A sigh accompanied by someone's voice echoed, "It's really not easy. I'm still not used to this professor business. Maybe I should just go back to research." The bird perched on this person's shoulder chirped pleasantly. He, Regingist, stroked the small bird happily and said, "Are you cheering me on?" "Yeah, I have to keep trying, to repay the hero who saved you." The person speaking all this while was Filion's zoology professor Veron, whose trait was being a lion man. He gently asked the small bird, "All right, I'll open the window for some fresh air, and if our hero happens to drop by today, it'll be troublesome." "Huh, what?" Outside the window was Ronald with a fierce look on his face, smiling at him and saying, "I haven't even knocked yet, but it opened by itself." "Oh, it's the blue bird from before. So you're the owner. A beastman, huh?" Varan and the blue bird were frozen in fear, not daring to move. Frightened cries of the lion and the bird seemed to blend into one, echoing from the direction of the palace. Varan panicked and hugged Macbeth, saying, "Who are you? How did you get in here? This is one of the highest floors." Ronald dug his ear and complained, "You scared me to death. I think I've gone deaf." Axel climbed in through the window and said, "That's why I told you to take the stairs." He hugged it tightly and asked, "Have you two been following my Macbeth?" At that moment, he held out a blue feather. Varan was astonished. That feather. He seemed to realize something and stopped. "Wait, you're the saviors who freed my little one." By now, all 3 of them had sat down properly. He said, "Oh my, I've been so rude in front of my benefactors. I hope you can forgive me." Ronald said, "I told you it's fine. Why do you keep bringing it up? If we're being strict about it, it was its fault for climbing out the window on its own." Axel looked at him and said, "Huh, whose fault?" "The one who told me to use the remote control because taking the stairs was too troublesome was Ronald." He pinched his cheek, making Axel let out a groan. Ronald gritted his teeth and said, "The important thing is, I can't believe such a rare half-human sphinx race is the owner of that bird." He continued speaking while still tightly holding Axel's cheek, making him squirm, and on top of that, a professor at Filion. Varan Phanasia scratched his cheek in embarrassment and replied, "I'm quite surprised too. I never expected our hero to be a candidate of this academy. So embarrassing. If I had known, I would have written you a letter of recommendation. Today is exam day. I just hope that doesn't happen. But if you happen to fail then," he grumbled, "why say such unlucky words?" "Ah, it's fine. We came here to ask something. You know, we don't have much time." Ronald held out a purple object and asked, "What is this?" That blue bird left it. He adjusted his glasses in confusion. "Huh, Macbeth left what?" "This thing is a dream bird egg." Varan took the egg and asked back, "You say Macbeth laid it?" He calmly replied, "So what's so surprising about a bird laying eggs?" He stammered, This is not just an ordinary bird. It's a dream bird. But what's even more astonishing is that I don't know what will hatch from this egg." Ronald asked in confusion, "What do you mean? If it's it's a bird egg, then a bird will hatch. What else? Varan shook his head in objection. Dream birds are different, depending on their surroundings. A dream bird will absorb unique mana and then lay an egg. For example, if the surroundings are lava, the egg will hatch into a fire phoenix. In a monster's nest, a dream bird lays an egg that takes on the form of that monster. There are also things that hatch from eggs with no shape of a bird at all. Of course, if I could analyze the mana emanating from that egg, predicting the form of the dream bird inside would not be impossible, but this egg. He looked at the egg, which was displaying vibrant mixed energies swirling together, and said, it carries many chaotic mana fields, like refining an alloy. They melt and blend together. It's embarrassing, but it's also very difficult to be sure what this egg is right now. Ronald was surprised. Oh my, it's just one egg. You're putting so much thought into it. He turned to ask Macbeth, you rascal, where did you wander off to lay this egg, huh? It tilted its head and chirped a few times. He was stunned. I've never met a bird with such a thick face. Varan said with a serious expression, so I'm asking you, can you take care of this egg? Ronald replied, actually I don't have a problem with it. He asked, what do you think? It's precious, right? He replied, of course, in its entire life, a dream bird only reproduces once. If it laid this egg in front of its benefactor, Macbeth must have sensed something special. He looked over at it happily. He raised his hand and scratched Macbeth's neck, making it purr with pleasure. Chirp. Then Varan Phanasia said, I also want to respect the friend who has accompanied me for a long time, so I will entrust this egg to you. Ronald took the egg, looked at it, and said, no problem. I'm also curious to know what will be born from this shell. Getting late, everything's done, please excuse us. He stood up to leave. Varan saw this and said, wait a moment. I've been thinking about what to give you, but I just remembered something interesting. He turned around to get it. Varan set out a scroll and said, here, please accept this. It will help you incubate that egg. Both of them looked confused. He asked, what is this? A moment later, the practical exam hall, Galileo Palace Hall. The waiting room for the candidates. Everyone was present, some were praying, some were checking their weapons. The invigilator stepped out and announced, candidate number 11 has completed the test. Candidate number 1112, please. The young man trembled and stood up sharply, replying, yes. The door opened, and he walked in. Ronald thought, it's 112 already. I'm next. He crossed his legs. Propping his chin with one hand, he said, they make us wait forever. Don't you think so, Maria Sen? The blonde beside him replied, every test is like that. Ronald looked at her and asked, why are you wearing that? Isn't it uncomfortable? Maria Sen cheerfully replied, I did that on purpose. Filion is the private academy for all nobles. They'll be my clients in the future, so of course I shouldn't be sloppy, right? She playfully winked, her hand making an okay gesture. He said helplessly, you really are dedicated. Maria Sen sat down on the chair and sighed. It would be nice if our little darling were here. What a shame. Ronald replied with an indifferent expression. What can we do? The magic exam hall is somewhere else. I'd be glad if he didn't cry there. The invigilator continued to announce, candidate number 112 has completed the test. Next, candidate number 113, please. The previous young man walked out with a dried-up expression, muttering, I'm done for. Ronald stood up and said, it's my turn. Maria Sen encouraged cheerfully, don't worry. Just do your best as I told you. If you fail, I won't let it go. He walked forward, waving his hand in reply. Got it. Thanks for the enthusiastic support. I'll be back soon. Ronald observed seriously. He thought these people are professors of Filion. In front of him were 5 professors sitting with dignified postures. Ronald looked at each one, evaluating in his mind. They all look very distinguished. But among them, the old man in the center, he looked at the kindly old man sitting in the middle of the 5, the principal of Filion Academy, Grand Archmage Grava Gracia. Ronald looked to the left side and thought, that woman also exudes an overwhelming aura. Rarely did I feel such pressure in my past life. That's the sword instructor, Grand Sword Saint Navi Rose. He bowed and said, I am Ronald. The principal said, pleased to meet you, Ronald. I am the principal of Filion Academy, Grava Gracia. You will fight against a magic puppet so you can show off your techniques. Have you decided what move you will show us? He looked at the puppet and replied, yes, nothing special. Just a lightning-fast sword strike. I think that alone is enough. Professors looked on in astonishment. One said, a simple slash without even using mana. Earlier there was no such candidate, only those who judged the appearance of the magic puppets with foolish words. He joked with the person next to him. The old man next to him replied, if he's a contestant from a distant country, he might not know. Despite appearances, that puppet has defensive capabilities to counter aura and can recover very quickly. It is a fine product of magic. The blonde old man whispered, even the sword of that genius Schlieffen left no trace. I wonder what this one intends to show us. The person next to him replied, who knows, what if he knocks it over? The blonde professor chuckled, oh, you're funny. The principal warily looked at the two and thought, I heard everything, you know. They say such offensive words right in front of him. What if this child can prove them wrong? He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. It was truly puzzling. How did that young lad possess such bearing at this age? Ronald stamped his foot to build momentum, the ground beneath him sinking slightly. He dashed forward swiftly, delivering a precise slash aimed at the golem's neck. The female professor was so astonished her mouth hung open. Ronald slowly sheathed his sword, turned to the professors, and stated he had finished. The other two professors exchanged sneering glances, not expecting it to end with a single sword stroke, and one of them spoke up. "It seems grading this part of the exam might be a bit challenging. Don't you think so, Headmaster?" The headmaster was still too stunned to speak at that moment. Suddenly, Navi Rose slammed her hand on the table, startling him, and she spoke loudly. She lunged forward with a sharp gaze, aiming straight for Ronald's neck. Ronald calmly said, "Aren't you going to step aside?" Navi Rose halted, and he looked down and continued. "You scared me." She gritted her teeth and asked, "Who are you? Who taught you that swordsmanship?" Navi Rose's face was filled with murderous intent. Ronald frowned and asked back, "What do you mean? I don't understand." Navi Rose said, "Let me ask a different question. Did you see my sword path?" He casually replied, "Yes, I did. Your swordsmanship is truly superb. Drawing the blade that fast is very difficult. You swung the sword 3 times. Navi Rose said coldly, "Indeed 3 times, just like what you just displayed. You did that deliberately to conceal your identity." Ronald stared at her in shock. Navi Rose continued, "You think I didn't notice? That amateurish swordsmanship you were putting on as an act. You deliberately made that last slash very slow so we couldn't see your true strength. Your mind is quite cunning." She gritted her teeth and hissed, "Do you know where you are?" The headmaster silently turned his gaze away. Other professors looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what scene they were witnessing. Ronald thought to himself, this must be a misunderstanding. He had only adjusted the force in his hand because he was afraid the sword couldn't withstand the final slash. Judging by the look on her face, she probably wouldn't believe a word he said anyway. Navi Rose sheathed her sword and turned away, saying, "I will remember your face." Ronald was startled. "Is that all?" She turned her head and said in a low, harsh tone, "There will definitely come a day when I personally teach you a lesson." Ronald thought fearfully, this isn't over yet. Navi Rose sat down heavily in her chair, frustrated. The headmaster looked at her and thought, she wants to take that boy on as her student. It seems she has taken a liking to the boy. I might need to pay more attention. Turned to Ronald and said, "Well done. Now I will end the exam with one final question. Feel free to answer." "Ronald, what do you most wish to learn upon attending the Philian Academy?" Ronald replied seriously, "I wonder how I should answer your question, but I want to learn how to live without regret. That is the first thing I wish to learn." The headmaster's eyes widened, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I understand. You may leave now, Ronald." The large gates slowly closed shut. Ava Gracia repeated the words just spoken, how to live without regret. "This kid is quite a handful. I don't know how he's going to be taught." A professor spoke up. "What's going on?" First Professor Navi Rose, and now the headmaster. "What did that boy do to make you two act like that? Did he use some kind of advanced trick?" "Used? A trick? That's an interesting way to put it." The magical golem suddenly split in two. The headmaster continued, "Perhaps I should call him a prodigy." Two professors' eyes widened and mouths gaped in shock, whispering as they stared at the golem. The top half of the golem fell off, rolling across the floor. At this moment, Enan was still thinking about the female professor's sword from earlier. Thinking back, if he were to face her, he wasn't even sure he'd have a guaranteed victory. It seemed he had just encountered a formidable opponent. It was precisely this that made him feel the road ahead was still long. He smiled, motivating himself that taking this first step towards the academy was already good enough. In this environment, he would definitely learn a great deal. Now, only the written exam remained. He had memorized everything over the past month, so that should be a piece of cake. A while later, Ronald, pale-faced and weak, said, "It's not easy at all. I'm done for. Truly done for." He was hugging a pillow in his room, utterly dejected. Ria Sen was shocked, unable to believe he couldn't even finish half the exam paper. Axel replied, "I remember telling him to look at the materials in his bag. But he just took out his stationery and left the bag somewhere else. He was so focused on studying that he completely forgot about it." His eyes welled up with tears and he stammered, "It's my fault. If I had reminded him then, this wouldn't have happened." Maria Sen gritted her teeth in frustration. "My God, how is someone so stupid still alive?" She asked, "Has he been like this ever since the exam ended? When will the results come out?" She placed a hand on Ronald's shoulder, encouraging him, "Stop sulking. The practical exam is what matters. With your skills, I'm certain of it." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in midair. Someone exclaimed, "Everyone look, the results are out." A large list appeared, floating in the air. Axel asked, "Is that the list of successful candidates?" Maria Sen said worriedly, "Faster than I expected." On it was written, Magic Department, Axel, rank 12 practical, rank 1 theory. Martial Arts Department, Maria Sen, rank 9 practical, rank 9 theory. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then Maria Sen's face suddenly crumpled. She threw her arms around him and yelled, "We passed! Axel, you still passed the theory test with the highest rank." He reached out and ruffled his head. Axel shouted, "Huh, really?" She replied, "It says so right there, even if there were 2 people sharing the same rank. But it's still first place. Well done, my dear." Maria Sen rubbed his head harder. Axel said excitedly, "It must be because Maya brought me luck." As if remembering something, Maria Sen turned her head and asked, "Hey Ronald, what rank are you? Ronald stood frozen in place. His face fell as he said weakly, I knew it, my name isn't there. How could someone like me get into the academy? Maria Sen gasped and stammered, really, Ronald? Axel said, that's impossible. She walked over and pulled Ronald's eyes open, shouting, don't joke, did you look carefully? Impossible, Ronald replied. No, I read every single name. I told you, I really did poorly. Suddenly, something flew past. It struck the school gate, and everyone jumped in surprise. Ronald raised his head and asked, what flashed over there again? Maria Sen said it was the fireworks to end the entrance exam. They were for the top scorer. A fire phoenix, a phoenix with blazing feathers, appeared. It flapped its wings and fired a fireball. The fireball flew straight toward Ronald. He was startled. Hey! Then a huge explosion occurred. Luckily, Ronald wasn't hurt. 5 lines of text appeared in the air. Combat top scorer, Ronald. First place in practical, rank 5712 in theory, rank 5712 in theory. All 3 of them were shocked. Van, Jian, Maria Sen, and Axel hugged him and shouted, congratulations. Maria Sen said, so you're the combat top scorer after all. He continued, well done, Ronald. You're the top scorer. Ronald tensed up and let out an uncomfortable groan. She rubbed his head and said, I knew you were a genius. Ronald laughed. I guess I have a good eye for people. Suddenly he realized, wait, if I'm ranked first, that means he lost to me, right? With his personality, there's no way he'd let this go. This is a bit strange. At that moment, a black-haired man approached from behind Ronald. He spoke up, so it's you, the one who got first place in the practical exam. He was startled and thought, damn it, I knew it. Did we have to run into each other like this? Schlieffen, the holy swordmaster, the man with sea blue eyes and that cold tone, was staring intently at Ronald. After the top scorer's results appeared, Schlieffen walked toward Ronald from a distance. The other trainees saw him and were extremely surprised and impressed. That's Schlieffen. I can't believe I get to meet the Empire's rising star here. Maria Sen saw Schlieffen walking toward them and informed Ronald, it looks like he wants to talk to you. Axel beside her was frightened by his aura and spoke with a shaky voice. The atmosphere around him is terrifying. Ronald gnashed his teeth in annoyance and thought, how troublesome, is he still the same as before? Can't stand anyone better at swordsmanship than him. Having been reborn, he understood the man very well. That arrogant attitude and sharp gaze that seemed to devour Ronald only made him more certain, that fierce attitude. Ronald didn't want to invite trouble, so he wanted to avoid Schlieffen as much as possible. I need to avoid conflict. Even though he had foreseen his own rank, he still pretended to know nothing and said, I got first place. I had no idea about that. He still didn't say a word, still looking down at Ronald with that same expression. At this moment, Schlieffen clenched his fist and spoke up. Why are you lying? Ronald sighed helplessly and replied, what do you mean? I said I don't know, so I don't know. Do you want proof? Don't cause trouble, just keep moving. He gripped the holy sword at his side and repeated his words, proof, huh? Fine, let me show you. With that, Schlieffen immediately drew his sword and swung at Ronald, but he easily blocked the strike with his own sword and dodged the blade. Ronald was also startled by Schlieffen's actions. Maria Sen and Axel, standing behind and witnessing everything, were also frightened and shouted his name, Ronald. Schlieffen had purposely done that to confirm his suspicions and finally spoke up. Is this enough? If you weren't first place, you couldn't have blocked that strike. The other trainees also saw the scene and gasped, they're fighting. Show me the skill that made you surpass me, he seriously demanded of Ronald. Ronald, angered by Schlieffen's insane actions, cursed, you madman. Unable to hold back, Ronald also gave in to his wish, come on, if you want it, you'll get it. In the blink of an eye, he quickly swung his sword towards Schlieffen. Ronald's face at this moment had also become extremely terrifying. Let me show you. He lunged forward, pointing his sword at where he was standing. Schlieffen was also stunned, looking at the incoming sword force, and instinctively swung the holy sword in his hand to defend. Of course, someone as skilled in swordsmanship as Schlieffen could block that attack from Ronald. He, as if forced by Schlieffen to attack, had thrown out a token strike to satisfy him and spoke, there, you lunatic, happy now. Outsiders would think he blocked it easily, but only Schlieffen knew best. The hand holding his sword was trembling nonstop. Schlieffen couldn't help but acknowledge Ronald's swordsmanship talent. No wonder he got a high score, good technique. But just as I thought, he refused to admit defeat and continued to charge at Ronald, wanting to test him. That's not enough to beat me. He blocked Schlieffen's sword while shouting in fright to calm him down. Wait, you've lost your mind, calm down. Schlieffen knew Ronald's skill wasn't easy to deal with and said, don't hide your true strength. His expression at this moment also became extremely terrifying. He stared at Ronald. I can't accept it. With that, Schlieffen swung his sword to attack once more. Ronald struggled to defend and let out a cry. His mind was filled with countless curses at his blind obsession with swordsmanship. You idiot. Is he charging in to die? This is why I didn't want to run into him. At this rate, he'll start using aura. The situation was becoming more and more uncontrollable as Schlieffen crazily attacked Ronald. This is bad. Creating a whirlwind with a single slash, that powerful aura is called the Sword Storm. Based on his past life memories, Ronald knew very well how dangerous it was. With his current strength, it would be hard to block. I can't resist it. That being the case, while fighting Schlieffen in the air, Ronald suddenly turned and ran, as if he had some plan in mind to deal with him. Schlieffen's face was dark and fierce as if he wanted to devour Ronald, unable to understand his plan, and had to shout, what are you doing? Turning your back on your opponent in a duel. Ronald suddenly placed his hand on Acel's shoulder, causing the boy, who was intently observing, to freeze. Chili FM chased from behind and shouted loudly, "Did you think I would miss the slash?" Axel stammered in fear, "Ronald, why me?" Shelly Fen witnessed this and grew furious, contemptuously calling him a coward who used a lady as a shield. Axel was bewildered by the other's misunderstanding of his gender and quickly clarified that he was a boy. Ronald laughed heartily, seemingly having succeeded in tricking Schlieffen. He declared that the boy still upheld his knightly honor even at death's door, then landed a crushing punch on the opponent's face. Axel, used as a tool, was so frightened his eyes rolled white. Schlieffen was struck with searing pain and let out a soft groan. He clutched his face and dropped to one knee, forced to use his holy sword for support. Ronald immediately shouted at Axel and Maria Sen, signaling for them to act at that very moment. Ronald's shout rang out, but Schlieffen, still holding his face, was dazed and confused about what was happening. He hurriedly called out to the Runan group, but by the time he regained his senses, they had already run far away. The security team ran over from a distance, and the bald man asked aggressively what was going on over there. Just as he mentioned the brawl, he was stunned by the sight before him before he could even finish his sentence. Seeing Schlieffen's bruised face and the blood streaming from his nose, the bald man asked in a panic, wondering who dared to do such a thing to him. About to ask for identifying features so the security team could give chase, Chili Fen cut in, stating that he was now just a common citizen and there was no need for formalities. He reassured the security team, explaining that this had been a fair duel and that he would handle everything himself. With that, Schlieffen regained his composure and brushed the dirt off his clothes. Suddenly, an unexpected detail caught his attention. It was the Holy Sword, a weapon made of high-grade mithril, and it now had a crack. Schlieffen had once thought Ronald's swordsmanship was nothing special, but now he had to reevaluate the entire previous duel with astonishment. He let out a soft laugh and exclaimed, "Interesting." Ronald Schlieffen seemed to have his own calculations, and the more he thought, the more curious he became about this opponent. He told himself he would remember that name. The next day, in the early morning, the sky was clear and blue over the Zimu forest on the outskirts of the capital. Ronald walked while checking the map, confirming their target was nearby, while Acel behind him was already panting with exhaustion. Axel wiped his sweat and asked weakly if what they did was all right. Ronald turned his head at this and asked back, "Do what?" Axel brought up the duel from yesterday, explaining that he was talking about the man Ronald had hit earlier. He said that was the heir of the Granzia ducal family, second only to the royal family, and that he had broken the man's nose. Axel asked anxiously what would happen if they faced retribution. Ronald remained calm, looking at the map, and reassured him that the opponent was a good man, merely passionate about swordsmanship. He explained that Schlieffen always held to his principles and was an ideal model, protecting the weak like a perfect noble. Thanks to living a second life, Ronald understood Schlieffen's nature clearly, which was why he had accurately predicted the words he would say to the security team yesterday. He explained to Axel that the opponent would treat the incident as a fair duel, otherwise they would already be in prison by now. These explanations gradually calmed Axel down, and upon reflection, they did seem to make sense. He set this matter aside and reminded Ronald to look ahead, where the lee line that Professor Varan mentioned was located. Before them lay a sparkling blue river, and Ronald cheered with joy upon finding the Fernando Spring. No one knows why mana flows throughout the world and then gathers, creating sacred bodies of water known as lee lines. Due to its existence, mana permeates the entire surrounding area. From a common stone becomes a high-grade mana stone, weeds transform into miraculous herbs with renowned effects. Ronald looked at the rushing water, unable to help but marvel at its unparalleled value, coveted by all. This professor was truly generous. He recalled the moment Professor Varan handed over the ley line map and the mission, allowing them to come here just to incubate an egg. Ronald spoke up, asking Axel if he sensed anything unusual. He looked at the magical currents gathering in his hand, feeling mana so dense for the first time. Axel gazed at the magic swirling around, insisting that this place made it far easier for him to cast stronger spells than usual. His eyes suddenly stopped at the pouch on Ronald's hip, where a strange purple light was emanating. The egg inside was still absorbing energy. The purple egg was absorbing mana at an astonishing rate, seemingly delighted by the abundant source of energy here. Ronald remarked, if Maria Sen weren't busy with her trading business, she would definitely love this place too. What a pity. Axel nodded in agreement with Ronald's observation. Suddenly he wondered, Ronald, don't you find it strange? Why haven't we heard any animal sounds at all? Axel continued, Professor Varan once said that with so much mana here, it would attract various fantasy creatures to nest. He added, even ordinary beasts would find this place ideal. Those words seemed to awaken Ronald. But a cold wind blew past, carrying fluttering leaves, making the atmosphere tenser than ever. Ronald let out a soft sigh. He had already noticed something off about this place. Perhaps he had been too careless. He slowly rose from the ground. Ronald cursed quietly under his breath, realizing things had spiraled beyond control. Axel noticed his changed expression and cautiously asked what was wrong. Ronald, his eyes filled with caution, stared into the dark forest harboring danger and told Axel to prepare himself. Deep inside the forest, animal corpses lay scattered about. Ronald keenly caught the heavy stench of blood carried on the wind. It seemed a mysterious group had come and killed them beforehand. Axel froze at Ronald's warning, his voice trembling with fear, asking what he meant by the smell of blood. Ronald looked at him seriously, saying it meant guests had arrived before them. He curled his lips into a slight smile, and of course that guest was on their way. The atmosphere in the forest grew even more eerie, danger closing in on the two of them. Behind distant trees, purple arrows flickered in the shadows like uninvited guests. A group of 5 emerged, a purple-haired leader standing in the middle, 4 wolf-masked figures flanking him, all with bows drawn and arrows aimed at them. With a whoosh, 5 arrows shot from the forest straight toward Ronald, yet he remained eerily calm. As the valedictorian of Philian Academy, Ronald easily deflected those arrows. His gaze sharpened as he drew the sword at his side. He swung his sword with a light flick, and the arrows were cleanly sliced in half without effort. Purple arrow fragments fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. Ronald's gaze turned icy cold as he studied these specially designed arrows. Surely, he had seen them before in his past life's memories. In his past life, in the disciplinary team's camp, during an evening deep in the forest, the entire squad had a lively conversation. A member of the disciplinary team held up a special purple arrow to introduce it, asking if everyone knew just how deadly this thing was. He cleared his throat to grab the squad's attention, explaining that this arrow was used to kill ORCs capable of blowing their heads apart. He asked Ronald, wouldn't the captain want one too? He knew Ban Russ all too well, merely smiling wryly, knowing he was about to show off again. Ronald scolded him in annoyance, saying he got caught using it for poaching and still dared to brag. Why doesn't he just shut up? Ban Russ, scolded, felt wronged and angrily retorted that this was quality gear. He elaborated on its power, claiming to be an elite member of the organization, having used the arrow hundreds of times in successful poaching hunts. He was the hunting dog of the Caliboro branch. Back to the present, Ronald remembered the origin of this special arrow clearly. Caliboro again. Their ranks were exactly like the classification of hunting dogs. Ronald couldn't help but praise, well done. Before charging into the forest toward where the arrows came from, Ronald told Axel to find somewhere to hide and to try not to end up a pincushion. Ignoring that he was still dazed from how fast everything was happening, Ronald had already dashed off. Axel watched in astonishment as Ronald's back shot forward at an incredible speed. The purple-haired leader, hiding behind a tree, silently marveled at Ronald's strength. He was shocked that a single slash had swept away all the arrows, wondering who this freak was. At that moment, Ronald's eyes burned like flames as he lunged toward them with the speed of the wind. That man sensed something was wrong, cursed under his breath, and shouted orders for his subordinates to scatter and prepare for a flanking attack. Ronald stood at a distance, hearing their orders and recognizing their decisiveness, unlike the brats he had encountered in those other forests. So, after the purple-haired man gave the order, the group quickly spread out to take their fighting positions. Ronald arrived at the spot and quickly shouted for them to stop, asking if they didn't recognize a fellow comrade. One perched in the tree was confused by his words, wondering what comrade he meant. What the hell was this guy talking about? Ronald smiled lightly and continued, "What, seems you haven't heard the news yet?" He confidently rested his sword on his shoulder, full of arrogance, and continued to deceive them, claiming he was the youngest hunting dog from the Damask branch, a Hayut. The group, upon hearing this, jumped down from the trees and stood blocking Ronald's path to question him. They challenged him, "Are you truly a hunting dog?" He answered with absolute calm, "That's right, what, you don't believe me?" Purple-haired man, caught off guard, roared in anger. "How could anyone believe a brat like you is a hunting dog?" He said if you claimed to be from a lower branch, he might believe it. Ronald, hearing those doubtful words, did not lose his composure. He replied, "If you don't trust me, then why not ask the wolves of your own branch my advice to you?" Ronald curled his lips into a provoking smile, taunting him that lying to one another was a bad habit, and what a pity it was for a wild dog. His mockery successfully enraged the purple-haired leader, twisting his face as he clenched his teeth to suppress the fury. That man wouldn't easily yield to provocation, trying hard to stay calm. Then he lost control, stepping forward to grab Ronald's collar and cursing at him, "How dare you insult me?" He threatened to cut off all 4 of his limbs. Ronald showed no fear. In fact, he found it more amusing and continued to provoke. He replied coolly, "Your habit of cursing is no better. People like that usually don't come to a good end." A member of the group patted the leader's shoulder, urging him to calm down, because he knew about the Calibro hierarchy and couldn't be suspicious. The highest rank was the wolf, then the hunting dog, and the lowest was the wild dog. Only our side knew the truth, while Ronald kept smiling and taunting him, even with the sword at his throat, as if death were inches away. He remained calm, telling him to confirm with the captain, and if he was not lying, then his side would face conflict with the Damas faction later. "I told you all to stand guard in silence and be ready to fight," the captain said as he stepped out from the bushes, scolding his subordinates. Seeing that his team was not in position and that a stranger, Ronald, was being grabbed by the collar by the purple-haired man, he spoke up to ask, "What the hell is going on here?" The subordinates shouted in unison to greet the captain, a burly bald man covered in scars from the Demian wolf faction. The purple-haired man, as if seeing a savior, released Ronald. "Perfect timing, Captain." He recounted everything Ronald had just said to Vium. "This kid said The subordinates around murmured among themselves. Ronald stood listening, thinking to himself, if the wolves had come here, then that meant all of them had gathered here. Thinking that, he let out a sneer. Den V acknowledged after hearing the whole story, then asked Ronald, "Hey kid, are you a Hayut from the Damas faction?" He maintained his composure, warmly displaying his acting skills. "Yes, sir." He continued, "Actually, why did you come here? The matter of this mountain range belonging to Demir has already been decided." Ronald's face did not change. Still keeping a bright smile, he replied, "Oh, is that so? I am not so sure about that, because I am not a Hayut." Vyung listened and became so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He shouted, "What?" Before he could even collect himself, Ronald had already lunged forward, gently swinging his sword. Just one stroke was enough. Cut those wearing masks in half, blood splattering everywhere. Even the victims killed by Ronald did not have time to understand what was happening. He eliminated them all, leaving only the Captain Vyung and the purple-haired man, then said, "I just made up a name I knew." After hearing that, the two had different expressions. The purple-haired man turned pale with fear, while Vyung was a mix of tension and anger, his hand gripping the sword at his side tightly. Ronald, still smiling, flew forward and swung his sword at Vyung. After all, it was the best name to impersonate, a damn poacher. Before he could even resist or defend, his head was chopped off. The purple-haired man stood frozen in fear at this sight. His hand still holding the small knife, his eyes watching Vyung's head fall, his mouth stammered, "Captain." Ronald, having dealt with the captain, casually said, "Hey brother, did I not tell you, your end would be miserable?" Suddenly, the fingers on the hand holding the small knife of the purple-haired man seemed to be sliced off one by one. He screamed in agony, a miserable cry. Purple-haired man knelt down, clutching his hand tightly. "My hand, my fingers." Ronald, annoyed and getting a headache from his screaming, shouted, "Shut up. Hey, if you do not want to be punched, then be quiet. Calm down and take this." He dropped a scroll in front of the purple-haired man who was both angry and in pain, clutching his severed, trembling hand. Ronald pointed and ordered, "From now on, you will write down the locations of all the factions you know." The man kneeling on the ground stammered, "What? Is there a problem? You do not want to?" He smiled brightly, tapping the sword in his hand as a threat. "Then there is no more reason to keep you alive." Ronald at this moment became extremely terrifying, causing the purple-haired man to break out in a cold sweat. He obediently complied, trembling as he said, "No, I will do anything, but I do not have a pen to draw a map." Ronald replied calmly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I will create a pen for you over there on your right side." His face was now covered in tears and snot. Looking in the direction, Ronald pointed at the thing called a pen, which was his own bleeding hand. After a while, the map was complete. Ronald looked at the map drawn in blood in his hand and could not stop praising him. "Good, I think you drew it very beautifully, truly talented." Purple-haired man's face was pale green and haggard, not daring to be as rude as before. "Thank you, so as promised, you will spare me, right?" Ronald put the map in his pocket and casually replied, "That?" A blade swept across his head, leaving him no time to understand what was happening. Purple-haired man's body was now cut in half by Ronald, with a cold expression on his face. As the bloody stench splattered onto him, he continued to answer, "Of course not." After eliminating the Caliboro Guild members, the sky had turned to dusk, the sound of birds flying across the sky breaking the stillness of the forest. Axel clung tightly to a tree trunk, panting heavily, his face pale. Ronald, standing behind, reminded him, "Do not overreact like that," he complained, annoyed. "I told you to prepare yourself mentally." Axel dejectedly admitted his fault, "Sorry." He spoke up to ask, "But this is really a bit much." All of this... As he spoke, Axel looked towards the pile of animal carcasses stacked up, all done by Caliboro. Before the two of them now lay countless animal corpses hunted by the Caliboro Guild scattered everywhere. Ronald replied, "I said it before, letting them live is a crime." Axel still felt uneasy, stammering, "But you..." He calmed him down and turned to leave. "Do not worry, they are all wanted criminals, they need to be eliminated." Ronald walked away, lost in thought, no matter how well one hid. Then he suddenly thought of the zoology professor, the Lion Man. If Professor Varen saw this scene, he would surely be very sad. Ronald turned to Axel and said, "Let us head back now, shall we?" Suddenly, there was a stir from the bag holding the professor's egg. Attracted by the sound, he turned his head down to look. "What is it?" Ronald did not understand. Not understanding why the egg was like this, he opened the bag and took it out. "Why is this thing suddenly..." Axel, as if drawn to something, stared intently, and then called his name, Ronald. He seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying, his finger pointing in that direction, trembling. "That is..." Axel's face was pale, his whole body shaking violently. Ronald had only been paying attention to the egg and did not understand, so he asked back, "What?" He too was astonished when he saw the scene Axel was pointing at. The blood of the killed animals was inexplicably rising into the air. Even someone who had come back from the dead like Ronald had never seen such a thing. At first, it was just small drops of blood rising, gradually gathering into a larger pool, finally forming a massive sea of blood. Axel was so frightened that the color drained from his face. He screamed loudly. Ronald was equally shocked but tried to stay calm. His hand already placed on the hilt of his sword, ready for anything that might appear to attack, he cursed incessantly. "Damn it, what the hell kind of ghostly thing is this?" In a moment of distraction, he failed to hold on, and Maya let go. glow, causing the egg to fall. Ronald was astonished to see the egg suddenly emit a powerful purple light. It even flew into the middle of that sea of blood, and he gradually realized what the egg was doing. Was it absorbing this blood? Axel, witnessing this for the first time, asked in fear. Ronald remained calm and replied, "What's going on? I don't know either, so don't ask me, you fool." "No, I do know one thing." A smile of interest spread across his face. "Whatever is inside that egg, it's certainly not ordinary." The purple egg powerfully drained the entire sea of blood without a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Axel asked, "Is it over?" Ronald shared the same thought. It seems so. But the egg showed no change in color or appearance. Suddenly, it began to crack. The egg split open on its own as if it were about to hatch. Axel exclaimed in surprise, "The egg is cracking." Ronald also predicted, "It looks like it's about to hatch." He laughed with amusement. "Great, time to see what it is and if it's worth it." Suddenly, something from inside the egg shot straight at Ronald's face, catching him off guard. Axel, startled, yelled out, "Ronald!" He winced in pain, clenching his teeth as he rubbed the wound on his nose. "What was that?" "This is." Ronald looked at the shape of the newly hatched beast and exclaimed, "A dream bird? It's purple, just like the egg." It hovered in the air with 4 wings on its back, resembling a cross between a bird and a dragon. He stared at the dream bird, dumbfounded, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't resemble a bird at all. Axel felt the same as Ronald as he observed it. "It looks more like a dragon." Pointing at it, he turned to Axel and asked, "You think so too?" He affirmed, "Yes, it looks similar to what I've seen in books." Ronald, still bewildered, wondered aloud, where on earth did it absorb mana from to hatch into something like this, a dragon? He reached out to pet it, and the dream bird affectionately wrapped around his hand, making him compliment it involuntarily. "You're pretty cute." It seemed to understand human speech and let out a chirp, but its cuteness made him forgive its earlier offense of hurting his nose. He chided, "Your way of greeting is a bit excessive. You hit me right on the bridge of my nose." The dream bird understood Ronald's meaning and began to cast its magic towards him. Suddenly, the wound on the bridge of his nose healed instantly, disappearing without a trace. Ronald was surprised. "My wound is gone?" Axel admired it, replying, "Seems like this little one even knows healing magic." He seemed to really like the dream bird, praising it endlessly. "So cute. Also, it seems very attached to you, Ronald." The dream bird flew over and nuzzled against his cheek, making it hard for Ronald to stay mad. "Goodness, this little one has more abilities than I thought." Axel happily suggested, "Name it, Ronald. We can't just keep calling it a dream bird." Ronald thought for a moment and found it reasonable. That's true. He was thinking of a name. The dream bird suddenly sensed something unusual around it. It stared intently in a certain direction. Then the dream bird let out a screech and shot off at a dizzying speed. Axel, still discussing names, didn't understand what was happening. "What is it? Where did it suddenly fly off to?" Ronald stood with arms crossed, pondering. "Don't you realize? It sensed the presence of that guy." From deep in the forest came the sound of hurried footsteps. A stranger with a hood covering their head was running away as if something was threatening them. That person was Ban Rose from the Demir branch on a message delivery mission. He ran, muttering, "What is this? What the hell is going on?" Ban Rose recalled returning to find the members of his guild lying dead. He had only just gone to deliver a message. How could everyone already be dead? He followed the trail to where Ronald and Axel stood, happening to witness the massive sea of blood, and thought in terror, and what the hell was that sea of blood just now? Sensing danger approaching, Ban Rose turned to flee, his mind in turmoil. What is happening? Looking closer, it was the dream bird born from the egg heading straight for him. Ban Rose was so scared his eyes bulged, and he hurriedly ran away. Running amidst his chaotic thoughts, he lost focus, tripped over a root, and fell flat, letting out a pained cry. Turning around, he saw the dream bird flying towards him and casting its spell. Ban Rose, in so much pain that tears streamed down his face, screamed for help. "Blood! My blood! Someone help me!" The sound of footsteps slowly became clearer. A commanding voice made the dream bird stop its actions. "Stop." It was Ronald's voice. He and Axel walked over to them and said, "That's enough, Sita. You'll kill him like that." Axel asked curiously, "Is Sita its name?" Ronald didn't deny it, playing with the dream bird perched on his hand as he replied, "Yes, I already had that name in mind." Ronald ignored Ban Rose's presence, focusing only on playing with it. "So, what do you think? Do you like that name?" Ban Rose sat on the ground, staring at him with his mouth agape. "This kid isn't he that guy from before? Is he the owner of that monster? Who the hell is he?" A call cut through his thoughts. "Hey!" Ronald asked. "Are you all right, Ban Rose?" Startled, he replied. "What? Oh, yes." Ban Rose obediently knelt on the ground. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Thank you, but how do you know my name?" In a flash, Ronald's sword was at his throat, his voice threatening. "You don't need to know that." Ban Rose was terrified, not daring to move even the slightest bit. Ban Rose was a former member of Ronald's security team in his past life. He remembered him very well and continued. "Didn't expect to run into you here. Well, it's a pleasure. How's the poaching business treating you?" The talkative bloodhound Lord Calibro. The moment Ronald's Ronald's words ended, Banrose blurted out, "What? A bloodhound? I'm just a messenger," he stammered in explanation. Ronald remembered that times had changed and couldn't help but taunt. "Your rank is still that low? That's fine, because I have a task for you. It's about the information you have. This isn't a request," Ronald said with a cunning smile. Chapter 16. By the time they returned to the capital, night had fallen. A bright moonlight bathed the entire land. Ronald juggled some coins in his hand, saying, "Good, very good." He clenched the money in his hand and remarked, "Better than I thought." Axel beside him was equally pleased. "I agree, it's quite a surprise." Ronald held up a water bottle, smiling so wide his mouth stretched from ear to ear. "You said the spring water had turned to gold. We were so confused when you took them." But Mr. Duel had just held the water bottle when he bluntly said, "But Father Maria Sen actually paid such a high price." Axel turned to him, happy. "Thanks to him, we don't have to worry about money anymore, right?" Ronald replied. "Yeah, we owe Professor Veron too much already." They both arrived at Veron's door, only to find a sign hanging there that said he was away on business, so they came to thank him and show him Sita, but he was already gone. What a shame. Ronald recalled the time he was threatening that man Banrus and thought about it, along with the tasks he had given Banrus. The map received from that dog was not just a simple gesture. Remembering that moment, Banru was so terrified he cried and begged, "Spare me, I will do anything you ask." Ronald smiled a cruel smile, thinking that he had scared him enough to not dare have any other schemes. Axel turned to ask, "What do you want to do with that money, Ronald? The second rank is exempt from tuition and even receives support fees, so you don't have many expenses." He asked again, "Is there anything you want to do?" Ronald stroked his chin and thought, "What do I want to do?" After standing for a long while, he finally realized that the welcome ceremony was approaching soon. A few days later, at the carriage station in Valon City, a man opened the door and respectfully said, "We have arrived, miss." The young lady inside replied, "Yes, thank you." It turned out to be Iro, who just stepped out, looking around and exclaiming, "Wow, so this is the capital city of Valon." She stood on the street, the wind blowing her hair and dress, unable to hold back her exclamation, "It's so beautiful." Ronald was already waiting and asked, "You must be tired, right?" Seeing her younger brother, Iro happily shouted, "Ronald." He immediately asked, "Nothing happened on your way here, right?" Iro quickly replied, "I should be the one asking that." Recalling how a luxurious golden carriage suddenly appeared along with respectful servants, sent by her younger brother, it left Iro dumbfounded. She scolded Ronald, "Do you have any idea how shocked I was when that lavish carriage appeared in front of the house? How could you? You don't even have money." Iro stepped forward and squeezed Ronald's face, asking worriedly, "Why are you so thin? Are you eating properly?" He replied, "Don't worry, I eat a lot." Addison replied with relief, "That's good then." After that, she noticed Sita and exclaimed, "Huh, who is this, so cute?" Seeing her compliment, it raised its wings happily, Ronald explained. "Ah, this is Sita. Due to some circumstances, it started living with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled Addison's arm, urging, "But sister, we have to hurry. There's no time." She was confused. Hurry. Where are we going?" Before she could finish asking, Ronald interrupted to explain, "Once I start at the academy, I'll be very busy for a while. So I want to do these things first. I absolutely have to do this." The two of them then went together to a clothing store somewhere on the street. Inside, Addison shyly stammered, "Ronald." She then said, "I know you've been making a lot of money lately. I also know you have a scholarship so you can be more comfortable." Ronald paid no attention to what she was saying, just resting his chin on his hand and thought, "Truly, you look good in anything." Addison had been dressed in a lovely long yellow dress, exactly like a young lady. But she spoke worriedly, "But isn't this a bit too expensive?" Over here, Rakiel was busy asking the store clerk, "Can all of these be delivered to my place?" The clerk happily replied, "Of course." Addison turned to look at the pile of clothing boxes he had bought and questioned, "That many?" Ronald crossed his legs and said calmly, "It's not that much. You've suffered a lot." Then he spoke seriously, "It's time for me to take care of you." Hearing her little younger brother say that, Addison unconsciously raised her hand to her mouth in shock. Her eyes welled up as she thought, "My brother, when did you grow up so much?" Addison rushed out, throwing her hands up in the air and shouting proudly, "Everyone look, my brother is so good," catching Ronald completely off guard. Honestly, the store clerk saw this and smiled. They get along so well. The old man beside him also replied, "Indeed." Ronald then shouted, "Since that's done, let's go." Addison happily replied, "Okay." She ran after him and asked excitedly, "Where are we going now?" Ronald calmly replied, "Let's go check on the workshop. A few days ago my tools got damaged because of some madman." As soon as he opened the door, Schliffen was already standing outside waiting. "Finally done, huh?" He glanced over and said, "Ronald, where did this guy come from?" making Ronald and Sita jump up in fright. He shrank back and questioned, "Why did you come out of there? Are you following me or what?" Schliffen calmly replied, "I came to get a new sword. The one I used was broken by you." He said coldly, "Then I happened to see you so I waited, so don't go accusing me like that." Ronald shot back sharply, "That's still following me, you bastard, It broke, He then pulled out his own shiny sword and said angrily, "Look at my sword. Do you still dare say that? Who's the one at fault here?" Ronald, burning with anger, leaned in close to Schliffen and threatened, "Do you want me to show you what broken really means?" He also drew his sword and retorted without any fear, "Try me." Iro quickly rushed in between these two aggressive men and tried her best to stop them. No, Ronald, I told you not to use bad language. Ronald stammered in panic. Wait, you misunderstand. It's because of this bastard. Iro interrupted with a stern voice. Are you talking back to your sister? Seeing this, Schlieffen thought to himself, sister. She then placed her hands on her face and said sincerely, I am so sorry. Even though my brother speaks that way, he is a good boy. Schlieffen, heir to the prestigious Grancia family and a renowned talent of the empire, looked at this situation. Iro touched his handsome face, which was turning red, and said gently, you must have been really shocked, right? Schlieffen stared at her and blushed shyly. He saw a goddess. Iro clasped her hands and bowed her head earnestly. It's because I didn't raise him properly. Please forgive my brother. He stammered in reply. No, I just. Schlieffen, so brave on the battlefield, now appeared shy and timid before a beautiful lady. He placed his hand on his shoulder with a regretful look and said calmly, no, it's all because I was lacking in manners, not the missus' fault. Then Schlieffen pretended to be magnanimous and continued, everything is my fault, so please rest assured. Iro clasped her hands together in joy. Oh my, really, you are so kind. Then she held his hands tightly and said gratefully, I'm so glad Ronald has a friend like you. Ronald watched from afar as the two kept exchanging words. Iro then happily asked for his leniency. Please take care of my brother. Schlieffen shyly replied, of course. Ronald was slightly surprised by this. Schlieffen stepped back in confusion, trying to stay calm. I will compensate for his sword. I don't have any gold on me right now. He took out a large gold disc the size of a hand and said, so please accept this. This is the identification of my family. Seeing Iro hold that thing with a bright smile, Schlieffen continued, it can be used anywhere in the empire. Ronald was shocked and shouted, He yelled, hey, do you know what it means to give that to my sister? Schlieffen said charmingly and gently, if you want to buy a sword, go to the forge in the west of this street. It has 500 years of history, so it's very hard for commoners to get in, but with that, you can. Then he shyly left, not forgetting to add, well, I hope you get a good sword. Ronald thought to himself, does this madman even know what he is doing? Seeing his sister admiring the round object with such contemplation, he thought, hold on, something is off. Why is she spacing out? And what is that object? It looks expensive. Buying it could get you an entire village. He looked at the trembling figure of Schlieffen pretending to be in a hurry and wondered, is that really the sword Saint Schlieffen? Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. The sky was extremely clear. The main school grounds, a welcoming ceremony for Filian Academy was taking place. Grava stood on the podium and spoke. It is a pleasure to meet you all, students of class 7A. He confidently introduced himself. I am the principal of Filian Academy, Grava Gracia. With Ronald, Maria Sen, and Axel attending below, Grava continued, you have all passed the exam with outstanding skills, proving your potential, your unlimited talents. Merge with Filian's top-tier education. He said happily, I believe you will all be recorded in the history of the Empire. Grava concluded, congratulations to all of you, class of 7A. Ronald, standing below, listened and yawned wearily. He was so sleepy. Seeing Iro use a handkerchief to wipe her tears, he thought, well, it is not so bad, as long as she is happy. Grava spoke up again, and now, he snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared around everyone. The eerie rainbow light surprised everyone, Axel exclaimed. On the other side, people were panicking and pointing at the light, saying, over there. On the central podium, an invisible wall of glass was shattered at one point. Someone shouted, the sky is breaking apart. From the crack, a strange purple light flashed. Suddenly, everyone from the school was all teleported to an arena. An enthusiastic voice came from above. It is great to meet you all, freshmen. Ronald looked up in admiration. What is this? He teleported the entire wide field with just a snap of his fingers. Grava calmly spoke. All right, now for the highlight of the Filian welcome ceremony. Let us begin the meeting between the different year levels. Finally, the day of the senior-junior meeting event arrived, a gathering between freshmen and sophomores held at the place where they first met. The process was quite tense, as this is a special event of Filian. A battle where the two highest-scoring students from the entrance exam represent the freshmen. They are paired with the 4 best sophomores, those who already have their own distinct fighting styles. They will fight one-on-one in turn, Grava enthusiastically shared. This event is closely related to the teachers at Filian. From the stands, he continued, it strengthens the relationship between the upperclassmen and the freshmen, helps them learn each other's strengths and weaknesses. I believe this will supplement their knowledge and be the start of true learning. These are educational battles, through which the representatives of each year will show their first steps in their academic journey. He added, the freshmen have the right to choose their opponents. The sophomores cannot refuse once chosen. This is only a learning battle, so do not feel pressured. Representatives, please be at ease. Seeing the principal ramble on, Ronald said in annoyance, Tease, he is beating around the bush again, saying that will only confuse the freshmen more. The sophomore team includes the blonde guy specializing in martial arts, ranked first, Nazdo. The dark-skinned guy with a scar on his face, specializing in martial arts, ranked second, Brahm. He looked at Ronald and Schlieffen and said loudly, so you two are the most famous ones this year. The other 2 sophomores are, the purple-haired guy ranked 4th, Karan, and the feisty orange-haired girl with a short crop, ranked 3rd, Irina, followed by an introduction of the freshman team, the Empire's top talent Schlieffen, and the meteor who defeated him. Enkaran urged impatiently. Tiaskag, I cannot stand it. I want to fight them quickly. Ronald was taken aback and trembled. This senior looks tough to deal with. Looking at his sister Addison, who was clasping her hands in prayer, Ronald was determined. See, things are not going the right way. I will show her that I am not easy to beat. He closed his eyes and focused on calculating. If only he could show her the amazing combination with him. A voice cut in, interrupting his thoughts. All right, the freshmen can freely choose their opponents. Ronald raised his hand to ask for permission. Excuse me, could I propose an idea? The principal asked. A proposal. He clearly stated his thoughts, since we are allowed to freely choose our opponents. I would like to be taught by all the seniors here. Grava heard this and widened his eyes in surprise. Looking at the upperclassmen with their fierce and intimidating aura, Ronald said cheerfully and nonchalantly, of course. It means all the seniors come up at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire stands fell silent. The school's council members were stunned and began to discuss. Grava turned to ask Navi Rose, Miss Navi Rose, what do you think of his proposal? She replied seriously, please proceed with his idea. Is it not the motto of Philian Academy that if you have talent, you can do anything you want? So no matter who wins this battle, it will hold great significance, showing the other students many valuable lessons. If things go wrong beyond control, I will intervene immediately. Grava nodded in agreement. Understood. Let us proceed with that. On the sophomore side, everyone was filled with murderous intent. Hearing Ronald's proposal, Karan gripped his weapon in anger. This is ridiculous. How much does that brat look down on us? Irina added with resentment. Is he doing whatever he wants just because he ranked first in the entrance exam? Nazdo was calmer, encouraging the others. We should use this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Stay calm and prepare for battle. He looked at Schleffen and reminded, he is arrogant but very skilled. He is an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Nazdo gripped his sword and got into a ready stance, instructing, we will go in at the start and launch a full assault on them, understand? The other three members also got into their ready stances for battle. Iro sat below, anxiously exclaiming that the atmosphere was truly chaotic. A girl from the arena shouted up, telling Ronald to be extremely careful. If he sensed danger, he had to retreat immediately. He raised his hand to signal that he understood. Iro also hurriedly held everyone back. Grava began to announce, all right, from this very moment, the first battle between the sophomores and freshmen officially begins. The moment he finished speaking, Nazdo charged straight in. As for Ronald, he lunged forward like a wild beast. He swung his sword to strike. However, Nazdo quickly dodged. Seeing Nazdo's actual strength, he couldn't help but admire how sharp they were. Compared to Maria Sen from before, he realized these four were several levels stronger. As soon as Nazdo finished, Irina rushed in and swung her sword at him. The two blades clashed so hard that sparks flew. Irina's eyes were glowing red with fierce determination. Even as she attacked relentlessly, Ronald easily blocked every strike. Karan charged forward, signaling for Irina to crouch low. He swung his sword straight at him, right over Irina's shoulder. Ronald calmly watched the sharp blade tip racing toward his eyes. He blocked Karan's strike with his sword and thought to himself that their teamwork was excellent. Yet the force of that blow was so immense that it pushed Ronald back a long distance. Suddenly, he glanced to the side, noticing something. It turned out that Brahm was standing right behind Ronald, his hand raised high with a sword. The greatsword was lifted up really high. Brahm coldly stated that Ronald had underestimated them too much. He brought the sword down heavily and roared, demanding a more intense battle. He, however, all of this seemed, Ronald dodged it, but he also acknowledged it was a swift and powerful blow. Right after came a barrage of attacks from opponents of a very high caliber. At that moment, enemies from all four sides rushed in simultaneously to surround Ronald. Suddenly, a shadow vanished before everyone's eyes. Brahm angrily slammed his sword down. The ground shattered from the impact, and the other three quickly chased after the fleeting figure. Irina couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How could he be so fast? No sooner had she spoken than all three were struck by Ronald with lightning-fast speed. He thought to himself, the non-affiliated academy was truly top tier. A sword shattered into countless fragments. Behind Ronald's back, a white light flared up as someone was about to appear. He glanced back behind him. It turned out to be Brahm with a terrifyingly glowing red gaze, which made Ronald admire his power. Seeing Brahm holding his sword and ready to attack, Ronald calmly said he was not shaken, even though his fighting spirit had been shattered. He raised his sword in defense and said he would fight Brahm courteously until the very end. The two of them swung their blades and charged at each other. Seeing Ronald's strange stance, Brahm felt a weird sense of familiarity. Ronald simply swung his sword with a cold, single strike. His fighting style reminded Brahm of a very familiar person, and that was Miss Navi Rose. Suddenly, Ronald tightly closed his eyes. Then, as swift as the wind, he dashed past. In the blink of an eye, a single slash was delivered. The sword in Brahm's hand shattered. Ronald lowered his sword, humbly saying he had learned a great deal from this match. He offered a smile and softly called Brahm Sr. Sharp fragments slowly fell to the ground. The entire arena stands fell silent, breathless, as if time had stopped. Hero, witnessing the scene, also stood with his mouth agape in astonishment. All the spectators wore the same stunned expression. In that fleeting moment of stillness, everyone suddenly erupted in cheers, admiring this outstanding freshman. Watching Nazdo's group fail on the arena floor, Everyone was in awe of Ronald's prowess. Was he truly the strongest freshman? Nasdo reluctantly replied that he could not compare to him, so there was nothing surprising about it. He looked at Ronald and wondered where this strange name had come from. Ronald stood there with a calm expression. His cold, sharp eyes seemed to be pondering something. Iro wept tears of joy, grabbing the collar of the person beside her to proudly boast that he was her younger brother. Seeing his sister like that, Ronald felt somewhat relieved, and now he focused on the main matter. His gaze stopped on the group of the 52 standing before him. He spoke politely, saying that the seniors had worked hard. Ronald placed his hand on his chest, bowing his head humbly as he said he had learned a great deal today. Because he was so eager to join Filion, he had acted impulsively. The strength of the seniors was truly beyond imagination, and he thanked everyone for accepting the challenge. Maria Sen was surprised by Ronald's dizzying change in attitude, while Axel wondered what kind of medicine he had taken. Under the astonished gaze of the group of 52, Ronald bowed deeply, sincerely hoping everyone would forgive him. He hoped to receive more guidance from them in the future. The whole group exchanged awkward looks, unsure how to react. Brahm rushed over to hug the necks of his two friends, happily exclaiming that he thought he was a bad person, but it turned out he was both strong and polite. He grabbed Ronald's wrist, telling him not to be too humble, as he was fully convinced by this victory. Brahm raised Ronald's hand high as if honoring the winner, shouting that this was what a true disciple of the school should be. He winked at Ronald, complimenting him on being truly impressive. Ronald happily replied that Brahm had also fought valiantly. He thought to himself that he had integrated well, so his sister could rest easy. Addison below witnessed the scene, wiping tears of emotion with a handkerchief because Ronald had truly matured. The mysterious purple-haired girl had also been observing the match from the start. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, smiling with hidden meaning, feeling that Ronald was truly an interesting person. Time passed, the sky darkened, and the inside of the school lit up brightly with lights. On the dining table, delicious dishes that were a feast for the eyes had already been prepared. The students ate and chatted lively, the atmosphere very cheerful. Ronald looked around curiously. They had mentioned an opening banquet, and he wondered what it would be like. Looking at the luxurious dining hall, he thought to himself that this was it. Understanding his thoughts, Maria Sen picked up a pork leg and laughed, saying this was the most prestigious academy in the royal capital, so it had to be like this. Ronald nodded in agreement. While Maria Sen was engrossed in eating, Axel turned to Ronald and asked why Sister Iro didn't attend. Remembering the parting moment, Iro held his hand and gave him all sorts of advice to eat well, write letters home, and not get into fights. Ronald recounted that it took him a while to calm her down. Looking at Sita acting tough, he continued saying he had left Sita with his sister to ease concerns about the journey, since it was a dragon anyway. Axel turned to ask if he seemed very concerned about his sister. Ronald sighed and replied that of course he was. After chatting for a while, he intended to pick up a pork leg to taste the food at Filion. Ronald excitedly opened his mouth to eat when Schlieffen appeared out of nowhere and asked if he really intended to eat it right away. Ronald groggily turned back to the voice, his eyes still tightly shut. He called out louder, "Ronald." Ronald was startled and shouted loudly, jumping to his feet, his hand knocking over a plate of food, yelling that he couldn't ruin his meal. He irritably demanded why he had shown up here, what trouble he was planning this time. Schlieffen calmly said he just came to check on some important information. Ronald asked what information that was, and he apathetically replied, yes. Then he took out a notebook and began writing, seriously asking where Lady Iro lived, if it was far from the royal capital. Ronald froze in shock. As he asked, Schlieffen carefully noted down details about the traffic, security, and theft issues there. Ronald felt helpless, not understanding what he was trying to do. Schlieffen continued focusing on his questions, saying that surely he had already arranged troops to escort the lady, trusting that he had at least hired mercenaries. He even probed further, saying if not, Ronald was worse off than the prisoners in Rodolan. Ronald angrily retorted that he had already done so, and had even sent more trustworthy people. He added that unless a wyvern appeared, nothing would happen, so don't worry. Hearing that, Schlieffen's face darkened as he asked him to repeat what he had just said. He suddenly flew into a rage and scolded, meaning that if a wyvern appeared, the lady would be attacked. Ronald yelled back in frustration that was enough. He pointed at Schlieffen and scolded. First of all, why was he concerned about his sister's affairs? Who did he think he was to have any connection to her? Pointed at directly, Schlieffen trembled and stammered, unable to speak. Then he calmed down and justified himself, saying he was only worried about the safety of the lady he had the fortune to meet, which was the norm for a knight. While Schlieffen was busy talking, the mysterious purple-haired girl glided by, but no one noticed. She chuckled in amusement, commenting that this scene was quite interesting. She approached the two arguing people, teasing Schlieffen that she never expected him to be so talkative. Schlieffen sternly asked what she wanted, Elizabeth Alcalusia. So this mysterious purple-haired girl was Elizabeth Alcalusia, the top student in the first-year law department. She smiled brightly at Schlieffen, telling him not to misunderstand. Then she turned cold, saying that she was simply interested. In him, Ronald, that is. Schlieffen was surprised and turned to look at Ronald. Ronald pointed at his own face in confusion, not understanding what was happening, wondering if she meant him. He asked why him. Schliffen glanced at Elizabeth, about to say something. Then he sighed, guessing that someone was scheming something again. After saying that cryptic sentence, Schliffen left, telling her to do whatever she wanted since he was done. Then he suddenly stopped as if hesitating about something. Suddenly he turned back and suggested Ronald should send more family guards along. Ronald was so angry his veins bulged, coldly telling him to get lost. At that moment, a hand gently tugged at his sleeve, a timid voice calling out his name, Ronald. Axel nervously reminded Ronald that the girl was the one from the previous confrontation. But Ronald only coldly replied that no explanation was needed, her superiority was obvious. He suddenly recalled that eerie and powerful image from Elizabeth's previous battle. When she fought, every enemy was taken down with brutal force. Elizabeth was clearly someone with real strength. She cut off Ronald's train of thought, saying he was overthinking it. She sarcastically asked if he wanted to teach them a lesson. Elizabeth asked if Ronald understood her meaning. He crossed his arms and indifferently replied that he understood nothing, asking her in return why she was here. Elizabeth slowly stepped closer, praising the talent Ronald had just displayed, saying it was truly impressive. She reached into her pocket and pulled something out, her voice full of dangerous implication, saying she came to make an offer. He wondered, an offer. Elizabeth pulled out a large round pendant set with a purple gemstone, saying this was something a lowly criminal would never dare dream of, a very special offer. Ronald stared at the gem, his gaze slightly dazed. He wondered inwardly, could this be an invitation from Acalusia? The face of the stone bore the emblem representing the Eucralesius clan. The Eucralesius clan was a special family. Unlike most nobles who valued bloodline, they put talent above all else. By recruiting talented individuals, they trained numerous experts and maintained their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. They gave opportunities to those who showed potential. And now, that opportunity was coming to Ronald. Symbol of that opportunity was the shining gem in his hand, a tempting invitation from the Eucralesius family. Ronald naively asked if she was allowed to give this to an outsider. Elizabeth didn't answer directly, only hinting that if he asked that, he must already know its meaning. Ronald slowly said he had only heard about it from someone else, and that someone else was his commander, Addison Acalusia. He stared at the gem for a long time. He recalled a moment from that night. When they sat by the campfire, she also gave him an identical item, because the commander was also from the Eucralesius clan. She held the gem out to him and said this was the invitation. Ronald calmly asked if, with that item, even a soldier like him could become a member of such a powerful family just like her. He replied with a firm voice, yes. She added that he would have to pass the clan leader's test, but the truly talented would surely succeed. She told Ronald that if he redeemed himself in the war, he would receive the invitation eventually. Addison suddenly spoke up because she thought he was very talented. He was the first person to acknowledge Ronald's talent, which made him start believing in himself. Now, he was seeing this item once again. Silently stared at the gem, speechless. Elizabeth persuaded him that since he already knew, she didn't need to explain further, and she hoped he would make a wise choice. He turned to leave, leaving behind the advice that even if one is born a beast, if they blend in with the flock of sheep for too long. Elizabeth turned her head, arrogantly warning that he would become a sheep. She quickly left with her entourage behind her. Only when Elizabeth was out of sight did Axel dare to breathe, stammering that she was gone. Ronald wondered if geniuses always live by their own will like that. He quickly calculated, having a way to contact this family wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He clutched the purple gem, hoping the Eucralesius clan would be useful to him. Speaking of the Philian Academy's program, it was a place that emphasized student ability. Depending on scores, the living environment changed drastically. Prime example was the dormitory system, divided into 3 clearly distinct levels. Nisha Hall was for students ranked in the middle, a fairly decent and clean area. Each person had their own clean room, plus a high-end cafe. Students chatted happily, exchanging study tips in a fully equipped space. Conversely, the bottom 30% of students would be placed in Gratia Hall. The first day at Gratia Hall usually began with the angry screams of students, typical of this blue-haired noble. He was furious to be in a place more run-down than his own stables and complained that they were nobles and should have servants. The orange-haired staff member indifferently replied that he was sorry, but Gratia Hall offered no service. The staff member calmly continued that each room had 4 people, and the showers and bathrooms were shared. Upon hearing this, a group of students around trembled and cried out in shock. Staff member closed his eyes, speaking with contempt that it was the academy's rules, not his decision. He advised the young masters to study hard if they didn't want. They would have to stay here for another semester. And so began the first shock of those delusional nobles. As for the top 10% of students, including Ronald, they stayed at Nabodozor Hall, an extremely grand and magnificent building. The impression of this place could be summed up in one word. Ronald stood before the gates, stammering in awe, speechless. Absolute peak. He stepped inside, overwhelmed by the luxurious interior. Everything seemed to glimmer with gold. His gaze stopped on a vase of vibrant, blooming flowers. He continued to marvel, unable to believe that this whole place was for students. Truly a prestigious academy. He approached the table, the stack of documents on it catching his attention. Looking closely, he realized they were the class registration forms as previously introduced. Picking up the paper, Ronald wondered if he just needed to write the classes he wanted into the schedule. Being a thoughtful person, he slowly considered that for freshmen, adapting was important, and he he heard it was best not to pick too many subjects. But after reading the paper carefully, he screamed in excitement. These classes all looked so interesting. This was a classic sign of a freshman who hadn't tasted hell yet. Ronald, full of determination, then, after a while of consideration, Ronald completed his schedule. He crossed his arms, excitedly exclaiming, "Great, perfect." The paper was covered in marks. Ronald had chosen 24 subjects out of a total of 40. He hesitated, thinking it might be a bit much, but since he was in Philemon, Ronald happily held the paper up high, telling himself he had picked all the classes he wanted to take. The next day, the sky was clear and sunny. A calm voice called out Ronald's name. In the Royal Swordsmanship Basics class, the instructor, with a look of annoyance, said that he didn't need to take this class anymore. It turned out Ronald had just been kicked out of class by the instructor. Ronald was stunned. He turned his head back, looking at the old teacher with a puzzled expression. Huh! Quickly walked closer to A3, retorting, "What do you mean, sir? We have only just begun." Hearing this, the old man laughed heartily. "My friend, that is exactly my point." A3's voice carried a hint of reproach. "We have only just begun. But you have already executed all the basic royal swordsmanship techniques perfectly. So it turns out you were removed from the class not because you were foolish, but because you had already learned everything." He trembled, about to retort, but the old man cut him off. "The Academy's regulations allow a student to leave a class once the curriculum has been completed. If I were to keep you here, it would only weaken the other students." All around, the group of trainees turned to look at him with eyes full of admiration, envy, and fear. A3 raised a hand to give him a like, encouraging him. "Even so, do not become complacent. Keep trying your best." Late that afternoon, Ronald sat dejectedly by the riverbank alone. He trembled in disappointment and spoke up. "What the hell is this? It is not just the royal swordsmanship. Even the archery class today, and even the monster hunting, I performed all of it perfectly." Every single instructor had their jaw dropped, giving him a like, full of surprise. Ronald held his head in anger, frustrated, and yelled out, "They all kicked me out of class. This is nothing like what I imagined." As he was going crazy, tearing at his hair, a voice from behind spoke up. "You look familiar. Aren't you supposed to be in class right now?" He was surprised and turned around to look behind him. Ah! It turned out to be Professor Naviros. She was carrying a sword and strolling around. Seeing Ronald sitting there, she smiled as if she already knew what had happened. "I see. You have already learned everything from those classes." He propped himself up with his sword, his voice steady as he replied, "Yes, all the classes are like this for me." He expressed his disappointment to Naviros. "I thought Philion would be better than this." Hearing that, she was startled, thinking to herself, "I knew they were only the most basic classes, but to complete them all in the very first session, this is truly astonishing." Naviros recalled the scene from before, pondering. He can mimic a technique just by looking at it once. She reached up and took the sword from her shoulder, saying with interest, "In that case, for Professor Philion, I cannot just ignore this." Naviros extended her hand towards Ronald and commanded, "Give me your sword." He frowned and replied instinctively, "Ha!" She was about to speak, but before Ronald could even finish his sentence, Naviros snatched the sword from his hand, saying confidently, "I will teach you a very important lesson." Ronald's eyes widened in protest. "Why did you take my sword?" Before he finished speaking, an explosion behind him silenced him instantly. Standing only from a distance, Naviros could make the water's surface ripple, leaving him astonished. He was at a loss for words, only able to stammer out two words. "What is this?" After that shockwave, Naviros was not yet satisfied and remarked, I thought this piece of iron could only do that much." After that shockwave, Ronald's newly repaired sword was broken again, even more severely. He looked awkwardly at his sword as it was embedded in the ground. Naviros's voice continued evenly. "A thing like that cannot be called a weapon. It only reduces the user's power. Watch closely." After saying that, she focused her mind intensely. As she began to draw her sword, all senses seemed to stop. Naviros's sword-drawing motion was so fast, it only left an afterimage behind. The sword had just left its sheath by about 2 centimeters. At that moment, Ronald's eyes suddenly widened in shock. With a decisive slash from Naviros, her eyes turned a fierce red as she released a jade-green sword aura straight towards the riverbank. The residual shockwave blew Ronald's hair back. But the more terrifying thing was that the water's surface was split cleanly in two, just after a single slash. Suddenly, a column of water shot straight up from the lake into the sky. Moments later, everything returned to its previous calm. Heavy raindrops began to fall onto his jet-black hair. Naviros remained in her sword-drawing stance, while Ronald stood frozen in place. The two of them stood together under the rain. Her voice suddenly cut through the silence. "Do you understand now, Ronald?" Naviros sheathed her sword, and Ronald stood staring, his face pale, devoid of all color. With a proud glint in her eye, Naviros smiled and said to Ronald, "Can you see what you are missing?" Until now, the definition of a weapon in Ronald's dictionary was very simple. It was just a block of iron, forged to be hard and sharp for fighting enemies, and the best kind was one that did not break when you held it. Because if it broke, you would have to find a new one to use. He thought to himself in surprise, "That was my thought." Until he saw this, he recalled the scene of the water's surface being completely split apart. Ronald's thinking had been completely overturned after witnessing this display from Naviros. He pondered, "It is truly strange." The image of Naviros appeared in Ronald's mind, and he did not understand why. The only difference is the sword, but the way way of slashing is exactly the same as mine. Yet, how can the difference be so vast? Navarros lectured at length. It is just a slight difference in breadth and force. On the battlefield, small differences can decide between life and death. Wasting your strength is throwing away your life right then and there. She hoisted the sword onto her shoulder and continued, and besides, if you use mana, finding a weapon suitable for yourself is essential. Of course, you would not understand that, because perhaps. After a short pause, Navarros continued, you still do not know how to use your own mana. Hearing her say that, his hands suddenly began to tremble. He still could not believe someone had seen through his secret, and asked again, you noticed that? She nodded in reply. Yeah, I think your skills are already good enough, even without mana in them. He listened thoughtfully as Navarros continued, one day, you will have to fight using mana. At the very least, to be able to control that power, you must have a weapon of your own. She put her hand on her hip and smiled softly as she watched Ronald, who was no longer as confident as before. Not letting him get lost in thought, Navarros enthusiastically recruited him. You seem to be thinking too much, huh? Join my class, Ronald. When he heard Navarros' words, still reeling from everything that had just happened, he was hit with another shock. Part 2. Ronald stammered back. Is that allowed? Navarros turned away and said as she walked. Of course. Originally, only a few second-year students or above could participate. I will allow you. Before leaving, she did not forget to add a condition. But please bring a proper weapon to class instead of that piece of iron, because that is a requirement to enter the class. And so, the next morning, on a beautiful day which was also Ronald's first day off, he had dragged his two best friends to the blacksmith. After he told his friends about what happened yesterday, Axel remarked, I see, so that is why Professor Navarros said that. He rubbed his hands together, a worried look on his face as he asked, so you came here on your first day off? At the Lausanne that Sullivan had recommended, hearing him say that, his hand instinctively tightened around the pardon token he held. The dark-haired man continued recounting the moment they received the token, the three of them standing before the forge, not daring to enter, the crumbling wooden shack looking like a strong gust of wind would bring it down. Axel chose his words carefully, but how to put it? This place was a bit. Before he could finish, Maria Sen bluntly voiced what they were all thinking. It's a complete dump, right? One touch and it would collapse. She asked Ronald doubtfully, was this really the forge recommended in Grand Sia? He was speechless at the desolate sight, hesitating as he replied, maybe it was. Ronald wanted to prove he wasn't fooled, so he decided to go inside and take a look, and the group gently pushed the door open. Before them, a massive spiderweb stretched across the ceiling, startling the group into a panic. What on earth? The inside was even more deserted and bleak than the outside. Maria Sen exclaimed loudly, why is it such a mess in here? He panicked, not believing he had been deceived. That's strange, he had never lied before. Suddenly, the wooden door across from them creaked open, a gray hand with sharp claws extending out along with a hoarse voice. So annoying, I was sleeping soundly. Large foot stomped heavily onto the ground, revealing the figure before the three of them. He spoke up in complaint. Who are you people? His voice angry at having his sleep disturbed. What's all the racket this early in the morning? Axel, pale with fear, stammered Ronald's name. Maria Sen was too shocked to speak, while Ronald remained calmly impressed. An interesting sight. He even blurted out, a werewolf in a forge. Before them stood a werewolf nearly 3 meters tall, his cold, contemptuous gaze looking down at them. Receiving no answer, he frowned impatiently and pressed, Kid, are you deaf? I asked why you're here. Are you going to answer? Ronald then raised the pardon token and calmly replied, why else would someone come to a forge? To buy weapons, of course. He stood straight, his gaze unwavering. Sullivan recommended this place. He said the weapons here are very good. The werewolf was silent for a moment, then recognized the Grangia family token. He assessed the three before him, the two beside him emanating strong mana, while Ronald had nothing. After his assessment, he did not immediately accept, explaining, what do you want me to do? Having the token doesn't necessarily make you one of the Grangia, he asked in surprise. What? He yawned widely and waved his hand lazily in refusal. Don't know where you got that, but get lost. I don't serve children. Seeing that attitude, he was annoyed and quickly said, what I meant was. Not letting him finish, he cut him off. Ah, no. It wasn't impossible. He licked his lips, the werewolf's face gradually losing any hint of kindness. He pointed at the trembling Axel. If you let me tear into the arm of that scrawny kid there, then I'll consider it. His face fierce, his mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth as he roared. And I'm hungry right now, so this is a generous offer. His words sending Axel into a state of absolute terror. He sobbed, me, I'm not tasty at all. He stared at the sharp teeth dripping with saliva in the werewolf's mouth. His hand already on the hilt of his sword, he shouted, hey you wretched old werewolf. His face was filled with murderous intent as he warned, you've crossed the line. He immediately drew his sword and thrust it straight into the werewolf's stomach, sending him flying back with a pained expression. The event happened so fast, he didn't have time to understand what had occurred, only managing a choked sound of shock. He clutched his stomach, groaning and stumbling backward in pain. Ronald realized something, his voice certain. No wonder there was that strange, prickling sensation. He looked at him and voiced his confusion. Where did that thing suddenly come from? That armor, he had sensed it. It turned out to be emanating from an invisible armor. At this moment he was still kneeling, clutching his stomach, not yet recovered. He slowly raised his sword, speaking as he did, it's not that important, just while I'm at it. I'll just destroy everything and be done with it. He was furious, his eyes turning a deadly red. The werewolf, terrified, waved his hands to stop him. Wait, hold on. He quickly explained, it was just a test, just a test. He frowned in disbelief and asked, what, a test? He explained, trembling, yes, our forge has a procedure of testing the skills of first-time customers. Seeing that Ronald seemed unconvinced, he hastily added, I happen to want to try out the transparent armor I just made, so I deliberately provoked you. He was nearly in tears as he saw Ronald had not yet lowered his sword. I had no intention of harming you, Ronald remarked, quite a novel way to make an excuse. He pressed on, so you didn't trust me, he replied. No, this is a forge trusted by the Granger family. This testing procedure is normal. To reinforce his claim, he assured, if you're not at ease, go back and ask Sullivan. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, deciding to take his word for it. He sheathed his sword, telling the werewolf that this procedure had nearly caused a murder. He gave a wry laugh. No way, this time I went overboard. He forced a laugh anyway, sorry about that, forgive me if I scared you, then turned to speak to Axel. Don't eat meat, don't worry, the pale-faced boy hiding behind Maria Sen stammered, I know, thank goodness. He introduced himself, my name is Didi Khan, just an apprentice at the forge, and occasionally a gatekeeper. Didi Khan asked their names in a friendly manner. He replied firmly, Ronald. He then got straight to the point, you're here to buy weapons. After getting his name, he gestured for them to follow. I'll take you inside, this is just the entrance. Didi Khan walked while introducing the real items that were inside. The group entered a confined space beside the wall. He reminded them, everyone in position. Get ready, he said, then pressed a switch on the wall. Gears began to turn slowly. You're about to witness something wonderful. As he finished speaking, the place they stood on gradually descended, amazing them, as it was their first time riding an elevator. The sound of gears and machinery starting up echoed around them. The group looked up in alarm to see the ceiling slowly receding into the distance. He wondered, what is this? Didi Khan looked up and proudly replied, an elevator powered by magic stones and pulleys, the fastest route to the main hall of the forge. And this place, as Didi Khan spoke, Ronald listened with increasing seriousness. It was the best and largest forge in the Grand Cappadocia Empire. The group had descended to a magnificent place deep underground. Ronald was in awe of the sight before him. I never would have guessed a place like this was underground. I'm speechless. Didi Khan laughed happily and replied, right. He gave a signal, looked forward, and said, Ronald, you have passed my test. I will take responsibility and bring you along. At that moment, his outward expression remained calm, but inside, a storm was raging. Didi Khan continued to chatter about the best place in Grand Cappadocia, meaning the workshop of the kingdom's most renowned craftsmen. With each word he spoke, the familiar clanging sound of hammers striking metal from a forge echoed in the background. The deafening clash of metal rang out, and the blazing heat rising from the forge was overwhelming. The bustling, lively scene around them made all three of them unable to believe their eyes. He exclaimed in astonishment, amazed that such a vast forge existed beneath the castle. Didi Khan nodded in agreement, saying, yes, this place specializes in forging weapons for the royal family and nobles. However, he explained that here, there was no distinction of class. As long as one was a skilled smith, they were considered a craftsman, and among them, there were still those who excelled. Didi Khan led the group to the front of a building and said, the old dwarf smith lives here. He has 400 years of metallurgy experience. He walked while speaking, saying this old man has a rather stubborn temper, but his skill is unmatched, so I hold him in high regard. The moment he finished speaking, he kicked the door open and strode inside, startling everyone. Seeing the mess of weapons scattered on the floor, Didi Khan asked curiously, what are you doing, old man? He stepped forward and said, I brought some guests to see you. The old man with a bushy beard was still focused on hammering a blade on the anvil, his face twisted in an annoyed grimace. The dwarf yelled loudly, Didi Khan, is that you? I told you to keep quiet while I'm working. Why can't this fool ever listen? Didi Khan explained, what can I do? The doorway is full of weapons. I couldn't even open the door. I told you to clean up, old Doran said, turning to cut off Didi Khan. You are still young but too talkative. You brought guests here. I guess they are not ordinary people. Hearing this, Han replied with a proud heart, of course. I have tested him. His swordsmanship is quite good. I am sure you will be amazed, he said while pointing at Ronald, who was standing behind him. The old man replied calmly, is that so? I didn't expect that. Doran looked him up and down, commenting that he looked like a mere boy. One should not judge others by appearances, so he suggested, why don't you show me your swordsmanship? My eyes are sharp. Ronald was surprised by the suggestion and quickly replied, yes, sir. He accepted the suggestion and drew his sword to give it a try. He pulled out his own chipped piece of iron and handed it to the old man. Didi Khan raised an eyebrow and let out a scoffing laugh. He gave it a light tap, and the sword Ronald was so proud of shattered into pieces, not forgetting to mock, you've been using this piece of junk all along. Stunned by the sight, the three watched as his sword shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. Ronald got angry, demanding the old man explain why he destroyed his sword. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man pointed in a direction. Said, go over there and pick any sword you like. I cannot accurately assess your skill with that broken piece. Before you is a pile of weapons, and he even promised to give you a sword of your choice as compensation, so don't worry about losing out, because whichever sword you choose will be 100 times better than that scrap of iron, Doran said proudly. Seeing his generosity, Ronald asked again in surprise to be sure. And Duke glanced at the werewolf to seek his opinion, and he smiled and nodded in encouragement. The crackling fire was accompanied by Doran's firm voice, if you want, go ahead and choose freely. He confidently stepped forward, picked up a sword casually, and thought to himself, this feels completely different indeed. Ronald gripped the sword in his hand tightly, wondering if there could really be such a big difference. Before swinging the sword, Ronald asked Doran again to be sure, am I really doing this? If I accidentally break something, it's not my fault. The old man thought the kid wasn't strong, so he answered curtly. He said, just imagine putting all your strength into the slash. Ronald looked at his reflection on the shiny blade, lost in thought. Ronald recalled the sword technique Naviro once demonstrated by the riverside to mimic it. He gently brought the sword behind his back to gather momentum, each small movement mirroring the image of Naviro behind him. Doran watched his every move intently. The old man was stunned, muttering, that movement, why does it look so familiar? Could it be? Ronald decisively slashed down without a moment's hesitation. A loud explosion rang out, startling the nearby blacksmiths, who had no idea what was happening. Curious, they looked toward the explosion and gossiped, that's old Doran's place. It's so noisy in the middle of the day, could something have happened? Thick smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing 5 faint figures amidst the rubble. The one who caused the explosion was Ronald, standing there with his sword pointed straight ahead. Doran stood beside him, unable to believe this kid actually destroyed his house. A long crack from the explosion appeared on the ground, stretching all the way to the wall. Old Doran and everyone around him had no idea what had just happened. Ronald was also puzzled, even though he was the one who created the long crack on the floor. He quickly explained, I didn't mean to. Doran suddenly remembered, that technique belongs to Navi Rose. He looked at him with suspicion. Could you be her student? Ronald asked in surprise. You know Professor Naviro? The old man answered decisively, of course I do. I am the one who forged the sword for her. He was stunned, the professor's sword. He recalled the image of Navi Rose swinging her sword to strike. Is it that long sword that looks a bit silly? Doran nodded to confirm, that's right. He continued, it's called the Yarusa Secret Sword, one of the most proud masterpieces of my life. What you are holding now cannot compare to it, but how do you like it? Doran asked. Ronald answered hesitantly, yes, it's great. He continued, to be honest, I think it's nothing special. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man said, that's what I wanted to hear. I thought you were just a newcomer who hadn't realized your own potential. He excitedly slapped Ronald hard on the back, making both him and his father choke on their saliva, then said it had been a long time since he had seen talent like his. He said pensively, voicing his thoughts, but the problem is that you are too talented. It will be very difficult to forge a sword that suits you, because you see, the sword you just used could barely withstand your strength. Hearing this, Ronald spoke softly, his hands clenching, feeling lost and asking, what should I do? Doran continued, ordinary materials cannot withstand your power. I need to use high-grade metal and special fuel. At the very least, I must use byproducts of the wyvern, but I'm not sure which kind is suitable. Hearing this, Ronald asked curiously, byproducts? Well, what about this? I wasn't sure, so I brought it along, he said as he pulled something out of his pocket. Doran curiously leaned in to ask, what is it? He replied, it was an eggshell. His palm was the cracked eggshell of Sita. The building had a hole punched through it. The heavy sound of a hammer echoed throughout Doran's forge. After a while of trying, he had to exclaim in astonishment, unable to believe that this hammer could break it. Looking at the eggshell that remained intact despite his forging hammer striking it repeatedly, he shouted, there was even a dent. Did material like this really exist? Having lived for several hundred years, he had never seen such a precious material. Doran's eyes lit up. Am I really allowed to use something this valuable? He was speechless and replied, fine, it's useless to me anyway. It's enough for me to get a sword, right? The old man was excited to use it to his heart's content. That spot alone is enough to make a sword, brimming with energy. Of course, come back in 2 weeks. I will prepare the best sword in the kingdom for you. He crossed his arms and smiled contentedly. Anticipating his new acquisition, I look forward to it. Sita yawned lazily on his shoulder. The two people, Maria Sen and Axel, also got to benefit. The old man remembered the two who came with him and spoke up. Since the two of you are already here, go see the other craftsmen. Maria Sen's eyes lit up. Us too. The old man replied, I can let friends of an esteemed guest leave empty-handed. That's right. If you say I sent you, they will take care of you. Striking the hammer, he said, I also want to take care of you too. But right now, other than reforging this thing, I can't do anything else, he spoke, his eyes blazing red. Although he wanted to take care of them, his mind was only on this eggshell right now. Doran laughed joyfully, his laughter sounding pleasant. The happy laughter echoing as he struck the eggshell made the three of them think simultaneously, this old man is insane. Somewhere deep underground, a torch blazed to life. A person was grinding his teeth in fury. Those people up there are truly noisy. I really want to burn them all. He gnashed his teeth. Another person in front of him spoke up. Restrain yourself. It's not time to reveal ourselves yet. She looked up and continued speaking. It won't be long now. From those foolish blacksmiths, according to her words, the image panned over the giant humanoid stone statues. Everything in this kingdom, Everything will vanish and be buried by the light soon. So the two of them were standing in a cave lined on both sides with giant statues. In the center was the leader sealed away, its eyes glowing red behind the pale yellow stone. A few days later, beautiful morning sunlight bathed the academy grounds that day. Ronald, nearby, was leisurely strolling outside the academy's main hall. But in his mind, he was thinking, the old man who claimed to be the best blacksmith in the empire said he would personally forge the sword for me. Iso and Maria Sen also commissioned other blacksmiths here. It seems it will cost a fair amount. Holding the gold coin that gleamed under the sunlight, he thought to himself, but that's not my problem. He held the coin up high, and the smile on his face gradually twisted with his thoughts. Because it's not my money anyway, I'll use this to pay. Somewhere, Schleffen felt a chill run down his spine. Thinking back to the sword, if there were any problems, it would take half a month to finish forging. His hands remained clasped behind his head. He sighed in frustration. In the meantime, what should I do to kill time? Esso and Maria Sen are probably in class by now. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly lowered his hands from behind his head and asked himself. Slowly lowering his hands, he looked around. Ah, now I remember, isn't this the place? The training grounds reserved for the senior classes. Staring straight at the large building he had just located, Ronald inwardly marveled, the Galerian Hall. Slowly placing his hands on his hips, he mused to himself, that's probably where Professor Naviros teaches too. I didn't want to come here before because she said I had to bring a real weapon. Now I have this thing to use temporarily. He wondered to himself, should I go in or not? Suddenly, he felt goosebumps as he sensed a murderous aura right beside him. Slowly turning his head, he forced a stiff smile, stuttering, Hey, Professor. Suddenly, a hand shot out, aimed for, and yanked his arm hard. He cried out in pain from the sudden attack. Navi rose, radiating killing intent, said, long time no see, Ronald. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him. I told you to come to class as soon as you got a weapon. Why are you only coming now? She pulled harder, asking, are you skipping class? Ronald protested, skipping class? Huh, no way. He tried to explain, I was held up with something. She didn't listen and dragged him along. Forget it, follow me. Navi Rose shouted loudly, I'll listen to your excuses on the way there. He let out a pained yelp before replying, I understand, let me go first, please. He screamed in despair, it hurts. The figure of a brown-haired girl inside the building had noticed, huh? Holding a stack of documents, she turned to the window, looked down, and asked herself, what's that noise? As she turned back, she clumsily bumped into someone else. Why is there screaming? Ah, stop blocking the way, move aside. She bent down to pick up the documents that had fallen during the collision and stammered, sorry, Kadan. I was a bit distracted. Kadan judged, what kind of teaching assistant is so slow and clumsy? Continued with a condescending tone, if you have time to be distracted, go prepare the lesson plan. The girl hunched over, adjusted the stack of papers, gave a stiff smile, and replied, all right. After saying that, she calmly walked down the hall, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'll be going now. In the combat zone, which was for a while now being bathed in the early morning sunlight, Navi Rose was standing at attention, announcing, he was pretty noisy during the duels on opening day, so some of you probably recognize him. She continued, but I'll introduce him again anyway. She crossed her arms over her chest and introduced him. This guy is Ronald. Starting today, he will be in this class with you all. Finishing her sentence, Ronald bowed his head politely and introduced himself. I am Ronald, a first year in the combat department. Please guide me well, seniors. Everyone was whispering amongst themselves, looking at him. The guy ranked second in the first year, huh? That's right, that's why he got to skip a grade. There were also unpleasant remarks. Is he really that good? He looks pretty ordinary to me. Witnessing everyone openly judging him, Ronald couldn't help but feel angry. He thought to himself, I can hear all of you. He glanced around, silently calming himself down, but I do see a few people I wanted to meet. But when his gaze landed on Schleffen, he thought, though there's also one person I didn't want to meet. This is going to be interesting. Amid his thoughts, the door behind him creaked open slightly. A girl with long brown hair stepped in, speaking hurriedly. I'm sorry I'm late. She explained that she had urgent matters to finish. Ronald was drawn in, turning to look as he recognized the familiar voice. The brown-haired girl panted as she tried to speak. Did you wait long, ma'am? Navi Rose gently replied. It's fine. Catch your breath before you speak. She pointed toward him, introducing him as a new student. The girl exclaimed with excitement, recognizing the very celebrity she had mentioned before. She told him to greet her properly as she was her teaching assistant. He nodded. Ah, yes, ma'am. The brown-haired girl approached with a friendly demeanor, offering a greeting. Nice to meet you, Ronald. She continued, introducing herself as a sophomore in the martial arts department and the teaching assistant for this class. Then she smiled politely, extending her hand toward him in greeting. My name is Addison. She said she hoped they would get along well as she waited for him to take her hand. But Ronald hesitated, a question rising in his mind. The Supreme Commander? Ronald's mind quickly sank into thought. Addison Akalusia, a woman of exceptional leadership ability, the first female Supreme Commander. She dominated the battlefield through her composure and brilliant tactical command. The Iron Lady was the moniker her subordinates had given her. He said what flowed through Addison's veins was molten iron, not blood. He stood in the corner of the swordsmanship training hall, but his mind remained lost in thought. Who would have thought it, that the supreme commander of yesteryear would become a teaching assistant here? Despite his wandering thoughts, his gaze never left a single figure. Seeing Addison diligently instructing each student, he inwardly marveled at that gentle face. Ronald's eyes sharpened as he looked at her. He realized she had no trace of memory about the past. But is that truly her real expression? What about the request she made earlier then? He recalled the scene that day when she told him, "Tell me to just go back, don't waste any more time." He wondered how he should act. He knew this was a major issue that needed to be handled. Yet, all this time, something else had been distracting him. A student swinging his sword erratically waved and called out, "Addison, come check my stance." She stammered in response, "Oh, okay, I'm coming." Another student complained about a strange smell, asking if she had a handkerchief. She quickly apologized and promised to bring one right away. She was constantly busy, handing out items one moment, teaching the next, cheering, and then breaking up fights between students. He marveled at how busy she was, doing even the chores of a servant. A teaching assistant shouldn't be like that. A person quietly approached to strike up a conversation. "Hey, top freshman, why do you look so down?" He offered enthusiastically. "If you want, how about a spar with me?" Ronald turned back, puzzled. What was that? He looked surprised. Out of nowhere he wants to spar, and asked who the other person was. The man scratched his head with an awkward laugh. "That was a bit abrupt, wasn't it? Sorry about that." He smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Kadan, a junior. I heard a lot about you from the sparring match during the opening ceremony." Kadan said he wanted to learn from him in this match. Ronald casually replied that he currently had something on his mind. As he said he couldn't fight yet, Kadan suddenly cut him off. He nodded. "Ah, never mind, I forgot. Right, how could I not bring a weapon when sparring with you?" Then turned and yelled rudely, "Addison, you idiot, bring me my training spear." Hearing this, she stammered, "All right, Kadan." She hurriedly said she would bring it right away. But witnessing that scene, Ronald's face darkened in shock. He couldn't believe the way he called Addison, "You idiot." His gaze turned razor sharp, staring straight at Kadan, angrily thinking how dare this bastard treat her like that. "Here." Addison handed the weapon to Kadan, but he stared at it and barked, "What is this?" He suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, "You idiot, why did you bring the long spear? I switched to the short spear ages ago." She flinched, quickly apologizing, saying that he used the long spear in the previous class. He cut her off, veins bulging on his face with a sneer. "Look at this, how amusing." Kadan slammed the spear hard onto Addison's head, yelling that she dared to talk back to him. He cursed at her for being a teaching assistant who knew nothing. The heavy blow only allowed her a brief, pained groan. Continued to strike, cursing without pause. He said that she wasn't qualified to be in this class from the start, and since she was brought in by the professor, she should know her place. Kadan's insults grew increasingly harsh. Addison could only bow her head and apologize, promising to be more careful in the future. Suddenly, a hand gripped the spear tightly, stopping everything. Ronald, with a darkened face, had appeared between them, holding the spear firmly to stop Kadan from continuing to torment Addison. Kadan frowned in annoyance. "What is it, Ronald? Why are you getting involved?" He replied coldly. "Stop it, senior. After what you just said." He continued, saying that otherwise, he didn't know what he would do next at this moment. Kadan didn't understand his meaning, frowning. "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?" Ronald asked back. "Do you really not understand what I'm saying?" With a deathly glare and a darkened face, barely containing his fury, he gritted his teeth at him. "If you say another word, I'll make sure you can't speak again, you bastard." Being gripped firmly by Ronald on his weapon, Kadan felt a bit embarrassed, stammering, unable to form words. He forced a laugh and scratched his head, asking, "Did I go too far? Why are you suddenly so upset?" Seeing the sharp look in Ronald's eyes, Kadan suddenly guessed something. Could it be? He looked over at Addison, then spoke with suspicion. "You're acting like this because of that girl? You knew her from before?" He licked his lips, continuing to spew provoking words, even using vulgar language to degrade her. He asked what they had done together that he didn't know about. Ronald immediately knocked his wooden spear aside, shouting loudly, "Hey!" Gripped the wooden sword behind him tightly, his voice icy. "Shut your mouth and focus on blocking." Ronald raised his wooden sword, anger flaring in his eyes. He spoke in a threatening tone. "Unless you want to die, keep talking." As he finished speaking, he thrust the tip of his sword straight into Kadan's spear. At the point of contact, a blinding surge of magical power flared, and Kadan winced, hastily bracing himself. He struggled to block, thinking to himself, wondering what the hell was happening. He wondered why Ronald's wooden sword, which held no mana at all, was so powerful. Force was terrifying, blasting Kadan back, causing him to let out an involuntary groan. Looking down at the broken wooden sword, smoke still rising around it from the immense force it had just absorbed. Ronald pointed the broken sword straight at him, saying coldly, "You've been complaining all day about not wanting to use the long spear, so I've changed it for you." Kadan looked at the spear snapped in two, blood rushing to his head. Ronald stood there, taunting, "Well, you like it?" At this moment, Kadan truly lost control. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, a surging force radiating from him. His eyes blazed, veins bulging across his face as he let out a furious roar. He assumed a stance, aiming directly at Ronald, cursing nonstop. "You ungrateful brat!" As he shouted, he charged straight at him. "Do you think you can leave here unscathed?" Don pointed his sword directly at Ronald. Suddenly, the sword snapped in two. Not only did it break in half, it shattered into many pieces. Kadan looked up in shock while Ronald spoke calmly. Yeah, I think I'm just fine. Kadan was now terrified out of his wits. Ronald said in a low voice, so, you better worry about yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and landed a blow straight to his opponent's face, sending him staggering. He collapsed in a pathetic heap. Right after that came a devastating strike to his waist that looked truly pitiful. Ronald swung his wooden sword with immense power. Then he launched an upward strike that caught the man right under the chin. His face twisted beyond recognition, and all he could do was groan in pain. After the barrage of blows, he fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Ronald cast a cold glance and said, "You should be grateful this is the academy. If I ran into you outside." Seeing that he was too battered to hear anything, Ronald delivered his final threat. Your life would already be over, understand? The students watching from outside whispered in fear, Kadan lost, and he's in the top 3. Ronald whipped around to the 3 busybodies and said, now it's your turn. He pointed his sword straight at the one standing in the middle and challenged, you rich brats who made her wash your handkerchiefs, step out here. The man stammered, me, Ronald demanded. If it stinks, wash it yourself. Why bother someone else? What do you think the commander is? What I mean is. Ronald radiated murderous intent, a crimson mana aura swirling around him, utterly terrifying. He advanced slowly. Is the teaching assistant your servant? The rich brat cried in fear. Ronald's face darkened as he continued. Come here, I'll kill you little brats. Addison quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Wait, stop, Ronald. She stood between the two sides with arms wide open and said loudly, I don't know why you were doing this, but I'm really fine. So, calm down. Ronald was far too angry at this point. He cut her off. Teaching assistant, step aside. I can forgive anyone except those bastards who dared to treat you like that. Seeing the commander he respected being looked down upon by people in the school, Ronald was determined to go all the way. I can just stand by and watch you get bullied. At the very least, in this kingdom, only should never be treated that way. He pushed Addison aside. Step back. I won't stop until I teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Just then, Navi Rose appeared and spoke. Stop. She materialized within a mysterious blue mist alongside her familiar serpent, speaking to mediate the tense standoff. Stop it, Ronald. I won't hold you accountable for that fight just now, because such things aren't uncommon in the outside world. But if you cause something bigger, I won't be able to turn a blind eye. Put the sword down and step back. Ronald was pressed tightly by the pressure of Navi Rose's aura, thinking that the force she radiated was so terrifying his body froze and couldn't move. He tilted his head and thought, that is, serpent. Behind him loomed a massive snake bearing its fearsome jaws. It flicked its tongue right against Ronald's face. He thought to himself, could it be? This is the aura of Professor Navi Rose, the peerless sword saint. Navi Rose finally spoke. Ronald, what you're doing isn't a true spar, it's the person in charge of the class. I won't allow any more violations. Ronald boldly challenged her, believing she had to know about how his teaching assistant was being treated unfairly. He trembled with rage, even knowing that, you still stand by and watch. Navi Rose replied coldly, that's between me and the teaching assistant, not your concern. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade as she delivered her final warning. So this is my last warning to you. Stop right now. Ronald gripped his sword tightly, still stubborn, even if she was the peerless sword saint. He raised his sword straight outward to show his refusal and answered coldly, my answer remains the same. Ronald was so furious his veins bulged, and he roared, get lost. Seeing that persuasion wouldn't work, Navi Rose gave in. Then there's no other choice. She immediately summoned the massive serpent and commanded, return. It opened its maw wide and lunged at Ronald. Facing the terrifying beast, he suddenly broke into a sinister grin full of killing intent. In a flash, old memories flooded back. Ronald stood behind Addison and asked seriously, Commander, I asked you before. Why did you voluntarily take the commander position that everyone refused to hear of? Addison turned away and answered slowly, you will understand eventually. There are things you can force others to do, and that is fate. He knelt in confusion. You answered like that. What were you thinking back then? What is it that you carry on your shoulders? A fragment of memory. Back to the present. Addison, blood on her face, suddenly spoke, Ronald, I sincerely apologize. You have to bear this burden. Don't forgive me. Suddenly, Ronald jolted upright in bed like he'd just escaped a nightmare, shouting, no. He sat breathing heavily, exhausted. A voice suddenly rang out, catching his attention. Ronald, what's wrong? It turned out Addison had come to visit. She asked with concern, did you have a nightmare? Ronald froze, thinking, calm. Commander Addison asked back curiously. Hearing her respond like that, he was stunned. Then he scratched his head and laughed it off. It's nothing. Looking around where he was standing, Ronald finally spoke up to ask, and this was a clinic. Addison nodded in reply. That was right. The professor asked me to bring you here, and his mind suddenly flashed with the image of Navi Rose wearing an angry expression, threatening to correct his behavior in today's supplementary class. Addison cheerfully said nonchalantly that those were her words, while Ronald's face darkened, too despairing to say anything. While he was absent-mindedly thinking about how to respond, Addison hurriedly spoke up again, as if to mention it while she had the chance. Ronald, before, you got angry because of the way they treated me. Caught off guard by the question, he was a bit stunned, awkwardly turning his head away, shyly making an excuse, because I think manners are important, and I'm also an upright gentleman. Addison smiled knowingly. She figured he was too shy to bring that up again. Then she suddenly lowered her voice, speaking seriously. It's not just Kadun, please don't hate the others. She gave a smile full of hidden meaning, then said, because I understand how they feel when they treat me that way. After hearing that, Ronald was startled and recoiled. He spoke up in frustration. What do you mean by that? How can you say that when you know everything, yet still work diligently as a teaching assistant? He continued to press on. Before, I wondered why you did that. Now I understand even less. Addison looked at him with surprise. Ronald quickly explained, isn't it strange that Professor knows exactly how everyone treats you? Anyone in class could see it, so you can't say she doesn't know. I don't. I really can't understand how a professor can ignore things happening right in front of her like that. This is exactly what I find hard to understand. Or is the academy covering for those nobles? They treat you like that and you don't even get angry. Addison smiled brightly and replied gently, if you're talking about that, don't misunderstand. The reason the professor does that. Ronald glanced at Addison's hands. She continued the story, is because I asked her to do so. He was busy watching her two hands intertwined and rubbing together, not paying attention, so he asked again, sorry, what did you just say? She then gave a long reply, that's because I enjoy privileges I don't deserve. Initially, you had to reach the rank of sword expert to take that class. Yet even after training hard for a whole year, I could only control basic mana. Hearing that, Ronald was surprised and wondered, what? That can't be. The commander-in-chief who once used such a massive amount of aura could end up in such a state. Addison smiled serenely and continued, so I privately asked the professor to turn a blind eye no matter how the students treated me. She spoke honestly because I didn't want to be a burden when she already accepted me as her teaching assistant. Addison recalled her time working at the school and continued, when I'm enjoying that privilege, of course I have to pay the price by putting up with things like this. She clenched both hands and raised them, showing a resilient and strong expression. I can still handle this. But thank you anyway for what you did today. She recalled the time she was bullied at school, saying she thought she had gradually gotten used to those trivial things. Addison raised a hand to her forehead, moved, saying, but today I was a bit touched by what you did. Suddenly, the room fell into an awkward silence. Ronald spoke up, by the way, the reason you endure so much is because you want to become the commander-in-chief of the Corps, right? Addison unexpectedly covered her mouth and exclaimed, how did you know? Is it that obvious? She honestly shared, yes, but I'm not entirely sure yet, so I didn't dare say anything beforehand. Under the shimmering sunlight, Addison's bright smile and sincere words stood out, but my dream is to become the commander-in-chief of the Empire. While Ronald was feeling awkward, Addison waved her hand to break the atmosphere. Of course, I know this sounds too ambitious coming from someone who hasn't reached the expert level. She looked at her own palm and spoke firmly, but even so, I won't give up. You might not believe it, but I'm quite confident in my knowledge of tactics and military techniques. To achieve that dream, I'm trying my best every day. Addison raised her palm, the hand of a beautiful young lady but calloused from days of relentless training. She suddenly changed the subject. It's about time for the next class, isn't it? She stood up quickly, ready to leave, but didn't forget to remind him, Ronald, you must rest until you're fully recovered before coming back to class, understand? He replied, yes, I understand. Ronald smiled and said, thank you, senior, for always caring about me. She turned her head back, smiling in reply, no problem, see you in class later. As soon as Addison left, Ronald noticed the chair she had just been sitting on. A flood of memories about her suddenly came back. Corporal Ronald, if you ever meet me again, could you tell me not to waste my time and to just patch up this coat? I have done many things, but that one thing I've never done. Ronald lowered his head, grimacing as he remembered her words, muttering a curse. That girl. So what am I supposed to do now, Commander-in-Chief? Scene change a few days later, on the weekend, at the entrance of a forge, on Grand Cappadocia Street. At this time, Ronald, Maria Sen, and Axel were already there. He spoke up. What? He told us to come here. The three of them stood looking at the empty and desolate room, which made Ronald annoyed, yet there's no one here at all. Recalling the carrier pigeon that flew in to deliver a letter in the middle of the night, he recounted, I don't know what business he has that he had to send a letter pigeon in the dead of night like that. Even though he said it was his masterpiece, I thought it would take more time to finish. Who knew it'd be done this fast? Ronald's shoe toe touched a steel helmet lying abandoned in the middle of the path, causing it to roll away. Coming here and no one greets us, so rude. Able to bear it, he kicked the steel helmet and shouted, why are there so many obstacles? Don't you clean up? Is this how you people receive guests? Seeing Ronald suddenly act like that, Maria Sen whispered to Axel, why has he been so sensitive lately? Axel also replied in confusion, I don't know, something in class must have gotten on his nerves. Ronald stood right in front of the door, turned back and told the two of them, standing here is making my feet tired, let's just go in ourselves. The other two were a bit surprised. Maria Sen quickly tried to stop him. Hey, are you really going to do things your own way? Ronald only replied coldly, he's the one who told us to come early, so why be afraid? You two don't say anything, follow me. The shadows of the three were cast upon the wall. He spoke up, let's go see what he's hiding in here. Ronald stepped forward and pressed a brick on the wall, saying last time he must have pressed this spot. Seeing the room shift, he exclaimed, that's right. Axel asked in a panic. Will we be okay? Maria Sen was helpless against Ronald's stubbornness, sighed. Who can stop this madman? Ronald rubbed the back of his neck and said, an old man who doesn't even know basic hospitality, what good can he be? Just as he was thinking about what he'd do when he met him, his gaze suddenly froze as if seeing something shocking. Before his eyes now was a mysterious city deep underground, but currently in ruins, as if it had just gone through a fierce battle. The room they stood in was a secret elevator leading down here. Ronald spoke out in shock. What is happening in this place? Seeing the people lying scattered on the ground, he couldn't help but panic, wondering what had happened here. Axel suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, Ronald, look over there. A giant stone hand slammed heavily onto the ground. A massive stone monster was chasing the survivors, and Axel realized in horror that it was the stone giant, and the group of blacksmiths were the ones being hunted by it. Ronald was puzzled, not understanding what that thing was. Axel trembled as he replied that it seemed they were about to catch the blacksmiths, and we couldn't let them be in danger. Ronald held his stomach and replied briskly, why even ask? Just leave it to me. He immediately put his arm around Axel's shoulder to prepare for a heroic leap down. Axel's face darkened, wondering why no one ever asked for his opinion before dragging him into these things. Ronald turned back to instruct Maria Sen to provide support from behind and to go find help, while he would head down first, and she nodded in agreement. Right after that, Ronald pulled Axel along as they leaped down and said, all right, let's go. He ordered the use of magic to slow their gravity and a concealment spell during the descent, and Axel raised both palms to create an invisible flow of magical energy. On the other side, someone fell to the ground with a thud. It was two old men in a dangerous situation. In front of them was the stone giant ready to strike, and the long-bearded old man trembled helplessly and cried out, no. Is this where it all ends? Ronald suddenly appeared like a god, slashing a blazing red sword strike straight at the stone monster, making it halt. The monster growled, not understanding what had happened, and Ronald stood calmly before the two old men and said, good thing we made it in time. I've been dealing with a lot of troublesome matters lately, so my mind has been a bit irritated, and then he swung his sword to attack. He turned around, fixing the stone giants with a commanding gaze, his voice cold. You picked the wrong day to mess with me. Foolish stone giant growled in fury, swinging its massive fist straight at him. The enormous fist hurtled toward the back of his neck, but Ronald remained perfectly still, his face utterly expressionless. Second by second, the fist drew closer, yet he still made no move. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted where he stood, and Ronald vanished. Quick as lightning, he dodged the punch and unleashed a decisive slash. Ronald delivered a clean sword strike, instantly bringing down the stone giant. Its head lay on the ground, its eyes still glowing crimson as it let out a strange growl. From afar, the old man witnessed the spectacular scene and could not help wondering. Is that kid the guest Doran invited here the other day? The old man beside him exclaimed in amazement, never expecting someone so young to defeat a giant with a single strike. Ronald planted one foot on the rock and called out, Uncle. He stood tall atop the stone giant and calmly asked, what the hell is going on here? Hurry up and explain it to me. After the battle, all four gathered together and told Ronald everything that had happened. After hearing the whole story, he was surprised. Really, the giant stone men. They suddenly attacked the crowd here, the old man hurriedly replied. Yes, we don't know why either. Calling the moment the stone men appeared, the old man explained. They rose from the ground and started destroying everything. All they did was hunt down the blacksmiths. They even captured Doran, then returned to the place they emerged from. The old man continued tensely. Diddy Khan tried to stop them, but he isn't much of a fighter, so there was nothing he could do. If that's the case, Ronald's voice immediately turned grave, then they'll become food for those things. He sprang to his feet and asked, all right, there aren't any more of them here now, correct? The old man replied. The one you just defeated was the last. Ronald turned and called out, Axel, you and Maria Sen check whether anyone else is injured until reinforcements arrive. If you find anyone, treat their injuries. Having Sita with you should be enough for first aid. Axel asked anxiously. What about you? Ronald replied. What do you think? I have to go rescue the people who were taken. There's something I need to get from old man Doran. Doran knelt there clutching the sword tightly, exclaiming gratefully, I'm very glad you came to save me, but you didn't need to come here. Standing before him was Didi Khan. Facing two stone giants, Didi Khan shouted, you should hurry and run. Doran said anxiously. With the invisible armor, can you? Didi Khan shouted, cutting him off. Shut up, old man. Dealing with these things is exhausting enough. Stop standing there spouting nonsense. He turned toward him and snapped irritably. If you've still got the strength to ramble, pick up that sword and do something, or is that sword just for decoration? Doran immediately refused. No. He clutched the sword tightly and insisted, this little fellow is my masterpiece, my magnificent beginning. Doran cradled the sword and declared firmly, I can't let this sword be sullied. Seeing how obsessed he was, Didi Khan yelled, hey, you crazy old man. No matter how insane you are about weapons, now isn't the time for this nonsense. The stone giant continued destroying everything around it. It roared, raising its arm high as it prepared to crush the two of them. Then it slammed its fist down with tremendous force. Towering cloud of dust and smoke billowed from the spot it had struck. Someone still seemed to be standing there, completely unharmed. It turned out Didi Khan had braced himself and caught the enormous fist, causing blood to spray from his mouth. He strained beneath the crushing weight, deeply alarmed. Even the defensive enchantments on his armor had already been shattered. The stone giant pulled its hand away from Didi Khan, and he thought, damn it, if I'd known I was going to die like this, I would have made everything I possibly could. I regret it so much. Just as he thought death had come for him, Ronald suddenly appeared like a lifeline. He plunged down, unleashing countless slashes upon the stone giant. Cracks instantly split across its body, and it collapsed. Ronald landed and calmly said, "Good work, Didi Khan, get some rest." Before him, the two remaining stone giants growled, poised to attack. Didi Khan shouted, "Ronald." Then he asked, "How did you get here? You must have run into plenty of giants along the way." He turned back and calmly replied, "Oh, those bastards. I took care of them while rescuing the other blacksmiths." The others stared at the surrounding ruins, utterly stunned. Now thoroughly impressed, Didi Khan knelt before Ronald and asked in astonishment, "You actually did that?" Ronald wanted to end the conversation and brushed him off. Enough talking. He held out his hand toward Doran and said, "Give me that, old man Doran, because I can't use this sword anymore." Doran's eyes widened in surprise. Ronald continued, "That thing you called your masterpiece, isn't that my sword? Did you think I couldn't hear anything from outside?" Doran awkwardly replied, "Ah, right." Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly handed the sword to its rightful owner. "Here, take it. The scabbard isn't finished yet, so you can use it right away." Ronald replied with satisfaction, "Thanks." He drew the gleaming sword from its scabbard and said, "Then let's test it." The two stone giants growled menacingly, waiting for Ronald to attack. One roared and lunged at him with an outstretched hand, while Ronald's thoughts were focused solely on the sword. "Let's see how good it is." He immediately swung the sword fiercely toward it. The two giants suddenly froze in surprise. A single slash from Ronald split the entire road before him in two. His hair stood upright in the strong wind, yet he still admired himself with pride. Didi Khan and Doran stood there, their eyes filled with admiration as they stared at him without looking away. Ronald suddenly spoke in confusion, "What is this?" Doran excitedly approached him and asked with enthusiasm, "How do you feel? Do you like La Mancha?" He was confused. "Is La Mancha the name of the sword?" Doran replied, "That name came from my beloved stars." Doran looked at his reflection on the blade, feeling extremely proud. "It is amazing. It is so light that you cannot feel its weight. Yet it is harder than Mithrin and can withstand every sword technique. I did not add any enchantments into it, but it possesses the ability to absorb blood essence. Therefore, it has a unique self-regeneration and recovery trait." Ronald held the shining sword in his hand, truly impressive. He secretly wondered, was this created from Sita? He raised the sword toward the sky, then praised Doran. "You are more incredible than I imagined." Doran replied, "I am glad you like it. Hey, is now really the time to chat." Doran urged them to leave quickly. "Since we have come this far, there should be no one left here." Ronald calmly replied, "Is that so? This is perfect timing." He walked away and instructed the two of them, "Take that old man out first. I have something to check." Didi Khan wondered, "Check something?" Ronald coldly said, "It is nothing much. But I think there are some rats hiding here, and among them there is a rather large one." The three of them froze. Ronald said directly, "Filthy rats." Didi Khan's expression changed. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Those are the creatures blocking my path. I am quite familiar with stone giants. They do not move in groups. They remain still unless provoked." He placed his hand against it. He touched the surface of the stone and continued, "But I have never seen anything like this before." Suddenly, the stone began shaking, and Doran and Didi Khan both looked toward it in surprise. Strange patterns appeared on the stone. Ronald rested the sword on his shoulder and continued, "But these suspicious markings are behind their heads." Someone shouted, "A magic circle." Ronald asked him, "Right. You know what kind of magic this is?" He hesitated. "I am not certain. I am not skilled in this field, so I cannot say anything more." Then he paused. He touched the strange markings and said, "There is still too much mana left here. It is a cunning type of magic." The stone giants became violent because of this thing for certain. Then he wondered. Who could have done something like this? He replied, "I have no idea either." But suddenly his gaze turned sharp, his eyes examining the surroundings as if he had realized something. He said, "Wait, it could be. We will know. If we go deeper inside, we will discover who is behind this." Thank you for watching this video. He ran at nearly maximum speed, thinking while he moved forward. At first, he was hesitant, but the deeper he followed the stone giant's tracks into the cave, he began seeing even more human footprints. Moreover, Mana Stone sensor showed signs of caution. Someone was ahead. He suddenly stopped. Because something caught his attention, he turned his gaze toward it. A voice sounded. It came from behind the cave, accompanied by a stream of light. He thought, "There is a voice behind that corner," and he quickly ran. He hid behind a large stone and thought, "Let me see who you people are." His eyes waited patiently. Suddenly changed expression. The sight before him made him exclaim in his mind, "Damn. What is this?" In front of him was a human, a stone giant, but its body was covered with many precious gems. Below it stood two people wearing white clothes. He thought again. Next, those people are definitely the culprits. But what is that thing? At this size, the stone giants from earlier looked like children beside it. It seemed to have disappeared already. It had been sealed, but once that thing moved, he was still thinking. In his mind, one of them spoke and asked, "Did someone infiltrate this place?" "Are you certain?" The other person answered, absolutely. Judging from the cuts on each stone giant, it can only be the traces left by a third party. The man from before asked, why are those bastards moving so quickly? What should we do now? You said there are no stones left, so how can we awaken this thing? The man said. The man named Edjuan suddenly smiled with delight, then continued, should I kill all of them? Standing beside him was Cirilla, who replied, forget it, Edjuan. Since most of the facilities were destroyed, the Empire's weapon creation technology has declined greatly. In other words, if our identities are exposed, that person will not let us go. We should retreat. He still smiled and replied, are you always this serious, Cirilla? Fine, I will follow your wishes, at least. Let me deal with that thing, right? She replied, do whatever you want. He answered, fine then. The man spoke, this smell of sulfur. Ronald remained hidden in a corner, gradually sensing the approaching danger. The man smiled. While casting magic, he continued, it is making my nose feel itchy. At that moment, the man shouted, die, you rat. And he attacked toward where Ronald was hiding. Ronald reacted in time. He drew his sword and blocked the flaming attack. He tried to push back with all his strength. The magic toward another direction. A deafening explosion erupted where it struck the ground. The man laughed loudly. What an unexpected guest. After the smoke cleared, he slowly appeared. The man asked, what kind of brat are you? Then the man answered his own question. You managed to dodge my previous flame attack. Perhaps you are quite strong as well. The man cast another spell, another magic attack. The man said, let me bind your movements first. He was surprised by something. Since he had been discovered, he immediately devised a way to channel his magic, for these people were no ordinary opponents. I will ask you once more. Now let me ask you again. Getting in here was never going to be that easy. He struggled to drive his sword into the ground. He slowly rose to his feet and replied, I should be the one asking that. Who are you people, no matter who you are? Once you set foot in here, you must have known what fate awaited you. That man was still casting his magic. While casting his magic, he laughed and said, that's right, that's more like it. Only that kind of attitude makes you worth dealing with. He turned to the woman beside him and asked, Cirilla, don't you agree? She replied, stop wasting time, Edjuan. He continued casting. He bared his teeth in a grin as though toying with his prey, saying, Cirilla, enjoy yourself while you still can. There isn't much time left. Then he laughed even more gleefully as he spoke of the day this kingdom would be buried beneath the light. Ronald suddenly became utterly terrifying. A horrific scene seemed to unfold before his eyes. Corpses sprawled across the ground. He asked again, what did you just say, huh? The words burst from his mouth. You filthy rats, do you even understand what those words mean? Veins bulged across his face, and he seemed to become a different person, radiating an extraordinarily dangerous aura. That man witnessed the change. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and thought, what is this, his aura? He tightened his grip on his sword. Both of you are coming with me, because it seems I have a great many questions to ask you. That man continued smiling as he spoke. A voice full of contempt, she said, has this brat lost his mind? You think you can capture us? Raising his hand to cast a spell, he said, hey brat, do you even know how to read? He replied, of course. The instant those words left his mouth, he flashed past the man. Ronald unleashed an incredibly swift disarming strike, completely disrupting his spellcasting. Before that man could even comprehend what had happened, he continued, I have plenty more moves. So if you know what's good for you, stay down right there. That man collapsed to the ground. His smile had vanished without him realizing it, and he desperately reached out with his remaining hand toward the arm that had just been severed. He stood motionless, while the woman thought in terror. Edjuan didn't even have time to, while she was still thinking, a hand shot toward her with incredible speed. He seized her by the throat. Cirilla let out strained cries, her face resembling a fish stranded on land. He spoke softly, hey lady, from this moment on, if you know what's good for you, answer me obediently. His expression remained cold. Then he leaned close to her face and continued, unless you want to be cut apart like that man. Cirilla began resisting. Light radiated from her body as though she were chanting a spell. Cirilla raised her hand and spoke, causing a barrier to burst from her hand, sending Ronald flying backward. Cirilla's power made his hand tremble. Ronald said, I see. So you have no intention of giving up easily, do you? Watching the barrier push him away, he thought, a magic shield, it's quite sturdy. Ronald's hand was still trembling as he thought, but even so, Ronald sprang into action, repeatedly slashing at Cirilla's barrier, shattering it into pieces. Cirilla was utterly stunned. At that moment, she thought, how could he possibly cut through my magic shield? Ronald advanced, driving his sword straight into her body. Ronald stepped down on Cirilla, making her cry out in pain. He watched her struggle in agony, his eyes gleaming as he said coldly, just look at you. You're a half-demon, aren't you? Cirilla could no longer resist, and fear gripped her. Ronald continued, a half-demon traveling with that rogue mage. Who are you people? Suddenly, Edjuan appeared with flames blazing in his hand. He roared, explosive blast. A burst of flames surged at him from behind. Ronald gripped his sword and spun around. He swung his sword and sliced straight through the flames. Then he charged forward and attacked the man with 2 consecutive slashes. Thick smoke and dust filled the air as rocks and earth flew everywhere. Ronald said, strange. He stared at the spot where the man had been standing. I thought I cut off one of your arms already. What the hell happened? Ronald looked at Edjuan and spoke, with that, body of his no longer seeming human. He asked in confusion, "What's with that horrifying appearance of yours?" Ejuan looked terrifying, veins bulging all across his face. He roared, "Stay away from her, you damned bastard." He was doing everything he could to protect Cirilla from Ronald. Seeing this, he drove his sword into Cirilla's leg and said, "It seems you still don't understand the situation you're in." Juan began to hesitate, falling silent as he struggled to decide what to do. Ronald was still furious, and he stabbed Cirilla again, making her scream in agony. Ignoring her, Ronald said, "You've made me far too angry. Now you're all finished." Without the slightest mercy, he twisted the blade deeper into Cirilla's wound and said, "Make your choice. Will you keep your mouth shut and come with me?" At Ronald's actions, Ejuan angrily gritted his teeth. Ronald taunted him, "Or should I put on another amputation show with this half-demon girl? I'm curious whether her arm would grow back like yours." Ejuan obeyed him, but he already had his own plan in mind. He secretly conjured flames in his hand and pretended to concede. "Fine, I'll go with you." Ronald nodded. "Good choice." He pulled his sword from Cirilla's body and said, "I don't want to see any more blood spilled either." She winced in pain as the sword left her body. Ronald looked down at Cirilla and said, "It would be troublesome if you died." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and wondered, what's wrong with her? Cirilla showed no fear at all. Instead, she smiled with a sly expression. Ronald looked around, suspicion rising within him. In a situation like this, how can she still be smiling? He thought in surprise. Since when did I let my guard down? Ronald was suddenly attacked. Two quickly exchanged blows, forcing him to leap backward to evade the attack. A massive explosion sent rocks and earth flying everywhere. Everything around them vanished beneath a cloud of dust and sand. Juan quickly moved towards Cirilla. That man cautiously asked Cirilla if she was all right. She forced herself to sit up and replied that she was fine, then said, "Ejuan, I owe you a life this time, remember that well." Cirilla continued, "If you had not pretended to attack him and drawn his attention away, you would not have had enough time to cast the spell that blurred the enemy's perception." He looked at the giant shielding herself and Ejuan, then added that she had activated it. Standing up despite the severe wound on her right arm, Cirilla said she had only activated part of the giant's arm, but that man was certainly heavily injured. Ejuan worriedly advised her to go to the church and report the situation first. After saying that, he decided to stay behind and deal with Ronald, finishing him here to avoid future trouble. Cirilla worriedly reminded him to be careful. She warned that he was a beast in the form of a child. Ejuan replied that he would not lower his guard. The lesson just now was more than enough. Ejuan was so furious that he wanted to burn everything. He thought to himself that person was no inexperienced child on the battlefield. Looking toward the thick cloud of dust, he thought if he did not kill him now, he would certainly become a threat. He would definitely become a great danger in the future. From within the smoke, Ronald was struggling to hold on when a huge explosion suddenly covered everything. Ejuan thought he could not lose track of him. Immediately, one of his limbs was cut off. Ejuan was likely extremely shocked. Ronald appeared and unleashed a series of finishing blows. Ejuan screamed in despair before the overwhelming power and was completely defeated. That man was reduced to nothing more than a pile of mangled flesh. Ronald stepped in front of Cirilla, gripped his sword tightly, and coldly asked where she intended to go. Ronald's entire body was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth in anger and repeated what he had said before. Cirilla fearfully stepped backward. He loudly said that there were many things he wanted to ask her. Cirilla panicked and hurriedly raised her hand to create a shield. She hesitantly asked how he could still have survived despite being so heavily injured. Holding his sword tightly, Ronald looked at Cirilla with trembling hands and said he would never, Ronald continued, he would never let you people escape. After saying that, pain suddenly struck him and made him dizzy. Ronald collapsed to his knees, his body trembling. Ronald gripped his sword tightly to support himself, thinking that all his strength was gradually running out and he could no longer control his body. Looking at Ronald struggling to stand, Cirilla realized there was no chance to resist. She thought too much blood had been lost, and if victory was impossible, the priority was to report this matter to her superiors. Cirilla created a teleportation gate, stepped inside, and did not forget to say, "Prepare yourself." She spoke with a threatening voice, "I will uncover everything that belongs to you and take it away forever." Cirilla angrily said, "Your family, your lover, and your friends." As if provoking Ronald, Cirilla shouted, "The lives of every one of them." Hearing those words, Ronald became even more furious and wanted to slash her down, but he thought that he had finally found a clue and could not let her escape like this. Remembering the painful past that haunted him, Ronald thought everything would end the same way as before. He no longer had the strength to speak. Ronald shouted, "Stop, stop, stop, stop right there." Reaching out his hand and struggling to speak, "I told you to stop." A voice rang out. The person was holding a sword in hand. The voice became clearer, "Stop right there." Cirilla stood motionless in place. Navi Rose continued, "I also have many things I want to ask you." Ronald turned his head in surprise. A giant snake with its tongue out stood behind Cirilla. She trembled in fear with a pale face. Navi Rose continued, "First, let me confirm something." The snake revealed its venomous fangs as if ready to bite Cirilla. Navi Rose asked, "It was you, right? Tell me everything." She said with extreme anger, "How dare you lay a hand on my disciple?" Her actions released a chilling aura. Navi Rose stepped forward and said, I have heard every detail of what happened. This is indeed a major incident. Ronald looked at his master, smiled, and said, you really arrived at the perfect time. Feeling secretly relieved that someone had come to help, Ronald continued speaking. He said, it is nice to meet you. I never expected to see you here. Navi Rose arrogantly replied, if you can still talk so much, then you are clearly doing quite well. Looking at Cirilla, Navi Rose's sharp gaze released an overwhelming pressure, and she said, now then. Cirilla could not move, Navi Rose said. Let us deal with that thing first. Though she could not move, Cirilla still trembled. She thought her entire body was paralyzed under the gaze of a hunting serpent. Could it be her? Why was she here? Navi Rose's hand appeared from behind. Cirilla realized it and thought, no, I have to escape. Suddenly, that hand tightly grabbed Cirilla's mouth, causing her to panic and cry out. Navi Rose coldly said, you have committed many things that should never have happened, but what angers me the most, Navi Rose said with extreme anger, it is that you dared to touch my student. Cirilla was terrified. Navi Rose continued, what can you hope for? The serpent opened its jaws wide, Navi Rose said, toward the wide future opening before her eyes. Navi Rose held Cirilla tightly and looked at the ferocious serpent as if it was about to swallow its prey. Cirilla was terrified, her face completely drained of color. She could only scream, frightened beyond measure, thinking to herself, I am sorry. Before losing consciousness, she thought, all-star. Looking at Cirilla, Ronald remained silent and did not know what to say. Navi Rose said, you have worked hard, Ronald. She put away her sword, looked over Ronald's entire body and said, after treating your wounds, we will separately report this matter to Hitchu. Suddenly, Ronald interrupted and asked, Professor, about the future you mentioned earlier. Could it be that you were talking about Rodolan Prison? Navi Rose answered frankly, yes, that is the place, so you know about it, but why are you asking? Just as Ronald had suspected, he thought to himself, exactly as I thought. He suddenly remembered a terrifying place, the Rodolan Screaming Fortress, a prison located in the middle of the ocean. This was where criminals who opposed the Empire were imprisoned, notorious for brutal torture and using every method possible to extract confessions. Ronald already had his own plan. He thought, if that is the case, then Professor, please listen to what I have to say. He continued, allow me to participate in interrogating her. Navi Rose was surprised. What are you talking about? She objected, that is not a place for you. Ronald held her hand and pleaded, just this once, please, Professor. Ronald's eyes were filled with urgency. He said this matter was very important to him. Looking at Ronald, Navi Rose did not know what else to say. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a tunnel collapse had just occurred, and someone suffered a severe abdominal injury. Everyone panicked. The reinforcements were treating the wounded. Maria. Love. She wiped away her sweat and said, it seems everything has been settled. She asked about Axel. The exhausted young man replied, yes, that is right. It was truly Maya. Sita was also completely exhausted in his hand. Axel worried. Ronald should have returned already. Could something have happened? As soon as he finished speaking, Ronald appeared. Did you call me? He walked over and called out Maria Sen and Axel's names. Both of them were surprised to see Ronald and called his name together. He waved his hand. I heard you calling while I was going up. You three did well. Ronald listened to their explanation of what happened. He said, I heard that when Maria Sen brought the reinforcements, many people were injured. Ronald continued. Axel and Sita saved more than half of the miners buried underground. He anxiously asked if anyone was injured. Maria Sen snapped. We should be the ones asking you. Why do you look so worn out? Axel also noticed Ronald was covered in injuries. Axel and Sita looked like they were about to cry and urged him to get bandaged quickly. Ronald reassured them, no need, I already handled it, you should rest. Ronald turned to look at Edjuan and Cirilla lying motionless. He said, furthermore, both of them had already fainted, their bodies covered with countless wounds. Ronald's eyes suddenly turned furious. He said coldly, I still have something to deal with. Elsewhere, the moon had risen high. Several hours later, at the prisoner handover point to Rodolan, everyone gathered at a cliff in the Greno forest. Everyone was so worried that they broke into a cold sweat. Navi Rose spoke. They have arrived. A pair of huge wings was rushing toward them. It was a giant bird carrying one person in a prison cage belonging to the Rodolan escort team. The bird landed on the ground and the cage door opened. The person stepped down and greeted them, hello, Navi Rose. The escort team said, we received orders from the Empire to come here and take the prisoners away. He looked at the two unconscious people on the ground and asked, are these the ones? Navi Rose nodded in confirmation. He added, this man possesses a strange healing ability. Please take note during interrogation. He stared and said, oh really, my people will be delighted. He sneered. It has been a long time since I encountered such an interesting subject. They escorted the prisoners away, turned back to greet them and said, we will leave first. When the interrogation is finished, we will contact you. He looked at everyone and said, I hope you will continue to work hard. The escort team departed, leaving behind their wishes for the Empire's peace. Navi Rose and Ronald watched them gradually disappear. She spoke. It will take about a week for Rodolan to extract information from them. She looked up at the sky and said, when they contact us, I will inform you to prepare to leave. He asked if he needed anything else. Ronald shook his head. Yes, Professor, thank you. Ronald stayed behind, his eyes following the escort team until they completely disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Time passed quickly, and the restoration of Cappadocia progressed smoothly with the Empire's support. Ronald diligently trained under Navi Rose's guidance and spent time attending supplementary courses forces. The sea continued to ripple, and several peaceful days passed. A fortress in the middle of the ocean, the Rodolan Screaming Fortress. Horrifying screams echoed throughout the entire place. Torture tools were arranged all over the room. The interrogator tightly grabbed the blood-covered face that was screaming and cursed inwardly. I became too immersed and almost forgot. Suddenly remembering something, he said, "Is it not time for the guests to arrive?" Chapter 29. At the Rodolan Screaming Fortress, the waves at night crashed loudly against the cliffs. Ronald and Navi Rose stood before the gate. Karaka came to welcome them. "Greetings to both of you. The journey must have been difficult. I am the interrogator responsible for this prisoner, and I will also accompany both of you." He smiled as he introduced himself. "My name is Karaka." He asked if they wanted to meet the prisoner immediately. Navi Rose replied, "Yes, I want to hear the interrogation while we are on the way." Karaka turned around. "Please follow me," Ronald silently observed. He wondered how strange. I never expected the Rodolan interrogator to be such an elegant elderly gentleman. Navi Rose agreed. "Honestly, I did not believe it either. Everyone says the same thing when they first meet him. But do not let his appearance deceive you. You will discover it soon." That is exactly why this old man is known as a terrifying nightmare. Along the torchlit road, the alarms rang out repeatedly. "I have brought the two of you here. The prison cell is right ahead, so I will get straight to the point first." The first thing to confirm, just as I predicted, they came from that place. Pleasure Nebula, they are members of that organization. Navarros crossed his arms and said, "As for me, this is the first time I have heard that name. An organization of criminals like Carrie Bolo." He nodded, "But these people are far more dangerous because their identities are extremely mysterious. From the fire that wiped out the Nalanda granary to the explosion at the Etherman Technical Research Headquarters, I have confirmed that the ones behind those serious, unexplained explosions last year were them." Ronald thought to himself, "How strange. I never heard of this organization in my previous life." He continued, "I will present the details in the report." He hesitated and interrupted, "Investigator. Did Trung mention something like, what was it? Or perhaps the appearance of the stars?" But he had no idea these were the first words I had heard about. He scratched his cheek and explained, "It is nothing special. I overheard it while tracking those bastards." He suddenly fell silent. Then he reached out and took the birdbeak mask, saying, "It seems to be related to their purpose." He looked at him, meaning, "You know about this?" He suddenly stopped speaking when he saw the murderous gaze in Karaka's eyes. A cold chill ran down his spine. Ronald did not understand what was happening. Why was he suddenly releasing killing intent? He placed the mask on his head. "I understand now." He used his hand to unlock the door. "I apologize." Through the bird mask, his eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red glow. "We just met, yet I have already allowed you to see this side of me. It seems my goodwill has still not reached our friends." At this moment, he witnessed what was behind the door and was left speechless from shock. He continued speaking calmly, "I suppose I must show sincerity." He recalled Ejuan's arrogance and Cyrilla's anger. Those are the people. But now, one was chained up like a cocoon, covered entirely in blood. The other woman was tied to a chair, her eyes removed, blood soaking through the cloth and white clothes. He was shocked. "I only met them yesterday." Karaka walked forward and said, "Ejuan is truly interesting. He keeps regenerating his body using the unique power of black magic. Do you know what should be done with someone like him? It is simpler than you think. Just keep stabbing him until he can no longer regenerate." He pushed a heated, sharp iron rod directly into that man's body. The man screamed in pain. He calmly spoke terrifying words, carefully carving away every piece of flesh, all out of sincerity. Then he spread his arms and introduced the result. "We have become close already." The two of them looked at the glowing hot iron rod pointed toward them. Karaka said, "That is what I think. But I never expected him to still be hiding something. You have disappointed me, Ejuan." Grabbed the hair on the back of his head. He pulled that man's head up to face the birdbeak mask he was wearing. "Did we not already open our hearts to each other?" The man cried in fear. No, I have confessed everything already." He questioned him, "Really? Then why is it only now, after your friend mentioned it, that I learned about the appearance of the stars, huh?" The man stammered, that matter. He glanced at Cyrilla and said, "Listen carefully. I hope I only have to talk with you. This Cyrilla girl does not have the power to regenerate like you, so there is nothing to worry about. After staying together for so long, you should know. If she endures any more, she will lose her life." Cyrilla trembled and begged, "Please kill me, I beg you." Ronald was terrified. How cruel. Even when I was a soldier, I had never seen something like this. He thought about why they were hiding the information, but at this point, why continue hiding it? The smoking hot iron rod approached the man's face, making him tremble in fear. He continued wondering, why would he do this when his identity had already been exposed? Could it be? He muttered, "No, it is not that he does not want to speak, it is, he cannot speak." Karaka suddenly stopped. Navarros leaned over and asked him again, "Cannot speak?" He nodded. "This sometimes happens to soldiers who hold secrets on the battlefield. To prevent enemies from extracting secrets, they would place sealing curses on those soldiers. I do not know whether these bastards fall into that category or not." He remained silent for a moment before releasing Ejuan's hair. He apologized to him. "Good heavens, this is embarrassing. The guilt of being betrayed made me forget that possibility." He turned around and walked away. Please wait a moment. I need to get a few things. A while later, Ronald looked at the round object in his hand and asked, he said, do we need this? The blue round object had a pair of large eyes. He was surprised, this tiny worm-like thing. He introduced it. This is the absolute eye. It can consume curses. He even joked with the absolute eyes. When interrogating prisoners who cannot speak because of curses, this valuable item is extremely useful. Come on, Edjuan, you try first. He held an absolute eye close to the man's forehead. The man's voice trembled. Stay away, this thing. The absolute eye's larvae began burrowing deep into the man's brain, and he roared. He encouraged him. The absolute eye will free you soon. So my friend, just let it eat as much as it wants. After the larvae burrowed deep into the brain, they began dissolving the curse, and the man screamed in unbearable pain. The absolute eye's pupil shone with golden light, then changed back to blue. Karaka questioned him once again. Finished? Then I will ask you one more time. Man breathed out with difficulty after hearing his question. What is the appearance of the stars? Only now could the man answer. The stars are an eternal existence, the only blessing that saves the weak in this land. We have always awaited the day the stars appear. The stars transcend even this space and time. Our lifelong mission is to destroy everything that stands in our way. Cirilla cut him off. No, don't. Shut up, Edjuan. The man paid her no attention. Asking someone as useless as him to explain everything at length would only waste words. In short, something is about to fall from the sky, right? What is it? He opened his bleeding eyes, his pupils glowing blue just like the ultimate eye on his forehead. A demonic apparition seemed to engulf the entire torture chamber. That person revealed the children of the stars. Ronald remained motionless and listened. From behind, no one could tell what expression he wore. From the front, his expression was visibly changing. He grimaced in fury as he recalled that name, veins bulging on his forehead. Ronald slowly approached Edjuan. Wait, Karaka is curious about you too, Ronald. He shot the man an icy glare and spoke, Hey, the children of the stars. Edjuan stammered miserably. You mean A or U? He struggled to raise his head and said, Ahayut. Then the man panicked. How can you mention that name? Suddenly, Edjuan's face swelled as though he had been brutally beaten, and he trembled as he said, that name. Ronald stared blankly at the sight. What is happening? Karaka placed a hand on his shoulder from behind and whispered, Please step back. He immediately conjured a magic barrier in front of them. A tremendous burst of light erupted from Edjuan's mouth, causing the Genla man unbearable agony. Then Edjuan exploded like a bomb. Fortunately, Ronald had already been protected by Karaka's magic barrier. Watching Edjuan's blood and gore splatter across the outside of the barrier, Ronald could not help exclaiming, Good grief. Karaka also placed a hand on his shoulder in surprise. This truly is unexpected, even though the curse was absorbed by the ultimate eye. Yet he still ended up like this. He looked at the mangled remains of Edjuan's body after the explosion. Ronald exclaimed in shock, Damn, so that's really what a sealing curse does, Karaka calmly replied. I've seen this plenty of times, but something this severe is rare. Then his voice turned grave. It seems they are bound by two taboos. First, they must not reveal anything about the star to anyone outside the organization. Karaka looked at Cirilla, who was tightly restrained and could only let out a few strained groans. Looking at the mangled remains on the floor, he continued, Mentioning that name causes them to explode, so that must be the second taboo. Karaka placed a hand on Ronald's shoulder. Now it's my turn to ask, Ronald. He brought his face close to Ronald's, his cold eyes filled with menace. Who is Ahayut? Then Karaka continued. If my theory is correct, this is classified information within the Clasier Nebula, so how do you know information at this level of secrecy? He clenched his fist, radiating killing intent as he said, As the investigator in charge of this case. Karaka stared daggers at Ronald, his voice terrifying. I must investigate this thoroughly, can you? Please answer me, Ronald. Faced with that intense pressure, he hesitated slightly and trembled with fear. Then Ronald regained his composure and replied, Well, I don't actually know that much. I only happened to overhear it, Karaka asked again in disbelief, by chance. Ronald recalled the chaos when the giants appeared. That's right. You probably know I was the first person to discover the incident in Grand Cappadocia. He turned toward Karaka and tried to convince him. Back then, I overheard a few things from them, that's all. Ronald explained further. At first, I thought it wasn't important, so I did nothing. But now that I'm here, I have a feeling it was a major clue. He removed Karaka's hand from his shoulder and said, I suppose I got a little worked up earlier. I'm sorry for interrupting without permission. Having said enough, Ronald turned and asked, Are you satisfied with my explanation now? Karaka was momentarily stunned and did not immediately respond. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, still unconvinced by Ronald. He obtained that information by chance. He is definitely hiding something, but it seems the point of this sword isn't aimed at the Empire. Then Karaka looked up at Ronald. His eyes shone brightly with unwavering determination. Without the slightest hesitation, those eyes were perfectly clear. He wondered inwardly, what is boiling within those eyes? Willpower, guilt, determination, or hatred for those bastards? Suddenly, someone slowly drew a sword. Then the slashes released powerful waves of magical light. It was Navi Rose. She appeared like a deity, sweeping her sword past Karaka's shoulder as she said coldly, "That's enough, Karaka." She frowned irritably, her voice dropping low. "Don't tell me you're interrogating my disciple right in front of me." Karaka hurriedly raised both hands in surrender. "Of course not, former sword saint. I merely wanted to confirm something." With Navi Rose's sword pressed close to his neck, he hurriedly explained, "It's always better to be cautious." Karaka turned toward Ronald and bowed apologetically. "I was disrespectful. Please forgive me." Ronald thought the man was quite the actor, then scratched his head and casually replied, "It's fine as long as we've cleared up the misunderstanding." Ronald secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. If I'd said one wrong thing, this old man might have put a bullet in me. Karaka looked regretfully at the demonic eye on the ground and said, "It's unfortunate that we lost the ultimate eye. This little fellow is harder to capture than most phantasms." Ronald pointed at the other ultimate eye on his shoulder and asked, "Phantasm, is this strange eye really that powerful?" Karaka replied, "Of course, if you look closely, it's actually quite adorable." Karaka glanced at it and suggested, "Would you like to touch it?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as though he had noticed something unusual. Looking at the strange eye, Karaka thought, the ultimate eye. The eye crawled along his arm and opened wide, sensing the difference, he thought, "It has changed." Karaka wondered in confusion. What happened? Did it absorb a curse? But from whom? It hasn't even gone near Cirilla yet. Then he glanced at Ronald as though he had suddenly realized something. Could it be? Thinking back to earlier, while Karaka was focused on creating the barrier, wasn't it only for a brief moment that I placed the eye monster on his shoulder to cast the mana shield? Then Karaka touched the eye on his shoulder and called out, "Ronald." I replied, "What is it, sir?" Then he said, "Please excuse me for a moment." Karaka placed the eye monster onto Ronald's hand, startling him. Looking at the eye monster clinging tightly to his hand, he asked in alarm, "Wait, what are you suddenly doing?" Suddenly, the eye monster began glowing intensely. Before long, it exploded right in Ronald's hand. Its remains splattered all over him, making him hurriedly cover his face in alarm, completely unaware of what was happening. How did it suddenly explode on its own? Karaka calmly stared at the remains on Ronald's hand and wondered even the ultimate eye couldn't withstand it. Then he reassured him, "Don't be alarmed. Hear me out. It seems there is a vicious curse upon you." Ronald was bewildered upon hearing that. What curse? He cleared his throat and asked Karaka, "Why would you suddenly say that?" Karaka asked in return, "Have you ever felt restricted when trying to perform certain actions?" Karaka then continued with a string of examples, such as being unable to jump high or lift objects made of iron, things everyone else could do except you. Hearing this, he froze in horror. Seeing his reaction, Navi Rose spoke from behind him, "It seems you have." Karaka interjected, "If you wish to keep it hidden, I won't pry any further. After all, I can't break the curse myself." Then he raised a finger and spoke seriously, "But there is something you should know. Judging by the strength of this curse, you may not know who placed the curse on you, but that man's malice toward you is immense." Before anyone realized how much time had passed, darkness had already fallen outside, leaving only the moon shining behind the clouds. Inside the moving carriage, someone spoke, "You two have worked hard until this late hour." It turned out the three of them had moved elsewhere. Karaka respectfully replied, "We will keep an eye on the seal, and I have conducted further examination on Cirilla. Since it was already a powerful curse to begin with, it will take quite some time." Navi Rose folded her arms and replied plainly, "Very well, report to me if you discover anything." Karaka looked at Ronald as though he wanted to say something. Then he spoke, "You seem to have a lot on your mind, Ronald." He unconsciously murmured in surprise and scratched his neck, looking slightly awkward. He replied, "Ah, yes, a little. I just discovered that the body I've had since birth carries a curse." Karaka replied, "I understand, but you shouldn't worry too much." Then he asked, "Aren't you a student at Philion?" Ronald looked up in confusion. What do you mean?" Karaka continued, "As far as I know, she has been there for some time now." Then he mentioned someone, a mage regarded as the greatest expert on curses on this continent. She was a mysterious and imposing blue-haired woman, Professor Maya's secret. Chapter 31. The two boarded the carriage together and continued on their journey. Ronald repeatedly rubbed his eyes and asked, "What the hell is this?" He kept rubbing his eyes, wondering what was wrong. Navi Rose, seated beside him, glanced over and said, "Can't you sit still? Does it itch that badly?" Ronald continued rubbing his eyes as he replied, "Yes, it's been like this for a while now." He recalled picking up the eye monster and said, "Ever since that eye monster touched me, my eyes have been tingling and itching." Ronald asked anxiously, "It should be fine, right?" Navi Rose immediately explained, "That's a sign the curse is weakening, so don't worry. You still don't know who placed that curse on you." Ronald kept rubbing his eyes as he replied, "Yes, no matter how much I think about it, I can't figure it out." He recalled all the times in the past when he had utterly tormented his enemies. Yet he spoke with a perfectly straight face, "Someone who bears me malice. I thought I'd lived virtuously enough that nobody would ever want to harm me." Navi Rose beside him was left utterly speechless. Then Ronald suddenly said, "Ah, right, thank you for stopping that old man in Rodolon for me. He recalled being relentlessly interrogated by old Karaka. He had been rescued by Navi Rose's timely arrival and said, "The way he looked at me back then was absolutely vicious. If you hadn't intervened, I felt like he was about to force me to confess to something I never even did." Hearing this, she exhaled and modestly replied, "I was merely fulfilling my duty as a professor, so there's no need to thank me." Ronald glanced at Navi Rose and secretly admired her. Not only is she capable, she's also a good person. Sure enough, the more I see of her, the more convinced I am that she's a good person. His gaze suddenly froze, but something was strange. As Ronald's private thoughts echoed through the carriage, why didn't I ever encounter her in my previous life, not even on the battlefield? Thinking of the mysterious circumstances surrounding Navi Rose and Kadan, he formed a hypothesis. Could it be related to the Clasier Nebula or Harpaza? The carriage carrying the two of them soared high into the sky. And so, the long day finally came to an end, and the scene shifted to the following day, a beautiful morning at Philian Academy. Within a rather gloomy and desolate forest, the area was a dedicated practice ground for the Zeri Forest Magic Department. At the entrance to the Iron Pillar Park, Addison cheerfully called out, "Welcome, Ronald, it's been a long time. The professor hadn't asked for me, who knows when I would have gotten to see you again. Have you been well?" The Paza, faced with Addison's sparkling enthusiasm, Ronald merely replied indifferently, "Ah, yeah, sure." Then he suddenly remembered, there was still the matter of the commander-in-chief. Addison turned away, placing a hand on her head as she worried, "What should I do? I still haven't sorted out my thoughts about this." Addison remained cheerful behind him, completely unaware of what was going on. Turned back with an almost cheerful but strained smile and thought, "Forget it, I'll smile first and worry about it later." Then he said, "Yes, it's been a while, senior." He also asked, "Have you been doing well?" Addison gratefully replied, "Yes, after that day, the people who were wary and frightened of Kadan became friends with me, so things have become much easier." Remembering how I forgot, when I faced Kadan, she recounted, "I'm a little bothered by how Kadan looks terrified every time he sees my face." Addison's expression darkened, yet she continued smiling casually as she said, "It sounds terrible, but it really isn't that bad." Ronald was left speechless. Addison turned to him and asked, "I heard from the professor that you need to break some kind of curse." Ronald had no choice but to tell her the truth. "Yes, somehow I ended up cursed, and now things have come to this." Then his eyes shifted to the other side as he continued, "That's why I came here to meet a professor named Secret. They look exactly like the concrete pillars inside the courtyard," Ronald thought, "but I never expected I'd have to pass through this godforsaken place. Her tastes really are strange." Addison agreed, "That's true. They look exactly like the concrete pillars inside the courtyard," Ronald thought, "but I never expected I'd have to pass through this godforsaken place. Her tastes really are strange." Addison agreed, "That's true." She continued, "The design office is extremely unique. Unless you are a magic student, there is no way you can find the path inside. So I asked a senior magic student who plays with me to guide us here." Suddenly, a flash appeared. A purple light shone brightly. Addison turned around. She wondered, but she has not arrived yet, right? At this moment, someone suddenly appeared behind her. That person's hand reached toward Addison, a head with eyes. A pink figure hugged her tightly. It turned out to be. She hugged Addison and exclaimed, "I missed you so much, Addison." Addison was also surprised and shouted, "Elizabeth." She asked Elizabeth, "It has been a long time since we last met. How have you been lately?" Elizabeth replied, "I am still doing well. How about you?" Ronald was stunned seeing how close the two of them were. He recalled. When he first met Elizabeth, he thought to himself that this girl must be the Akalusia who had bragged about the beasts of darkness and laughed earlier. Here, Elizabeth was holding Addison's hand and discussing something with her. She politely said, "Sorry for suddenly calling you here, Elizabeth, but something urgent happened." Elizabeth replied without hesitation, "It is fine, sister. Whenever you call me, I will fly over immediately." Then she asked, "Why did you look for the professor?" Elizabeth looked toward Ronald as if she wanted to say something. He was trying hard to remain calm, although he wanted to play chess inside. Seeing Ronald, Elizabeth stared in shock. Ronald spoke first. "I was the one who asked her. Nice to meet you, Elizabeth." "Ah, no. Elizabeth is the correct way to say it." Elizabeth covered her face in embarrassment. "Why are you here?" After a moment passed, on the path leading to Professor Secret's office, Ronald was walking behind. Behind Elizabeth, he exclaimed, "This is really the professor's office?" His face in Elizabeth's. Elizabeth was a small and simple house standing alone and cold in the forest. Sensing something strange, Ronald turned to Elizabeth with a suspicious and questioning look. "This feels suspicious. Could it be that you plan to dissect me here, Elizabeth?" Then he continued speaking. "As punishment because I saw something I should not have." Seeing him about to say something he should not, Elizabeth became furious and shouted, "Do not call me that, and who would even want to kill you?" Then she angrily walked ahead. "Stay quiet and follow me." Ronald calmly replied with both hands behind his head, "Look at your attitude." Looking at Elizabeth like this, he thought to himself. Unexpectedly, who would have known this girl was close to the commander-in-chief? She was originally Akalusia. Could the two of them? Did they have some kind of connection? Elizabeth placed her hand on the doorknob. As the door turned open, she and Ronald stood waiting for the room. Inside, an old woman was already waiting. He unconsciously exclaimed. Looking at the kind-hearted old woman, sitting peacefully on the chair, she made Ronald wonder if she was Professor Secret. But Elizabeth became serious. When she said, "Do not get excited yet, we still have to pass one more trial." At this moment, Elizabeth had already walked in front of the old woman. Beside her was Ronald. She raised her palm, pointing it towards Secret. It emitted a strange magical light. She said, I will tell you first, no matter what happens here from now on, you must stand still and do not interfere, understand? Ronald replied. All right. She began chanting the spell. Kasipa, Lunazir, Delphirim, at the end of the incantation. The force released from Elizabeth's palm grew stronger and stronger. She shouted, Open! The surrounding air seemed as if something was changing. Ronald looked down at old woman's Secret. Secret seemed slightly worried. Looking at this old woman, there was still no movement at all, he thought. What is happening? Has something happened yet? Suddenly, the old woman opened her mouth wide. Her face became extremely huge. Her jaw opened, and she let out a strange and eerie roar. Ronald panicked. What? However, unlike him, Elizabeth remained calm. Do not worry. This is the professor's real office. The room where they stood suddenly underwent a strange change, and with the chant, Sephirakio, everything returned to silence. Ronald then spoke and asked, This is the office. Then what was that gate at the door? Then he continued, I mean, it was strange. At this moment, behind the two of them, Maya had already flown up from somewhere. So it was you, Professor Nabby Rose's student. From the moment you arrived, you are exactly as I imagined. Ronald suddenly looked toward her. Maya used her hand to open her eyelids. The old woman from before had already become a young girl. She flew over and pulled his eyelids open. He looked down and examined her. I sensed something extremely strange. It turned out to be that person, the most talented curse user on the continent, Maya. Special attribute, she was 83 years old. Maya excitedly said, What an interesting little boy. In less than 5 minutes after entering the room, the young Ronald had been transformed into a little girl by the 83-year-old old woman, who was now using her hands to open his eyes wide. He stared blankly at the child in front of him. What? Could this child be Professor Secret? Secret, in the form of a little girl, smiled while looking at him and gently reassured him, There is no need to be so surprised. This is who I am. I may look like this, but I am already over 80 years old. Hearing this, he was shocked. 80, not 8 years old. Having a younger appearance also has its limits. Why is the professor? She raised her hand and waved it dismissively. We will talk about that later. Now, she gently snapped her fingers. A series of strange characters surrounded his body. Ronald was too shocked to speak. She explained clearly, Removing the curse on you is more important. The strange characters appeared more and more densely. What is this? He stared in amazement like a startled deer as he watched everything unfold. She could not fully explain it. She only stroked her chin while looking at the pile of characters before her and concluded, I never expected your body to contain so many curses. There is even an ancient curse almost in its original form. This is truly dangerous. With ordinary skills, you would not even be able to touch it. Hearing that, he felt somewhat exhausted. What? It cannot be solved. But she told him not to worry. There are indeed more curses than I expected. A magic circle appeared beneath him. But of course, I have already prepared everything. The curse seals wrapped tightly around his body, increasing in number. Before dispelling the curse, she warned him, Listen, Ronald, I will now turn the curse into an object within the imaginary world inside your consciousness. You only need to do one thing, find the root of the curse suppressing you, then destroy it. Listen carefully. He was confused at this point. Master wants me to destroy the root of the curse, but how am I supposed to do that? Looking at the countless bindings wrapped around him, he was speechless, but she was certain that once he saw it, he would know. Then she raised one finger and pointed directly at him. A small flash of light appeared when she touched his forehead. Then she said, Take care. The light became brighter and brighter. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless door, and Secret was standing on the other side. The door. He never expected it to happen so suddenly either. After a while, the scenery gradually became clearer. He looked around. Is this the imaginary world created from my own curse? A place with green trees, golden sunlight, and cool wind. His feet touched the ground, safe and completely unharmed. He turned to the side and suddenly discovered something. This is my house. A wooden house both unfamiliar and familiar appeared before his eyes. Could the source of the curse actually be my own house? What in the world is happening? While he was shocked, a head full of hair passed by him. The child shouted, Mother, I am home. Ronald recognized this familiar voice. This voice. His sister, a child who looked exactly like young Enro, hurried into the house. The interior of the house remained exactly as he remembered, with the same arrangement. Young Enro looked over and smiled brightly, her mouth forming a wide grin. Truly adorable. But why is Ronald always sleeping? Is he sick, Mother? The little girl turned to ask her mother with an innocent face. A voice sounded from behind. Babies need to sleep a lot to grow. Just like you, Enro. If your younger brother gets sick in the future, your older sister must take good care of him. Young Enro raised both hands toward her mother. Yes, I will protect Ronald forever because Ronald is my little brother. The grown Ronald was standing right at the doorway watching. Looking at the scene before him, he realized this was the moment at home when he had just been born, with his mother and his sister. Only now did he suddenly realize the baby lying inside the cradle. Was that really him? Little Ronald was sleeping peacefully in the cradle. Impossible. Was I once a baby too? I thought I was born already grown like this. What a strange idea. I must have never read any books. He looked around in confusion and touched the objects. So I am seeing the past, but I do not remember anything. What should I do? While he was struggling to figure out what to do, the entire scene began changing colors. The door suddenly opened, accompanied by approaching footsteps. A man with a heavy aura opened the door and entered the house. For some reason, he could not see this person's face, yet that person gave him a strange feeling. Glanced to the side. What? His hand kept trembling, but there was nothing wrong with his body. Then who the hell is this bastard? That dark shadow passed through him silently. Even so, young Iro happily ran out to greet him. His mother also spoke joyfully. You came home early today. He did not hug Iro, but instead asked his mother. He spoke a language that he could not understand. His mother replied, the child is in the cradle. You must really want to see Ronald's face. Come and look. The baby looks exactly like you. Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted. Then he opened his palm in front of her. Her eyes widened after hearing something. Danger. What do you mean? Suddenly, a black aura surrounded her, and in an instant, she lost focus in her eyes. Finally, she collapsed unconscious at his feet. As for him, young Iro did not understand what was happening and stared blankly at her mother. Ronald screamed loudly, mother. Then he shouted again. The black smoke slowly moved toward young Iro. The little girl stepped back in fear. Why did mother stop? His large hand easily covered her small head. Just like her mother, she gradually lost focus in her eyes. Finally, she collapsed unconscious on the floor under his stunned gaze. He had reached his limit, his eyes filled with blood vessels. Bastard, what do you think you are doing? He walked toward the cradle where little Ronald was sleeping. He widened his eyes in complete shock. No. How could he not be shocked when that man also had the exact same curse seals as him? They were the ones that had come from his own body earlier. He raised his hand filled with curses and moved it toward him. A blinding light erupted from the cradle, forcing him to close his eyes. Ronald gritted his teeth until his whole body trembled. Even so, he still knew it was you, the root of the curse. The one I have to destroy. Even if that man had placed this curse on him when he was still very young. Back in reality, Secret had not expected one thing. Even though she had prepared thoroughly to maintain her strength, my mana has still hit rock bottom. Iro had no idea when this bizarre curse had appeared. Her face filled with worry for her younger brother, she asked. Secret, if even the professor says that, then how many curses are there? Even she did not know the exact number. Aside from the strength curse, there should be around 10. Iro recoiled in shock. 10, dear God. Even the professor was at a loss. If we want to neutralize 10 curses at the same time. He abruptly cut her off. No. What surprises me is that this isn't the case. There is only one curse I am dealing with. Chapter 33. Within the boy's subconscious, the light shining from the cradle gradually weakened. The curse on that man's hand had also completely disappeared. A black aura spread through the surroundings, completely engulfing the cradle. That man whispered something into little Ronald's ear. Then he turned around and glanced at young Iro and their mother lying sprawled across the floor. He stepped past them coldly, without the slightest concern. Then he walked past the older brother standing there. After that, he closed the door and left, while the older brother clenched his fist tightly. Suddenly, a red aura surged from his right hand. Has the restraint been removed? Damn it. He had no time to worry about that and hurriedly ran toward them. He shook Iro and his mother while calling out, Sis, Mom, are you both all right? Yet contrary to his fears, the two of them were merely sleeping deeply for the moment. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they only passed out. Only then did he finally relax, covering his face as he let out a long breath. He told himself to stay calm. There was only one thing he could do in this imaginary world. He struggled to his feet, seemingly realizing something. He gripped the sword at his side tightly. That's proof enough. I have to kill that bastard. Suddenly, countless sword strikes flashed out. Deep slash marks were carved into the front door. Ronald sliced the door apart and charged outside at terrifying speed. But before he had gone far, he abruptly stopped. A cloud of red smoke covered one corner of the sky. What is this? Was he already waiting for me? That man was the source of the smoke swirling around him. His expression hardened, filled with defiance. Fine. What problem do you have with me, you bastard? That man stared fixedly at him, but he did not say a single word to him. It drove him into a rage. He gripped his sword and held it level with his face. How dare you touch my family right in front of me? I will never forgive you. He charged forward so fast that dirt and stones exploded in every direction. That man remained motionless, condensing smoke into his palm as he prepared to meet the attack head-on. The instant he was about to close the distance was also the moment that man reached into the black smoke and drew out a sword. Two swords were about to collide, but strangely, that man was not even holding his sword. It flew aside on its own and avoided his strike, leaving him utterly astonished. What the hell is this? The other sword attacked him relentlessly. Ronald barely managed to defend himself. Confusion was written all over his face as he struggled to understand what was happening. Is a curse controlling that sword? He gripped his sword tightly and realized he was at a disadvantage. The other man merely stood there watching while his sword fought on its own. Slash cut across his wrist, drawing blood. Then another cut appeared just beneath his left eye. That man flicked his hand, sending the sword flying toward him. Then he casually walked past, leaving another slash across Ronald's chest. The devastating blow sent blood spraying endlessly from him before he collapsed. He dropped to one knee and had to use his sword to support himself. Damn it, impossible, I can't. Kept coughing up blood, but what angered him even more was that he could not fight this man at all. He stared at the man before him. His sword could not even touch him. Is he leaving because he thinks I can't do anything to him? Can't end like this, don't do this again, get up, Maya. There were so many things he needed to ask that bastard with great difficulty. He finally managed to speak. Maya, the man abruptly stopped. Ronald used his sword to pull himself upright. This isn't over, why did you do this? Those two never showed affection or acted that way. Toward anyone, I felt that affectionate gaze, exactly the same as when you looked at me. The more I think about it, there is only one possibility. You are that person, aren't you? But why did you do that? That man had not spoken a single word from beginning to end. Around him, streams of energy surged and churned, forming a blazing red aura like flames. There was nothing more to say. After everything he did to my sister and mother, he still refuses to explain or justify himself to me. Ronald charged forward in fury. Fueled by hatred and moving at full speed, he swept his blade effortlessly across the enemy's neck. The fatal slash struck, sending that man's head flying into the air. It crashed heavily to the ground. It rolled across the ground and stopped right at his feet. Ronald showed no mercy and stabbed him once more. Black energy surrounding him grew increasingly dense. He remained silent without saying a word. Fine, if you refuse to talk, so be it. I'll find out myself. So get out of my body right now, you bastard. The head vanished without a trace. Even that man's body was gradually dissolving on the other side. The scene returned to Secret's bookshelf. He suddenly regained consciousness, his face still dazed and confused about what had happened. He rubbed his head and pushed himself upright. Where am I? Is this the Safari spell? Secret appeared behind him and asked, You've finally woken up, Ronald. Ronald stared wide-eyed at the person before him in astonishment. Who is this? Suddenly realizing something, he looked at the person approaching from behind. Then he recognized her in shock. No way. Professor Secret, she rubbed her chin. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Ronald was still surprised. I mean, why does time seem to pass so quickly for you, Professor? Or is it because of me? Secret smiled. It has nothing to do with you, so don't worry. First, do you notice anything different about yourself? He calmly replied, Yes, actually, I already thought you were unusual from the moment we first met. Looking at you now, Professor, you're far more extraordinary than I imagined. He could sense an overwhelmingly powerful energy surrounding her body, exerting immense pressure upon him. But she merely smiled at him. It seemed everything had worked. Steaming cup of fragrant, delicious tea. The two sat together talking over tea. It truly was unbelievable that something like this had actually happened. I never expected the curse within you to originate from memories even you were unaware of. Secret took notes as she asked, The person who cursed you looked like your father. He replied, Yes, probably. Why do you think that? You said you couldn't recognize that person's appearance. Because I could hear what my mother and sister were saying to him. And when that bastard attacked my family, I felt something. Something so foreign that I couldn't consider it an emotion of my own. An unfamiliar anguish. He placed a hand over his chest and clenched it tightly. Remembering what had happened, he said, I think that's why I couldn't control my anger. Looking back now, I don't know whether those were that man's emotions. Maya was startled by what she heard. You mean you have absolutely no memories of your family? He confirmed, yes, and so neither my sister nor I ever questioned why that was. It was as if those memories had been erased completely from our minds. She sipped her tea as she pondered. So not only was your ability to sense mana sealed, even your awareness of yourself was affected. It seems your father placed a curse on you. At the same time, he also tampered with your memories. During that process, part of the caster's memories was transferred to you. Memory-related spells sometimes have side effects like that. I believe that Imaginary World also contained his memories. You were able to use mana even before breaking the curse. Did you notice anything else? It may be because you sensed mana for a short period of time. That was a reaction caused by the restoration of interrupted energy pathways. Ronald looked at his hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. So these shimmering strands of light spreading everywhere are called mana. Glowing lights surrounded his hand. Secret smiled. That's right. For now, you can only see them, but eventually you'll be able to control them like the other students. That will happen once you break 2 more of the remaining 9 curses. Of course, it will take quite some time. Every curse placed upon you is of unknown origin and extraordinarily powerful. When you're ready, I'll send you the information you need. You may go home for today. So that day is finally drawing near. Ronald was startled when he heard that. What? Maya raised a hand to her chin again. She smiled at him. Only then did he realize that the professor had become younger again. He immediately asked, Does your appearance change depending on the time of day, Professor? She replied, This body is somewhat similar to yours, but my circumstances are more complicated. The professor must have it difficult as well. Maya changed the subject, Ronald. After learning this painful truth, you may feel saddened. Remember to stay strong. The bright days ahead are precious, so don't let the past bind you. He stood up and prepared to leave. Yes. I'll be counting on you today, Professor. He bowed respectfully to her. Meanwhile, in another place, a hand covered in countless sparkling golden rings. On Grand Cappadocia, a massive stone statue, coated in gold. A man wearing a hat stared in shock at what he witnessed. It was far greater than what his report had described. There was really a student who managed to stop this thing, not Professor Naviros. While he was thinking, a young man entered, sir. He turned around in surprise. Ah, you finally arrived. Lan, a young man with an extremely serious expression. He turned and asked about the restoration mission. That man replied, "It is still underway without any problems. They said everything will return to normal after a week. We also investigated those people as requested, but we could not find any further information here." "Is that so?" he continued. "Instead, through Filian, we found the location of the student who was active here at that time. Would you like to meet him yourself, sir?" Duke Dronzer, the head of the Rangxia family. He frowned and looked away in thought. Indeed, it seems that way. After that, he whispered something unclear. Immediately, the eyes of the statue behind him suddenly lit up like signal lights. Could even move its arms and legs. Du Lan was frightened by the scene. "Duke, please forgive me." But the monster's hand rose and was about to punch down. He quickly said, "Please step aside. I will cooperate with the engineering team to deal with it." Just as he placed his hand on the sword sheath, he was stopped by him. "No need." The monster quickly attacked the spot where he was standing. However, he remained standing there without moving. He placed his hand on the sword at his waist. After that, he looked at the monster with a murderous gaze. Could it be? It would be very busy on the way here. A powerful slash descended, gently taking away one of the monster's hands. The monster cried out, unable to understand what was happening. Then came dozens of consecutive slashes. He kept cutting continuously, targeting every part of its body. The monster shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. Du Lan stood upright, shielding himself from the dust, his face emotionless as he looked at the scene before him. Dronzer returned his sword to its sheath. Then he ordered Du Lan, "Let us go, Du Lan." Every step he took left the ruined remains of the monster behind. The scene looked incredibly impressive. Then he smiled sinisterly and said to him, "Let us meet the young hero of Filian." The next morning at the Navajo dormitory, Ronald was sleeping soundly in bed when he was awakened. Who would knock on someone's room at such an early morning hour? He rubbed his eyes and went to open the door. Du Lan, who was a head taller than him, was standing imposingly outside the door. "Hey kid, who are you? Street vendors are not allowed in here. Someone who looks this refined yet gets mistaken for a peddler." He frowned in displeasure. "What an impolite brat. Do you know who you are being rude to right now?" "Right, uncle." "Too much. Of course not. You really do look like a guard for some noble family." However, he had to admit it. But the mana that he could sense was far too dark and unpleasant. There was something mixed within this person's mana. Was that also mana? Somehow, it felt somewhat familiar. A hand was placed on him. "That is enough, Du Lan. We are also at fault for barging in without notifying you beforehand." Du Lan respectfully addressed him. "But, Duke." Hearing those two words, he immediately became fully awake. If this was the Duke of this empire, then could it be? He politely said to him, "Please forgive me. I would like to apologize once again on behalf of my guard knight. If this request is not too sudden, could you spare some time for me?" He greeted him with a gentle smile like a kind mother. Only then did he realize it was Duke Grangea. After that, the three of them entered a room and discussed things while drinking tea. Ronald also listened to his story. "So according to what you said, a box open before you. Do not forget to subscribe to our channel. Then this is the newly completed sheath made from Ilamancha. Why did you personally bring it here?" "The blacksmith of Grand Cappadocia asked me to do so. Blacksmith Doran even personally requested it from me." Of course, Ronald could already imagine that scene. He continued speaking. "Besides that, I also want to express my gratitude to you. Our Grantia family and Grand Cappadocia have been allies for a long time. My favorite sword, Lord Few, was made by Blacksmith Doran. For the hero and benefactor of Grand Cappadocia, treating you warmly like this is only proper. Do you not think so? Of course, aside from greetings, I have also prepared a special gift for you." Ronald was shocked upon hearing this. That is, he handed over. He presented a rather large object resembling a gold coin, bearing Granzia's insignia of proof and the seal of the family head, intending to give it to me. I could not help being surprised to receive such a valuable gift. With this alone, I could buy 3 castles. He said that a savior like me deserved the utmost respect. Thanks to that, Granzia's honor had been preserved. He also said that the blacksmith's reward and the insignias of proof should already have reached the 2 students who participated as well. Keep the prefix unchanged, with no additional content. I hope they would like them. As he politely sipped his tea, he heard words of praise ring out. "Oh, esteemed Duke." His mind was filled with tangled thoughts. He set down his teacup, saying that he could finally rest easy, and he changed the subject. He asked him about those behind this incident, showing tremendous interest in the shameless scoundrels who had caused it. The sudden change in the atmosphere made cold sweat break out across his body. He suddenly thought, being able to force a smile in the face of this power, it truly was hard to eat another man's bread. He wondered whether this truly was the family head who led the Granzia family. The aura emanating from behind him left him speechless. Even so, he calmly replied, saying that he did not know how much the Duke had uncovered, but those lurking bastards were far crazier than outsiders imagined. Suddenly, Dulin's face bulged with veins. He slowly spread his power toward him. He remained completely unaware and continued, "They acted very quickly. I did everything I could to capture them. But even then, all they said was..." Suddenly, he realized that the power had already surrounded him. Ronald knew at a glance whose power it was. He noticed that the guard had not moved at all until now, yet the moment those bastards were mentioned, he reacted. Thinking about it again, this sensation was extremely similar to the foulness he had sensed when facing those men. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me it's this man." Jojosers noticed something was wrong with him and asked, "What is it, Ronald? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" He looked at him him in surprise. Josers was equally surprised. What's with that reaction? The mana your subordinate is giving off. He continued pretending to be concerned, asking whether he was feeling unwell somewhere. This left Ronald quite surprised. Duke Granzia, renowned across the continent for his tremendous strength, was actually unable to sense that change. He wondered whether he alone could perceive the mana spreading from that guard. Then, Duke, do you know about the appearance of the Starborn? He hesitated over whether to throw out the bait. Just as he expected, Dulin immediately showed interest. Josers naturally knew that name, Clasier Nebula, an organization that supported Starborn children. Never expected something like that to exist on this continent. He asked if Ronald had truly obtained this information himself. Ronald admitted that before the professor arrived to rescue them, he had cut off one of their arms or legs to make them reveal everything immediately. He said watching those people cry and beg for their lives was quite amusing, while wearing a sinister smile like a villain from a theatrical play. He offered to explain in more detail, but he refused, saying he would confirm the remaining matters through official documents at Rodolan. He said that if he heard any more, he probably would not be able to eat anything. Ronald pretended to lower his hand in disappointment and said, "All right then, if that is what you want." However, he already had the answer in his heart. As expected, there was no need to say anything more. Since earlier, he had already been unable to control his own aura anymore. He felt his task was complete and asked permission to leave, but Ronald remained deep in thought, unable to believe they were infiltrating Grancia. He needed an urgent solution. He stood up and said to him, "All right, there is something you should know about those bastards." He curiously asked what it was. Ronald scratched his head and smiled, but thought keeping someone as busy as him here was not ideal, because it could take quite a lot of time. He said he would organize everything from now until evening and write a letter to send to him. He said he would definitely find it interesting, especially the topic related to a Hayut, saying that was only harming himself because Dulan became furious when he heard Ronald speak with that expression. That night, at the Academy dormitory building, Ronald was sleeping deeply. While drooling and snoring with his face covered, a sparkling light approached him. Dulan appeared with killing intent, holding a sword pointed directly at his neck. Suddenly, a huge explosion illuminated the entire room. He was slightly stunned by the light. "Huh, he is not there." Under his sword was only the floor. A voice came from behind him. "That's right, I knew you would come today. It is a pleasure to meet you, you cowardly bastard rat number 3. He had already been waiting in ambush on the ceiling without him knowing. His appearance left him confused. "How did you?" He landed safely. "Wait a moment. Why don't you look over there first? He is the guest I specially invited for you." It was someone who left him completely shocked. Someone suddenly appeared sitting on the chair. Young Master Schlafen. And of course he was extremely angry, veins bulging on his face as he growled, "Explain this to me, how should I understand the current situation?" A few hours earlier at the mansion, Ronald and Schlieffen met on the highest floor of the Navajo Hall. Ronald crossed his arms and looked at him, asking why he had suddenly come here. Chili FM's face was extremely serious. He asked Ronald if he planned to ambush Dulan tonight. While speaking, he tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. Seeing that irritating attitude, Ronald asked back what the evidence was. Chili Fen thought about Dulan and explained, "Even in Granzia, he was still a powerful and loyal knight. After only 4 years, he was chosen as my father's guard." Before he could finish asking, Ronald interrupted, "You said it was 4 years. Then it seems Granzia has already been infiltrated in many places." Still confused about his meaning, he saw Ronald turn around and say, "Just come over here. No matter whose side that guy is on, you lose nothing." Then he suddenly stopped and turned his head, saying, "If what I said is true, then there is a cowardly rat hiding in your family." Returning to the present, Schlieffen raised his sharp sword and asked, "Did you not hear what I said?" His face was cold, and his voice carried a hint of anger. He pointed his sword at the other person, demanding that Dulan explain everything clearly. Dulan stood still and looked at the sword with a slightly furrowed expression. Ronald mocked him. "If he had to answer just because you asked, would that not make him a traitor? You are too naive." While listening to Ronald, Dulan suddenly raised one eyebrow. He stomped heavily on the floor. The moment his foot touched the ground, a wave of power spread outward. Schlieffen was still holding his sword and pointing it at him. He suddenly jolted and widened his eyes in shock. Ronald gritted his teeth, his gaze focused on him. Ronald looked down at his hand and saw electricity coiling around his body. He gritted his teeth and thought his body was becoming heavier. Looking at his hand that could no longer move, he thought, "Is this the bastard's aura?" While he was lost in his thoughts, something suddenly made him raise his head in shock. Immediately, Dulan swung his sword forward. Ronald struggled to block and cried out. Right after that, he was knocked backward and cried out in pain. Schlieffen stood to the side, veins bulging across his face, and shouted at Dulan, asking why. As soon as Dulan finished speaking, he charged straight towards Schlieffen while he was still controlled by the aura. He showed no mercy and unleashed an extremely powerful slash. Schlieffen gritted his teeth and struggled to withstand his attack. Killing intent on his face, Dulan said, "Sir, you still lack experience controlling your aura range. If you use that technique here, it will drag others into the rampage." Hearing that, Schlieffen became even angrier and gritted his teeth while staring at him. Lan tightened his grip on the sword hilt and continued, but regardless. I apologize, young master. After saying that, he slashed down, but Schlieffen managed to block in time. Although restrained, Schlieffen still blocked the attack, while Lan calmly said he did not want to end this relationship, but that brat had ruined everything. While defending, Schlieffen replied, your ability is different from what I know. Could it be that you have been hiding your true strength all this time? Lan frowned in annoyance and said, betrayal, that is not it. As he spoke, his sword was pushed back slightly. He tried to continue from the very beginning but before he could finish, Schlieffen swung his sword and pushed him away. Lan was now completely enraged and said coldly, I was never a knight of. After saying that, he charged towards Schlieffen once again. Schlieffen's expression darkened, and he asked coldly, is that so? His voice suddenly became calm, and he continued that he had confirmed it, do whatever you want. Hearing that answer, Ronald suddenly grabbed a sword. He appeared before Lan, smiling with interest as he blocked his sword. Lan was so shocked that he froze, unable to believe his eyes, stammering without words. Ronald glanced at Schlieffen's indifferent expression and said, you really made him angry, causing trouble just to hear that sentence. Are you relieved now? Schlieffen closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly, replying, this matter is extremely serious to me, I hope you understand. After saying that, he pushed Ronald away and continued, after today, a major storm will occur. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful slash. That sword strike headed toward Lan, making Ronald standing nearby slightly surprised. Lan stepped back in confusion and thought, impossible. Schlieffen was suppressed by the aura, yet he could still swing such a heavy sword using only mana. As soon as he finished thinking, Schlieffen had already struck down with his sword. That attack sent him flying backward, exactly like how he had done to Ronald. Lan struggled to stand, gritting his teeth as he thought, he was hiding his strength too. No, he had no reason to do that. Looking at the furious Schlieffen before him, he wondered in confusion, could he have become stronger in such a short time? He tried not to believe what he was seeing, impossible. Even a once-in-a-century genius could not become a monster in an instant. While Lan was still lost in thought, Ronald suddenly appeared before him, smirking as he said, you are too relaxed, uncle. He was startled and looked down. Ronald continued mockingly, how disappointing. His face was now filled with extreme confusion. Then he unleashed a series of relentless attacks and shouted loudly, we are fighting for our lives, so where did your mind wander off to? It forced him to struggle with blocking the attacks and make a slight sound. The attacks were too fast, leaving him only able to stand there and endure them, gritting his teeth as he wondered how this was possible. Watching Ronald attack like a madman, he thought, another monster has appeared. When Ronald swung down with a powerful sword strike, he regained his focus in time and jumped away to dodge. He spoke with slight surprise, oh, being able to dodge that attack is quite impressive. Before he realized he was about to be ambushed, he was immediately kicked backward and shouted, damn it. Lan's body was now covered in wounds. He gritted his teeth while looking around and thought, damn it, they have caused too much noise. At this rate, the professors will arrive soon. While calculating his next move, he glanced toward the door. It seemed he had found an escape route. He thought, I have to retreat. Then a flash of light suddenly appeared. He gathered all his strength into his feet. Then he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. While escaping, he thought, damn it, who would have expected everything to become this complicated just because I wanted to capture that brat? It was a mistake to think I could defeat both of them by relying on Maya. I need to hide first and wait for another chance to deal with him. While he continued running, he suddenly slowed down. Schlieffen flew down from above and swung his sword, saying, you are right, Lan, making him stop as if he had already known his fate. Lan turned his head and glanced at the person behind him. Fen continued, unlike my father, I still lack experience and cannot fully use the storm sword. But, since you already knew that, running in this direction was truly foolish. As he spoke, the sword in his hand suddenly became surrounded by swirling wind. A violent storm suddenly erupted, yet Schlieffen calmly continued, there is no one here who will be caught in this sword technique of mine, right? His face was filled with determination, gripping the sword tightly as he said, besides the traitor I must punish, who else is there? The technique he used was the secret sword art of the Granzia family. Storm sword awakened slashed directly down toward Lan. Lan tried to defend himself and cursed, damn it. Then he shouted loudly, as if preparing a technique to block the attack. Before he could finish speaking, he widened his eyes at the wind rushing toward him. Before he was completely swallowed by that tornado, he cried out inwardly, oh stars. A while later, Schlieffen placed his sword back into its sheath. Looking at Lan's trembling body on the ground, he spoke, from today onward, no one in the family will remember you, but it does not matter. Schlieffen left with an angry expression and coldly continued, because you were never a member of the Granzia family. Ronald spoke to Fen, you handled that guy rather quickly. He looked at Schlieffen with disdain, if you keep acting like this, you will run into trouble later, and in this situation. Ronald looked at Lan and told Schlieffen, he is seriously injured like this, I do not know how to bring him back to the Lodolan prison. He reassured him, do not worry, I only cut his leg tendons, he will not die. He stayed silent for a moment before quietly saying in theory. Ronald could not hold back, hey, he called out. Anyway, since you are here, everything should be fine. I need to quickly inform the family about this as soon as possible. Fen's expression became serious, his eyes filled with danger as he said to Ronald, we need to deal with all the traitors. After saying that, he hurried away, leaving Ronald standing there, so I will leave everything here here to you. Ronald never expected him to do that and stood there stunned. Hey, how could you leave me here alone? He angrily scolded Chili Fen. You are the one who caused all this and destroyed everything here, and now you are leaving it all to me. Even though he had already gone far away, Ronald continued shouting, where is your conscience? Where is your humanity? At that moment, someone appeared behind him and asked, what happened, Ronald? That person continued asking, what was that tornado here just now? Were you ambushed by someone? He turned around. Everyone is here. Grava and Navi Rose stepped out from the teleportation gate. Ronald called out, Principal and Professor. Whether because he saw the snake on Navi Rose's clothes or for another reason, he suddenly said, Tor. He pointed at the snake with a blank expression, Tor. Ronald gave a thumbs up and praised her. I like your clothes, Professor. She ignored him. Answer my question first. Grava also spoke. That is right, Ronald. Professor's fashion style is not the issue here, although I am slightly surprised as well. He said, fortunately, you are not injured, but can you explain everything now? Ronald stammered, yes, of course, to explain that matter. He changed the subject and said, but Principal, can you listen to this first? Grava focused on Ronald's words. Listen to you first. What do you mean? Ronald spread his arms and said, Ahayut, that bastard. He looked at Ronald in confusion while Navi Rose muttered that name repeatedly. Grava asked, Ahayut, what about that bastard? In the principal's office, someone spoke, they. Grava rested his chin on his hand and said, so there are rats hiding within the Grangia family. This issue is more serious than I thought. He praised his beloved student. You did very well this time, Ronald. Thanks to you, we stopped things from becoming even worse. He humbly replied, you do not need to praise me that much. Ronald suddenly thought of a dark and blurry scene about keeping secret the fact that he could sense it. He remembered that feeling from before, the unique mana of those bastards. Facing the two men, Ronald could only make a vague guess. I am not 100% certain about this, but this information were to be exposed. Ronald thought of a bloody scene in the future. Not only me, but everyone around me will also be in danger. Grava reassured Ronald, this matter will be investigated on a large scale with Grancia at the center, so don't worry too much. He looked at him sincerely. The Empire owes you yet another debt, from the Blacksmith Village incident to what happened this time. Grava gladly offered Ronald a reward, and he happily asked permission to do something within the academy. Grava asked curiously, what is it that you want me to permit? He continued, I would very much like to know what it is. Next morning, at the Academy's Grand Plaza, Ronald stood before the notice board and declared loudly, everyone, please listen. Crowd below did not stop, so he raised his voice. Club activities are always confined to the academy. Don't you find that boring? Ronald slapped his hand against the paper posted on the board. He said excitedly, that's why I created this. It's called. Paper bore the words recruiting members, and Ronald announced the Special Adventure Club. Someone asked in confusion, what is Special Adventure? He pointed toward that person. Excellent question. Ronald repeated, what is the Special Adventure Club? He eagerly explained, this is an extracurricular club focused on real combat, designed to train talented people who can serve the Empire. Ronald continued confidently, with the principal's permission, this is the only club allowed to operate outside the academy. Someone below whispered, we're allowed to go outside. Others still looked unconvinced. Ronald explained the rules. Anyone who wants to join should come to the arena in the Galilean building during the interview period. From afar, a heavily hooded figure was watching. Ronald concluded by thanking everyone. The mysterious figure muttered, impossible. The person beside them asked in confusion, who is that? A few days later, at the Galilean building, Ronald frowned gloomily and managed to utter only one word, why? Holding his sword, he sat down on the ground. I made a full announcement at the plaza to recruit talented people. But why? Maria Sen and Axel watched him complain. No one besides you two came to take the test on the final day. Maria Sen scoffed. You seriously don't know. Based on what you've been calling interviews these past few days. She recalled Ronald driving applicants to utter exhaustion, with some even begging for their lives. She said, you beat down everyone who came for the test just to measure their strength. Remembering how he had forced people to sign strange documents, Maria Sen understood why almost no one could endure it. She repeated what he had asked the applicants, whether they were ready to sacrifice their lives for the club's missions. Axel stammered, rumors have spread throughout the academy that joining requires at least 10 lives. Ronald replied disdainfully, that's what real combat is like, they simply have no resolve. He told himself, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. Ronald glanced at what was behind him, the thing he truly needed. The young man leaned on his sword while panting heavily, and he looked at him, thinking this one had potential. Ronald walked over and asked, I already said there was no need to continue the test, yet you still wanted to fight. The young man wiped away his sweat, and Ronald said, anyway, I have good news for you. You passed, Brahm. Brahm replied, thank you, Ronald. He warned Brahm in advance, club activities will be exhausting. Are you really fine with that? Brahm laughed lightly and replied, that's exactly what I need, as long as I can become stronger. Ronald nodded in satisfaction. Good, then you can all go home and rest before official activities begin. Axel asked in confusion, what about you? Ronald replied casually, recruitment is still open, I'll stay here, maybe another talented person will show up. A bright moonlit night. Ronald sprawled across the table in boredom and muttered, what a breeze. Looking at the deserted academy grounds, he lamented, not a single person came to apply. The person beside him spoke, "Come on, let's go home." Ronald looked at Addison. "Thank you, senior. You're busy working as a teaching assistant, yet you still came to help me." She smiled. "It's nothing." She stood up and put away the chair, saying regretfully as she walked, "If I weren't busy as a teaching assistant, I'd want to try joining your club too." Ronald silently watched her leave. His expression darkened as he thought, I can't tell her about the message she left before, and I can't let her risk herself in this life either. Looking at Addison, he knew she had to decide for herself whether to abandon her dream of becoming commander-in-chief or continue living as an ordinary person. Ronald pondered. This truly is an important matter. He thought anxiously, she needs to think about it seriously and reflect on herself. A mysterious figure from this morning appeared and spoke, Maya too. That person said, "You're still here." Ronald realized someone was there and looked over. Since when were you there? Then his expression brightened with delight. He asked enthusiastically, "Did you come for an interview? Do you want to join my club?" The mysterious figure softly repeated, "Club." The person asked Ronald, "If I join, can I?" He looked back in confusion. "Sorry, what did you say? Your voice was too quiet for me to hear clearly." The mysterious figure slowly lowered the hood. "If I join the club." Ophelia's eyes gleamed red. "Can I touch it?" She slowly added, "Yours." Ronald did not understand what she meant, so he repeated her words and touched it. He clutched his chest and pretended to be bashful, telling Ophelia that she was making him blush and asking how she could say something like that. She denied it and said she was not talking about him. Ophelia clarified that what she wanted was the creature perched on his shoulder. Sita, sitting on Ronald's shoulder, looked just as confused as its master and let out a cry. He felt slightly embarrassed when he realized he had misunderstood her. Ronald scratched Sita under the chin and asked again, "Ah, you mean Sita? You should have said that from the beginning." He added a few more words to entice Ophelia into joining the club, saying Sita was always with him, so if she joined, she would definitely get a chance to touch it. The girl could not take her eyes off Sita and seemed to like it very much, so she immediately asked, "Really?" Ronald looked Ophelia over with an appraising gaze, thinking that she was a very strange person. He thought back to what had just happened, finding it hard to believe that she had gotten so close before he sensed her presence. He found the person before him highly unusual. She was definitely no ordinary student, he could feel that much. Ronald firmly concluded that she was genuinely talented. Ophelia hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. She asked what she had to do for the interview. He pointed toward the dummy and told her to demonstrate her skills on the magic puppet over there. Before starting the test, Ronald asked for more information and told her to state her name and year. She answered briefly, "Third year, magic department." Only then did she finally introduce herself, Ophelia. Ophelia began casting magic and said, "Then." Streams of purple light began surrounding her entire body. Her eyes glowed so brightly that her pupils disappeared from sight, and she informed those standing there, "I'm starting." Addison was startled. "This is," she said to Ronald, "dark magic." Addison looked at Ophelia with admiration and marveled that despite how difficult dark mana was to use, she controlled it perfectly. Standing behind them, he was also surprised by this girl. Ronald kept his eyes fixed on Ophelia, thinking there was something even more astonishing. Watching how Ophelia controlled her magic, he quietly noticed an extremely faint current of deep crimson energy, like blood. Her hand was surrounded by black and red smoke, and Ronald concluded that this was the core of her mana. Seeing Sita rise to its feet on his shoulder, he thought this definitely had to be. Ophelia began her incantation, Dark Claw. That dark power manifested as it shot straight toward the dummy, striking it so hard that it was thrown backward. Explosion erupted from that spot. Ronald uttered in astonishment, "Ah!" He noticed that the distant wall had cracked and told Ophelia there was not even any need for her to fight him. Looking at the utterly mangled dummy, completely unlike those of the previous applicants, he confirmed, "You passed." Ronald approached her and hurriedly asked, "But Ophelia, you?" Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head and flinched. The voice told him, "So you can see it." Ronald realized it was voice transmission magic. Ophelia pulled her hood back over her head, glanced at him, and said that it was enough for only him to know, because it would be troublesome if anyone else found out. All three remained silent. Only Ronald could hear Ophelia's words transmitted through magic, suggesting that they go somewhere else to talk. He continued, "I also have something I want to ask you." Night had fallen. Ronald and Ophelia left the arena, while her hand was still stroking Sita. She gently poked it with a finger, making it giggle. It turned out this creature was a dream bird. Ophelia was fascinated and could not keep her hands off it. She told Ronald that a bird born from condensed mana around itself was truly fascinating. Sita kept chirping, and hearing that, he replied half-jokingly, "I think you're pretty fascinating too." Ronald looked at Ophelia and honestly told her that he had heard all of them had left the Empire a long time ago. He looked at her and Sita beneath the moonlight, both pairs of eyes glowing red, and suddenly realized which bloodline she belonged to. Ophelia's expression hardened as she corrected him, saying that not all of them had left. A very small number still remained scattered throughout the Empire. She turned around and continued the story, "But we did not want to get involved in trouble, so we lived in seclusion." Ronald voiced his curiosity, asking why she would come to such a highly visible club. He guessed that Ophelia wanted something from Sita's mana, right? She nodded. That was correct. She suddenly recalled the moment at the square. The moment I first saw it in the square, I recognized it. What Ophelia was interested in was not Ronald or the Energy Club, but blood magic, the innate magic of our race. Ronald agreed. He also found that strange. So the power Sita used was indeed that of a vampire. And she said it had drunk blood right after being born, so it was no surprise it was connected to vampires. Ophelia was startled, asking again, what? She found Ronald's words hard to believe, asking him if it was true that right after birth, it had used vampire magic. He did not understand, asking back, is something wrong? Ophelia picked Sita up, pressing Ronald for how many days old it was. He answered 3 years. She shook her head. It should be at least 5 years. Ronald was surprised by her question, stammering that no, at most it was only 2 months old. Ophelia was astonished. Impossible. Only 2 months, and it had already. She looked at Sita in her arms, its small body radiating a dense flow of blood mana to an almost unbelievable degree. Suddenly Ophelia felt pleased. If the truth was really like that, then perhaps her plan could be carried out. She held Sita forward, telling Ronald that she had something she wanted to ask of him and Sita. Ronald found her odd, asking what she needed so suddenly. Ophelia looked at Ronald with sparkling eyes, sincerely saying that initially she only planned to take a look at Sita and then leave, but if he helped her, she would work really hard. She continued, saying that she had to start her research immediately. The early stage might be difficult, but afterward she promised to try her best. Ronald interrupted, wait, research into what? Not understanding what Ophelia wanted, Ronald pressed her on what exactly she intended to research. The next day, the club district of Philian Academy. And that... the Special Adventure Club. Ronald looked up at the towering building before him, remarked cheerfully, never thought they would dedicate an entire building to a student club, quite generous indeed. Turned to speak to those behind him, let's leave that for later, you two look quite different now. Maria Sen wore a new sword on her back. Ronald admired it. Is that a weapon from Grand Cappadocia? Axel, meanwhile, was wearing a bracelet that shimmered with light. Ronald asked the two girls if that was the gift Grangia sent them. Maria Sen nodded in confirmation. Ronald commented on the sword, noting she had switched from a double-edged blade to a greatsword. Maria Sen proudly boasted, the commander forged a sword that suits my strength, so I wanted to try it out. Axel also joined the conversation, saying she received a magic bracelet, crafted based on the methods of the magic city Del Pium. She cheerfully told Ronald that thanks to better mana control, her speed and strength had doubled. He saw that both were happy, praising that their weapons were all excellent. Maria Sen asked Ronald why he told them to bring their weapons here. He calmly replied, let's go inside first, then I will tell you. Ronald seemed about to discuss something important. He said this conversation was quite special. Inside, Ronald got down to business, saying they were probably curious why he had created a club like this. 4 people sat around the meeting table, he said. We only have one single goal. Ronald seriously stated the core purpose of the club, which was to develop each person's potential as quickly as possible through real combat experience. He grew serious, focusing his thoughts to prepare for the moment to come. Ronald pointed to a spot on the map, declaring this would be their first destination, one of the mountain ranges not yet explored by the Empire. He said, the Mad Mountain Range. As soon as he finished speaking, Maria Sen and Axel were shocked at the name of the mountain range, while Brahm seemed excited. Ronald confirmed, as you know, this place is quite unusual, so it will be a useful experience for the whole group. He stood up holding his sword, adding that he also had personal business there, but now was not the time to talk about it. Ronald looked at the two girls, saying first there was a problem between them that needed resolution. Maria Sen wondered, us? What problem? Not answering immediately, he told everyone to step outside for now. With a cunning expression, Ronald proposed, let's have a spar. Sunlight streamed through the window into the hallway, dyeing the whole space a warm yellow. Maria Sen and Axel followed behind Ronald. What do you mean, Ronald? She looked at him, asking about the problem he had just mentioned. Ronald turned around, replying that the two of them needed to complete their coursework ahead of schedule. Why are you so surprised? It's obvious. It takes a week to get there, but there are other things to consider. Senior Brahm usually finishes his coursework early too, so it should be fine. Running the club and handling those matters at the same time will be very tough. The principal will definitely not agree. That's true. Ronald raised his index finger, asking them what they thought the solution was. He smiled smugly, of course. Finish early like I do, then we will be free. And then, on the second floor of the club building, in a large room, Ronald stood facing Maria Sen and Axel. Before private lessons, the first thing was to check both their skills. He gestured challengingly, come on, relax, aim at me. I will not draw my sword, so do not be afraid. Ronald suddenly changed his attitude. Even so, if it is too easy, it will not be fun, so be careful. The two girls answered, all right, we will take it easy then. Maria Sen turned to Axel, smiling and saying she might as well try that move. Axel was flustered, while Maria Sen continued, show him how much we have improved. Both prepared their stances, ready for combat. Yes, I will give it my all. Good. Maria Sen raised her blade high. She shouted loudly, here I come. The slash rushed straight toward Ronald, creating a surge of power that shattered everything around it. He slightly tilted his body to dodge, keeping his sword on his shoulder, praising, pretty strong. Ronald's eyes gleamed with surprised delight. Small stone fragments suddenly floated upward, truly unbelievable. A strange blue light radiated from Axel's palm. His entire body was also covered in that blue light. Axel used his will to control the floating stones, showing off to Sister Maria Sen as he did so. The cluster of small rocks shot toward Ronald, but he simply tilted his body to dodge with ease. In the blink of an eye, he had already grasped telekinesis. Ronald drew his sword, his eyes filled with delight. He swung his blade, slicing the incoming rocks apart midair. Suddenly, he noticed something unexpected. Maria Sen had silently positioned herself right behind Ronald, her eyes blazing as if she had spotted prey. She leaped high into the air, shouting for him to stop blocking and dodge instead. Her hand gripped the blade tightly, channeling all her strength into the edge. Powerful slash descended upon Ronald, but he still managed to sidestep in time. Ronald broke into a sweat as he watched the blade sink deep into the ground. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been torn apart. If that strike had connected, he would have been shredded by now. Maria Sen's eyes at that moment were as ferocious as a demon's. She launched another slash aimed straight at Ronald's neck. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet gave way, robbing her of her footing. Maria Sen was startled to see Ronald's sword already pressed against her face. Ronald quickly countered, without a moment's hesitation. Maria Sen gritted her teeth, using every ounce of strength to block that attack. Ronald looked at his two students with satisfaction and slowly acknowledged something. Axel had taken to the air, his skill far exceeding his expectations. He shouted from midair, demanding that Ronald release Sister Maria Sen immediately. Ronald gently tilted his head, evading Axel's charging strike. He let out a hearty laugh and then officially dove into the match. Axel also let out a determined roar, charging straight at Ronald. A massive boulder, controlled by Axel, hovered directly above Ronald's head. He swung his sword repeatedly, cleaving the giant rock into countless pieces. A satisfied smile spread across Ronald's lips. The small rock fragments fell scattered to the ground. Thick dust shrouded the entire area. Ronald gave his compliments to Maria Sen and Axel, who had both grown much stronger. So even without me around, you've been training diligently all this time. Especially Axel. He has matured so much compared to before, leaving me astonished. Thanks to you, Ronald. Ronald smiled with contentment, asking if the test was over. Maria Sen nodded, deeming it sufficient for now. Ronald declared that he didn't need a full month, just 2 weeks would be enough for the next round of training. Ronald rotated his arm, asking again with a tone full of hidden meaning. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. It sent shivers down both Maria Sen and Axel's spines as he announced he would start special training immediately. Ronald chased after the two with his sword, shouting to continue fighting right away. His face looked no different from a demon incarnate. Maria Sen and Axel fled in terror, screaming for help in broken voices. Their screams echoed, shaking the entire tower, wondering how things had come to this. From that day on, the two devoted their entire minds to training, even sacrificing sleep. Half a month later, a hand rested on a stack of paper covered in writing, and Grava could not hide his astonishment. Grava sat in the principal's office, surprised, asking Ronald why everyone had finished the course so early. Ronald flashed a bright smile, confirming that all club members had completed it. He added that of course not all subjects were done, but it was enough to qualify for the teacher's permission to go out. Grava propped his hands on the desk, smiling cheerfully, agreeing to keep his promise to let them go out, while reminding them to stay safe. He wished them a journey filled with luck and smooth sailing. The next day, the club's first activity commenced at Mount Vadian. 4 of them, carrying backpacks, headed toward the mountain. Axel spread his hand, seeing the blue light surrounding it, wondering if it was a curse. Maria Sen was surprised by the strange phenomenon, and Brahm chuckled, explaining that the mana here was too pure, which caused it. Brahm eagerly asked Ronald what the mission this time was, but he said they were still far from the central area. Ronald promised that once they reached the destination, he would tell everyone. The matter the group was about to undertake was also what he needed to search for in that place. Hand twitched slightly upon hearing the strange sounds. Sarante, with a darkened face, stood motionless, surprised that visitors had come to this perilous place. Radiated a dangerous aura, speaking that it had been a long time since guests last visited. From above, the overlapping mountain ranges stretched endlessly, creating a majestic scene. The 4 of them stood at the edge of a large rock, their eyes fixed on the distance. Ronald smiled and said, "Found them." Below the forest, the monsters were gathering into a crowd. Those damn ORCs really grouped together. They gathered to set up camp, forming an entire horde. Grom watched curiously. They actually built a village. Impressive. In border areas without guards, sites like this were rare. Right now it was just a small village, but those things bred fast. Soon, the number of ORCs would be enough to cover the entire mountain range. Then they would start raiding and destroying nearby settlements. So before that happened, we needed to deal with them. He turned to look at Maria Sen and Axel and said, "Our first battle is here." Maria Sen grew serious upon hearing that, while Axel began to tremble, both in body and voice. He said, "We were looking for ORCs, so I thought it was just one, but I never expected this many." Seeing that, Ronald encouraged him, "The more the better. You are perfect for fighting ORCs, do not worry." He looked down, deep in thought, but there was one concerning thing. Dominant species of this mountain range, the Ogi Aries, those cunning ones were too dangerous for his companions, especially the two-headed leader. He was so strong that even he himself could not defeat him back then. He would not show up until later. No need to worry about that for now. All right, we should take it slow. I know you all mean well. Voice cut off Arunan's words, but I advise you not to do that. From behind, Sarante stepped forward, catching him completely off guard. This is not the right time, young adventurers. Ronald turned his head, his eyes full of caution. Why did he not sense his presence at all? Sarante closed his eyes and smiled gently. No need to be so wary. He explained, I am just a monk living in this mountain. Sarante introduced himself to Ronald's group. A monk? That is right, I serve an ancient spirit by the holy name of Senian. Ronald remained cautious, his hand already resting on his sword hilt. Can we talk somewhere else? Sarante was speaking but had to stop. This place is not very safe. He drew his sword and pointed it straight at him as a warning. Maria Sen saw the tense situation and spoke up. Hey, what are you doing? I apologize. Ronald's eyes were sharp as he carefully watched Sarante's every move. There have been many crazy people around lately. The old man looked flustered. So listen to me and repeat exactly what I say. Repeat what? Ronald growled in anger. Ahayut, you bastard. Sarante just stood there looking at him, saying nothing more. He asked back in confusion, what? The lush green trees under the deep blue sky turned the entire forest into a beautiful landscape painting. Convinced, Ronald's group agreed to follow Sarante. As one who serves a god, I am quite averse to uttering such vulgar language. Covered his face in embarrassment thinking about what just happened. That was probably my most embarrassing moment in the last 200 years. Do not worry, it sounds a lot like chanting sutras. As they walked, Ronald chatted with him. 200 years, exactly how old are you? It has been a long time since I counted, so I cannot recall clearly. Everyone was shocked when Sarante continued. Must be over 1,000 years old by now. 1,000 years? Ronald watched him cheerfully pluck a flower branch from a tree and thought. So he had been alive even before the empire was founded. Even for an elf with a long lifespan, that is. No, more importantly. Ronald asked curiously. What did you mean by that earlier? Not the right time? Ah, as for that. Sarante answered seriously. Lately, the monsters have been acting very strangely. Orcs are not a nocturnal species, but they have been moving around the mountains every night. And ogres never leave their territory. They were spotted leaving the mountains. There have been many strange phenomena lately. Since we have not found the cause yet, he raised his hand. You should all be careful. A barrier appeared at the tip of Sarante's finger. So, why not rest for a while? Around Ronald's group, a layer of air barrier suddenly appeared. The barrier separated them from the outside world, right here and now. Up ahead, a spirit gate appeared before everyone's eyes. Right at the Sunny Andy Temple. Rom spoke up. How did a temple suddenly appear like this? It is a concealment spell, right? Amazing. A concealment spell of this scale proves his magical power must be comparable to. Axel asked Ronald, did you know there was a temple here? Can you not see the shocked look on my face? Sarante smiled gently. All right, let us go inside. He was definitely not an ordinary elf. Swan Castle shone even more brilliantly under the sunlight. The four stood before the large rock. So the spirit Zenyen you serve is here? Sunlight shone on a part of the rock. The large rock was placed on a pedestal like a decoration. This ugly rock? Sarante looked up and said, that is right. It did not become a rock by chance. There is meaning behind it. But telling that story would be boring. Go put away your luggage and rest well. The temple has many empty rooms. Just tell me if you need anything. Maria Sen glanced around. Ah. She nudged Ronald and whispered, by the way, Ronald, you said you were looking for something else, right? Ask him. Ah, the residence of that eye. He looked surprised when he heard him ask and wondered why he would go looking for that cursed thing, didn't he? He stared at Sarante because of the curse on him, right? His gaze was thoughtful, and Ronald was surprised that he knew about it. He replied that he had vaguely guessed it thanks to the strange and dangerous echoes around him. Sarante raised his eyes to look directly at Ronald. Could you spare some time for me? I want to talk with you. Gentle breezes blew the leaves floating in the air. The outdoor tea area held only Sarante and Ronald. He said, from the first time I met you, I could already sense it. He lifted the pot, poured the tea, and said that he was not just an ordinary student. He spoke with an indifferent tone, but inwardly thought, so that's it. I've been drawn into his story without realizing it. He gripped the sword in his hand, wondering if he was being too sensitive. Could it really be that this man had nothing to do with those bastards? I can't sense their aura from him. And he didn't react at all when I mentioned Ahayut. If that's the case then. He offered the teacup to Ronald, seeing that he seemed deep in thought. Have some tea. It will help clear your mind. Ronald's reflection shimmered in the teacup, and he thought to himself, he didn't put any love potion or mind-altering drugs in here, did he? The teacup gave off a very strange aroma. What is this smell? His gaze lowered. I've never seen it before. Ronald's eyes widened as he realized something. He stared blankly at the strange flow behind Sarante. What the hell? Mana currents visible to the naked eye. Sarante saw Ronald sitting motionless and asked, how do you find the tea's aroma? He rested his chin on his hand and gently asked, do you like it? Ronald raised his head in surprise, looking at the flow in the air. Like it? It's as if I have new eyes. Picked up the teacup, not believing his eyes. What was that just now? How could he do that? Sarante replied that this is tea from an extremely rare herb, capable of healing and enhancing the senses thanks to its abundant energy. You shouldn't have been able to see all its effects at once, but because the energy sealed by the curse has been partially released, you can now perceive its wonders. We'll give you the recipe, just get used to this new experience. But please don't use your cursed eye to suppress or break the curse within you, understand? Sarante's mood darkened when mentioning the removal of the curse, while at the same time taking away another life source. Once or twice is fine, but if you abuse it too many times, then your very life will be in danger. Don't tell me you know that method and still use it. Ronald let out a fearful cry. He stammered, I didn't know that. I only wanted to remove the curse within me as quickly as possible. Saranta replied, I understand your situation. But for now, avoid doing that. If something unexpected happens, the consequences will be dire. Ronald listened intently to every word he said. He looked down at the surface of the tea, seemingly bottomless, unable to see the bottom, just like his own turbulent feelings at this moment. Thinking back, Professor Secret had also said the same. Even he couldn't remove the curse within him. He had prepared many things to break the curse, but was powerless because it was too strong, even knowing that many people were trying to help him. But have I lost my patience since facing that entity? If I'm careless, I'll die before I can catch those bastards, and the purpose of my regression will fail. And anyway, who is this old man anyway? Seems like I've never met him in my past life. Somehow, he looks very familiar. Ronald held the teacup's handle. I've been careless. Too many things have happened beyond my control lately. He raised the teacup and answered Sarante's question. He asked what was happening with him, Ronald replied, a group of mad cultists. They kept talking about the return of the stars. Sarante's brow furrowed deeply. Cultists pursuing the stars, you say? They've returned. Nightfall descended, blanketing the castle. He stood before the large stone, pondering Ronald's words from earlier. If they were the cultists he mentioned, if they were plotting something again like before, then the disaster that claimed thousands of lives would repeat itself. Could I just stand by and watch that happen? If that is the truth. A pair of footsteps approached Sarante. He wondered if that child was the answer he was looking for. What should I do? A voice rang out, drawing his attention. Are you still awake, Sarante? Ronald stood with one hand resting, looking at Sarante. Ronald scratched his head when asked, why are you here at this hour? Can't you sleep? He replied, no, I just came to get some water. He looked up at the stone. On second thought, it was quite interesting. A stone like that being worshipped as a deity. Is there some meaning hidden behind it? Sarante replied, of course, once every millennium, our church relocates the stones to a sacred place, far from the royal territory. That is a place where storms constantly rage. Most of the stones cannot withstand 200 years before being blown away or shattered. But even though he had to accept such conditions, the stones that had endured for 1,000 years stood as proof of a will that refused to yield to time. Noble souls would find their rest within those stones, and from then on they became the sacred statues of Sinyan. He raised a hand to his nose and said, I still remember the day I moved this stone with my brothers. It was quite a grand sight. Ronald asked curiously, I heard there used to be many monks here. Why are you all alone now? Everyone has their own circumstances. It is complicated, hard to explain fully. A life devoted entirely to God, yet never receiving any reply, no matter how long the wait. I have lost my faith many times, and have also thought about leaving this place for freedom. Each time, a premonition held me back. The feeling that Sinians will still resides in that stone, and sooner or later it will become a catalyst to contribute to saving our beautiful world. Ronald suddenly realized that it was he himself. He saw Addison's shadow in Sarante. It felt like fate, urging me to guard this place until the mission is complete. He placed a hand on Ronald's shoulder and said, I think that moment is drawing near. The next day, we put Sarante's words aside and prepared our minds early. That miraculous tea seemed to work wonders for everyone. The energy spread through every cell, sharpening everyone's senses like never before. I roamed the mountain ranges with Sarante, searching for herbs, places I had never set foot in. He was kind to strangers and very subtle in every gesture. The more I observed, the more I saw him as a peculiar elf. And so, 2 peaceful weeks passed. As always, peace was merely the prelude to the storm, and then it left behind. A blood-soaked hand pressed against the ground. Sarante, covered in wounds, lay motionless against a rock, pain radiating from him. In the end, what is meant to come will come. Headed straight for Oroge village. Sarante looked at Ronald's group. So the time has come to depart. Are you all ready? You worried? We still do not know why those monsters acted so strangely. Why not take a little more time to prepare? Ronald and the other 3 looked at him with determined smiles. I told you, we are ready. Did you not say they were just different, not stronger? Ram and Maria Sen laughed loudly. Only Axel was timid. We can handle this, right? Of course we can. He scratched his head at Sarante's helpless expression. Our time outside is almost up, so we must act to make it back to the academy in time. If so, I will not hold you back. A small light formed in his palm, then, light rose high into the air, making the 4 look up. This is a spell to help you come and go from this place with ease. He said in a stern voice, if anything happens, do not hesitate to run back here. Never let your guard down. You are strong, but the forest is more treacherous and dangerous than you think. Corpses of monsters lay scattered on the ground, all bloodied and battered. A footstep drew closer. Sharp sword still stained with fresh blood, truly troublesome. Brewer approached with a blank expression. Who would have thought he would be so hard to find? Her eyes gleamed in the darkness. It seems I cannot drive him out with those stupid monsters. So then, Brewer spoke up. From this moment on, she smiled a cruel smile like a demon. I will find you myself. Durante. From atop a high cliff, eyes silently watched the Ors transporting goods. That person observed, these clothes and ornaments are only used by humans. You ugly things dare to wear them, it seems. The voice continued. They have been pillaging the surrounding villages all this time. After observing, he turned to ask his companions, are you all ready? Ronald stood majestically on the cliff and declared, let us advance together. His face darkened, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. Let us show them what courtesy means. Below the cliff, two Orcs were talking in their language about the spoils. That coat you are wearing looks nice. It is indeed nice. It belonged to the human brat from the village. The Orc flashed a vicious smile. That little bastard was crying and wailing like a baby as he was dying. He had not even finished his sentence when a surge of blue energy came crashing down from the cliff. Axel focused on channeling the power, his eyes glowing blue like the river of energy flowing through him. His power brought the whole group down to the ground gently, landing safely in front of the ORCs. The two ORCs stared at them in bewilderment. One muttered, humans. Facing their confused looks, Maria Sen and Brahm were already in fighting stances. Two slashes, one green and one yellow, flew out in succession, taking down the two ORCs from before. Subsequent strikes were unleashed with high precision, eliminating many other ORCs. Maria Sen and Brahm coordinated perfectly, fighting in seamless sync with every blow. Remaining ORCs halted, standing still as they witnessed their kin being taken down in an instant. Once they grasped the situation, they roared loudly, hefted their weapons, and flew into a rage. Still roaring, they charged forward to surround and counterattack the group. Suddenly, a small rock dropped right onto the face of an ORC charging toward them. The ORC in front turned around upon hearing a loud thud behind him. He looked in confusion at his comrade lying motionless on the ground, not understanding what had happened. Moments later, he was also struck in the face by another rock, letting out only a brief cry before collapsing. Both of those ORCs were completely taken down. Standing above, the hand manipulating the floating rocks was the culprit behind it all. Ronald smiled with amusement, clapping in praise, every shot striking true. He was hovering in the air, cheerfully telling Axel that he had finally mastered it. Axel stammered in reply, yeah. Hearing the answer, he said slowly, well then, a surge of blue light enveloped a large area, causing rocks and pebbles to float up as if gravity had ceased. Ronald wore a spirited smile, leaned close to Axel's ear, and shouted, go wipe them all out. Upon hearing that, Axel let out a nervous cry like a signal, then quickly lowered his hand to direct the rocks downward. The ORCs below looked up, still not understanding what was happening. When the rocks of various sizes came plummeting down at high speed, they only then began to panic and scatter in chaos. Axel let out another, louder shout. The surge of blue light enveloped and obscured an entire wide expanse of space. As the glow faded, all that remained was thick dust and smoke from the battle. Landing on the ground, he checked thoroughly and then asked Ronald in confusion, what should we do now? His eyes welled up with tears and he said, if I have to take down any more, I'll definitely... Looking at the scene of ORC had caused, he continued, get severely punished for sure. Ronald Trannon approached and slung an arm over his shoulder, saying, what are you worried about? We share the blessings. We share the burdens. He turned back and asked with a smile, right, comrades? Brahm replied cheerfully, that's right. I'll share the punishment with you. Don't worry. He raised a hand in a gesture of encouragement, saying, I'm here with you, but you'll still get the heaviest punishment. Upon hearing that, Axel could only cover his mouth and cry. Maria Sen watched helplessly, then stepped forward to question Brahm. What kind of help is that? He replied blankly, what's wrong? Ronald looked around at everyone, thinking that each of them had shown their ability in real combat, truly worthy of all the effort. He thought further, perhaps he could raise the difficulty of the next level a bit. He was curious when he saw Sita stop. What's wrong, Sita? It let out a cry as a signal, and he followed its gaze. What is there? He suddenly froze upon catching sight of a girl tied to a tree nearby. Ronald and Axel said in unison, what's that? Two looked at the girl in tattered clothes bound tightly, then said in unison again, an elf? Without hesitation, they ran over. Axel said, did the ORCs leave her as an emergency food supply? Ronald replied, let's save her first. Quickly untied the ropes binding the elf girl, commanding Sita, healing magic. A magic circle appeared, larger and clearer, following his command. Rhea wearily struggled to open her eyes and wake up. As her eyes opened, the view before her was still hazy. Ronald said, looks like she's waking up. Hey, can you talk? She quickly became fully alert and asked, how? The scenery before her eyes gradually became sharper. Mid-sentence, mana suddenly spurted from her mouth as a gush of blood. Ronald, standing nearby, watched in shock and wondered, is Sita's healing magic not working? He hardened his expression and thought, why? The elf girl looked up at him and said, the mana enveloping you, could it be that you came from that temple? He asked, what do you mean? He wondered, how do you know? Suddenly, Bria's hand gripped his shoulder tightly as she said loudly, if that's true, then please. Squeezing his shoulder, her face showed despair as she begged, please take me to that person. She continued, those people are on their way here. If we arrive even a moment later, As she spoke, her eyes grew dim. Sarante's life will be in danger. She suddenly collapsed, unconscious. At the temple at that moment, Sarante was diligently cleaning the surroundings. Foot stepped out from the teleportation gate. Ronald, carrying the unconscious elf girl, ran over, shouting loudly for Sarante. Startled, he turned around. Ronald. He calmed down and asked calmly, "Why are you back so soon? Did you have an accident?" He replied, "What a relief. First, please take a look at this elf girl." He said, "She's a prisoner we rescued from the Oros tribe village. She said she must see you." The man asked curiously, "An elf? What do you mean by that all of a sudden?" He was horrified as he looked closely at the elf girl's face. Oh heavens above. Looking at the elf unconscious on Ronald's shoulder, he couldn't help but wonder with doubt. Furrowed his brow, his gaze turning serious. He pointed his hand forward, muttering, "What on earth happened?" The story returns to the Oros tribe's village from earlier. Maria Sen turned to Brahm and said, "We've searched the surroundings as Ronald ordered, but there's no one else here." He replied, "Same on this side. Thank goodness, it seems that Elf was the only prisoner here." She turned to look at Axel and said, "Then we should head back to the shrine." He nodded and replied, "Yeah." Maria Sen walked over to Axel and asked, "What are you staring at so intently?" He replied, "Nothing. It's just that the condition of this ORC looks a bit strange." He looked back at the ORC and asked, "It didn't look like this earlier, right?" Maria Sen agreed, "You're right. What is this?" She asked further, "You're clueless about this too, Azo." He slowly replied, "Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen this. It seems to be hidden by a composite magic spell." He looked up at the corpses of all the ORCs and continued, "But exactly, what are those magic circles above their heads?" Sarante sat by Brewer's sickbed and let out a sigh of relief. He felt the situation had improved, so he said to Ronald, "First aid is done, you should go rest." He asked worriedly, "Are you sure you're fine?" Ronald stood with his arms crossed, looking concerned. Even healing magic had no effect. "What if you got some strange poison?" Sarante cheerfully reassured him, "You gave me an antidote. I'll be fine." He lowered his voice and spoke calmly. "I owe you a debt. I almost lost my sister." He was surprised. "Sister?" A thought flashed through his mind. Ronald carefully asked, "Could it be that you are also?" Before he could finish, Sarante admitted, "Yes, she is one of the few remaining followers of Senian left in this world." Pausing briefly, he looked at Briar sleeping peacefully on the bed and continued, "She carries a faith deeper than anyone." With gratitude, Sarante turned to look at Ronald. "I don't know how to repay you. You saved her life." He scratched his head in embarrassment. It was nothing. Suddenly remembering something important, his expression turned serious. "First, tell me, Sarante." The terrified look on Briar's face at the time made him curious. "Who were those people that made you so worried, even warning me?" Ronald wondered. "Do they threaten everyone's lives?" His question made Sarante lower his head in silence without answering. In front of him now was a large stone with a rough surface and prominent angular edges. Both of them stood in contemplation before the stone block erected vertically on a pedestal. Sarante broke the silence. "Actually, I didn't understand what they said either. I only know they are a cult that worships a mysterious being like a god, and they commit many evil deeds that even I find hard to comprehend. They operate while concealing their identities." He hesitated for a moment before revealing the shocking secret, but they operate inside the church. Sarante's words left Ronald utterly astonished. He turned his head to look at him and uttered a light sentence, "The Nebula Cult." The words hit Ronald's ears, startling him to the point of losing composure. "The Nebula Cult? They're the ones after you?" Contrary to him, Sarante calmly replied, "As expected, you've heard of them. They visited me a few times as guests." He cheerfully continued, "In the past few hundred years, there was no sign of them. I thought they had given up. But it seems they're active again." Ronald grew annoyed at Sarante's attitude. "This is no laughing matter." He advised, "You should seek out an organization to take refuge." Sarante shook his head in refusal. "No, I can't abandon this place where the souls of many reside." Thinking about his own current situation, Sarante continued, "Besides, wherever I go, the people there would also be implicated. I don't want that." He gently placed a hand on his shoulder. This time it was his turn to remind, "So you and your teammates should leave here quickly." Sarante looked at him with affectionate eyes and said sincerely, "I also hope you don't get caught up in this danger." He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I hope you understand my meaning." The words carried a deep implication that Ronald silently understood within himself. Contrary to the gloomy atmosphere between the two, outside the sky was clear and golden rays of sunlight shone peacefully all over the temple. Before leaving, Ronald still offered his help to him. "Sarante, wait for me. I'll bring the strongest elder I know to help you." He eagerly urged, "So you must hide well until then. Don't do anything reckless. Got it?" Sarante just covered his mouth and laughed, replying, "Yes, I understand. I'll hide very well." Suddenly he grabbed his hand. "Take this. It's my reward for saving Briar." Ronald was startled. "This?" In his palm, the item Sarante had just given him emitted a green glow. He asked vaguely, "A ring?" He slowly explained, "Yes, it's considered a ticket to the Magic Tower. If you go to the Dawn Magic Tower, show it to the librarian there. They will surely help you find clues about your curse." Sarante gently wrapped both hands around his. "Safe travels, Ronald." As if foreseeing his own fate, he expressed the words from the bottom of his heart, "The days we've spent together have truly been a gift to me." Faced with Sarante's heartfelt words, Ronald felt a bit shy. "Hey, it's not like we'll never meet again. Why are you being so sentimental?" Just as he finished, he dashed off, his voice echoing from afar, "I'll be back soon to find help for you. Take care of yourself." After Ronald left, Sarante closed the door with difficulty. His face darkened as he let out a sigh as if relieved of a heavy burden. Gaze glancing behind him turned sharp. A steady voice sounded, should I say, long time no see, sister? He turned fully around to look directly at the person before him with a slight hesitation. Ah, no. Church assassin Brewer. Upon hearing this, she flashed a sinister smile, her voice mocking. Come on, why did you suddenly stop and mention that? Brewer's face suddenly turned malicious. Ah, I'm just joking. What, you've been living too comfortably lately, Sarante? Showing no concern, he calmly spoke. They chose you as an assassin and sent you here. Truly vicious. Briar retorted, you're the one who gave your patient paralytic poison and you dare say that? Sarante continued in a mocking tone, you went to find the antidote. Briar replied, stop it. Don't make me laugh. Sarante's face hardened. He replied sternly, I couldn't do anything in this situation compared to that clumsy act of yours. He sneered. Lemihem's personal guard getting captured by an ORC. Briar calmly explained, I had no choice. It's hard to meet you, you know? Sarante began to recall the methods he had used over the years. I tried to attract your attention with those monsters. As expected, it was all in vain. But by chance, I saw them. Those kids emanated a killing aura connected to you. Of course, I think killing all the children and leaving their bodies scattered around would be better than pretending to be captured by the OLC. Ria still spoke bitterly, with a proud air, but also with a hint of camaraderie, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Sarante frowned in reply, his gaze sharp and cold. I will not let you do that. Ah, I was unfazed, even chuckling, so scared, I wouldn't dare joke anymore now. Seeing there was no more fun to be had, Brian got straight to the point. I am here to deliver the church's orders to you. Her face turned serious, and she spoke slowly. Sarante Lee Mason, listen carefully. Brewer gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, which emanated black energy. Ah, I continued, if he refuses. On the other side, Sarante quickly gathered magic, forming a golden sphere of energy in his palm. Ah, I shouted, swinging my sword, kill without mercy. Sarante did not hesitate either, blocking that attack. The two energies collided, creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire forest. Ronald, who was walking, suddenly stopped. He turned his head toward the source of the sound, wondering, what was that? Ronald stood still, gazing into the distance, a strange sense of unease rising in his heart. Maria Sen, Grom, and Axel ran over frantically, calling out loudly, Ronald, we found you. He replied in surprise, oh, it's you guys. Ronald quickly asked, good timing, did you scout around the village, was anyone captured? Maria Sen answered quickly, we checked everywhere and found nothing unusual, but the ASO detected something suspicious. Axel panted, continuing, right before you left, I saw strange colors in the OLC, it was really odd. He added, this is the first time I have seen a magic circle like that. Ronald was stunned. What? A magic circle? He quickly pieced together the events in his mind, asking suspiciously, what do you mean? Before he could finish, a huge explosion echoed from behind. Ronald froze. Brom shouted in terror. What was that sound? Axel was also confused. It came from the village. Ronald's whole body was still, his eyes wide with shock. He whispered, Sarante. From the forest, a furry foot silently appeared. Each tremor of the ground startled Ronald's group. A feeling of foreboding, fear clearly etched on his face. Ronald stood looking toward the forest, whispering, could it be? Giant foot snapped branches, the colossal monster revealed itself. It had two horns on its head, glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, and was approaching. Its roar left everyone standing frozen. The monster let out a ferocious cry, revealing its jagged teeth, looking truly terrifying. On a beautiful day at a certain temple, cracks suddenly appeared on the walls. From within the rubble, Brian charged out directly, targeting Sarante, who was preparing two magic circles to counter. Sarante raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. Shouted, Ventus. A stream of green mana surged forward, forming a violent whirlwind around him. But Briar showed no fear. He walked straight into the center of the vortex. With a crazed look of delight, she said, that's right, Sarante, this is what I wanted. Ah, I used the sword to cut off my own right arm. The sword connected to the arm, emitting a powerful dark mana. Brewer raised the sword straight forward, gathered mana, and used it. She fired the energy beam directly into the whirlwind. The impact created a harsh, grating sound. Two mana sources were too immense, causing a violent explosion. The air was silent for a few seconds. Everything around was leveled. Thick smoke and dust shrouded the two. They both stood facing each other, silently staring. Sarante quickly gathered mana in both hands. Suddenly, Brightja vanished from sight. Numerous slashes appeared from the void without warning. Ah, I appeared in front of Sarante, unleashing a slash aimed at his head. His eyes suddenly lit up. A magical shield enveloped him, blocking that slash. Brewer's face was covered in scratches, but his sinister smile never faded as he looked at Sarante. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sent both of them flying. Both of them landed gracefully. Dust and smoke still hung thick in the air, the battle far from over. Brian wiped the blood from his cheek, praising Sarante for being a sly old fox that was hard to fool. He laughed loudly, saying it would be a waste to kill Sarante, so why not come along with him? Sarante was annoyed, replying that if he wanted, Brian could also hold a high position, but he refused because he could not serve a heretical cult. He sneered, telling Sarante that he had grown weak, and how slow Romeheim's shadow had become now. He chuckled, saying of course not, he was just feeling a bit bored. He wondered, it was only because Sarante was busy buying time for the kids to escape that he hadn't noticed him. Sarante, struck right in a sore spot, froze for a few seconds. Brian continued, saying he deliberately acted pitiful so that the brat wouldn't get dragged into it. He added, to make him leave with peace of mind. Brewer admitted that was precisely why he was curious. He asked why someone like Sarante, who had no interest in the world, would protect those people. Sarante coldly said they were just passers-by and to not touch them. He raised his voice in a threatening tone, warning that if they crossed the line, he would find it hard to show mercy. Hearing this, Brian looked intrigued, sneering that it sounded terrifying. He licked his lips, but what could he do? Because he had already touched them. The moment he finished speaking, the foot of the mountain suddenly shook violently. The shock startled Sarante. He panicked and turned toward the source of the commotion, which was, Sarante exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could recover, Brian had already appeared right behind him. Only then did Sarante realize his opponent was already right at his back. He flashed a sinister smile, saying he had caught an opening in him. Brewer struck, slicing off one of Sarante's arms. Meanwhile, at the place where Runan and the others were hiding, the two-headed ogre monster had revealed itself. It growled and howled, drool dripping down onto the ground. All three of them stood frozen, staring at the monster, sweat pouring out, having no idea what it was. Ronald shouted from behind, telling everyone to snap out of it and get behind him. The ogre seemed delighted, letting out a few hungry growls. It reached out its massive hand toward Brahm. He was terrified and wanted to dodge, but his body wouldn't move. Brahm was struck by the giant hand, screaming in horror. The impact sent Brahm flying dozens of meters away, slamming hard into something. Maria Sen and Acel, standing nearby, were so frightened their faces turned pale. Both of them shouted Brahm's name. At that moment, Brahm was unconscious, covered in scrapes, leaning against the base of a tree. The monster stared intently at the two of them. It raised its muscular arm high. Both of them stood frozen in place, their minds only thinking of running away. It brought down a strike aimed directly at where Maria Sen and Acel stood. Suddenly, something streaked across in front of them. A sword was raised to block the massive arm. It turned out Ronald had used his sword to stop the two-headed ogre's attack. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, unsure where he had charged in from, quickly calling out Ronald's name. He was alone, holding his ground against the two-headed monster. The monster let out a few cries, and Ronald's voice echoed up from below, calling out to Axel and Maria Sen. He told them to take Sita and take care of Brahm. He gripped his sword tightly, staring straight at the monster. His eyes gleamed brightly, filled with daring and determination. Ronald shouted urgently, telling them to hurry. Axel and Maria Sen flinched, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Ronald stood confidently before the giant. He stared closely into its eyes and noticed something. A magic circle within the monster's eyes. Exactly the same as the thing that had controlled the giant in the cave last time. He was certain they all came from the Nebula Guild. The monster let out a fierce, violent roar. It slammed its giant hand toward Ronald, who swiftly dodged. He sprang up and lunged forward. He drew his sword and pointed it straight at the giant. A single slash struck the two-headed giant, causing it to let out a piercing scream. Seeing that it was completely unharmed, he gritted his teeth in frustration. The two-headed giant let out savage sounds. He told himself that their defensive capabilities were exactly the same. The giant charged at him like a storm, throwing 5 consecutive punches in his direction. He raised his sword horizontally to block the blows. The giant shoved hard, and he was flung away with tremendous force. He drove his sword into the ground to halt his momentum before the impact. The blade struck the ground with a flash and a screeching sound. His hands trembling, he realized the kind of explosive power behind its foolish fighting style. The giant picked up a large tree trunk. It swung its arm to build momentum for a throw. The giant hurled the trunk at him with all its might. He stood still and said coldly, "At first I was glad to face you, a worthy battle like before. But you have committed the unforgivable. How dare you touch my comrades?" Thought back to his wounded teammates lying at the base of a tree. He gently wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he growled, "You bastard." He straightened up, gripping his sword tightly. He drove the blade hard into the ground. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He sprang up and swung his sword. The moment his feet touched the ground, he moved immediately. He shot forward like lightning. His form was that of a tiger stalking its prey before the giant. The giant threw its head back and let out a furious roar. He lunged down, thinking about why he couldn't defeat it the first time he faced it in his past life. Because he couldn't pierce through its thick hide to land a decisive blow that would make it flee. But things were different now. This sword and the sword arts he had painstakingly practiced, he could cut through it. He had trained hard for this. Nabiro's fighting style, the fourth stance. He rushed toward it and used the reversal spin. As lightly as if nothing had happened, swept past the giant. His feet landed on the ground with perfect silence. He sheathed his sword. The giant looked around in confusion. He said calmly, "Stop moving. Just die." Suddenly, the giant burst into many pieces. Beneath his sword, smoke and mist enveloped everything. He sheathed his sword and said, "Damn it, I still have a long road ahead of me. To think I had to take my time to bring down something this weak." He called out to his comrades, Azo, Maria Sen. He ran toward them and asked, "How is Brahm? Is he okay?" Maria Sen replied, "Don't worry. Thanks to Casita we finished first aid, but we still need to find a professional healer. There's no major problem right now. He's stable." He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Good to know then." Then he added, you all head back to the academy with him first. Axel asked in surprise. Huh, what about you then, Ronald? With a determined look in his eyes, he said, I will go to Sarante's place. Before him was a pile of ruins. He frowned and said, what the hell is this? What happened here? He added, I haven't been gone long and this place has. Someone was behind him. He turned his head cautiously. He blurted out in surprise, Sarante. Sarante stood before him, his clothes torn and tattered. Face covered in wounds, he spoke to him softly. You are still fine. It's a relief to see you like this. He continued, I tried to go save you right away, but this body, seeing him like that, he hurried over, shouting as he ran, with a body like that, who are you trying to save? He reached his side, placed both hands on his shoulders, and asked urgently, what happened? Who was it? He remained calm and replied, it's nothing. Calm down. You need to leave this place first. Somehow we escaped this situation, but we can know when they will attack again. Before he finished speaking, a surge of cold power pierced straight through his body. Blood flowed without stopping. He spat blood, his eyes dull as if all his last strength had been drained. He was stunned, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes, stammering out his name, Sarante. Ronald stood silently watching Sarante collapse, his breathing weak, the wound clearly severe. Ronald reached his hand forward. Jun frantically called out his name, Sarante. Before he could touch him, Sarante coughed violently. Ronald called out his name in worry. Ronald observed with a serious expression, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Bryony descended from above, landing in an extremely cool manner. She breathed a sigh of relief. Any later, and they would have been dead. Ronald was startled. Brian smirked and asked, how could you attack your own former comrade like that? Brewer recounted the earlier battle, saying you used such a dangerous move, so I had to respond in kind. It was true that Sarante had been a bit excessive at that moment. Now Brewer was recounting the battle with Sarante with a proud tone, as if sending an opponent's arm flying was something to boast about. She said bluntly to Sarante, I almost died because of that, you know. Sarante remained silent, only clutching his aching body tightly. Raisha gently flicked her beautiful hair with her hand. Ria smirked, that's because I have the blessing from the stars. Eyes flashed with danger. Anyway, I never expected us to meet again in a situation like this. Didn't think you'd survive after meeting the first orgy too. Quite impressive, kid. Ronald felt stifled. He spoke up to question her. Who are you? Brian laughed with amusement. Oh right, I forgot. You've never seen me with this face. Fine, let's get reacquainted from the start. Ronald froze, seemingly realizing something. Brian ran a hand through her hair. Thank you for saving me, you adventurer. Ronald seemed hesitant. You are... Calling the image of the frail girl from the past, Ronald couldn't believe his eyes. Are you the Briar from back then? He spoke up to question. Don't tell me the reason you kidnapped people at the Orsi village before was... Brian interrupted him. I truly am grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to cross the temple's border. Her eyes flashed with malice. In return, I'll send you down to the Yellow Springs. Truly, saving a beast brings a beast's reward. Saving a person brings a person's vengeance. With that, Bria began her attack. Ronald watched her attack pattern and cursed, damn it. He quickly rushed forward to block the attack. The blow just now felt like it could split the heavens and earth apart. Brian E. held her weapon, smirking with delight. She looked at the deep pit left by the attack, clicking her tongue. Interesting. Brian stared intently at Ronald rushing towards Sarante. So you managed to dodge that. Seems you're not just some ordinary brat. Ronald remained silent, lowering his head. Ronald spoke. Sita, heal Sarante. You must save him. Sita let out a cry of acknowledgement. Sita closed her eyes and chanted, creating a magic circle. The circle began to glow and heal Sarante. Ronald gritted his teeth, his eyes full of fury. You bastard. His hand clenched tightly. Not only did you destroy someone else's forge, you also had people follow the Duke. Ronald pointed his sword at Bria and asked, and yet you still have the nerve to come all the way here? Ronald emphasized each syllable of her name. Nebula Glazier. Brian burst out laughing. Oh, how interesting. Ah, let me ask again. You must have met my children by now. I heard somewhere that there was a deviant wandering around killing believers who were carrying out their missions. Ada was still speaking, but Ronald had already flashed in front of Briar. Ronald pressed his blade against Ada's neck, but she showed no fear and asked back. It was you, wasn't it? Ronald froze, saying nothing. Bria continued to taunt. Being this skilled at your age, no wonder my children were killed. Very quickly, Bria vanished. Immediately, she reappeared in front of Ronald at an unbelievable speed. Brian took the initiative. You've successfully sparked my curiosity. Tell me, Ronald, what exactly are you hiding? Ronald barely managed to block each attack. He admitted she was too strong, reading all his movements perfectly. Ronald stared straight at Briar, attacking recklessly. He had to end it with one strike when she let her guard down. Deciding to act, Ronald faced Brian head-on. The two clashed, determined to fight a real battle. Ronald fought back with all his might. Upon clashing, Bria laughed madly. I truly do like you. I would be very sorry to have to kill you. Would you like to join us? Bria's voice sounded sincere. I would treat you very well. What do you think? Ronald answered resolutely. What nonsense are you spouting? Briar confidently asserted that he had no other choice. Very quickly, Bria landed a blow on Sarante's spot. He cried out in pain. Watching Sarante in pain, Bria said with satisfaction, if you refuse, I'll kill him first. She emphasized each word as if to threaten Ronald. I'll kill him in the most painful way possible. Sarante reassured Ronald that he was fine and told told him to run quickly, but Ronald only gripped the sword in his hand tighter. Brewer coldly reminded him that the elf's life depended entirely on him. Ronald's voice dropped, his throat tightening as sounds struggled out, and finally he said, "My choice is..." Ronald let out a fierce roar, declaring he would tear them all into pieces. Ronald quickly lunged forward to counterattack, not forgetting to curse at that detestable monster. Brewer easily dodged every strike. She sighed with a hint of regret, saying that if he kept on like this, it would only reveal his true nature and make her crave his destruction even more. Ronald gritted his teeth, furious to the extreme. He launched an attack aimed straight at Brewer's face. Immediately after, the two clashed, colliding head-on in a tense moment. The battle between them was incredibly fierce and violent. Sarante watched from a distance, his heart filled with worry that he couldn't calm down for Ronald. He couldn't help but move his lips, calling out Ronald's name. Hearing the call, Ronald instantly stopped his movements. The brewer remained extremely amused. She spoke. It had been a long time since she fought such a formidable opponent. Ronald said nothing, only swung his blade down hard toward his opponent. However, Brewer suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist firmly. She thought to herself it was a waste to finish off a kid like him, then composed herself and uttered a seductive tone, "Be a good boy." Brewer continued to manipulate Ronald's mind with a dangerous voice. If he moved again, she would have to kill him. Right after, Ronald was struck by a devastating attack from Brewer. The blow was so powerful that Ronald fell to the floor in pain. Brewer slowly raised her blade, preparing to finish off her opponent. She flashed a wicked smile, saying that when he opened his eyes, starlight would welcome him. In the moment between life and death, as the blade was about to pierce through him, Ronald silently resolved he absolutely had to move. Suddenly, Sarante rushed forward, bringing forth the Mon shield, using it to deflect the tip of Brewer's sword. Brewer was extremely annoyed at being obstructed. She growled, "You again, Sarante." At this moment, Ronald's entire body was safely enveloped and protected by the shield. Sarante sat in a corner, speaking in a somber voice to Brewer that he had warned her before. He stared straight at her with a sharp gaze, warning that if she touched him, he would not stand idly by. Ronald was extremely worried seeing Sarante risk his life to protect him again. He hurriedly shouted, advising him not to push himself since he was weak, and to let him handle that woman himself. But before he could finish, Sarante spoke up, praising Ronald for doing well and stalling for time so he could prepare, and asking him to leave the rest to him. With that, Sarante used his power to create a surge of energy enveloping Ronald, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. He pointed toward the rear, urging Ronald to retreat away from this dangerous area. Ronald was immediately, gently pulled away by the mana source that Sarante had created. Brewer, who had been watching all along, found this sight extremely grating. She taunted, thinking that she would just stand by and watch. As she spoke, her hand tightened around the sword in her grip. But suddenly, Brewer stopped in her tracks, unable to move any further. She looked up at the formation being arranged around her, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. The magic formation was quickly and increasingly being perfected. Brewer stammered in disbelief. He had sustained so many injuries, how could he still have the strength to set up a formation? Sarante did not want to say another word. He directly launched a strike, declaring his relationship with her ended right here. His gaze turned sharp and merciless, coldly uttering his final farewell. Brewer's face instantly changed, becoming stricken and speechless. She was hit by an extremely powerful attack. Sarante, with a pained yet resolute voice, said his goodbye to the one who was once his sister. Brewer writhed in pain, screaming in despair as if tearing through the space itself. The battle seemed to be reaching its end. Ronald stared in shock at the scene before him, his voice stammering as he called out Sarante's name. Sarante remained persistent, step by step, carrying out the end of this long, fated grudge. He bit his lip so hard it drew blood, but his heart was set on ending everything at any cost. Sarante endured excruciating pain, determined to destroy Brewer even if it meant burning all his mana and life force. Ronald cried out his name in anguish. Brewer growled in accusation, calling Sarante a fool for believing in those ancient ghosts, then glared with murderous intent. Then she emphasized again with a threatening look, and used a terrifying power to send Sarante flying far away. Her hair hung loose and disheveled. She confidently asserted that they were the faithful chosen by the celestial stars. She continued, as long as the blessing of the star that he bestowed upon them remained by their side. Brewer said that no one would dare stand in their way, her face losing all humanity. No one could stop them. She decided to take the opportunity to settle things with her traitorous younger brother Sarante as well, with no more mercy. Brewer glared at Sarante, declaring that it was time for him to die. At that moment, Sita suddenly appeared, standing directly in front of Sarante. Sarante looked at the scene in despair, thinking to himself that this was truly the end for him, wasn't it? At this point, Sarante only wanted to say a few final words. He called out to Ronald and asked if he could hear him. Ronald turned to respond. He said, it seemed Brewer could nullify all his attacks with a skill called the Star's Blessing. Ronald suddenly realized he meant his past life. Sarante reminded him, Brewer was severely injured and could barely move. He should leave this place to prepare for the future. Let the old man handle this grudge. He closed his eyes, as if accepting his fate. Ronald's voice suddenly rang out, who allowed the two of them to say goodbye. Then he launched a surprise attack. Briar couldn't react in time, only able to curse in anger, "You bastard." Sarante didn't expect Ronald to return. He stammered, calling his name. Ronald insisted, "Don't you dare give up. This isn't over yet." Said firmly, there's one thing she doesn't know, and that is that I have never known the word retreat. Ronald persuaded him, please trust me just this once. Brian was annoyed to see Ronald appear. I had deliberately let that brat go. She angrily attacked on her own. He just kept dragging his corpse back here. Watching Briar's attack coming at him, Ronald calmly waited for it. A sudden surge of thunderous power appeared to assist Ronald. Rhea witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. She was annoyed to see Sarante helping out. The both of you are becoming a nuisance to me. Ada rushed towards Sarante. Finish your unfinished sentence, then go die. Brewer stood in front of Sarante, questioning him. What do you think you'll achieve by doing this? I am very satisfied with my power because I have the blessing of the star. Brewer raised his blade to finish off Sarante. You bastards can't touch me. But at that moment, Ronald rushed in and knocked the sword away, saving Sarante from the jaws of death. Ronald calmly replied, that's right, I was hoping you'd think that way. Sarante witnessed this moment, his eyes full of pride. Brewer couldn't believe his eyes. How could you break the star's curse? Ronald only answered flatly, I don't know either. Are you curious? Brewer screamed in panic, impossible. This can't be happening. But as soon as he finished speaking, Vernon used lightning speed to unleash a few sword strikes to finish her off. The speed was so fast that Briar fell before she could even finish her sentence, and even in death she couldn't believe it. Impossible. Rhea lay fallen, her eyes still wide open with a look of unwillingness. Ronald said coldly, then go down there and ask your great star yourself. Brewer slowly fell, still murmuring, I don't believe it. Is this really the end? I was so close to getting my answer. Rhea's body completely collapsed to the ground. I still can't close my eyes. I clearly waited for so many centuries. Just before losing consciousness completely, Sarante's figure appeared in his mind with the question, have you found your answer? On the other side, Ronald, after finishing off Ada, sheathed his sword, panting from exhaustion. Ronald looked at her one last time. He thought to himself how lucky he was. If she hadn't been so arrogant about her blessing, he'd probably be meeting his ancestors by now. Ronald recalled, in his past life, he was the only one who could nullify the attacks of those giants. He gritted his teeth. Those murderers just happened to obtain this power in the form of a blessing. While he was thinking, a voice calling his name rang out. Sarante asked if he was all right. Ronald also replied, calling his name. He saw the bloodstain and exclaimed in shock, damn it, are you injured? Ronald quickly ordered, Sita, what are you doing? Use healing magic on him now. Sita startled and cried out. Ronald tried to calm down. It's all over now. Sarante, please hold on just a little longer. Sarante suddenly grabbed Ronald's hand tightly. Ronald froze. Sarante smiled. I'm fine. Then he hesitated. I'm sorry, but can you help me one last time? The space around them suddenly became eerily silent. After the battle, all that remained was the ground, littered with rocks and ruins. Sarante sat in silence for a long time. He suddenly coughed violently. Ronald called his name worriedly. Sarante coughed up a large mouthful of blood, then let out a heavy sigh. His voice was weak. Having you see me like this at the end of my life is truly embarrassing. I am truly sorry. Ronald panicked, blaming himself. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have. Sarante waved it off. Don't say that. It was only a matter of time. It's no one's fault. His gaze looked into the distance, filled with unspoken thoughts. Sarante reminded him, the battles ahead will be long and arduous. You will be hurt and lose a lot. Even if it's a bit shameful, please. Sarante struggled to say his last words. Continue my path to the very end. Sarante smiled. If it's you, I'm sure you can do it. His trembling hand grasped Ronald's. A strange glow enveloped Sarante. Blinding light forced Ronald to shield his eyes. Sarante was slowly fading away. Ronald called his name in despair. Sarante. Ronald looked at his body in panic. Sarante merely pointed his hand toward the Regingist on Aruna's cheek. Afterward, he smiled brightly. He said, thank you, Ronald, for becoming our answer. Ronald stood up in shock. Sarante's body was fading, but he still reminded him about Sinyan. He insisted he would accompany him to the very end, then slowly vanished. Ronald stared in disbelief as Sarante's body condensed into a green gem. Ronald fell to his knees, his mouth stammering in disbelief. In the end, Ronald could only wish him peace. The sky was brightening, and Ronald had to leave as well. After his farewell, Ronald left the mountain range and returned to the academy. The first expedition concluded with much that Sarante had left behind. The principal was still flipping through his books at that moment. Mr. Ben looked at the report and said, your first trip must have left you with plenty to deal with, Ronald. Ronald scratched his head and neck, rubbed his hands, and pulled at his hair, feeling apologetic about it. Tried to explain, I ran into trouble with some crazy wench this time. I promise it won't happen again. Ronald flattered him with all his might so the teacher wouldn't postpone the club activities. Principal observed him and said, I'm not just worried about the wounds, even though you've only just met the GOC. His expression turned serious. The death of a dear comrade is never a small matter. The principal asked again, are you truly all right, Ronald? Ronald calmly replied, if I said I was fine, that would be a lie, but if I just sit here blaming myself, I think he'd be sad. So don't worry, teacher, thank you. Seeing Ronald's reaction, the principal felt somewhat reassured. He blinked. Is that so? I understand. I'll let it slide this time. From eliminating the ORC village to dealing with criminals, I can't punish a student who's made such contributions. But he needed a guarantee. If you run into that organization, you promise you won't be reckless, right? I can't have my students getting hurt. Ronald replied enthusiastically. Ah, of course. I'll engrave that in my heart. Ronald quickly scurried away. I'll be going then, principal. I'll stop by before the next trip. Sorry for the trouble. Principal was slightly taken aback. Ronald ran out and slammed the door shut. He thought to himself he probably hasn't heard that the exams are about to start. A while later, at the Special Adventure Club building, surprised exclamation. Ronald said, "I came to check on your training progress." He couldn't believe it. "But why are you here? I mean, when did you get to the academy?" Schlieffen turned around and replied, "You finally arrived, Ronald." Schlieffen's voice was sincere. "I need some time. We need to seriously discuss the Clasier Nebula." Ronald asked to be sure, "So what is it then?" He asked Schlieffen, "We need to talk about the Clasier Nebula." Ronald asked, "Have you dealt with those rats from the family yet?" Schlieffen nodded. "Done. I did a large-scale check 15 days ago." Schlieffen's hand clenched, identified 19 traitors, 5 of whom I dealt with personally. Schlieffen talked about the rest. The rest will be taken to the Rodolan prison for a more detailed investigation. But Schlieffen sensed a problem. He suspected the truth-telling ban might be ineffective against them. Ronald was alarmed. "What do you mean, the ban doesn't work?" Schlieffen nodded. "All 19 were like Lee. We couldn't extract anything." He sighed. "If we consider the case this time." Ronald said directly, "You mean someone found a way to counter the ban?" Schlieffen nodded. "Correct." Ronald sighed in frustration. "Damn it, this is a big problem." Ronald had a headache, so there's no other way but to use mana or brutal interrogation. Schlieffen concluded, "That's all the information I have. I'll let you know if anything new comes up." Afterward, he stood up. "First, I'm also looking forward to it." The next sentence made Ronald pale. "We'll meet again at the midterm assessment." Ronald turned ashen and stammered, "What the hell are you talking about? The semester exam." 2 days passed, and the day of the midterm practical combat assessment arrived. The assessment was held on the desert island in Philion. The academy's students were all present. Navi Rose looked pleased. "Seems no one is late." She spoke seriously. "I will now go over the rules and the method of the assessment." Navi Rose continued, "Our class requires high-level practical combat. I will put you through various terrains and challenges." Her voice held a hint of regret, but according to academy rules that violates regulations, the whole group breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for those rules. She continued nonetheless. "Instead, you'll be dropped onto the island, engaging in a lawless survival battle." Ronald was surprised. "No rules?" Navi Rose assured them, "No need to worry about injury or death. I've prepared safety equipment." These were special rings. Equipped with one, the wearer's combat abilities would vanish completely. More importantly, the teleportation magic within the ring would activate instantly, safely returning them to Philion. A professional team of priests and healers was already on standby, so no matter how severe the wounds, there would be no problem. Navi Rose flashed a sly smile, saying that everyone had to give their all in this battle, and any means or schemes were acceptable. She emphasized, "Kill or be killed. Keep that etched in your minds." The trainees paled with fear, while Navi Rose seemed quite excited. Navi Rose began the deployment, instructing everyone to step out of line, receive a ring when their name was called, and they would be immediately transported to a designated coordinate after putting it on. She started the roll call. The first person was Addison, who immediately responded. Ronald was not surprised. Just as expected, the instructor was also joining this match. Trainees began to murmur again. Wasn't Addison just a teaching assistant? They whispered, shameless. Even after being given the privilege to retake the course, she still tried to earn extra credits. But some felt lucky about this. At least they wouldn't be at the bottom of the rankings. What could a weak retaking student possibly do? Ronald overheard all those comments. He considered this an objective assessment of the current instructor's strength, and he didn't expect much from her either. Navi Rose encouraged Addison, wishing her good luck, and Addison politely replied with a thank you. Ronald thought to himself, if she participated with her current skill level, the only thing waiting for the instructor was death. Ronald was also quite curious to see what choice the instructor would make this time. Addison put the ring on her wrist. Immediately after, the magic teleported her to a suitable location, and the other trainees also put on their rings one by one. Ronald did the same, and when he opened his eyes, he was quite surprised to find himself alone in this place. Suddenly a voice rang out. I thought I was pretty lucky, but it seems there's no other way. The voice continued. Stop hiding. Come out, senior. Ronald smiled brightly, but he looked rather annoyed. Karan couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, why did he have to land with this monster? He quickly jumped out, intending to attack Ronald by surprise from behind. Just a split second away from reaching Ronald, Karan delivered a powerful blow downward. But Karan's face stiffened because Ronald only had to curl his lip. Is that all you've got? Is this what a senior teaches a junior? Ronald continued. If this time the junior is weak, then I'll be very disappointed in the senior's conduct. The group hiding behind the bushes was waiting for a chance to strike. Ronald sensed them. He calmly said, it seems the senior has formed a temporary alliance with the others who landed here. Ronald remained nonchalant, knowing this was a forest full of traps. Ambushing here was a good plan. Behind him, someone had already climbed a tree, ready to shoot an arrow. Before he could act, Ronald had already thrown a stone into his face, sending him tumbling out. Ronald spoke up in warning. That kind of trick isn't a good way to deal with me. The one Ronald had just taken down quickly fell, and was immediately transported back to the academy by magic. Karan angrily realized the ambush had failed. He ordered the whole group to prepare for an attack. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was currently alone. The whole group gathered together with confident expressions because they had the numerical advantage. Bran ordered an immediate attack. All the trainees charged in unison, intending to tear Ronald apart. Ronald remained calm, glancing at them with a half-lidded look of utter contempt. A moment later, Ronald sheathed his sword and clicked his tongue because it had taken a little time to deal with this troublesome bunch. All of them lay sprawled across the arena floor. No one could remain standing. Immediately after, all the defeated were transported back to the academy by magic. Ronald suddenly thought of Addison and wondered if she was doing all right at the moment. Addison, meanwhile, had been backed into a corner. The people surrounding her looked astonished that she could hold out for so long. A dangerous glint flashed in their eyes, and they believed this match should end right now. They asked her why she still refused to give up, Addison. Addison tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, fighting on resolutely until the very last second. Even though her body was weary, her eyes still blazed with an undeniable will. She looked up at them, thinking to herself that she had pushed herself too far, but it was precisely that which made her opponents complacent. Addison stared straight at Aun, the top student of the third year. He surely would believe he could never lose to her. Addison narrowed her eyes with a defiant look, as if a plan had already formed in her mind. The moment they let their guard down, Addison aimed precisely at their necks. This was the opening she had been waiting for. Addison's hand tightened further. She knew she had only one chance to turn the tide. She swept her gaze across the crowd and realized the decisive moment had arrived. Addison surged forward at full speed with all her determination, silently vowing to end everything right now. She charged in with her sword like a violent whirlwind, without a moment's hesitation. The whole group was taken aback by the lightning-fast counterattack, unable to believe their eyes. Addison showed no mercy, causing the group to panic because they couldn't understand what was happening. She directly unleashed a decisive sword strike. Precisely because of their arrogance and lack of vigilance, those two arrogant ones had created a major opportunity. That was exactly what allowed Addison to easily take them down in an instant. Addison didn't allow herself to stop. She had to keep moving forward. Full of resolve, Addison was determined to take down Aun no matter what, and quickly. She gritted her teeth, preparing to strike, but suddenly had to halt because of an unexpected development. Aun quickly grabbed his weapon and slammed it into Addison's chest. She was seriously injured and coughed up blood. In pain, she was thrown backward. Addison sat gasping on the ground, and Aun mocked her, disappointed that she only knew pathetic little tricks. Aun continued attacking, saying that someone as smart as Addison should have realized this long ago. He was absolutely confident, believing she could never stand against him. He smirked with delight, her current struggle truly amusing him. He was about to end it all right there when a familiar figure appeared in the distance. It was Ronald, his face showing no surprise, as if everything had gone according to plan. He thought to himself that, overall, she had given her absolute best in that fight. Ronald had been watching the entire battle, praising how she used the terrain and her opponent's overconfidence to create chaos. He complimented her on seizing the opportunity to take down those two. Her progress built on a solid foundation was truly commendable. Even so, Ronald still noticed her weakness, a gap in her skills that she could not yet overcome. He continued to watch the match intently, leaning his arm on a tree branch in thought. He was certain that after this test, she would have many lessons to learn. Ronald stood up, preparing to head down. Suddenly, the scene that followed caught him off guard. Just as Aun's blade was about to strike her, Addison stood up and blocked the blow. Aun was startled and slightly angry, demanding to know what she was doing. He was tense seeing her stubbornly making things difficult for him, while Addison calmly replied that of course, that was the case. Addison was still pushing herself, saying the test was over and she was still standing here. Quick as a flash, she ducked down to dodge the attack. She insisted that she had no intention of giving up. Addison put all her strength into a powerful slash at Aun, but the slash lacked power, and Addison realized it, muttering a curse. The blade only managed to graze Aun's face. He looked up. The cut was too shallow to be of any concern. Aun grew angry, saying she was very good at provoking others. Addison was hit, crying out in pain. He collapsed, and Aun wiped the blood from his face, feeling his honor was insulted by having to fight such a weak trainee. He pressed his weapon against Addison's head, demanding to ask her a question. Aun asked why she had to try so hard. He wondered, since she had no foundation, skills, or talent, why she kept struggling and refusing to give up. Addison clawed her hands into the ground. Aun continued, saying everyone called her hopeless, and she knew that best herself. In the end, Aun just wanted to know what had driven her to this point. Addison's eyes grew dull, and she answered that it was because she had to. She remembered that day when her father had held her tightly. His tears had fallen without end. Addison was too young then, understanding nothing, just staring at her father with wide, innocent eyes. Addison stated her purpose, which was to become a commander. Aun could believe it, his voice dripping with contempt. He mocked her, asking what she said, a commander, how absurd. Addison simply affirmed that the issue wasn't about giving up or not, but because she believed in herself. Ronald was still watching from afar. Addison had always believed nothing could stop her from achieving her dream. Her voice was steady, asserting that her fate was hers to decide. Aun was baffled, admitting he could never understand her. Aun raised his sword to finish Addison, saying her delusions were just irritating. He said cruel words, telling her she was unrealistic and it would never come true. Addison closed her eyes, preparing for the end. Suddenly, a voice rang out, demanding a stop. Ronald appeared, knocking the weapon from Aeon's hand. Ronald apologized for interrupting, but said this match should end here, Senior. He said Aeon had done enough, catching Aeon off guard as he blurted out his confusion. Ronald immediately launched an attack. Aeon was struck unexpectedly, unable to react in time. Since Aeon was wounded, the magic was activated, sending him back to the academy. Addison gasped in shock and called out Ronald's name. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Ronald sheathed his sword and asked if she was all right. Addison, startled, thanked him for saving her. But what brings you here this time? Ronald looked at her and replied, let us put aside these trivial matters. Before that, please grant me a moment. He extended his hand. He continued, I wish to hear something from you. Two of them stood together at the edge of the rocky cliff. Addison was taken aback. What do you wish to hear? Is it the reason I want to become a commander? Why would you suddenly ask that? Ronald answered seriously, that matter is very important to me, which is why I asked. She fell silent, then a sudden realization struck her. Could it be, have you heard about the Knight of Kanai? He froze at that question. Are you referring to the Beastkin raid 10 years ago? Addison nodded. That is correct. It was the first battle between the Empire seeking to expand northward and the Beastkin Federation that sought to stop it. She continued sadly, and on that night, I lost my family. Addison recalled the past when she was still a child. We are supposed to have dinner right now, but where has everyone suddenly gone? Addison looked toward the door, where her mother and two men were standing. Her mother bit her lip, then approached and lifted Addison's face. She said, something unexpected has come up, so your mother and the others must leave at once. She clenched her hands and asked, what is it? Can I come with you? Her mother looked at Addison with a complex expression, and instead of answering, simply said, I am sorry, Addison. She stood up and instructed the man behind her, please take good care of the child. And that was the last time they ever spoke. Addison watched the backs of her family as they departed, saying, with my family. She continued, afterwards I heard that on that day, the village knights were gathered for the operation to prevent the castle wall from being destroyed. No, I heard the operation went smoothly, because doing so was no different from sending them to their deaths. We were defeated by the power of the Beastkin. In her mind, images of the knights being attacked by the Beastkin flashed. Some were even severely injured. It was truly a tragedy. Addison continued, you must know that not long ago, negotiations between the Empire and the Beastkin alliance were held. To preserve the integrity of their territory, the Beastkin had to join the Empire's army. In the process, the sacrifice of our village was exchanged for nothing but useless memorial stones in the cemetery. Addison remembered, when standing before her mother's grave, a knight beside her had cursed, damn it. Her eyes welled up with tears. He clutched his lost arm and cried out in pain, if we were going to negotiate in the end anyway. Then why did they have to kill our comrades? Addison said, many consider that a noble sacrifice, but I do not agree. Because they all, her shoulders trembled. She continued, could have lived. They could have negotiated peacefully. Even if they had to fight, there were many ways to gain an advantage. Their deaths that day were by no means noble, merely a futile sacrifice caused by the incompetence of their leaders. Addison clenched her hands. She said, I simply cannot accept that fact. Ronald was silent for a moment, then spoke, Senior. Addison clenched her hands and said with determination, I will become a commander, a perfect commander, one who will never cause such wasteful sacrifices. Her gaze was steady, looking ahead with unwavering resolve. Addison said, because no one needs a tombstone to remember those who should have lived. Two of them stood there in silence for a long while. Addison clenched her hands, hesitating. I am sorry, I have said too much. Ronald replied, it was not a pleasant story after all. But even so, I understood one thing. She wondered, understood what? Ronald remained silent and did not answer. He thought, just as I guessed, she cannot be persuaded to give up. Still, I cannot just close my eyes and let her die in vain. Ronald was deep in thought because he did not want to experience that unpleasant feeling again. At that moment, a sudden surge of power rushed toward them. It transformed into a whirlwind that startled Addison. She said weakly, this Manosaurus, could it be? He calmly replied, it seems he has arrived, so impatient. We do not have much time, so I will be brief. Addison looked at him in astonishment. Ronald continued, Senior, have you heard of the Black Magic Codex? She wondered, what is that? He continued, the conditions for awakening are very difficult, but if you can use it, you will become far stronger. The person I once knew became famous through it, and that person was just like you. So I am certain you can do it. Let us take a look first. Addison stepped back hesitantly. What do you mean? I do not understand what you are saying. He placed his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry. You just need to know that I want to help you. Ronald smiled, revealing his white teeth, and continued, I will help you, so let us do everything we can together, Commander. Addison was stunned. Ronald, you... He was serious, but before he finished his sentence, she was pushed off the cliff by him. Addison shouted in fear, Ronald. He laughed cheerfully and said, let us stop here for today. Third place is not so bad, is it? See you again. She was helpless, so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. Ronald crossed his arms and remarked, that's good enough. Now, he turned his head back. A pair of legs appeared. Ronald looked at the newcomer and said, so it's our turn then, isn't it? Fliffen, the one named, now had a fierce expression, his whole body seeming to radiate killing intent. Ronald smiled and said, judging by the way you signaled me on the way here, it seems you had already defeated everyone before arriving. Flea Fen replied coldly, "Yeah, now it's just the two of us left on this island. I don't need to say it. What's the meaning of that?" He tightened his grip on his sword. Ronald drew his sword, not forgetting to jest. "Ah, why? I know better than anyone. You want to settle it right now, don't you? See who is the craziest one." He pulled his sword from its sheath. The two charged forward simultaneously. Swords clashed, shaking everything around them. One had a cold face, one was very excited, neither yielding. Ronald continued the unfinished sentence from earlier at the academy. He lay motionless on the academy hall floor for a while. Addison struggled to open her eyes, suddenly awake, huff. She was startled, jumped up from the ground, and asked herself, "Where is this?" Yawning, she looked up at the battle being shown on the screen, wondering to herself. She hesitantly pieced together what had just happened. Her body had been healed, so she must have been eliminated and brought back to the academy. Memories flashed through her mind, now recalling, Ronald had said she ranked third. After thinking it over, she slowly looked up, so the last ones remaining in this test. Looking at the fiery battle taking place, she continued, were the two of them. On the other side of the match, a huge vortex of power, blue in color, was raging fiercely. That blue power swept past leaves at high speed, leaving only afterimages. Then it swiftly and precisely leapt from one branch to another. The owner of that blue-colored power, Chili Eiffel, was rushing to catch up to Ronald. He charged while gathering power into the sword he held in his hand. His face darkened, his gaze sharpened as he felt he had accumulated enough strength to launch an attack. A small vortex-shaped attack was unleashed without hesitation, quickly catching up close to Ronald. Ronald glanced back slightly, cursing inwardly. This mad bastard, daring to split his sword storm to attack me. Quickly landed on a nearby branch, remarking, "Yeah, truly dangerous." Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he stared straight at that vortex of power, saying, "But right now his power has been dispersed." He leaped off the branch he was on, charging straight into the vortex. His gaze sharpened dangerously, then he unleashed a slash straight into the center of the vortex. After that, he quickly executed another powerful slash, silently chanting the skill name in his head, Butterfly Dance. The meteor sword, not yet fully awakened, decisively blasted away that vortex. After the weakened skill disappeared, it left behind a hazy cloud of dust and smoke, and the ground around was cracked. Ronald froze, panting tiredly, finally managed to block it. He raised a hand to wipe his sweat, continuing to remark if that was the full extent of his power, he would have been suffocated by now. He inwardly wondered what had happened. Everything had far exceeded his expectations. Recalling compared to last time, when he faced that coward Dulan, his ability to control the sword storm had improved by leaps and bounds. Sneaking a glance at Chili Fen not far away, he commented, "His speed, which was inferior to mine before, is now on par. What's going on?" He thought, could this guy possibly be even stronger now than he was in his previous life? Chili Fen on this side was also panting heavily. Truly a genius. He thought to himself, even though he's suppressing the power of the sword storm, is he planning to use that method to compensate for his lack of raw power? Can he really devour mana to enhance his strength? He looked down at the slash wound on his body. Moreover, he's also using the sword techniques of the instructors perfectly at that. I've always been confident that I excelled in swordsmanship, but that gap has now been narrowed. He hesitated. Accelerating with mana had reached its limit, so it was time to take a risk. Ronald observed and calculated as well. If he lets him adapt to his movements any further, he won't have any chance to win. Can't hesitate any longer. The hand gripping his sword resolved to end it in one strike. On the other side, Schleffen was also gripping his sword tightly, seemingly also having made a decision. Suddenly he turned his head as if he had sensed his target. Not only him, but Ronald also quickly moved. They started so fast that both only left afterimages behind. And two large slashes, one crimson and one blue, were swung and collided forcefully with each other. After the impact, both were blasted back a distance and stood in a ready fighting stance. Ronald hesitated no more and made the first move. He dashed swiftly toward his opponent. Seeing this, Chili Fen immediately turned around, returning to a solid defensive stance. He put his strength into a swing, creating a fierce whirlwind that aimed straight at Ronald. Ronald gave a slight smirk before welcoming the attack. The slash gradually faded, leaving behind only thick dust and a few falling leaves. Having just finished the move, Schleffen bent his knees slightly and let out a long, admiring sigh. That was right. He admitted that the sword strike he just made seemed impossible. Despite his body being covered in wounds, he continued to speak, but you took that moment to launch a powerful counterattack. Like a flash of lightning, Ronald suddenly appeared right behind him. He gave an amused smile while looking at Ronald. "How many more surprises are you going to give me?" Ronald responded with a smile, wounded so severely yet still able to laugh. The two charged at each other again, continuing the battle. Two streams of blue and red light crossed, flashing brilliantly. Ronald and Chili Eiffel fought evenly matched, each trying to inflict damage on the other. Then, having exhausted their strength and suffered many injuries, both of them spat out blood at the same time. Both of their legs trembled, almost unable to hold firm anymore. They struggled to press their feet into the ground to keep their balance. Next, they charged forward simultaneously, swinging their swords with all their remaining strength to deliver the final blow. The rapid clash of swords caused the ground to shake slightly. At such a close distance, both stared into each other's eyes and gave challenging smiles. The breathtaking duel, broadcast live, left all the spectators in awe. One young man couldn't help exclaiming, "Heavens, is this really a battle of first-year students?" Others also murmured, "Honestly, these kids should have a separate evaluation test. Even a real battlefield probably could be this badly distorted." Addison kept his eyes glued to the match, an unending wave of worry surging in his heart. Navi Rose stood watching, smiling as she commented, "Not bad at all. The two of them have matured far beyond when they first enrolled." She thought to herself, however, whether they want it or not, with the next collision, based on what was being shown on the screen, she could say for certain the battle was about to end. On the battlefield, Ronald and Shelly Fenn braced themselves, holding their fighting stances firmly. Amidst his heavily wounded body, he spoke up, "Meeting an opponent like you has been everything I hoped for. Coming to Fillion was my best choice." His body was in good shape either, blood still flowing. He asked, "But you feel it too, right? It's time to end this match." Ronald nodded in agreement. "That's right, let's continue with this level of power." Two swords clashed, generating a terrifying surge of power. Both took a step back. Schliffen spoke, "I have a feeling we are going to get along well." His entire body radiated an accumulating power, his eyes gleaming with a blue light. "I won't regret this fight, and neither should you." Energy exploded around his body, he said, "Show me everything you've got." Slowly, he raised his sword with both hands. Ronald held his sword level, commenting, "You are always this fervent and bloodthirsty." Red glint flashed in his eyes, he thought, just as expected, "I need to bring him to my side in the coming fight." Of course, before thinking too far ahead, he stamped his foot hard into the ground. Slightly crouching for momentum, his eyes burning red, he thought, "We need to settle the hierarchy between us first." Two stood facing each other, their fighting spirit blazing. Before waiting for any signal, Ronald lunged forward, aiming at Schlieffen's opening to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Schlieffen reacted just as quickly, raising his sword to block the strike in time. He turned back in confusion. How could he move faster than that? Suddenly, red intersecting flashes of light blazed within a split second. He realized with shock that he had been hit by several of Ronald's strikes, his body piling up with more wounds. He admitted, "I can keep up with his speed." However, looking at the way he struck, he thought, moving that fast certainly comes at a significant cost. Ronald moved at a terrifying speed, as if splitting into multiple bodies, attacking continuously from all directions. Schlieffen wondered, does he think about the consequences after the fight? He placed both hands on the sword's pommel, lowering his body. He let out an admiring exclamation. "I've learned something else from you, Ronald." Stabbing his sword firmly into the ground, Schlieffen smiled and shouted defiantly, "Come on!" And the sword erupted with a massive surge of power. In the blink of an eye, that power transformed into a giant slash, appearing right before Ronald. Ronald reacted quickly, his movements evading the slashes of the technique just launched. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "This bastard is truly insane. Does he really think I can keep up with his speed?" Looking at the situation before him, he quickly analyzed and realized he was channeling magic forward for defense. He understood that the wound had caused him to lose control of his mana, and even casting the spell was worsening his own injuries. Seeing the opponent grit his teeth in endurance, veins bulging on his forehead, he secretly wondered, was he so desperate for victory? Ronald tightened his grip on his sword, resolving himself, thinking to himself, "But I will not admit defeat, nor will I dodge." He decisively charged straight toward his opponent. He leaped forward swiftly, unleashing attacks continuously with both hands, saying that both of them were nearing their limits and should not let the match end in a mediocre draw. Ronald pushed all his strength to the absolute limit, bracing himself and gritting his teeth to endure. He continued to charge forward, raising his sword with determination, pouring all his power into this final strike and slashing straight down to end the match. The descending slash aimed directly at Schlieffen, but suddenly a voice spoke up, "I knew you would charge in close." The attack was enveloped by Schlieffen's techniques, sealing off all paths of movement. Schlieffen looked at him, declaring firmly that he would pour all his physical strength and mana into this technique. Those words, the powerful energy from him began to transform visibly. The power kept rising, as Schlieffen lowered his voice and called out the name of his ultimate move. Aura, Sword Storm, a colossal blue energy sphere quickly engulfed the entire area. All the energy within burst violently, causing the ground to shake and shatter into countless fragments. That destructive force created a massive explosion, causing strong tremors and sweeping away everything around. Thick dust billowed everywhere after the technique gradually dissipated its power. Billy FN slightly hunched his body down. He still managed to stand firm in his original position. Meanwhile, Ronald had been blasted back a considerable distance. Schlieffen's vision darkened. Ignoring the cracking wound bleeding even more, he still tried to grip his sword hilt tightly. Beside him, Ronald also had a darkened expression, clenching his sword hilt and standing up despite his worsening injury. He leaped high into the air, eyeing Sleeve Phantom with assessment, inwardly cursing this madman for wanting to die alone without dragging others in, daring to activate a sword storm that devoured even himself. He muttered that he was truly a psychopath, at least in the realm of swordsmanship. He couldn't help but exclaim, "But that was just like you, Chili Eiffel." Smiling with delight, he admitted that coming here was the best choice he had ever made. The glowing red energy slowly floated in the air. "Today, one of the two will fall here," Ronald shouted loudly. His blade gleamed, swung up, and then down. The moment it touched the ground, he used the momentum to charge at his opponent. Everyone witnessed it. All held their breath, waiting for the moment of impact. Addison was worried, his hands clenched tightly, his gaze lifted as if praying. Navi Rose leaned on her hand, smiling as she observed. Finally, she continued, the battle was over. Ronald and Chili Eiffel gathered all their strength, shouted loudly, and charged straight at each other. For an instant, space and time seemed to freeze as the two swords met. The powerful collision erupted into a massive flash of light. Smoke and dust blanketed the entire battlefield. Both stood still amidst the devastated scene that had been created earlier. Blood flowed along the wounds on both their bodies. It was truly unbelievable. Ronald stood motionless, while Schlieffen lost his balance and fell backward. He said it was a great match, then collapsed completely. Ronald smiled smugly. "You really are skilled." He continued as his body was about to hit the ground, "But I won." Both fell to the ground at the same time. Both Ronald and Schlieffen were unconscious, their bodies covered in injuries. The surrounding space suddenly fell silent. Everyone silently watched through the screen. A female student suddenly stammered in astonishment. Excited cheers echoed throughout the hall. The midterm advanced practical swordsmanship exam had come to a close. The luxurious hallway, with its brilliant lights, illuminated every corner. Ronald slowly opened his eyes. The blurry ceiling appearing before him left him confused. "This is..." He suddenly opened his eyes wide, asking in a panic, "The recovery room?" Addison sat beside him, looking at him with concern. "You're awake, Ronald." He was still bewildered by the scene before him, Addison and the professor. Ronald slowly sat up and stammered, "Me being here with you too means..." Navi Rose cut in. "The examination is done. The result is hard to determine because both were severely injured." She glanced at the other bed and said, "That was a wonderful match, very worth watching for the trainees. Schlieffen is still breathing steadily on his bed, but you woke up first. Your physical condition is better." That statement made Ronald feel he had won. Ronald laughed out loud foolishly. He had defeated him. Navi Rose cut in, "No, it has nothing to do with winning or losing." She explained that both were confirmed to have lost consciousness at the same time, so it was a draw. "Both of you are ranked first." Her words left Ronald stunned and surprised. Ronald lowered his head in resignation. He understood. Navi Rose was surprised. "You accepted it faster than I thought." She said she thought he would protest this result. Addison was also surprised, which made Ronald annoyed and cut in, "What do you two think of him?" Ronald scratched his head and explained, "I just think based on the match, that result is reasonable." Looking over at the other bed, Ronald said, "His name is Schlieffen. He's very strong, stronger than I thought. His palms are full of wounds. A draw is the reasonable result, isn't it?" Suddenly, Ronald bowed his head seriously. "I will train harder to win next time." Navi Rose was stunned by his sudden seriousness. She smiled in satisfaction. This kid is not only more skilled but also more mature. Ronald was still sitting on the bed, thoughtfully scratching his head. Navi Rose leaned on her hand and praised, "No need to be angry. This is a good experience, especially for you, Ronald, because you were able to use mana, the thing you wished for." Her words jolted Ronald awake. He asked in surprise, "What?" He shouted excitedly, "What did you say? I use mana?" Navi Rose was puzzled. "Didn't you use it in the finals?" The sword was truly used with mana. Her words made him clutch his chest, stunned and silent for a long time. Ronald seemed to realize something, looked down at his palm, hesitated. "Now I think about it." That moment came back to him. "I felt something strange in my body. So that was it." Navi Rose nodded and explained, "That is the sword aura you created when you gained control over your mana. With your accumulated inner energy, your sword aura is quite strong. It needs more training, but you still lack the keen senses to control mana." Ronald clenched his hand in determination. Addison looked at her in confusion. Navi Rose lowered her head and clicked her tongue. "We have to take action, because we don't know when your body will unlock a new restriction." Her gaze turned cold. She instructed, "Addison, bring Ronald to see that useless bastard tomorrow afternoon." Addison asked back in confusion. Then she suddenly remembered something, letting out a soft "oh." She meant Professor Geraldine Yu. The next day, warm sunlight gently covered the academy grounds. Ronald gently followed in Addison's footsteps. She was a bit hesitant to confide. "It had been a long time since I went to see Professor Geraldine." He also replied leisurely, "If the professor is as strict as Navi Rose wants to introduce him, then he must be really good." Seeing Ronald's curiosity, Addison turned back and gave a gentle smile. "He is considered to have the best magical power, so the other professors often ask for his help." She recounted the things he had done. Sometimes during magical application class, a student's magical power would get blocked and the core of their mind would harden. When that happened, they needed Professor Geraldine. She continued walking leisurely, telling him that he handled it easily. He seemed really impressive. He laughed along, continuing to wonder, Then why doesn't Professor Naviros like someone like that? Hearing his obvious question, Addison turned back with a smile. She didn't know their situation but thought it was just because they didn't get along. She continued, you will understand when you meet him, but the professor is a bit special. He pondered over those words for a moment. Then suddenly, Ronald broke into a delighted smile. Well, it's not that important. What matters is that I can use magical power. Watching her retreating figure, he thought to himself, if that professor is that impressive, he must also know about the commander's magical power. And suddenly, Ronald stopped in his tracks. Dark magical power was something unknown in my past life, so I don't understand much about it. If we both go, learning about it would be a good thing. Addison turned her head and asked him curiously, I heard you met Schlieffen before coming. How did it go? Did he agree to yesterday's deal? Ronald, upon hearing the question, immediately raised his hand with a confident smile and said, of course. It was a deal that man couldn't refuse. Back inside the academy, the events from earlier were recounted by him. At that time, Schlieffen stood before him and clearly said, come see me after you're discharged. I think we are on the same wavelength, Ronald. I feel the same. His gaze turned cold. He drew the sword from his side. I can't be satisfied with a draw. Let's go to the training room and end this. Ronald, understanding Schlieffen's feelings, said bluntly, stop trying to fool me. I don't like that outcome either, but I called you here today for a different reason. He quickly regained his composure, looked up at him with a confused expression. A different reason. Ronald stood up abruptly, shoving a fist close to his face, startling him into widening his eyes, his hand holding something as he shouted. Ronald, extremely excited, held out the club invitation letter in front of him. Join my club. This left him completely bewildered. What? He began to smile and explain the reasons why he should join his club. You can leave the academy and gain real combat experience. You won't get bored joining my club. Schlieffen, however, was not too pleased and replied, I'm curious what you're trying to say. Befriend the enemy I will defeat in the future. He turned away sharply with an angry face. You think I have time for this? Schlieffen immediately turned to leave in anger. If you're just going to talk nonsense, I'm leaving. Ronald suddenly grinned a menacing smile and called after him, too bad, the club members are planning a celebration party on his island. He quickly hit a nerve with Schlieffen, making him unable to stop. That's when she attended that party. My sister Iro. Schlieffen clenched his fists, trembling slightly. What did you say? He suddenly turned his head to look at him, shouting extremely agitatedly, Iro moved to that island with you guys. Schlieffen quickly approached Ronald, urging him hurriedly, tell me more details. Where is it? Is the area safe? Have you prepared guards for the day she moves? However, Ronald made an ugly face and stepped back with an air of superiority. No, not telling you. This alarmed Schlieffen. What? Why should I tell someone who isn't even a club member? His face became ridiculous, grinning slyly and saying, who knows, if you join, I will. However, before he could finish speaking, a figure flashed past. Schlieffen had already grabbed an ink pen and started writing on it. Drops of ink splattered everywhere due to his haste. After signing his name, Schlieffen lowered his head and asked him, am I qualified now? His face turned serious, staring intently at Ronald with sharp eyes. Tell me all the details. Back to the present, Ronald followed behind Addison, but felt restless inside, thinking about how that bastard would become the Lord of Grancia in the future. I'm way too worried. She stopped in her tracks, looking up happily. We're here. Looking at the building ahead, Addison began to introduce it as the place where Professor Geraldine resides. The two stood before an enormous, majestic, and splendid tower, Tower 41. Ronald widened his eyes and looked up at the building, a bit stunned by what he saw. Why is this place so imposing? Professor Segris was bad enough, but this one seems even more so. While the two were still confused and unsure what to do, a person came over and asked, what do you two want? Were you sent here by one of her students? Immediately, the two turned to greet him with a somewhat uncertain tone. Professor Geraldine, he was carrying a lot of belongings on him. Addison nervously stated the reason for their presence. Greetings, Professor. Ronald is having trouble controlling his magical power, so we were advised by Professor Navi-Rose to come find you. His eyes suddenly glimmered with a bit of light. He said in a suspicious tone, she sent you here just for magical power control. You must be a promising student. Geraldine then quickly stepped closer to him and asked, Ronald, what do you think? Just as he began to greet him, yes, glad to, he was cut off again. Skip the pleasantries. Geraldine probed further. How much have you prepared? Ronald was stunned and asked back, what do you mean? He held out his palm in front of him, speaking very bluntly, I don't do charity. There will be an additional tuition fee since I am working overtime. Geraldine slowly bowed his head closer to him, so I'm sure you've prepared a certain amount, right? Money. Ronald couldn't believe his eyes and asked back, stunned, Professor. Really asking for money? He looked at him without a hint of embarrassment. You catch on quickly. He added, by the way, at least 10 gold coins an hour, of course, that's the price per person. Both of them were utterly bewildered and screamed internally, is he joking? Then they both automatically dismissed that thought when they saw his resolute eyes. Geraldine's outstretched hands, no, he's serious. He's really trying to squeeze money from students. He tried to calm down, scratched his head and chuckled. I don't have any money right now. Is there another way? However, he brushed past Ronald, clicking his tongue with some regret. There is, and that's to go home. As he passed, a wave of aura emanated with him. On your way back, you better get 10 gold coins from those bastards at Navi Rose's. But then, something made Geraldine freeze in his tracks. He stood still, trembling slightly. This made Ronald look on in confusion. Looks like there might be a way after all. Geraldine spun around and called to him, "Follow me." Something inside him emanated a very special aura. "I will make you a deal." It was a ring buried deep inside the coat pocket. Inside a room on floor 41, there was a window facing the outside. Ronald instinctively stepped in, his mind still hazy. While answering about the Sorrente ring, he had arrived here. They both sat down at a table. He looked around with a sense of panic. This place was not only clean but also quite deserted. It didn't resemble a prison at all. The entire spacious room had only 3 people in it. Ronald glanced at the door wrapped in iron chains behind him, feeling a bit uneasy. Since entering, he hadn't heard any sound from outside. He was also puzzled to see that all the door locks were reinforced with magic. What was in this place that required the instructor to guard it so strictly? After retrieving his belongings, Geraldine approached the table, sat down, and asked to see the ring before they talked. Ronald nodded and handed it over. As he handed over the ring, Ronald nervously instructed that it was very precious and to be careful. Geraldine gently took it and reassured him. Upon touching the ring and examining it closely, he exclaimed in astonishment at what he witnessed firsthand. The power radiating from the ring was immense, causing him to repeatedly marvel. Mana, this pure proved the dragon had accumulated over 2,000 years of elemental energy. Ronald was surprised to hear Geraldine say this and asked if he knew. He placed the ring back and said that as a professor, he should at least know the basics. Ronald felt a bit embarrassed as he cheerfully continued about old tales. His exchange condition was very simple. He just needed to extract a bit of magic. He questioned that strange condition, and he explained that he was conducting a long-term experiment, needing mana from creatures who had used magic for a long period. Geraldine mused that Filion also had high-level elves, but they couldn't compare to this. He guessed that Ronald and the ring's owner must have a very good relationship. Beautiful memories with Sorrente suddenly flooded back into Ronald's mind. He tightly gripped the ring in his palm and nodded in agreement. Zaro quickly finalized the deal. He promised to support him wholeheartedly, which made Ronald smile in satisfaction, thinking it wasn't too bad. He immediately pointed towards Addison and requested his help for her as well. Addison was flustered by this sudden request. Geraldine's expression darkened slightly, somewhat displeased. He only needed a very small amount of magic, yet he was asking for more conditions. Not letting him finish his sentence, Ronald slammed the table and stood up, pretending to leave. Geraldine hastily stopped him, saying that wasn't his intention. He continued to demand a reduction by half, then turned to invite Addison to leave. Geraldine had to sigh and accept the change of mind. He stood up with a grimace of a headache, accepting Ronald's request. Geraldine glared at him with a mocking praise of his negotiation skills. Ronald didn't hesitate to reply with a cheerful thanks. He quickly changed the subject, offering to look at his problem first. If he had been sent here, it must be urgent. Geraldine pointed towards the glowing magic circle and told him to step into it. Ronald cautiously stepped into the center of the magic circle. Geraldine stood behind him, closed his eyes, and placed his hands on his back to begin the examination. As he inspected, he remarked that his senses hadn't been opened for a long time. There were no traces of mana use. Had he never used it? Ronald turned back with a surprised frown, replying that he could only see mana but had never used it. Geraldine asked if he had been cursed by someone. He opened his eyes and looked at him seriously, noting that this was no ordinary curse. The mana flow was opening but slowly closing again. Geraldine placed his hand on him, intending to channel mana in to try and open it. He warned him that he would feel pain like a knife cutting into his spine. He asked Ronald if he could endure it. Before he could understand what was happening, he asked back in confusion. Before the words even finished, a bone-deep pain struck. The mana from Geraldine surged into his body, causing him to flinch in agony. Ronald screamed in panic, not understanding what was happening. Addison, standing nearby, couldn't remain calm. Geraldine squeezed his eyes shut, focusing intensely. He was casting a spell on his body. Just as the magical force pushed deeper, he felt a resistance surrounding it. The resistance was weaker than he thought, so breaking the seal would be easy. The confidence in his eyes grew more apparent. Suddenly, Geraldine frowned, sensing something unusual. The space inside Ronald's body suddenly darkened. A wave of dark energy enveloped, leaving him frozen. Geraldine's eyes widened in shock. A giant eye appeared above. He was stunned, wondering what this was. A skull suddenly materialized alongside a fierce aura from the child's body. These streams of demonic energy spread outward and invaded Geraldine's hand. He tried to suppress this power but still had to scream in pain. Suddenly, Geraldine was thrown back. Both Ronald and Addison stood frozen in astonishment. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in great pain. Blood flowed more and more from his throat. Geraldine wearily clutched his neck. He collapsed to the ground, cursing bitterly. The other two hurried over to him in deep concern. Geraldine gritted his teeth, trying to raise his hand to cast some kind of spell. Lunagir, Delphirum opened, as if he were healing himself. Ronald could only stand and watch, wide-eyed in amazement at the strange incantation. This was definitely the spell set that Lee had mentioned. Separaxios, Yarudin echoed amidst the pained groans. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. In another space, where books and medicine were arranged with extreme neatness, a person holding a book suddenly noticed something strange. Maya AC Secret was floating in midair along with the books, a bit surprised when Geraldine suddenly opened the door, wondering what was going on. He Saw the image of Geraldine in immense pain, coughing up blood. Ronald and Addison were also staring blankly at her, Professor Sekit. Miha immediately rushed over to support the man, then ordered the two of them, "Move back quickly, we need to treat the teacher first." While treating his wounds, Geraldine suddenly coughed more violently, which startled her. Maya turned her head to look at him, asking tensely, "Ronald, did Geraldine transfer mana into your body?" He answered honestly, "Yes, he said he would expand the flow of mana in my body." Everything seemed clear now. Maya turned back to treat the man. "I think part of the curse within you has repressed the mana and pushed it toward Geraldine." Upon hearing this, he tensed up a bit. He looked down at the bright red blood spreading across the floor beneath the man. Maya said seriously, "That is the curse of a great demon lord. No one can easily stop it. If this continues, Geraldine will die." Ronald was shocked, unable to believe it. Looking down at Maya and Geraldine, the professor is going to die? She tensely held the man steady to keep him sitting upright. If not treated in time, that is a possibility. Maya placed her hand on Geraldine's forehead to heal him, saying the curse hasn't taken root deeply yet, it can still be removed. She was completely focused on her healing process. Geraldine was in extreme pain, clenching his teeth. Suddenly, a hideous head with many eyes crawled out of his mouth. It opened its mouth wide and laughed repulsively. Maya turned and shouted loudly, "It's now, Ronald." His eyes immediately became sharp and filled with malice. Ronald quickly swung several sharp sword strikes at the monster. It shattered into pieces, eyes and flesh scattering everywhere. Those eyes were still trying to let out whimpering sounds. Geraldine on the ground began clutching his throat, coughing in dry heaves. He wiped away the blood with his hand and thanked Professor Secret, saying he owed his life to her. She replied gently, "It was thanks to your quick reaction. If the curse had seeped deeper, I would have been helpless." She said she had once seen a terrible curse on a student. Geraldine quickly realized who she was talking about. Could it be him? Ronald ran over from a distance, holding his sword with a worried expression, asking if Professor Geraldine was all right. He was helped up by Addison and answered seriously, "Yes, but I've had an interesting experience." He fearfully recalled what he had seen inside his body. Truly unbelievable that such a terrible curse exists in this world. Your life has certainly been full of ups and downs. Geraldine glanced at him and continued, "Anyway, I've kept my promise." He seemed a bit confused and answered out of habit, "Yes." He turned to look at Maya A and requested, "Professor Secret, could you examine his condition?" which left her a bit bewildered. The moment Maya A looked at Ronald, she immediately became alarmed. What is this? Ronald's body had a flow of mana, and he was also confused, not understanding what she was talking about. Maya lost her composure, stood up, and rushed straight at him, saying, "Truly unbelievable. Although weak, it's clearly an open mana bloodline." She asked Ronald if he had recently come into contact with any related curses, for example, falling into a pit filled with cursed eyes. Ronald politely replied, No, I've never experienced anything like that." She looked at him in surprise, not understanding why the curse sealing the bloodline had weakened, and now there was a mysterious energy source eroding that curse. It was like a storm wind eroding a rock. Of course, the curse was still trying to seal the bloodline. It was very difficult to deal with, but thanks to that energy source, combined with Geraldine's expansion of the bloodline, the mana flow wouldn't be easily sealed again. Two opposing forces were neutralizing each other deep within his body. What lingered in his mind was, so can I use mana now? Within Ronald's immense joy, she crossed her arms and nodded. Theoretically, yes. Maya A hesitated, looking up at Ronald, saying the curse would continue to attack the bloodline, so using mana freely would take more time if you trained diligently every day in about 20 years. That number felt like an invisible weight on his head. He couldn't believe it. Repeating it again, 20 years? He became extremely agitated, shouting, "What are you saying, 20 years? How can I wait that long?" Maya A shook her head frankly. Being able to use mana is a miracle. There is no need to risk your life to break the curse. Suddenly, Geraldine stepped towards the two, raising his voice. There is still a way to shorten the time. The two who were arguing fell silent upon hearing his words, looking over with a bit of surprise. Geraldine, though still in pain, tried to explain calmly, "Depending on your effort, the time can be shortened." He said seriously, "If you use the training method I have created." Back to the space filled with books and neatly arranged potion bottles where Maya A had just been. Geraldine placed his hand, still stained with a bit of blood, on his back. "Listen carefully, Ronald." He sat up straight seriously to receive his help. "The amount of mana you control now is just a small handful, and the newly opened bloodline is also narrower than that of other students. However, if you learn this method and diligently train to expand the bloodline, your mana capacity will increase. Depending on your talent, in about 5 years, you might be able to control an amount of mana equivalent to others." He became a bit dejected, lowering his head. 5 years. An amount? The man created a mass of mana and placed it on Ronald's back. "Now I will transfer mana into your body to guide the path of the bloodline. It's a bit taxing on my inner energy, but it can only be done while the curse is weak like it is now." He closed his eyes, fully focused. He also felt a little happier. "Thank you, Professor." A large stream of mana was created. "Then let's begin." Ronald again endured immense pain, screaming as a strange mana stream invaded his body. He was still transferring mana, explaining with closed eyes, "The key difference of this method is that you must control the speed and direction of the mana flow to the extreme limit at every point it passes through." Ronald still gritted his teeth, feeling everything in immense pain. Geraldine's mana stream was gradually moving deeper into his body. "Absolutely do not rush. You must guide the mana carefully in every moment. The two mana streams merge together. Use your own mana to repair the damaged sections along the path." He closed his eyes to feel more clearly, focusing intensely on the instructions. "Follow the flow of mana, slowly, gently, and eventually the mana will become your own strength. Good luck." His face had become much calmer now. "Do you understand?" He, after receiving the transferred mana, felt a bit tired and let out a sigh. Mana had gradually begun to envelop Ronald's body, his eyes gleaming with a bit more determination. "Yes, I understand. I will try." With that, the two of them continued with Geraldine's method. He was a bit surprised, unable to believe it. What? How is this possible? He found the method after just one instruction. Furthermore, he's executing it perfectly. Ronald's mana flow had gradually become stable. Geraldine laughed heartily in delight, looking at his back and praising, as expected, "I had not misjudged you." He closed his eyes, intensely focused on feeling the mana flowing within his body. He let his arms hang limp, lowering his head to speak to him, saying that this way he would no longer have to face that curse. From now on, make sure to train every day. He raised his hand, astonished by the amount of mana radiating from his palm. So this was his own mana. He clenched his fist with firm resolve, feeling the noticeable change. He was gradually becoming different from the person he had been in the past. Memories of the suffering he had endured came flooding back, weighing heavily on his heart. He smiled in satisfaction, looking at the mana manifesting in his palm. A power he had never dared to dream of, merely having this was enough. He happily turned to look at Geraldine, thanking the professor profusely. But why had he imposed such a harsh condition? As he was speaking, the man suddenly collapsed to the ground. Shocked by the scene, he shouted when he saw Geraldine lying motionless on the floor. "Professor," he wondered. Geraldine raised a trembling, blood-soaked hand to call him Ronald. Then he tightly gripped his sleeve for balance, speaking slowly, "I have resolved your problem. Now you must keep your promise as well." After saying that, he immediately collapsed, startling Ronald. "Yes, sir, but first you should take care of your health." Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and replied, "My body matters not. There is something far more important." Inside the jars were countless dreadful body parts from eyes to hearts. On the table lay a bloodied body covered in wounds. "Even if I must sacrifice my life, I have to save her no matter what." Inside the glass cage was the silhouette of an incredibly beautiful girl, a woman with long hair on the brink of death. "So please." He held Ronald tightly by the shoulders with both hands. "Give me the ring right now." As soon as he finished speaking, his face became frantic and out of control. Ronald, terrified, widened his eyes. "What?" Geraldine clung to him, begging, "The ring. Give me the ring." Looking at his frantic face, he felt fear. His teacher's eyes were completely lifeless. Geraldine could only repeat, "Give me the ring." Maya Haas spoke up from behind, startling him into turning around. "I knew something was wrong. It must be a temporary emotional disorder." She sadly lowered her head, as if that ring was an indispensable object for his research. Her gaze could not hide the pity she felt for him. "Geraldine, my dear friend, how much longer do you intend to bury yourself in the past?" Geraldine remained silent, his head bowed low to the ground with a terrifying expression. A blinding light flashed within the room of Tower 41. Addison and Ronald, who was carrying him on his back, stood in the center of the magic circle. She hurriedly looked behind and urged, "Hurry, Ronald. Take him to the nearest medical room in the Legend building." Running at full speed would take about 5 minutes. A door surrounded by iron chains appeared before him. Oh wait. The door was enveloped by a layer of magic. As they approached, the magic immediately glowed, revealing a massive lock that startled everyone. Addison could not help but step closer and remark, "This door's protective barrier is even stronger than before." Geraldine on his back said nothing, only extending his hand to use magic, mumbling something in his throat. Then his expression gradually darkened. "I am leaving, right now." He raised his arm high, leaving Ronald unsure of what he was planning to do. Immediately, the door behind everyone suddenly opened. He quickly turned to Geraldine, urging, "Professor, not this way. You need to open the door with the protective barrier." He did not listen to him, instead whispering into Ronald's ear, "We must go down. For her." Those words left him deeply bewildered. But he still carried him towards where he wanted to go, before that rose could wither in time. Along the dark corridor, torches flickered with dim light. Every step he took down the stairs was extremely cautious. 3 of them ventured deeper below and passed through yet another door. What was inside left Addison in disbelief, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Ronald, what is this?" He also saw everything but calmly replied, "I do not know either." They were standing before Geraldine's laboratory. On the table lay a corpse with many incisions. Although unclear what had happened, it seemed they had seen something they should not have. Inside the research test tube was Sunya, her eyes tightly shut, her hands clasped together. She was beautiful as a statue but could not speak a single word, only remaining silent within. Ronald carried him closer to the test tube. It must be because of this woman that Professor Geraldine acted this way. Addison agreed with him. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely. He leaned him against the side of the test tube and instructed her, "Please take care of the professor for me." Then he stood up and walked around the room, saying, "I will look around to see if there is anything that can help." Addison quickly moved to support him, sitting him closer. All right. Ronald walked around the room, hastily observing everything. He looked up at the shelf filled with eyes, hearts, and other internal organs, beginning to assess. These are all suspicious materials. The surgically mutilated monster sprawled on the bed also caught his eye, along with the traces of experiments on its body. He stopped short before something. A single glance was enough to know this was no ordinary experiment. He never expected him to go so far beyond the limit. He held his position, staring down at what was in front of him. It was a notebook used to record all of his research. He stared intently at the notebook, his mind full of contemplation. "Professor Geraldine, what on earth are you doing?" Geraldine leaned back against the test tube, his eyes still tightly shut but his lips still mumbling. "Almost done. Wait a moment. Just a little longer, Sunya." First page of the notebook read, "Year XXX, month 20, day 20, Maya is..." "I managed to preserve her body in time before the decomposition process began. The body is the dwelling place of the soul, so keeping the body intact is sufficient." Geraldine stood sorrowfully beside the glass cage, looking at Sunya lying inside. He raised his hand and gently touched her cheek. "I firmly believe that I will revive Sunya, my wife. Even if everyone says no one has ever succeeded with resurrection magic, I do not care, for I will never give up. These are the records of my research to save her." He knelt down beside the body of Sunya. On the 54th respawn, the orgy heart he bought from the northern black market was still useless. The experiment schedule at the magic tower was also about to run out. His face grew more haggard, his body covered in blood. 76th respawn, the magic tower stripped him of his position for failing to adhere to the schedule. Without a salary, the research had to stop, and Geraldine had no choice but to leave in sorrow. Thanks to the help of Principal Gracia, he accepted a professor position and moved Sunya's body to the basement. He stood silently for a long time before her body. Though he hated teaching the foolish students, this was the only way to earn money to save her. Geraldine's eyes now held only endless sadness. The 81st respawn, then the 96th, 101st, and 115th all passed by. 120th respawn, the 12th-7th respawn. On the 13th-4th respawn, there was still no new progress. Reading this far, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ronald frowned slightly, so this was the reason that man craved money so desperately. Looking at the test tubes filled with precious materials, he became more certain of his speculation. In short, everything that happened stemmed from love. Ronald looked at Geraldine, who was leaning against the test tube containing his wife, with confusion. He suddenly remembered, in his past life, he had seen many people lose everything for love, like that foolish sword saint. Schlieffen's frantic face suddenly flashed through his mind. Ronald gently placed the diary on the table. The problem was, those people often met bad ends, especially when evil people exploited their moments of weakness. Suddenly, a page in the diary caught his attention. That page stated that for the illicit research, one might have to accept dealing with them. The final line imprinted itself deep in Ronald's subconscious, dealing with them. He picked up the colored paper tucked inside, pondering, could this suspicious letter have been sent by them? His silhouette looked so lonely at that moment. A voice suddenly rang out. "Hey!" Geraldine approached, startling him. "What are you doing, kid?" he said in an annoyed tone. "Are you touching my things?" His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Ronald was scared, sweat starting to pour out. Quickly closed the diary and forced a smile. Of course not. Ronald tried to put on the most natural smile he could. "I was just checking to see if there was anything that could help the professor recover faster." The red letter had been quickly hidden inside his shirt. "Besides, I haven't even learned to control my mana. How could I tell one thing from another?" His footsteps carried a strange flow of mana. In the dark of night, a bird with glowing eyes sat on a tree branch. A mysterious voice rang out. "Everything is going according to plan. I've made contact with him." The hooded man lowered his head. Though there was some hesitation, it was only a matter of time before his heart moved him to obey. On the table were countless people with their hands and feet bound tightly, hoods over their heads, trembling in fear. What the master could grant him, what he desperately needed, was the essence of bloodline. The hooded man possessed a sharp gaze. Holding the glass of dark red blood on the table, he sneered. How ridiculous, even Geraldine. Zwei smiled a sinister, enchanting smile, finally ruined by a woman. Humans truly are foolish. He was extremely pleased with the events about to unfold. Back in that room, everything was as tidy as if nothing had happened. Geraldine placed the ring in Ronald's hand, apologizing for the wait. The extraction was complete. He held the ring up to examine it, confused. "It looks no different from before." The man replied calmly, "I only extracted a small amount. Thanks to you, a hurdle for the next experiment has been overcome." Ronald smiled and put the ring in his pocket. It was nothing. "If it weren't for the professor, I'd probably still be running around looking for someone to break the curse." Then Geraldine suddenly changed the subject. "Hey, I bet you've already figured out some of what you saw in my research room, haven't you?" He lowered his head, asking with a hint of helplessness, "Sorry to impose, but please keep it a secret." He quickly scratched his head to reassure him. All right, I got it. I don't want to get involved in other people's business anyway." anyway. Geraldine lowered his head, thank you. Then he turned to look at Addison, and also, the assistant of Navi Rose, as for your matter, I'll look into it when I have time. His expression was somewhat serious, though not as complicated as Ronald's. She clearly possessed a rather unpleasant aura as well. She was utterly bewildered by his words. The sky was clear blue, warm sunlight enveloped the vast campus. At the fork in the road, Addison waved goodbye. I'm off to prepare the lecture for the professor. He smiled and replied, all right, go ahead, you've worked hard today. The two went their separate ways. Ronald reached into his shirt pocket to find that letter. He took it out and held it up to his eyes, even though he had taken it secretly if there was evidence inside, showing that they are connected to the cult, and the professor is an accomplice, then I have only one choice. He pondered as he opened it. However, there were no words inside, only a small bloodstain in the center, which confused him. What is this? Looking closer, a peculiar flow of mana was enveloping that bloodstain. There were no words at all. Maybe it's a secret letter made with magic. If so, that's a bit troublesome. Suddenly, drops of blood from the paper began to splatter into the air, astonishing him. Blood gathered more and more in front of his eyes. Ronald watched the events unfolding, confused. He didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. This is a letter written with vampire magic. Ophelia approached, playing with the magical beast on her shoulder as she spoke. I came because I sensed the blood magic aura. Didn't expect to run into you here. Ronald quickly greeted Sister Ophelia. She smiled in response. Long time no see, Ronald. In the Special Class Adventurer Guild, he whined, you scared me, sis. Ronald sat across from Ophelia at the long table. A few days ago you took Sita to help with research, then went silent. I thought you were really busy. Is the research going well? She giggled while poking the magical beast. Yeah, thanks to you and Sita, my research has made great progress. Sita was happily playing with the finger poking its belly. As a thank you, I taught her some blood magic. The kid's talent is truly beyond expectations. You'll be surprised next time you see her. Then she seemed to remember something. Ophelia looked up at Ronald, asking nervously, but hey, how did you get a blood letter? He replied with slight confusion. Blood letter, you mean this letter? Blood letter is basic blood magic. It can compress a large amount of information into a single drop of blood, usually used by the vampire race for secret communication. Just transfer mana into it, she said as she did it, and the hidden information will appear. Immediately, crimson letters appeared. If you want the essence of bloodline, come to the blood cauldron to meet us. Ronald suddenly remembered. Isn't this the material needed for the professor's next experiment? He pondered as he looked up. Could they not be nebula? If so, that's dangerous. But what the hell is the blood cauldron? Ophelia finished reading the letter, slightly surprised when it mentioned the blood cauldron. Ronald quickly asked her if she knew this organization, and she began to tell him about them. It was an organization made up of vampires under 200 years old, filled with wild ambitions and the goal of restoring the golden age of their kind, and despite being young, they caused a lot of trouble. Ophelia lowered her head in thought, feeling that something was truly strange. Why did they possess an extremely rare blood essence, something that was hard to find even in the vampire world? She immediately looked up and asked who had received the letter. Ronald seemed hesitant, stammering, as if he did not know how to begin before her sudden question. Sita was also curious and moved closer. She warned that if someone recklessly accepted this offer, they might have to pay with something more precious than their life, which made Ronald even more worried. Frightened and not daring to hide anything, he lowered his head and confessed that the letter was found in Professor Geraldine's research room. Ophelia was astonished. She cut him off and asked again if it was Geraldine Stone Song, a former mage of the Tower of Watchers. Ronald was confused and grew curious about the professor's talent, and she quickly confirmed that he was famous in their circle. Among vampires, his skill level was top tier across the entire continent. Hearing this, Ronald felt somewhat relieved, thinking the professor could handle everything himself. But Ophelia still wore an extremely serious expression, admitting that he could easily destroy them. Her eyes shone with worry, but things would be far more complicated if what they wanted was the blood essence. This was a special magical power formed from someone who had used blood magic for many years, containing immense strength. However, it was just a useless red stone without the cooperation of its owner, Ophelia explained seriously. She asserted that a complete blood essence could not be obtained without their consent. Ronald clenched his fist on the table, his worry growing even more. He quickly asked if the professor was forced to accept the offer. Ophelia sighed helplessly and nodded, saying that them targeting Geraldine had already revealed their intentions. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, certain that what the blood cauldron wanted was, in the darkness of the night, the moon shone brightly everywhere. The door was carefully guarded by 4 people wearing identical uniforms. One of the 2 subordinates spoke coldly, "You have arrived." Before them stood a vague figure, a candidate for the new subordinate position of the master. The tower mage Geraldine Stone Song. The person opposite wore a set of fully covered clothes hiding their identity. He chatted complacently, not sensing any special magical power. Another one reminded them not to be careless, for he had once faced the holy sword Naviros in his prime. One of them stepped forward respectfully to confirm his identity. Geraldine replied, but he saw no sign of their master. The man quickly answered that the master was waiting inside and asked him to remove his hood to verify his identity. The person in the robe suddenly darkened his face and remained silent. Geraldine pulled down his hood and revealed his face. His face was mocking. The blood cauldron sounds impressive, but turns out to be a bunch of cowards. He asked with dissatisfaction if it was enough, and the man quickly replied. The man gently thanked him for his cooperation, and then gestured with his hand for him to go this way. The man's gaze noticed something else, hesitating when he saw the sword revealed from his body. Geraldine Stone's song is a mage, you know. Is that so? The eye-catching sword was clearly exposed. Why would he carry a sword? Geraldine pressed his face close to the man to scare him, asking if he had seen it, while simultaneously drawing his sword. The man lowered his head, pretending not to know, sweat pouring out. He saw, ah, but it was only for an instant. The man's head was already chopped off, blood splattering everywhere. Consecutive slashes rained down. The remaining comrades stood frozen, watching the scene. Within just a few seconds, 3 heads fell one after another, blood flowing in streams, leaving only one man. The last man stared wide-eyed in fear at the person before him. Ronald, in the guise of Geraldine, smiled with delight, saying they should get ready to meet the god of death. Going back a few days, the scene returned to the time Ronald met Ophelia. She handed him a bottle of green liquid, having completed the shape-shifting potion as requested, lasting at least 30 minutes. He would transform into Professor Geraldine, her face indifferent as if it was nothing special. Ophelia placed the potion in his hand, instructing that it did not last long but was enough to fool that organization. Ronald smiled satisfactorily and thanked her for crafting it with such difficulty. Ophelia was worried for him, for although they were immature, they were all vampires who had lived at least 100 years. She was about to say she wanted to come along when he confidently interrupted her. He thought that if she clashed with her own kind, it would be very awkward. Ronald casually put the potion into his coat pocket, reassuring her that nothing would happen. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold and sharp. Of course it would be. As for those people, that was not so certain. Ronald swiftly eliminated the waves of those blocking his path. A head quickly fell, continuing to roll on the ground. It rolled to the feet of the last surviving man standing there. That man stammered in fear, "Impossible, you." He shouted loudly, "He is not Geraldine." However, his arm had already reached out, clamping down on that man's mouth with a cold, sharp look in his eyes. Force was strong enough to make the man cry out in pain. The more he screamed, the harder he squeezed, ordering him to be silent. Placing the blade of the sword at the man's mouth, he threatened that he was only allowed to answer the questions he asked. Ronald was terrifying in the guise of Geraldine, smiling as he warned, unless he wanted to become a skewer of grilled meat. Inside the dark cave, only torches lit the way. Ronald stepped forward, slightly puzzled as he walked along the worn path in the cave. He realized there were no traps at all. The gatekeeper was more honest than he looked. If he had known beforehand, he would have spared his life, but it was all his own fault. The man's face was terrifying, blood stuck from head to toe. He stopped thinking about that man. Observing his surroundings, he felt uneasy about the strange temple, which had many different gates. Maybe it was the patterns on the wall and the atmosphere here, but he kept feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had been here before. A strange scent drifted past his nose. Ronald suddenly tensed up as he realized something, but there seemed to be something more important at hand. He stood before the large door, behind which a thick, pungent smell of blood continuously seeped out. The door slowly creaked open, and he wondered what they were doing that the smell of blood could still be detected through such a thick door. His eyes widened at the scene inside. A white-haired man was raising a still bleeding arm to his mouth, savoring it. Another figure calmly sipped the glass in his hand. The last one was draining blood from the neck of a victim. Zwei sat on the long table amidst the chaos, smiling. "You've arrived. The journey must have been tiring, right? Welcome, Geraldine Stone." He was speechless with shock at the sight. The man swirled the glass of blood in his hand, introducing himself. "I am Zwei von Anstaufen, leader of the Blood Trap Society." He set the glass down, continuing, "Sorry you had to see this. You arrived later than I expected, so we started eating without you." He invited him to join, but Ronald stood still, steadying himself. "Seems like there's no one left alive. It's already too late to save them." He stepped forward, replying, "Thanks, but I will pass. I feel sick. Let's get to the main topic." He looked around and asked, "For just one pack, you called this many people?" The subordinates were still indulging in fresh blood, and Zwei laughed. "Don't mind them. To welcome a talent like you, this is nothing. It's been a long time since the entire society gathered. That shows how serious we are." Hearing this, Ronald grew even more tense. Then he regained his composure, saying, "As long as I get the fresh blood essence, I don't care. What are the conditions?" The man smiled at him. "It's simple. I think you've already guessed. Just a blood pact involving your life. You will have to become one of us. That's all." Ronald calmly replied, "Just as I thought. You are asking for something that itches. Do you want me to be your slave?" Zwei shook his head vigorously. "Oh my, why would you think that? What I want is far more valuable than that lowly proposal." He glided behind him, his voice alluring. "This is a chance to eliminate those lowly humans, to reach honors beyond imagination." He turned away, spreading his arms. "You will usher in a new life for the society. To do that, the old, peace-loving generation must be removed." Zwei laughed, leaning back, shouting, "I am giving you the opportunity to be a pioneer in a historic moment." He was as excited as a fanatical warrior in a holy crusade to revive the race. His red eyes blazing with ambition, he asked again, "What do you think? Isn't this an unimaginable honor for a human?" Ronald replied with disgust. Honor? I don't know what that is, but I think you've gone mad. Wei still smiled, unbothered. Why understand? It's hard for a human to grasp my deeper intentions. He raised his hand, gathering power. Just think about it. At that moment, a crimson bead of blood condensed in his palm. He smiled, continuing, this is your only chance to obtain the fresh blood essence. I assure you, if this pact is broken, then you will have no way to get the essence, because even for us, this is extremely rare. His face clearly showed worry. Ronald spoke up, looking around. It seems you won't let me leave if I refuse. Zwei was struck to the core, laughing heartily. A true Geraldine indeed. Your intuition is sharp. He suddenly raised his hand in a signal. You were right about that. Flash of light blinked in the center of the room, then another one shot forward. Countless figures moved at terrifying speeds, encircling him. Ronald observed cautiously, just as he was completely surrounded. Zwei spoke up with another threat. At this point, have you made your decision? He sat casually on the table, looking down. Wouldn't even think about refusing. You've probably noticed the abnormal mana flow here, right? All the magical tools here are top-notch. No matter how skilled you are, as long as you're a human, using magic here is impossible. The stones on the walls emitted an eerie purple light scattered throughout the room. If you try to use force, your inner mana core will shatter, and you will never be able to use mana again. Zwei picked up the glass of blood again. Things have come to this, you should think positively. You wouldn't want your beloved wife to become a tasty blood bag, just like those lifeless corpses scattered on the floor. He laughed provocatively, full of menace. Like those corpses over there, right? Ronald's gaze darkened. A voice rang out, accept the pact. A hand with sharp claws landed on his shoulder. In an instant, Ronald was pinned down by two of his subordinates. Suddenly, he broke into a cold smile, pulling down his hood. You bastards, you really prepared well. He nonchalantly looked down, then said, it seems I have no choice but to fall into your trap. The man was stunned, realizing he had been deceived. His face slowly changed, completely replacing the professor's. Sorry, but I came here instead of Professor Geraldine. Zwei's eyes widened as he looked down. You are not Geraldine. Who are you? How could a human get this far? Ronald quickly drew the sword at his side amidst the restraints. Quickly took down the nearest enemies with just a few decisive sword strokes. Their heads instantly left their bodies, blood spraying in all directions. Zwei was stunned by the sight, unable to move, blood splattering where he sat. He coldly asked, how did I get in, you say? Does that even matter? Ronald, with Sita on his shoulder, full of confidence, gripped his weapon and said, just stay right there, you bloodsuckers. Cast aside the cumbersome disguise, his arrogant gaze fixed on them. Today is the day you die. Wei swirled the blood in his hand, shouting in fury, who are you? How dare you be so ignorant of your place, you lowly human? He remained unfazed, calmly stripping off the heavy clothes amidst the man's noisy screaming. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Zwei's sight. Before he could react, he was standing right in front of him, causing him to gape in shock. Unbelievable, he stared wide-eyed at him, wondering why he couldn't see his sword path. Ronald's cold, sharp gaze bored straight into him. He reacted quickly, gathering force into his hand and shouting, blood. But before he could unleash it, his arm was severed by a clean stroke from Ronald. Zwei's arm left his body, blood gushing everywhere. Ronald decisively swung a few more sword strokes. Each of his strikes carried an unusual sharpness. They carved wounds into his body, and both of Zwei's arms and legs were completely severed by Ronald. He screamed in intense agony. Zwei howled maniacally into the air. He swung his sword once more amidst the man's screams. How dare you, you bastard? You think you can escape? Before he could finish his sentence, the hilt of Ronald's sword slammed straight into the man's nose, causing him immense pain. Ronald calmly sheathed his sword. Zwei, sent flying by the force of the blow, landed a good distance away. He screamed in agony, his cries echoing through the air. He coldly looked at him. Just lie there and wait. I will make your life a living hell. The surviving underlings who witnessed this were terrified. Impossible. No matter how careless they were that day, they never expected to be defeated so one-sidedly. Zwei, exhausted with his limbs severed, was constantly vomiting blood from his mouth. Curly-haired man immediately tried to reassure the others, shouting, that man is no ordinary person. Everyone, prepare for battle. They once again surrounded him in the middle of the circle. Ronald glanced around assessing. Senior Ophelia once said these guys use blood as their attacking weapon. Now I see that's true. They're gathering magic force to summon blood. They all charged at him simultaneously. The curly-haired man, leading the charge, gnashed his teeth in fury as he lunged forward. Blood had nearly covered the ground around his feet. He yelled, bloodworms. Ronald slightly frowned, looking down. My feet, what's with these annoying puddles of blood? Amidst his shock, a voice called out, I've locked his feet down, attack now. They charged recklessly straight at Ronald. However, he only needed to stand firm, swinging his sword to block all their attacks. Every single one of them was struck by his sword. Fresh blood sprayed continuously, the scene turning utterly horrific. Another one was pierced straight through by Ronald's swordsmanship. He used a fence as his shield, taking down all the crazed fools who rushed in to die. Many more charged from the opposite direction, and Ronald quickly spun around. He swung his sword toward them. Wave after wave, they crazily focused only on attacking him. Ronald lightly dodged, thinking, just like a bunch of trash, but their speed is incredibly fast. After their limbs were severed, they would use blood and magic force to regenerate them, a skill that made them even harder to deal with. One of them from a distance was intently creating something with magic. He quickly aimed at Ronald with a hateful glare blood bullet. The attack came flying at incredible speed, but Ronald still twisted his body to dodge it, unharmed. But right after, more of them continued to charge in to attack. He dodged while feeling weary of these people. They even have the magic of intermediate mages. So this is the full strength of the Blood Trap Society. From a distance, many joined forces to continue attacking. His eyes locked onto one of the fastest charging enemies. If that's the case, then he lunged straight at him with sharp claws. He opened his mouth wide and roared in fury, "Die!" But in the next instant, his head left his neck, his eyes still bulging in disbelief. Ronald spun around, swinging his sword in rapid succession to take down each one that tried to charge at him. Every strike pierced straight through their bodies. Blood sprayed in all directions, uncountable. A large pool of blood formed beneath his feet, yet Ronald remained unscathed. His gaze was cold as he looked at the remaining ones. They were nothing more than prey. He stood still in one spot, continuously slashing away those who dared to rush in and attack him. One of them began to panic at his power. What was this? He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. What in the world was he witnessing? This place was supposed to suppress human mana. His feet were still bound by his own magic. How could he do something like this? Could he not be human? One by one, they were struck down without mercy. Ronald, though his feet were still bound, remained standing and alive. He faced the one who had bound his legs, speaking coldly. "What are you standing there for? Not planning to fight me?" He could only stand frozen before him, for he was the only one left who had not fallen. Ronald stabbed his sword into the pool of blood beneath him, taunting, "I pretended to fall into your trap to make you all careless. I never wanted to come here, but now I have achieved my goal." The blade gradually absorbed the surrounding demonic energy. Ronald lowered his voice. "You see, my sword is quite special as well." His legs trembled, barely able to hold him up, stuttering, "No, this can't be." Only one thought remained in his mind, "I have to run." With that thought, he quickly turned around and fled. Ronald from behind quickly gave chase. A vertical slash came down on him in his moment of utter panic. That man was split in two vertically down his body. He fell to the ground instantly, leaving only him standing firm in the middle of the room. Ronald slowly turned his head to look behind him. The sword in his hand was now drenched in fresh blood. He lightly brushed the dirt off his clothes, glancing at the fallen man with contempt. "Running was not the right choice, you bastard." His two halves lay on opposite sides, a truly pathetic sight. "Turn to leave, you abandoned your comrades, now you have joined them." Ronald looked at Zwei, who was cowering in the corner, and said, "The troublesome ones are dealt with." A wild smile spread across his lips as he looked at him, speaking slowly. "Let us return to our earlier conversation, shall we?" Zwei was so exhausted he could only grit his teeth, closing his eyes to accept his fate. His eyes slowly opened, taking in a blurry scene before him. Pain spread throughout his body. Zwei was exhausted, his whole body ached, blood still at the corner of his lips, thinking hazily, what happened? His eyes narrowed in suspicion, feeling as if needles were pricking all over his body. Ronald suddenly appeared, stabbing his sword into his thigh, speaking nonchalantly, "Awake, are you?" Pressed his face close to him, speaking slowly as if concerned, "I thought you wouldn't make it. I was so worried about you." Blood flowed from his thigh. Zwei panicked, not understanding what was happening. "Wah, what is this? This can't be." Zwei looked behind Ronald, astonished at the scene before him. His subordinates. Many lay slumped on the blood-soaked floor. He could hardly believe it. All of them taken down by a human brat? Ronald looked at the terrified Zwei, his voice innocent. Sorry about that. It seems your comrades are badly wounded. I tried to help them recover, but they cannot be restored to their former state. So, if you do not want to share their fate." A bright smile on his lips, but a menacing tone in his voice, then obediently hand over the blood essence. Zwei was stunned, lowering his head. He pursed his lips, muttering, "Damn it. What on earth happened?" Tears fell. He cried out in fury, "Why did it come to this?" His face was etched with anger and blame. "You were the one who could have saved everyone. Why?" Ronald glanced at him as if looking at a madman, speaking in confusion. "What is it? Have you lost your mind?" Suddenly, a man appeared behind him, speaking coldly, talking to yourself out of nowhere. Ronald turned his head in surprise to look. The man's eyes glowed red. He warned, "I will not repeat myself. Human, step back." A powerful surge of energy rushed at him. He immediately leaped up to dodge. Ronald frowned, gritting his teeth, his gaze fixed on the man before him, thinking, what is this? He raised a hand to touch his chin, pondering, if he truly wanted to kill me, then I would probably have... Ronald stood behind, observing Banjack staring intently at Dewey, thinking, damn it. He looked up at him uneasily, hearing him speak in a deep voice. How disappointing. When you proposed the deal to me, you promised you would turn Geraldine into your subordinate. A red glint flashed in his pupils, his sharp gaze sliding towards Zwei, good for nothing but putting on airs. Truly a naive fool. His cold voice rang out again, not only blinded by a fanciful ideal, but now you have lost all reason. He opened his eyes wide in fear. No, I have not. Banjack raised his hand. A deep crimson magic gathered in his palm, aimed at Zwei, speaking coldly, the plan has failed. I will take back the blood essence myself. Ronald was stunned, his eyes full of confusion, wondering, what? The magic from Banjack's hand rushed towards Zwei. Zwei cried out in pain, begging, wait, please. His body gradually withered, hair falling out in clumps, his weak voice pleading, just once, give me one one more chance. He remained calm as he drained Zway's bloodline dry, ignoring the man's hopeless pleas. His hand remained extended forward, waiting to collect the man's bloodline. Ronald gritted his teeth, forced himself to stand, and tightened his grip on his sword as he shouted, "Who dares to rob me outright?" Mangiak turned around, his lifeless gaze fixed on him, and spoke softly. Ronald raised his sword and pointed it at him, speaking in a low voice, "If you truly are the owner of the bloodline essence, then cooperate with me." Ronald's eyes were sharp, his voice full of menace if he wished to return alive. Mangiak did not flinch even with the sword tip before his face. He said calmly, "You are just as arrogant as him, and your offer sounds tempting." But his eyes suddenly turned ferocious, a red glow flaring up. "And what if I refuse?" Ronald narrowed his eyes, glaring straight at Mangiak. His eyes flashed, and he advanced with his sword in a savage manner. "If you refuse, I will beat you down, that is all." Mangiak's body suddenly blazed with a radiant red light, causing Ronald to halt. He maintained his combat stance, his face stiff as he heard the taunting voice, "Oh, your claws are quite sharp too, kid." Mangiak's palm revealed a deep gash that was bleeding. He spoke with relish, "You managed to wound me even though this body has been strengthened by vampire magic." He closed his hand, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It seems you have some skill," daring to impersonate him. Blood dripped from Mangiak's palm down his wrist. He said in a cold voice, "I am curious to see what other tricks you have." His face suddenly turned ferocious. He raised his hand high and created a powerful surge of magic aimed straight at Ronald. "Show me then." Ronald pursed his lips, tightened his grip on his sword, and raised it to shield his face. Mangiak swung his arm and threw a brutal punch straight at Ronald. A surge of magic from his hand quickly flew toward him, aimed directly at him. Blood slash. Ronald slipped, lost his footing, and stumbled backward. He swung his sword up, desperately trying to block the surge of magic charging at him from Mangiak. Ronald gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar. His sword cut straight through the surge of magic, and he shouted in anger, "You bastard." Mangiak laughed wildly, continuing to swing his hand in an attack toward Ronald. Blood bullet. His eyes widened in shock at this move. The image of someone who once used this ultimate technique suddenly flashed through Ronald's mind. He muttered softly, what the hell is going on?" Colossal blood-red surge of magic stood before him as if wanting to devour everything. He thought in confusion, is it the same kind of sorcery? Ronald furrowed his brows, slowly raising his sword high. He slashed down hard, decisively attacking the source of the magic. The source of the magic exploded violently, creating a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth. Mangiak curled his lip, his eyes full of delight as the magic from his hand dissipated. This is the first time I have seen this kind of swordsmanship." Thick smoke and dust churned upward, engulfing the entire surrounding space. He looked at him holding his sword pointed at the ground, and spoke excitedly, "You not only dispelled the sorcery but can even cut through magic power itself." Ronald looked up, his gaze cold and sharp as he stared straight at Mangiak. He fixed his eyes on him and then flashed an arrogant smile, "Though I did not expect much, you are just as interesting as him." Ronald furrowed his brow and replied without any hesitation, "You talk like you are the leader of those owls, screeching loudly all the time." He tightened his grip on the sword and roared, "Shut up." Ronald lunged at Mangiak with lightning speed, roaring, "Hand over the bloodline essence now." He gave a sneering smile and spoke, "All right, your fighting spirit is impressive." Mangiak raised his hand high, and streams of magic coalesced into his palm. "To reward your performance, I will show my respect." His magic source gradually grew stronger. Suddenly, a figure from afar flew over in a panic. Ronald widened his eyes in astonishment as he heard the person's voice calling out to stop them. "Both of you, halt." Mangiak's eyes widened, equally surprised. A powerful surge of magic shot down, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. The pressure from the surge of magic sent him hurtling backward. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he spoke in confusion, "This voice, it cannot be." Ronald was stunned to see the figure of a girl standing before him. Mangiak spoke up to ask, "Is it you?" Ophelia's face was cold as she looked at him, and his voice rang out again, "Ophelia, the great serpent." Mangiak's voice rang out in surprise. "Is it you?" Ophelia stood in front of Ronald, staring coldly at him, and replied, "Long time no see, Mangiak." She furrowed her brow, speaking with dissatisfaction, "I am not exactly thrilled to see you again." Ronald's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Ophelia. "Sister Ophelia, I told you not to come here. Why did you?" he stammered. But more importantly, you know that leader of the owls." Her voice lowered as she answered, "There is no way I would not know." Glancing at Mangiak standing silently ahead, she spoke in a flat tone, "Mangiak von Wasawa, the pureblood lineage that rules the vampire world, the most trusted right hand of the vampire duke, that is him." Mangiak's tone was somber mixed with astonishment. "I never expected to run into you here. In a place like this, we meet again." A look of longing appeared on his face. "I have wanted to see you very much, Ophelia." Ophelia's pupils flashed with a red glow. She raised an eyebrow as she listened to Mangiak ask, "Are you well?" His voice rang out again, "How moving. It has been 83 years since we last met." Mangiak stepped toward her one pace at a time, speaking as he walked. "But why are you meddling in this boy's affairs?" "Well then, those trivial questions do not matter." He continued, looking at Ophelia, "What matters is that I am here with with you now." Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. "Sorry." She raised her hand to stop him, her voice cold. "Do not come any closer." He stopped in his tracks, staring at Ophelia's hand. She said emotionlessly, "To me, what happened that day?" Jack was helpless, closing his eyes slightly. The memory of her sobbing while holding a girl's corpse flooded back. Her voice now was colder than the nightmare of years past. Ophelia's eyes were filled with rage and resentment. She looked up at Jack, who stood lifelessly before her. His eyes at that time were bloodshot, sharp as a blade, looking at her with a distant gaze. She lowered her head in thought. His voice sounded somber. "Ophelia, it seems you need more time to forgive me." Ophelia closed her eyes, speaking faintly. "I know that was inevitable. You were merely trying to stop my sister from harming the Grand Duke, and you had no other choice." The image of a girl with a bright smile appeared in her mind. She pondered. "At that time, my sister had completely lost control. Looking back, it was as if someone else was controlling her." Ophelia looked straight into Jack's eyes. "But you know you cannot change the past." He answered thoughtfully. "I understand. Do not worry. I have regretted it deeply." Ronald sheathed his sword, listening to the conversation with confusion. He thought to himself, "I don't understand what's going on, but it seems everything is all right." She asked curiously, "By the way, why did you cooperate with Yahello Trello? You're not the type to associate with those brats, and you even lent them a bloodline essence." Ophelia was skeptical. "Could it be that you also have business with Geraldine Stone?" Jack smiled, his voice cold. "If it were you, you would surely guess the reason." A red gleam of anticipation flashed in his pupils. He and I still have an unfinished duel. Jack's memories rushed back. That day, he had coincidentally met Geraldine at the far west of the continent. He charged straight at his opponent. Geraldine raised his hand to block the attack. The two had dueled as true warriors. I have fought many strong foes, but worthy opponents can be counted on one hand. The sun slowly sank behind the mountain range, painting the sky with a brilliant sunset hue. Jack lamented. If the sun hadn't set so early that day, it would have been a battle for the ages. He clenched his fist, his voice puzzling. Afterwards, I tried to find Geraldine, but he vanished perfectly. Even I could find him. Recalling the sight of himself sitting bored on a throne, then kneeling with utmost respect, Jack recounted. "We suppressed the desire for a rematch for years, then those brats came to propose a deal. They said they knew Geraldine's whereabouts. If I gave them a bloodline essence, they would bring him before me." Jack mused. "They even promised to turn him into a subordinate so I could enjoy endless battles." He smiled with amusement. "I knew their intentions clearly, but I didn't care. It was all just a child's play anyway." Drops of their blood fell to the ground. Jack said with disgust, "But you saw the result." Behind him, piles of corpses lay scattered, stained red. He said coldly, "Everything fell apart." Jack glanced at Ronald, who was listening with his arms crossed. He thought to himself, all because of a human brat, even though they were clearly the ones who started it. He looked at him in surprise. Lie limited my power, but he could hold his ground. Interesting. Jack's sharp eyes reflected Ronald's figure. He thought, just after 10 years, no, 5 more years, he will surely become an opponent who can take my life. He was intrigued by the strange magic aura surrounding him. Moreover, he possesses an energy that even I have never felt before. Jack's hand gently emitted magic, he thought excitedly. Truly, very interesting. He released his hand outright, and the flow of magic instantly dissipated. He thought, but now is not the time. Jack looked up at Ophelia, who was deep in thought. He resolved within himself, I will not repeat the same mistake twice. I will never let her be hurt again. He tossed the bloodline essence to Ronald. Hey, take it. Ronald caught it in surprise. Jack's voice rang out again. The bloodline essence you wanted. Ronald looked at the object in his hand in disbelief. What? He watched the man's back as he waved and walked away, confused. He's giving this to me? Isn't this precious to vampires? From afar, he replied. That's right. Most vampires would trade their lives for it and still not obtain it. But I think it's worth it. This is a gift for my future prey. Jack turned his head to look at Ophelia, continuing. And as a friend I've made after 80 years, it's not entirely a waste. Ophelia was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at him. His hand swung up, creating a surge of magic, and he raised his hand and launched the magic source into the distance. Look over there. An explosion rang out as it collided with the magic wave. All three of them looked in that direction. He continued, it won't do any harm. All this time, there's been a strange energy behind that wall. Ronald looked at the thick smoke in confusion. Jack smirked, his figure gradually fading into the air. I'm off, see you next time. I hope you've grown stronger, so I can have more fun. Ronald and Ophelia stood frozen, watching him disappear. She remained silent in thought. He said helplessly, he's always so dramatic. Ronald remembered Jack's words, looking at the destroyed wall. By the way, strange energy? His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Could it be? The smoke behind the wall slowly dissipated. At a magnificent tower. A voice inside the tower suddenly spoke up. What is this? Geraldine was astonished, looking at the bloodline essence in the hand of the person before him. He couldn't believe it. How did you get this? He looked at Ronald with suspicion. No, more importantly, you intend to give this to me, Ronald? He smiled and scratched his head. Of course, Professor. Do you know how hard I worked for this? If you heard the story, you would Before he could finish, Yarudin stepped forward, gripping his hand tightly with sincerity. He knelt on one knee, his voice full of gratitude that caught Ronald off guard. Thank you, Ronald. The image of Geraldine kneeling before Sunia's transparent coffin surfaced in memory. He choked up and spoke words of the most sincere gratitude. Geraldine's trembling hands clutched Ronald's tightly. Tears rolled down his face, his voice catching. I am truly grateful. Ronald let out a soft breath, offering a warm smile as he looked at him. He knelt on one knee, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. Well then, I won't have a chance to boast about my deeds anymore. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy appeared outside the tower. Mangiak stood there, his gaze fixed intently on the inside of the tower. He smirked as he sensed someone approaching. Nothing is more boring than fighting someone who has lost their will. I came only to check on an old rival, for I am simply curious. Ophelia stood silently behind him. He half closed his eyes and said casually, Don't worry, Ophelia, I won't do anything more. She replied softly, I know you are not one to do despicable things. Ophelia gave him a sharp look before speaking. I came only to express my gratitude. She said sincerely, Thank you, Banjiak, for you have helped my friend. His face showed clear surprise. Ophelia continued, I mean it. He smiled, then teased, to have improved so much after just 83 years, perhaps I should thank that young lad Ronald. He turned to look at her with a hint of regret. I would love to stay, but unfortunately I cannot. I must be going. Thinking of the wicked ones, he said in a low voice, an evil force is rising within the vampire world, causing trouble. It seems they are behind all of this. Banjiak's gaze grew distant. He spoke gently. If you need my help, just contact me. I will always be waiting for your invitation. She stood still, watching him slowly vanish. His voice rang out softly, Ophelia, my immortal rose. Geraldine tremblingly gripped Ronald's hand with both of his own. His face lowered, tears streaming down. He hesitated before saying, I am very grateful. Ronald smiled and let out a long breath. He knelt down on one knee, leaning forward to speak to the man. Then I won't have a chance to boast about my deeds. The scene shifts to a moment later. Professor Geraldine immediately used Saran's magic power and the essence of the bloodline. Geraldine and Ronald stood before a vat containing a woman, beginning the 14th experiment. He looked at the man, understanding that due to the nature of the experiment, they would have to wait a long time for results. A smile appeared on Geraldine's face, which had long gone without care. He stared intently at the person before him. For him, waiting was the hope to live on. Suddenly, Geraldine turned and said, I just remembered I didn't get to say this earlier, Ronald. You've been acting a bit different lately. Streams of green energy were surrounding Ronald's body. The mysterious energy eroding the curse had grown much stronger. Geraldine wondered, did you perhaps encounter some fortune during your fight with the Blood Tide? Ronald scratched his head and answered vaguely, it's hard to explain, but I ran into Maya. He smiled, I have to mention finding a cave. Leaning against the cave wall, he felt this energy was somewhat familiar, and it turned out to be real. Before him was a large stone glowing green, emitting a strange energy. Ronald recognized it, the statue of the god Sinyan. He approached. It seems the Blood Tide didn't know this place held such a thing. He mused, it's probably the remnant of an ancient temple. As he was lost in thought, a flash of green light burst forth, forcing Ronald to shield his eyes. He was startled to see the streams of air flowing into his hands. The energy from the statue was pouring into his body. That energy gathered in his palms and then dissolved into his body. The large stone had lost its radiance, all of it absorbed unconsciously by Ronald. Back in the present, seeing him silent and thoughtful, Geraldine grasped his hand and said, whatever fortune it is, it's certainly a great blessing and a sign of immense luck. He examined the condition. Thanks to this energy, your magical bloodline has been expanded, though it still needs to stabilize. His next words startled him. Geraldine said, with this condition you can control magic to a certain degree. Seeing the look on his face, he understood. I suppose I don't need to elaborate further. Ronald looked at his own hands, uncertain but still speaking. It truly is different from last time. I understand it somewhat now. Picked up the sword, gently drawing it from its sheath, thinking to himself, now I can use true sword energy. Ronald looked at his reflection in the blade. It's no longer just imitation, is it? 4 days later, the sky was a vast blue, sunlight golden, utterly peaceful. In the city of Mava, located at the entrance to the Romera mountain range, citizens hastily evacuated, men busy transporting crates of belongings. Fully armored soldiers were riding horses. The Imperial Army had also been deployed here. The sound of hooves stopped. A different voice spoke up in response. You are right. Ronald, Axel, and Schliffen rode into view on horseback. He looked at the bustling scene. It seems the wyvern has indeed appeared. Looking at the situation before him, Ronald recalled the reason the three of them had suddenly come to the Romera Mountains, his hometown, which was 4 days prior, right before his sister Iro was to be moved, Schlieffen had brought back shocking news. The monsters around the Romera Mountains had become chaotic and were attacking ferociously. Schlieffen looked at Ronald gravely. Luckily, Nim Burton hasn't been affected yet. The Grancia family has dispatched knights, but we cannot afford to be careless. He continued, this morning, people even spotted a wyvern flying in the sky over the mountains. These words made Ronald. Ronald was startled. Even a wyvern. This dragon-like creature possessed superior flight ability, its claws laced with venom that even veteran mercenaries had to respect. Schlieffen's face was extremely serious. If they come in large numbers, we cannot guarantee the absolute safety of your sister. Back to the present, for that reason they decided to prepare. All three rode on horseback, observing the situation for an earlier departure than planned. Schlieffen gritted his teeth in fury. Unforgivable, Miss Iria's perfect plan was utterly ruined. Tension filled the air, so much so he wanted to take out a few of them to vent his anger, which made Ronald look on helplessly. Schlieffen growled, "Just get Miss Iro to safety, and I will slaughter all those monsters." He helplessly turned back to him, saying, "Hey, stop mumbling, we're almost there. You go ahead and command the night squad that was dispatched here, Axel and I will follow." Schlieffen asked back in confusion. He calmly replied, "I want to take a walk around here, I have a bad feeling." Ronald irritably warned Schlieffen, "Remember, don't you dare play tricks with my sister. If you don't want to die early, don't teach her." He gaped, then awkwardly retorted, "How insolent. How dare you speak nonsense to an engineer of Grancia." Although his heart was full of rosy thoughts wanting to bloom, under Ronald's gaze that seemed to want to silence him, Schlieffen still said bravely, "Well, but if there's something that needs to be verified, then so be it. The more we delay, the more dangerous Lady Iriel becomes. As a knight, I cannot allow that." As soon as he finished speaking, he spurred his horse, Regingist, forward, saying, "Then I'll go on ahead." Ronald shook his head in annoyance. Axel then turned to ask, "So, what did you mean by having a bad feeling? Is something strange going on?" Ronald seriously replied, "Docile monsters suddenly becoming ferocious, then giant monsters starting to appear. This pattern is too familiar, isn't it?" Saying that, images of the monster, those vile strangers, kept flashing through his mind. The Vadian mountain range in Cappadocia was also destroyed this way. His words seemed to have awakened Axel because of their schemes. Axel let out an "oh" and said, "So then, could the one behind this incident?" He hesitated, then said, "Be the Nebula Class G Society?" Ronald guided his horse forward, absently replying, "It's just a suspicion for now. First, let's go to the place where the monsters appeared to investigate." He thought to himself, "At this moment the ceiling barrier has been broken, only I can track them down." With a resolute look, Ronald spurred his horse forward, their characteristic manner. Scene shifts to a gloomy forest. Monsters stomped their feet as they moved forward. Many goblins stood tall in the middle of the clearing, growling threateningly. A red-haired man sat on the shoulder of a large monster, looking at the obedient goblin army waiting. "It seems I have subdued most of the monsters in this area." He rested his chin on his hand, smiling to himself. "But it's a pity, if it weren't for the Baron's orders." A gleeful expression on his face. "The one holding the reins, I would have punished these heretics here already. Oh well, I'll just do as my superiors say." Just as he finished, the monster suddenly let out a sound. The goblins began to stir in confusion, causing the red-haired man to not understand what was happening. He frowned in annoyance. "What is this? Why are they acting like this?" He watched the whole group, which seemed to be wary of something approaching. If they weren't controlled, they would have turned and fled in fear. The red-haired man looked at the forest ahead but saw no one. They are being controlled, they shouldn't be able to feel those emotions. The atmosphere fell into silence, a shadow. A tall figure suddenly appeared. The newcomer was a monster emitting an incredibly terrifying aura. The red-haired man was so scared he couldn't speak. "What?" He looked at the other's weapon, thinking, "That giant glaive, and that. What is that black tiger?" Seeing the beastman who had just appeared, he couldn't accept the reality. Impossible. What the hell is going on here? Newcomer narrowed his eyes at the red-haired man, and under his horrified gaze spoke slowly. "So you're hiding here?" The red-haired man panicked. "Why are you here?" But before he could finish his sentence, a huge hand appeared before him in an instant. A voice cut him off. Nebula Glacier. He used his clawed hand to grab the red-haired man's head and pressed it down hard. A sound rang out in the hidden corner. In the blink of an eye, the other had in his hand the severed head of the red-haired man, whose face still held a look of horror, not yet able to react. The huge hand pressed down, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The other stood up straight, startling the goblin monsters behind him. A single simple sword strike split the enemy in two. Goblin could only let out a single pitiful cry before collapsing. Its body fell to the ground, leaving only that figure standing tall. In the silent atmosphere, a voice rang out, "You cowards who don't dare to show yourselves." With the tiger-like figure behind him, he turned around. The hunt has only just begun. It was none other than the sword saint Zipatarian. The sky was clear blue, and sunlight shone everywhere. The wooden gate was tightly shut, not welcoming anyone. Ronald let out a sigh. He looked at Han. Beastman was blocking the others. He said in a low voice, "Is this road blocked? How troublesome." Looking at the guards of the gate, Ronald was even more at a loss, and moreover, they were the army of the Holy Knights. Beastman loudly announced, "Everyone, stop. Today, this city gate is only for those on official duty. Take another route or wait here." Not waiting for complaints, he continued, "The captain of the Empire's elite squad, who participated in the monster subjugation campaign. This is the order of Lord Zipatuzan Turjan." These words made both Ronald and Axel stunned. He thought, "What? Zipatuzan? No way?" Tiger's face appeared in Ronald's mind. The captain of the Empire's most elite squad, the one who defeated the instructor Naviros and became the strongest swordsman, the Sword Saint class. Axel turned to look at Ronald, hesitating and stammering. The Sword Saint is coming here personally? Could the situation be that serious? Ronald stroked his chin and thought, impossible. Mobilizing the most elite squad just for some monster uprising? His sharp eyes glinted, thinking, it seems I was right. The image of the faces of those in that squad appeared. It must be because of the Nebula class, those damn bastards getting involved. Ronald guided his horse and spoke to Axel. Prepare to use telepathy, Axel. We will bypass the city wall and search in the nearby forest. He turned his horse in the opposite direction. Their trail must be hidden there. Ronald advanced straight ahead, facing the sunlight. It will be there. The sunlight shone brightly across the entire forest. In the sky, a wyvern with a magic sigil on its head was flapping its wings in flight. Round it were several others with similar magic sigils. A blue-haired woman was riding one of them. She frowned in annoyance, thinking, what is going on? I've lost contact with my comrades on the ground. I clearly told them to stay on standby until they received the attack order. A sudden bad premonition struck her. Could something have happened? If so, I must act immediately. The blue-haired woman shook her head, hypnotizing herself. No, I mustn't. After all, the main target of this plan is the wyverns. I can't waste energy on trivial matters. An image of a person appeared in her mind. It was an existence that couldn't be trifled with. If the plan is delayed, the Lord will never forgive me. Just move along the set route. My mission is to control the wyverns. I cannot afford any more mistakes. And so, 3 wyverns soared across the vast sky in unison. Directly below, Ronald and Axel had halted, their eyes tracking every movement the creatures made. The silhouettes of the 3 wyverns were fully captured in Ronald's golden eyes. Finally, they had found them. He quietly spoke to the young man. All right, Axel, let's begin. In the air, the wyverns continued flying carelessly, unaware of what lay ahead. Suddenly, one of them sensed something amiss, its eyes immediately darting downwards. A colossal boulder, several times its own size, shot straight up from below at a dizzying speed. The other wyverns scrambled to dodge. The wyvern that took the hit had no time to react. The impact was so powerful it was knocked unconscious on the spot. It plummeted like a leaf falling from a branch. The green-haired woman witnessed the scene, her mouth agape in astonishment. What is that massive boulder? Where did it come from? Naturally, no one answered her. Axel was the one controlling the boulder, a stream of blue energy still swirling around both his hands. Axel's expression turned extremely serious, his focus razor-sharp. He squeezed his eyes shut, then suddenly shouted, "Explode!" Instantly, the great boulder split apart. The power within erupted, shattering the entire rock into thousands of fragments. The debris scattered everywhere. The already unconscious wyvern was struck by the shards, writhing in agony within the explosion, unable to escape. The entire scene played out before the green-haired woman's eyes. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Could he really control a boulder that size? It was too unbelievable, she muttered to herself, not realizing someone was approaching. Could he be the Archmage of the Magic Tower? How is that possible? Suddenly, the green-haired woman's eyes widened in shock. Ronald hovered in the air, right next to the wyvern from before, offering a word of praise. Well done. A blazing red light enveloped his sword. This power was perfect for testing his true swordsmanship. A smile spread across Ronald's face. He was thoroughly excited about the enemy before him. This was the perfect chance to test his strength. The blue light vanished, replaced by the intense red glow. A blinding radiance burst forth fiercely. The wyvern stared wide-eyed at the blazing red light. Staring alone wouldn't dodge the attack. Ronald's sword swung down, decisive and powerful. The powerful slash pleased him. It was stronger than he had imagined. Both its range and power far exceeded his previous attempts. One thing after another. The green-haired woman was speechless, staring in horror at Ronald testing his strength. She screamed, but couldn't stop the wyvern that had already been sliced into multiple pieces. She could only stand and watch. The green-haired woman watched in disbelief. How could this be? She sat on the sole surviving wyvern, helplessly watching its kin fall. What is happening? In the blink of an eye, Ronald was standing behind her, his sword resting on his shoulder. There was no way to miss those boulders in this area. Ronald flashed a bright smile. Because I'm a local here, you stupid cowardly rats. His face was handsome, but his words were dripping with sarcasm. It infuriated her. You wretched woman. The woman activated a magic circle, intending to attack him. Who are you to block our path? But before she could do anything, she let out a cry. Under Ronald's sharp gaze and her own bewildered stare, the woman's arm had vanished. Ronald smiled like a villain. Sorry about that. I'm a bit clumsy. I only meant to cut off your arm. His words snapped her back to reality. She realized the wound was bleeding profusely. Who would have thought I'd cut your whole body like this? Her eyes bulged. She fell in agony, screaming pitifully. Tears streamed down her face, her mouth cursing incessantly. The bastard. The pain drove all reason away. She kept screaming, "My arm, my arm." Ronald slowly walked over, shaking his head in disappointment. Taken down too easily. Seems you're nothing but small fry. Ronald's shadow loomed over her. The woman's eyes looked as if she saw a demon. With this level of strength, you couldn't have pulled off something this big alone. Where are your accomplices? Faced with the question, she could only mutter in a daze. It hurts. Hurts so much. It hurts. Heal me. Before she could finish, the sword was raised. It plunged straight down, the tip of the blade embedding itself right beside her head. Ronald slowly his voice threatening. Spill it now. He stepped on her body, asking with confusion, "You lot have destroyed so many villages, yet now you scream." Ronald did not show any hesitation towards the woman. He said sternly, "Stop pretending. Tell me now." He appeared calm, but his face was full of fury as he looked at her. "What exactly are you people up to?" Once Ronald was angered, he could no longer control his blade. She wept silent tears, not daring to cry out as the weapon pierced through the illusionary layer. In her eyes was the image of him raising his sword to finish her off, but it seemed she wasn't as afraid as she appeared. Ridiculous. A torch chosen by the starlight like me still has the strength to belittle others. The power in her hands was slowly recovering. "You think a wretch like you," Ronald didn't expect her to unleash such a terrifying surge of energy in a flash, "can make me fail this great mission?" That surge of power was quite peculiar. Because it was mixed with black smoke, he couldn't immediately understand her actions. "What trick are you trying to pull now?" Ronald was about to pull out his sword when a monster, diving down from the sky above. "What is this?" Not only did it have a peculiar wing structure, it also had a sharp spike growing on the edge of its wing. Despite its massive size, its speed didn't diminish but was as fast as lightning. The monster was diving straight down. Ronald was still dazed by her actions and didn't notice what was behind him. Only when he sensed the danger did he hastily turn his head and was quite startled. It roared fiercely as if trying to save its master. How could he spare her? Was this the massive wyvern? Those sharp fangs made Ronald unable to believe it. The sword in his hand was ready for battle. Impossible. Had he hidden it high above where I could not sense any mana. She was extremely pleased with her wise decision, just waiting for him to be destroyed. It was too late now. Without comparison, there is no pain. That beast. The one Ronald was riding was not even half the size of the monster's ear. It crazily chased after them without giving up. This was the strongest wyvern among those I captured. Just as she had said all along, it was indeed not to be underestimated. It had already regarded him as prey in its eyes, capable of swallowing a person in a single bite. Man proposes, heaven disposes. An unknown terrifying force suddenly shot forth and split the monster in front of Ronald in two in an instant. Even she did not understand what was happening. Her face stiffened with no emotion whatsoever. Moreover, he also stood frozen before the scene he had just witnessed. The monster's body was now split in two. The image of the holy sword had appeared in the space covered in blood. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Zipatuzan hovered, majestically holding his weapon, looking rather unfriendly. His gaze was filled with anger. Before she could recover, she was so shocked she stammered. "Impossible, why?" Though her strength was weak and she could not sit up, she still yelled out unwillingly, "Why you, long ba long ba." Hearing that, Ronald also became worried, not daring to imagine he would encounter the real thing in person. The battle seemed about to begin. One look was enough to see the advantage leaning towards him, the holy sword Zipatuzan. But he did not act immediately, unsure what he was planning as he held his position. Ronald was still not over his surprise, just standing there looking at the monster split in two. His sharp claws were ready for action. Two of them. This attack was infused with much of Saipa's strength at the same moment, the power of the Rajingus claws just unleashed. They had already rushed like the wind towards the opponent. In a passive state, he was still affected. His mind was at a loss. Ronald was deeply shocked by his terrifying power, causing him to freeze for 5 seconds, not yet able to do anything to respond. Zipatuzan's attacks had immediately sliced through the person. The beast into parts according to its structure. The monster that was cut in half earlier was already lucky. Now, his beast had been divided into 5 relatively equal parts. He had to be wary of this formidable strength. Ronald became tense. Straight when facing Zipatuzan, insane. Just a flick of the wrist could create such tremendous power. Still unable to believe his beast was easily cut into pieces by another, he worried about the immense power. Is he that strong? Ronald's face showed. Seeing the fear, he had to grit his teeth because he could not stay calm. How could this be? His hand suddenly became enormous, quickly trying to grab something. The sky was clear enough to see white clouds floating in the air, yet there was a star appearing against the blue sky. Zipatuzan's landing on the ground was no different from a meteor falling, causing the forest to be covered in dust and earth flying everywhere. He grabbed Ronald by the neck and lifted him up, whether accidentally or on purpose. He did not care that he had stepped on her body. In pain, his whole body trembled violently. His face changed. Before his volume, which was no different from a wedding speaker, Ronald still tried to loosen his hand from his neck and answer clearly. Cat eyes stared intently at him. He seriously spoke. "You, if you have something to say it quickly," because the veins on his neck were already bulging without him noticing. Who is it? He already knew Ronald had nothing to do with what he needed to find out. "You are not like those blind fanatics." Ronald was about to reach his limit, finally managing to voice his thoughts. "You damn cat. Are you siding with those filthy rats?" Looking at him, he is not someone easy to bully. "Do you want to die?" So even the holy sword Zipatuzan had to fall silent before his aura, full of strength. Contained in the sword, Ronald did not feel fear but yelled out, "Shut up." A technique. Coming from his position, this sword strike had immediately reached his cheek. Let go. Zipatuzan had promptly realized. Actually, he widened his eyes at Ronald's reckless audacity. In order to counterattack him, Zipatuzan stepped back and unleashed a technique that forced him to jump up to dodge after escaping from his large hand. Ronald had pain in his neck. Damn. damn it. Even Zipatuzan thought that strength was on par with him. Is the gap between us really that large? I deliberately launched a light blow thinking you would block it. Originally thought Ronald would dodge it. He thought to himself, who knew you would take the hit directly like that, knowing how terrifying Zipatuzan's power was. He was so tense he gritted his teeth. It seemed he did not defeat Instructor Naviros by chance. Facing him head-on meant only death. Because even the pressure when Zipatuzan stood still was extremely frightening, Ronald assessed his own strength. Without fighting, he knew he could not win against him, but he could not just stand still and wait for death. According to the theory he proposed, it was very effective, but to execute it before the eyes of Zipatuzan's vigilance was extremely difficult. He had to wait until the holy sword was off guard. Ronald's anger was reflected in his reaction. The image passing through his eyes lingering like that was also not a good idea, seeing him holding his sword and bravely facing him, getting straight to the point. You are a warrior. Ronald thought he would ask some strange question. Who knew it would be so simple it surprised him? It seemed Zipatuzan felt his words were not meaningless, still silently waiting for his answer. His weapon was very shiny. So shiny it reflected images clearly. He could not understand at all what Saipa's purpose was. What nonsense are you talking about? He was a relaxed young man, not in a hurry at all. Let us ask each other properly. He lifted his foot, walking step by step forward, causing dust to fly everywhere. Zipatuzan stood in front of his face. His appearance was a bit frightening when only two eyes like car headlights were visible. Drawing his sword, his words left Ronald so stunned he could not speak, not knowing what kind of crazy thing he planned to do now. Gripping his weapon tightly, still not understanding why he would tell him the technique he was about to use, pointing straight ahead. Every action he took in front of Ronald was slow, as if giving him another chance to block this strike, a vertical slash. Once Zipatuzan's technique was unleashed, it could not be taken back. He wanted to see how Ronald would respond. Try to block it. The attack was right in front of him, yet he did not dodge or intend to fight back. The sound came out when Ronald was not yet ready for this confrontation. His strength was truly formidable, creating an explosion that shattered the earth and sent debris flying everywhere. After a flash of lightning, smoke and dust flew. The surrounding earth and rocks shook from that as well. Zipatuzan appeared after the thick smoke cleared. He looked down, impressive, though the force of the blade was still weak. Ronald was in a defensive stance blocking that giant blade, but his defensive technique was flawless. He assessed darkly, but from the attack earlier, your movements are quite familiar. He darkened his eyes and glared at him with a sharp gaze. Zipatuzan slightly guessed, are you Naviro's student? Ronald looked at him seriously. I am Ronald, a student of Filian Academy. What, do you also want to be his student? The clash of blades rang out, shaking the heavens. Ronald declared in a firm voice, pity, you are not qualified. Whoever dares to touch my students will be eliminated by me. He confidently swung his sword behind his back. Ronald smirked provocatively. Hear that clearly, Sword Saint? Zipatuzan lowered his voice. Insolent brat, truly a tiger father begets a tiger son. He calmly replied, if my greeting was somewhat excessive, I apologize, but a sparring match will mean more than 1,000 words. As a warrior, you must understand my meaning. Ronald's face darkened with bulging veins. Ah, is that so? He shouted loudly. If that's the case, then... Ronald angrily charged forward with his Rajingus. Accept my greeting. In the middle of his shout, a sound came from a high tree branch. Ronald was startled to feel a sharp gaze behind him. BR and Betty jumped down, causing him to panic. He whipped around. Who were they? In front, Zipatuzan coldly stared straight ahead. The two swords lightly tapped against each other. Suddenly, Ronald was grabbed by the neck and dragged away. Betty lifted him into the air, restraining him. Ronald remained still, thinking to himself, a beastman warrior? BR glanced over, asking the captain who this brat was and whether he was a cult member. He was BR, team leader of Team 3, Hyena Beastman Division. The one standing beside him with reddish-brown fur was Betty, team leader of Team 2, Bear Beastman Division. Turning to the captain, the moment he sheathed his sword, you could tell what kind of person he was. Leave this matter to us. Betty put force into her hand and squeezed Ronald's neck hard. Just let us handle it. Betty hurled Ronald far away. He steadied himself, skidding on the ground, gritting his teeth. Fine then. With his agile reflexes, he easily regained his footing. Ronald looked up, glaring at them in anger. Betty lunged forward, raising her claws. So? You bastard! He brought his claws down at the spot where he stood, but only struck empty air. Not seeing him anywhere, Betty widened her eyes in surprise and turned around. Ronald's sword sped through the air. He ran behind him, preparing to strike. Betty glanced back, thinking in astonishment, he can even track my movements. Ronald spun around, utterly furious. He was not an easy opponent either. Betty swiftly turned back. Quite the tough one, aren't you? The sword was placed at Betty's throat, yet she calmly said, interesting. On Ronald's side, the tip of the sword was also pointed at his neck. Suddenly, someone appeared. Zen held both of them back, holding two swords in each hand to block them. Ronald was surprised to see the sword from out of nowhere, and the person's voice rang out, daring to fight on your own in front of me? Betty broke into a sweat, looking at the person, truly rude. She gripped her sword tightly. The person angrily turned around. Do you want to be disciplined? The one who appeared was Nemia, the vice captain of the Lion Beastman division. Zipatuzan stepped forward to stop them. Stop. Betty, this kid is not the enemy. I was just accepting his greeting. Betty was startled, breaking into a cold sweat, dumbfounded. You mean this brat blocked a strike from you? In our team, only a few can do that. Zipatuzan stopped her. He confirmed, it's true. A student of Navi Rose is indeed different. Hearing that name, both of them jumped in shock, shouting, Navi Rose? They remembered the time they were beaten to a pulp, lying in disarray on the ground. It was the monster who once defeated their entire team. A cold, terrifying blue light flashed in their eyes, that former sword saint. Betty trembled. This is bad. We all thought she was a wild beast in human form. He turned 180 degrees, happily shaking hands with Ronald. Sorry, kid, I was a bit hot-tempered and acted without thinking. Can you keep this a secret? Ronald looked at the hand he was holding, thinking to himself, has this fool been driven to the brink by the instructors? Zipatuzan turned to Nemia. Nemia, your arrival here means everything has been resolved? She replied, yes, Captain. Behind the forest, a wave of beast people rushed forward swiftly. We have eliminated all the monsters according to your orders. They also captured a black-haired man in white robes alive, along with those suspected of being cult members. Above Ronald's head, a series of figures leaped out from all directions. The sounds of them landing echoed continuously. Different species of beasts, different auras, all arrived one after another. Before Zipatuzan's group stood thousands of beastmen. Right, now then, he was startled to hear his name, Ronald. Let me formally introduce you. Zipatuzan stepped forward. I am Zipatuzan, captain of the Empire's most elite beastman army, entrusted by the Emperor with the important task of destroying the Nebula Classy. His muscles bulged, majestic and proud. Heretic Purge Force. Ronald repeated in shock, the Heretic Purge Force? The scene shifted to the Romera mountain range, where the small town of Nimberton lay deep in the forest under a clear blue sky. Sound of armored soldiers' footsteps rang out as they passed through the village, the townsfolk buzzing with discussion. Who are they? Why is there an entire squad of knights in this remote countryside? Girl spoke up. I really don't understand what's going on. The silver-haired girl, wide-eyed and clutching her chest, was Iro, Ronald's older sister. Can anyone explain this to me? A gallant young man stepped forward. Could he be a friend of Ronald's? He said in a deep voice, forgive me for startling you, Lady Iro. The group of knights appeared at the same time. We were forced to assemble quickly, so we couldn't give you advance notice. He knelt down on one knee. Please forgive this oversight. Knight Schliffen, on the honor of the Grancia family, requests to escort Lady Iro to safety. Frangia blushed and looked up at Iro. Let us start moving the supplies. Back with Ronald, he was still stunned and not yet over his shock. Before his eyes, the Zipatuzan group shone with overwhelming power. Ronald sweated and thought to himself, he had never seen such a force before. In his eyes, Zipatuzan seemed tall and mighty to a terrifying degree. Ronald asked, how were they supposed to find the cowardly rats that were hiding? I rubbed my chin and said, you know quite a lot. Ronald was hesitating when suddenly someone frantically called his name. Hearing that, he turned back toward the source of the sound. Axel was being held in the air by a beastman, extremely terrified. Cried tears of joy, save me, Ronald. The fiend holding him spoke up, I caught this brat when I saw him lurking around. He asked irritably, should we just deal with him now, Captain? Axel's face turned pale with fear. I was just looking for my friend. Please do not eat me. I turned to him and asked, your friend? Ronald said angrily, something like that. The sky grew dark, and the moonlight illuminated the entire forest. Nemia stepped forward to report what she had gathered after destroying the monsters. They used controlled monsters to cause chaos, but the real target was the center of the mountain range. Zipatuzan crossed his arms and listened. The center of the mountain range? Ronald's face darkened. The mountain trail on Romera. This is one of the lifeline transport routes of the Empire, where a third of all goods are shipped. If this place were destroyed, the Empire's economy would lose a pillar. Ronald looked at the tied-up group. No wonder those cowardly rats were targeting this place. The green-haired woman in the rebel group squinted her eyes upward. Ronald thought to himself. He gripped the blade tightly and stood before her. She saw her own reflection in the sword, trembling. What were they planning to do? Ronald continued. This place is heavily guarded. It cannot be destroyed that easily. If you want to live, then confess quickly. He pointed the sword at her throat. Ronald glared furiously right in her face. What exactly are you people hiding? She panicked and her face darkened but tried to stay calm, closing her eyes to control her emotions. She sneered, do you think we fear death? Suddenly, her eyes and mouth emitted a strange light. Ronald watched in shock. What the hell is this? Before his eyes, the entire rebel group lit up simultaneously, as if they were about to self-destruct. Above their heads, a massive magic orb appeared, gathering power. She activated her power while chanting, I will offer my entire soul to burn away the heretics. Ronald and everyone watched from a distance, and she continued to chant. A massive whirlwind of fire appeared around them, burned everything away. Time passed, and even a certain corner was touched by the moonlight. Several people in white robes, like those of a cult, appeared. The old man among them looked up at the sky. Our brothers have chosen a noble path. Ron narrowed his eyes coldly. Ordinary believers cannot withstand the power of high rankers. The old man's face darkened. Regretting their sacrifice, the follower beside him suggested retreating. Athenbaron turned and said, no, that would only give them more time to prepare. The night scene was still, and his voice echoed, "It will only make our mission harder." He pulled out an object with a green gem in the center. "There is no more time to hesitate." Athenbaron and the others gathered around the orb. "Let us begin from the bones of Mount Romero." He laughed wickedly at the orb. "Let us punish the heretics." Magic circle appeared beneath their feet, a massive formation. The gem in the center of the orb seemed to no longer glow as brightly as before. Cult members introduced it. This detonation device was created by the inventor Alibri. Athenbaron stood up. "We just need to protect the device until it absorbs enough magic power." Evan, the former captain of the engineers, and Brewer, the former head mage of the Six Towers. Evan asked Athenbaron about Brewer succeeding the position of commander. Athenbaron stroked his beard and said confidently, "I have already received the blessing." They kept talking without noticing the orb emitting a beam of light. The merciful Archon grants his blessing first. Athenbaron continued talking, unaware of the hair appearing from nowhere, flowing in the wind. A huge spiked foot appeared. "No matter what happens, I can easily handle it." The old man froze in surprise, and Athenbaron swiftly turned around. He gathered his power she created. He quickly created a shield to block the incoming beams of light. However, those rays of light still pierced through the thick layer of white leaves behind. They struck the ground, leaving a deep and long crater, turning the area into a large stream. It was truly astonishing. Athenbaron remained calm and praised a few words, saying that while it was possible to trace the Earth's veins to find their location, once they absorbed mana, tracking them became nearly impossible. Before them, the Beastman unleashed a powerful aura, and he voiced his confusion, asking how he had managed to find them. He slowly emerged with an overwhelming, imposing presence and asked if he was the Sword Saint. He stared at the old man and said, did he truly think he could escape from him? Zipatuzen's eyes glowed a fierce yellow in the darkness, adding to his terrifying demeanor that threatened his enemies. From the moment he set foot in Romera, he had already pinpointed their location. He pointed his hand straight at them, saying he was simply waiting to see what trick they would pull. Zipatuzan frowned in annoyance, contemptuously calling them a rotten bunch of savages, blinded by delusion and arrogance. Athenbaron stiffened, unable to utter a single word. Immediately after, he let out a bright laugh, his left eye gleaming with cunning, saying he should struggle with all his might. Night had fallen completely, and the tense meeting between the church and Zipatuzan took place. 10 minutes earlier. Before Ronald's eyes, 3 cursed individuals knelt on the ground, scorching flames erupting from their bodies, converging above their heads into a massive ball of fire. Zipatuzan shielded his eyes from the blinding light of the sphere, murmuring in admiration, asking if this was a self-destruct spell using mana as a catalyst. He clenched his fist, ordering everyone to step back, saying that he would. Before he could finish his sentence, the person beside him had already sprung into action. That person was Ronald. He leaped onto the top of the fireball with his sword, Regingist. At that moment, all who witnessed it were stunned. They shouted Ronald's name, but he was already poised, raising his sword to strike. Do not seek to kill. Sharp sword strikes continuously slashed, tearing the fireball apart. Finally, Ronald brought down a decisive blow. Then he retracted his stance, lowering himself to land on the ground. The group of people could only stare wide-eyed as he did all of that, speechless. He couldn't believe it. How could the final flame of mine and my senior brothers be extinguished so easily? That was also her last words before the blade swept across her neck. Ronald swept past the bound individuals, all of them meeting the same fate, a death in shock, unable to remain whole. In her dying eyes, his reflection was still etched, along with his cold voice, saying they were truly a cunning lot. If they wanted to play this game, then they should go die. Zipatuzan stood by watching, letting out a silent exclamation of surprise, because what had just happened was not merely a clash to extinguish magic. Watching Ronald sheathe his sword, he realized this kid was truly special. He had severed the mana flow. Not yet done with surprises, Ronald voiced his speculation to Zipatuzan, saying the Sword Saint must have realized this when he fought them himself, that these people could have fled and planned for the future, but they neglected this matter, so they must have another scheme in causing such a huge problem. He walked closer to him. Ronald continued to explain, surely there were still high-ranking bastards or enemies at least on this scale. Standing before Z3's massive frame and formidable aura, he remained unflinching, asking that although he didn't know who he was, if he was part of the vanguard of the cult hunting unit, he must have a way to track them down. Ronald met Zipatuzan's gaze with a determined look, proposing, work with me, and I will help you gain the Emperor's support. Faced with that seemingly audacious statement, he remained silent. For now, Athenbaron and his subordinates were facing the old man. He glanced at the marks of the attack on the ground, thinking to himself that he hadn't sensed any mana until the moment the attack struck. In other words, this attack contained not a single trace of mana. That terrifying pressure was created by pure strength alone. He thought of Zipatuzan's sword, having heard much about him. He was truly a monster. Pushing those thoughts aside, Athenbaron spoke up to remind his subordinates that they were about to receive a very special guest. Hearing this, the subordinates drew their weapons, assuming a combat stance even though Zipatuzan had yet to make a move. Of course, the two of them answered in unison. If it was for the Star's mission, they would willingly sacrifice their lives. They unleashed their pressure towards the old man, but it had no effect whatsoever. Brewer began to gather mana in his hand. Evan, on the other hand, felt magical power surging up from the veins in his neck. Both of them flared up with intense killing intent. Zipatuzan still showed little reaction, only sneering that they were high-ranking knights and mages, not bad. His gaze shifted, saying that if he could take on the whole team, then these people would be quite suitable opponents for training. The moment he finished speaking, Evan had already accelerated forward. He swung his sword down in a slash, but Zipatuzan managed to block it in time. He unleashed a strike filled with excitement, taunting, "Is this also the guidance of the star, a battle that puts the honor of the Empire's #1 swordsman on the line?" Evan's and Zipatuzan's energies clashed violently, creating dazzling sparks. Evan attacked and provoked at the same time, saying, "Now show me, Z3, what your strongest sword technique is like. Let's see if I can defeat you." But Zipatuzan remained calm, not attacking but only defending. Evan swung a heavy sword strike downward, not forgetting to boast, "You will feel honored to stand beside me." His sword shattered to pieces the moment the words left his mouth. He was stunned, staring at the opponent who had used a fist to shatter the blade. Evan stared blankly at the broken sword, trying to finish his unfinished sentence. Zipatuzan said in a calm tone laced with mockery, "So that was what you call honor." He still clenched his fist, a man who borrowed strength from others daring to utter such arrogant words. A lightning-fast sword strike swept through, taking Evan's head. It turned out the one who struck was the great-great-aunt. He coldly warned, "Do not dare to defile the honor of a warrior." Brewer, standing beside him, was still in shock. A moment later, he hastily summoned a magic shield. However, the sword easily split both the shield and his body in two. Only Athenbaron remained safe thanks to the protective barrier. Immediately after, he lunged forward like a whirlwind. Blood energy surged violently into the barrier, forcing Athenbaron to raise his hands to defend. A massive explosion thundered, the ground shook violently, but the barrier remained completely unyielding. Zipatuzan was the one to speak. "I thought you were well acquainted with them, but it turns out you've been hiding among the cult followers all along." He suddenly remembered Athenbaron's true identity, the man once wanted for slaughtering thousands of villagers in the western region with dark magic, then vanishing without a trace. The massacre Athenbaron heard Jaipa's words and put on a feigned cheerfulness. "What an honor! The Sword Saint still remembers me, but I cast aside that shameful past long ago. Now, I am merely a follower of the stars." Hearing the old man ramble, Dai Ba extended his claws toward the barrier. He kicked hard, shattering the barrier, and growled, "I do not care." Athenbaron was astonished by that power. Zipatuzan said, "No matter which side you are on, the truth remains unchanged." The moment the words ended, he lunged to attack the old man, declaring, "You are the target that must be eliminated." Athenbaron's face darkened, then he suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Blessing of the stars. Athenbaron unleashed a move that forced Zipatuzan to retreat. He was slightly surprised by the previous strike. The old man danced around. "The most elite subordinates I brought along could stop you. Now I see clearly how towering the wall of the Sword Saint truly is." Athenbaron's gaze was full of venom. He gritted out, "But even if it's you, you will never surpass the absolute power bestowed by the stars." Athenbaron laughed smugly. "Zipatuzan, you are just a tiny mortal beneath the feet of the stars." Zipatuzan merely looked at him as if watching a tragic farce. Athenbaron waved his hand to show off. "What do you think? How does it feel to witness the greatness of the stars for the first time? Now tell me, you who are a follower of the Lord, I am truly curious." Zipatuzan said with contempt, "What a joke." He drew his spear, assumed a fighting stance, and looked at the old man with disdain. Athenbaron faltered before his aura. "You are still trapped in delusion even as you push others into a sea of fire." He stepped closer, emphasizing every word, "So I will take your life right here. You say I am blinded by delusion, but who is the one truly living in a fever dream?" Zipatuzan's blade suddenly glowed with a strange blue light. He gathered all his strength and unleashed an extremely powerful slash. Athenbaron raised both hands to block, unable to hide his terror. How terrifying this is. The sword slash came straight down, and he finally understood what the Empire's strongest swordsmanship truly meant. Athenbaron bore the full brunt of the horrifying shockwave. Rocks and dust flew everywhere in chaos. Dust covered everything, forming a thick veil that blurred vision. Sharp spear blade glinted within the dust cloud. He swung the spear powerfully in a downward slash. Fierce sword energy erupted, forming a force that tore through the wind and shot straight toward Athenbaron. The old man glanced at the destruction Zipatuzan's sword energy had caused, silently marveling, truly astonishing, even for a sword saint with just sword energy. The entire area outside the barrier was swept away, leaving a long, deep groove in the stone floor. To be able to produce such terrifying power, Athenbaron broke into a nervous sweat, unable to help comparing their strengths. Indeed, his strength rivals theirs. But the old man held firm to his belief, muttering, "Zipatuzan, what a pity, even the sword energy of the great sword saint." Before the protective starlight is nothing but child's play, Athenbaron waved his hand, his eyes showing clear triumph. He launched an iron sphere into the middle of the surging energy formation, taunting, "Now what will you do, great-great-aunt?" The iron sphere absorbed all the lightning from the formation, swelling larger and larger into a magic bomb. The old man sneered, his gaze as if wanting to drown his opponent, advising him to retreat and think of another plan, if you can escape this explosion. Zipatuzan kept his determined gaze in the face of the provocation, but those other ordinary people, Athenbaron, lost in his own delusions, will be buried along with this mountain range. Zipatuzan, on his side, observed and analyzed the old man's technique, realizing this power was truly formidable. Just as that kid had said, if he wasn't careful, it would be a big problem. Thinking deeper, he realized it would become a major threat in the future. With that thought, Zipatuzan acted immediately, wanting to test how long that protective starlight could hold. Saying so, he immediately assumed a striking stance, radiating a chilling killing intent around him. Standing within the barrier, Athenbaron still felt an unusual pressure, even greater than the attack from earlier. Seeing the vicious look in Zipatuzan's eyes and the move he was about to unleash, the old man deduced it was demonic energy. Athenbaron spared no praise, calling him a perfect beast, and expressed his respect for him. The surrounding rocks and earth were lifted by a strange energy. Athenbaron urged him to attack, telling him to strike with all the strength of the strongest being on the ground. Zipatuzan, radiating pure malice, gripped his spear and swung it fiercely toward his flank. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Just as the attack was about to be unleashed, a shout cut through, "Are you out of your mind?" It turned out to be Ronald, who stood behind him, shouting as loudly as he could to wake this monster from his frenzy, telling him not to go too far. Athenbaron was surprised to see him stop. Ronald reminded Zipatuzan that he seemed to have forgotten our purpose. Zipatuzan turned his head and asked bluntly, "You were here, huh?" Even though he had run until he was drenched in sweat, he was still mocked. "You are slower than I expected." Ronald, gasping for breath, retorted, "That's the first time I've heard that. Don't you think you were being stupidly fast? Fine then, you've finished your test, now step aside. No matter how strong you are." Athenbaron watched from the side, eyes wide with astonishment. Hearing his doubts about the Sword Saint's abilities, he could do nothing for now. Ronald added one final line to convince him, "The situation is urgent. Stop being stubborn." Zipatuzan did not argue. Instead, he agreed, saying Ronald was more suitable. Athenbaron listened to their exchange, both shocked and curious about his background. He wondered which brat dared speak so insolently to the Sword Saint. Ronald approached the old man and suddenly spoke politely. "Hey old man, thanks for that." He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his words still dripping with provocation. "Thanks to your booming voice, I grasped the situation. All I need to do is take you out and the bomb is defused." He held his sword in front of Zipatuzan, declaring grandly that this farce would end right here. Ronald even didn't forget to taunt the old man. "Hey old man, are you really the Sword Saint?" Judging by that ridiculous grace, it seems so, but this old man looks even weaker than Briar, the one I killed, not even a fraction of her. Hearing those words, Athenbaron's whole body trembled, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What? How do you know her name?" He gritted out each word. "Lady Brewer was killed by a little brat like you, not Sarante." The robe behind him swayed with every word. "You dare use that filthy tongue of yours? You dare to slander Lady Brewer's honor?" Finally, a series of tentacles shot out, tearing straight through the fabric of his robe. With tentacles sprouting from his back, he transformed into a demon, snarling in terror. "Do you want to be torn to pieces?" Athenbaron recalled with reverence. Brewer was one of the finest followers of the cult, a noble one who always developed herself. His tentacles stretched toward him with true power, looking down on a commoner with such pitiful mana as Ronald. Filled with rage, Athenbaron launched his tentacles, sneering. "How could you possibly harm such a noble person?" He nearly lost control and shouted, "Don't lie, heretic. The fact that you know her name proves you witnessed her death." While continuously firing tentacles, Athenbaron commanded, "Speak the truth." Those tentacles opened mouths full of sharp thorns, lunging as if to devour him. Facing that situation, Ronald merely mocked himself. "The truth? If you want to know that badly, then I'll tell you." The words had just finished. Ronald transformed into a flash of red light and charged straight toward him. The speed was so terrifying that those hideous tentacles couldn't stop him. Seeing Ronald land right in front of him, Athenbaron still spoke with arrogant words. "Not bad. I might consider making you my subordinate." Even so, he didn't forget to belittle him. "But there's no way she was defeated by a brat like you. Even a sneak attack couldn't touch this grace." Before the words finished, his body was already torn apart by Ronald's sharp sword strokes. He didn't even have time to react, only managing to utter "How?" eliminating him without mercy. Ronald agreed with him. "Yes." Briar said the same, and then the masterless iron sphere began to show cracks from the energy it had absorbed. Then it fell to the ground. The formation faded away with it. Sheathing his sword, glancing down from above at Athenbaron's corpse, Ronald said coldly, "Died pathetically." Wiping his face with his hand, Ronald didn't forget to ask the old man, "Well, have you satisfied your curiosity?" Athenbaron died with his eyes still open. His blood splattered across the ground. His remaining consciousness spoke up. "Impossible." Athenbaron could believe the reality he had just experienced, wondering how a brat's blade could pierce the blessing of the star and wound him. He widened his eyes as he recognized a power that defied the laws of nature. And there was also a part that felt very similar to the cult leader. This stirred doubts within Athenbaron about Ronald. Who on earth is he? Not giving him time to think, Ronald cleanly sliced Athenbaron's head in two with a single stroke. As he just sheathed his sword, Third Place slowly approached to ask if he had killed the old man. Ronald simply replied, he thought that was easier. He explained that believers who made mistakes were often executed, so someone like him certainly deserved a heavier punishment than that. Ronald warned Zipatuzan that they had used extreme measures and needed to be more cautious in the coming time. He nodded, saying he was right, and they could not let success cloud their judgment. Athenbaron's death still left Zipatuzan with lingering doubts. He regretted not being able to face the old man's starlight blessing head-on, but he would look for clues to counter it. Hearing this, Ronald immediately criticized it as all just theory, and reality would be different. Ronald reminded Zipatuzan that his sword energy had destroyed the entire forest, showing his power was too strong, then questioned if he had ever tested the destructive force of his aura. Zipatuzan put his weapon away, promising that thanks to him, the matter had ended smoothly, so they would discuss the next steps later. He said Ronald should just speak up if he needed anything. Hearing that, he was stunned. Needed anything? Why so sudden? Seeing that, he explained that the king wanted to reward those who helped punish the heretics. He said he would give him anything within his power and the kingdom's treasury. His face lit up with obvious joy. Really great. It was just the time he needed their help. A fully equipped cavalry unit was marching. Khalifin was riding a horse, leading this unit, soon after. In the carriage was enro. The most precious jewel in this world would arrive at the capital. Night had fallen. The soldiers were talking amongst themselves. It is quieter than I expected. Because the young master had instructed thorough preparations, I thought we were about to fight a monster army. The person beside him replied, he agreed, and at least with Maya around, they could travel safely. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked if he knew who the lady in the carriage was. The other man wondered how noble she must be to require the Grancia knight escort. His comrade seemed clueless as well, saying he did not know, but he was surely someone extremely important to the young master, because Schlieffen only rode his horse parallel to enro, yet his face was already flushed and his whole body tense. He cleared his throat. Schlieffen spoke up to ask if she felt uncomfortable during the journey. If so, she should just tell him, and he would have her change carriages immediately. As soon as he finished, enro politely declined. There is no need, Lord Schlieffen. It is even more comfortable here than at my own home. She suddenly realized and asked if he was not tired from riding all day. Then she leaned out the window and enthusiastically invited him. If possible, he could ride in the carriage with her. Billy was elated, grinning from ear to ear, and blurted out his agreement. Fine then. After a moment of awkwardness, he reluctantly lied to himself and declined. No, I am on a very important mission. Afterwards, Schlieffen did not forget to kindly remind enro. Anyway, as long as she was comfortable. If she needed to rest, she should just say so, and he would find a place to stop. Suddenly, the horses became disturbed. They turned frantic, catching him off guard. He assessed the situation. Schlieffen detected something approaching. With an immensely terrifying burst of aura. Realizing the situation, he ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle, then kicked off his horse's back for momentum. Afterwards, Schlieffen shot forward, reminding them to protect Lady enro at all costs. The sword at his side was about to be drawn as he declared firmly by the honor of a Grancia knight. The soldiers' spirits were bolstered, and they all shouted in unison for the honor of Grancia. Schlieffen gritted his teeth and thought, he could not believe it. This threat was not from a wyvern, it had just charged in. He sped through the thick smoke, wary of the overwhelming power it already possessed. An unavoidable question surfaced in his mind. What exactly was it? Chili FN was charging forth with fervor. He stopped abruptly, taken by surprise. Zipatuzan was swinging his massive spear straight at Schlieffen. The clash between the spear and sword created a terrifying wave of energy, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Amidst the blinding dust, a voice rang out. I have been astonished many times today. I have heard rumors, but they have underestimated you as well. Zipatuzan grinned with delight, not sparing his praise. Well defended. If the next generation sword saint were among humans, it would have to be one of you two. Hearing this, Schlieffen could only grit his teeth and stay on the defensive, not understanding what was going on. Even in such a dire situation, he managed to shout, how dare you point your sword at Grancia's carriage, Sir Jai Ba? Facing Schlieffen's challenge, he only joked. It was merely a greeting. Do not worry. A warrior like you should know that one clash of swords is worth more than 10,000 empty words. Jai Pa had not even finished speaking when another angry voice cut him off. What the hell? Told you not to use that northern greeting of yours. Two stopped fighting, and only then did Schlieffen realize Zipatuzan was carrying someone on his back. He recognized the voice. That person landed on the ground. Schlieffen exclaimed, Ronald, and he greeted him warmly. Good job, Schlieffen, we are here to help you. Ronald pointed behind him and said not to be angry about earlier, as they had brought many more assistants with them. Those were all beastmen. Seeing that, the Grancia soldiers were shocked. Assistants, they are the beastmen army of Lord Zapama. As Schlieffen was still bewildered, he remembered something. Oh, by the way, Ronald asked him, did you escort my sister well? The next morning, Kinthan and Lon appeared before their eyes. Surprised cry rang out. Oh my, this palace is so beautiful, it dazzles the eyes. enro was still in shock. She had to ask again, really Ronald, this is truly a place where we will live? Seeing enro so stunned, Ronald laughed. Sister, how many times have you asked? From now on, just rest easy living here, right in front of the airport, convenient for us to meet, and the security is good, so make yourself at home. Chili FN, standing beside her, also chimed in to introduce. All the furniture in the room was made by a familiar craftsman of my family. I told them not to hold back on expenses, so I hope you like it. Before he could finish, she quickly grabbed his hand, expressing her gratitude. Of course I like it. I feel like I'm living in a fairy tale here. Thank you, Schliffen, and you too, Ronald. I'm so happy. Seeing her joy, Schliffen, who had his hand held by her, was also overjoyed. She eagerly extended an invitation, not wanting the two of them to leave on such a happy day. If you have time, please stay for a meal before you go. Ira also didn't forget to boast, don't be fooled by appearances, I'm a great cook. Schlieffen's heart raced at the thought of having a meal with Lady Iro. As for him, he was nostalgic. It had been a long time since he had a home-cooked meal. At this moment, a figure was slowly approaching the building. She gnashed her teeth in provocation. Explain yourself, you two-legged beast. A shout echoed throughout the room, freezing everyone. What are you doing here? Both Schleffen and he were surprised. Ronald suddenly recognized this voice belonged to... Down in the yard, that woman was aggressively confronting the sword Saint Zipatuzan, Professor Navarosa. The two of them just stood there staring at each other, neither willing to back down. Zipatuzan was the one to break the silence. He sneered, long time no see, Navi Rose, that fiery temper of yours is just like before. Zipatuzan didn't forget to taunt, with that kind of temper, how do you even teach your students? Hearing this, Navi Rose's anger flared up. She retorted, what right do you have to interfere with my teaching? She bitterly chased him away. This place is not for you. Get out of here now, you two-legged beast. Hearing that, his expression darkened. After a moment, Ji-Pa spoke, your tongue is as sharp as ever. He retorted by bringing up the past, I'm quite curious whether your strength matches your words. Hearing that, her eyes instantly blazed with fury. Zipatuzan asked in a fierce tone, have you reflected on your defeat that day? The day I took your title from you. The last two words shook Navi Rose to her core. Sword Saint. The beastmen standing around watching also tensed up. The atmosphere felt like it could explode. Navi Rose reached for her sword hilt, retorting, if you're so curious. Drawing her sword with killing intent overflowing, she indirectly declared war on Zipatuzan, then I'll show you. The pressure radiating from the two stunned the beastmen around them. They were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What? Why can't my body move? Only then did they vaguely realize the power sealing their bodies. Could it be? Strange blue light gleamed in Navi Rose's eyes. So her spirit form was a giant blue serpent. Wan Zi! Its eyes narrowed, staring at Zipatuzan like he was prey. Looking at his own trembling hands, he realized he might have underestimated his opponent. She can put me on the defensive without even using her full power? She's gotten stronger. Gripping his spear tightly, Ji-Pa exclaimed with delight, you're still as interesting as ever, O serpent woman. Surging mana flowed into the spear. Zipatuzan's entire body radiated destructive energy. He declared, fine, we'll do things your way. His own true form was no less impressive. It was a ferocious tiger. In the blink of an eye, he used the ground as a springboard and shot into the air. On the second floor, a foot stepped onto the railing. That person shouted loudly, startling the two who were in a bloodthirsty battle. Are you people insane? Figure on the second floor yelled down, what kind of spectacle are you two making in front of someone else's house? He recognized Ronald, along with Chili Fen and Iro, who were trying to intervene. Calm down, Ronald. He was furiously scolding them. Do you even know whose house this is? If anyone of mine gets hurt, I'll kill all of you. After a tense moment, Ronald, Navi Rose, and Zipatuzan finally sat down to face each other in the yard. Tapped his foot impatiently on the ground and complained. Seriously, Ronald scolded both of them. Both of you are sword saints, yet you act like children. Do you have any idea what your actions just now could have caused? Seeing their evasive expressions, he grew even angrier and shouted louder, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Zipatuzan was the first to apologize. I admit I was a bit too rash. I let my anger override my reason because of that serpent woman's provocation. I apologize for this disrespect. Navi Rose, provoked, turned to him, you bastard. Zipatuzan intended to withdraw first. Hey, it seems the relocation is already complete. So my team will take our leave, Ronald. Placed his expectations on him. When we meet again, I hope you'll have become a stronger warrior. See you then. With that, all the beastmen, including Zipatuzan, disappeared in an instant. He was left behind, heaving a sigh of relief. Finally some peace and quiet. Sword saints really are something else, so noisy. Ronald suddenly remembered and turned to ask Navi Rose, ah, Professor, where were you headed so early this morning? But instead of an answer, he received a question back. She looked at him with a cold, interrogating gaze. Explain yourself. Ronald was still dumbfounded, huh? Seeing his confusion only made Navarosa angrier, she yelled, tell me everything. Ronald flinched and cursed inwardly, damn it. Both of them stepped inside the building. Ronald and Navi Rose sat across from each other in the living room, the flickering candlelight illuminating the space. After hearing him recount the entire story, she finally understood many things. Navi Rose confirmed to Ronald that the man had helped him because of his contributions in Romera. He scratched his head awkwardly in confirmation, which made her suspicious of that unusual kindness. She thoughtfully advised him not to get more deeply involved with that dangerous man. He vaguely asked what she meant by dangerous. Navi Rose spoke of the brutal Beastkin invasion in the north 10 years ago. The one who led it was Zipatuzan, which astonished him greatly. She gritted her teeth and continued, saying that after the peace treaty, he became the Empire's sword, but she still did not trust him. Zipatuzan proactively negotiated, offering to join the Imperial Army in exchange for safety for the northern lands. The Emperor accepted on the condition of signing a blood oath, Most people were pleased, but she believed he was just biding his time. He was hiding his claws to protect his own kind. When the blood oath is broken, he would be a threat even more terrifying than the cult. Ronald was shocked by this new information. He thought back and remembered that Zipatuzan had not appeared in the recent battle with Ahayut. It was possible he had been eliminated by the cult like other powerful beings. The two of them fell into silence after that heavy story. Navi Rose changed the subject to ease the tension and got down to the main business. She seriously asked him if what he had said earlier was true. The fact that he could freely use sword energy was what surprised her. Ronald casually confirmed it to her. Navi Rose praised Geraldine, saying that although useless, she did have some skill. She stood up and declared the lesson would begin right then. Pointing at the straw soldiers, Navi Rose ordered him to show his progress. Ronald immediately assumed a battle stance. Meanwhile, Schleifen was enjoying the meal Iro had cooked, and she was glad to see him eating heartily. Navi Rose calmly explained that checking his progress was very simple. She crossed her arms and seriously asked him to show his sword energy. She emphasized that what he needed to focus on was pure sword energy from mana, not physical strength. Hearing that, Ronald gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He looked at the challenge ahead with confidence and nodded in response. He channeled mana into the sword in a special way, causing the blade to emit a deep crimson aura. Ronald did not flinch, holding his ground steadily and ready to attack. And then he powerfully swung out a mighty sword slash. That surge of power shot toward the opponent with overwhelming force. Strangely, the sword energy suddenly dissipated in midair. Straw dummies remained completely unharmed. Ronald cried out in shock, unable to understand why the sword energy had vanished like that. He looked at the sword in disbelief, wondering why it had been working fine just a few days ago. Not giving up, he channeled mana into the sword once more and asked for permission to try again. Navi Rose coldly replied that it was unnecessary, just as she had guessed. She analyzed that he had made great strides but had not yet reached the true realm of sword energy. She remarked that he had only added mana to his fragmented attack techniques, though it did help a little. She recalled Ronald's battle with the wyvern and let out an exclamation of surprise. Ronald asked her what the difference was between sword energy and mana enhancement. Navi Rose closed her eyes, helpless at his naive thinking. Her white hair gently flowed in the wind as she began to explain. She said that only treating mana as a tool to increase power was a narrow perspective. Navi Rose sternly lectured that mana was the path to reaching a different realm, and she needed to understand his perception. Looking at the untouched dummies, she said that he would not always be so lucky. Her gaze turned serious, warning that this difference would decide his fate in the future. Ronald was somewhat bewildered by that profound and metaphorical statement. Images of Zipatuzan, Brea, and Geraldine suddenly flashed through his mind. Seeing him deep in thought, she quietly observed him without saying anything. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him that this was only the beginning. She slowly walked past him and said she was there to help him. She took hold of his sword and said they needed to reinforce the most fundamental parts. In the gentle breeze, Navi Rose closed her eyes and raised the sword before her with an air of authority. Looking at her back, Ronald asked blankly why she was holding his sword. At that moment, Naviro clenched her hand, and streams of light gradually radiated from her palm, as if she were preparing something. The scene quickly descended into chaos. The pent-up power was unleashed violently, its aura so intense that even Ronald was astonished. Navi Rose's familiar voice rang out. She said to watch closely. Runen, you must open your eyes wide and observe. This is the true form of Lama Chan. Her words were proven by the sight before him. Her body was enveloped in an eerie intertwining of red and black light. Her green eyes stood out amidst the haze, creating a surreal feeling. Then she continued, here is your sword. Witnessing the event before him, Ronald's expression changed noticeably. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, is that really the true form of La Mancha? The blood-red sword in her hand was the clearest proof. Now it was no longer an ordinary weapon. The girl affirmed, that's right, it has become one with my mana and unleashed its hidden potential. He continued to explain, my Urasa or Duke Granzia's Phantom Lord are both images of two crossed swords, enveloped in a glowing blue aura. They were crafted by an artisan's hand and are esteemed blades, always concealing their true power. Naviro held the sword behind her, still trying to convey to Ronald the value of a weapon that can unlock the latent power within. The girl swung a decisive sword arc. The force carried dust and debris swirling thickly. She continued her lesson. This is a power that is superior many times over. And at that moment, Naviro's calm demeanor gradually vanished. The entire scene before them turned into chaos. The ground shook violently from the attack. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Dust and smoke blanketed a vast expanse of the sky. She maintained a cold expression, looking into the distance and saying, I heard the artisan Doran created a masterpiece. It truly lives up to its name. Hearing this, Ronald couldn't help but be startled. He blurted out, unable to hide his astonishment, you. Before him now lay only a pile of ruined earth and stone. The entire arena floor was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Ronald panicked and wondered, one blow can shatter the reinforced arena floor. He asked in doubt, what did you do differently with your mana that time? Navi Rose returned the sword to Ronald. She patiently explained, it was all because my mana was too weak for La Mancha to merge with it. After all, it can recognize its owner. Hearing this, he muttered with slight reluctance, why do I feel so looked down upon? This is infuriating. He slightly raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, Thanks to this, I've clearly identified my goal. While pondering, he observed the sword in his hand. Ronald stepped forward, asking the girl with a firm voice. "Where should I begin, miss? I truly want to show that rude fellow," he said, raising his head high with pride, "what kind of person its owner is." Seeing Ronald's demeanor, Navi Rose felt quite satisfied with this student of hers. She praised that it was a very good mindset. Then she ordered him to practice mana control first, as it was his biggest weakness. Ronald maintained a training posture and replied, "Understood." He began his training process. On the very first day, he maintained his mana for 48 seconds. Navi Rose stood by observing, holding a stopwatch. When he was distracted and tired, drenched in sweat, she sternly reminded him to be careful and stay focused. By the third day, he maintained his mana for 1 minute and 32 seconds. Time passed quickly. By the fifth day, his mana had been maintained for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. He was now seriously sitting in a cultivation posture. He placed the sword on his palms. Over time, his record gradually increased from 2 minutes 50 seconds to 3 minutes 41 seconds, and then to 5 minutes 12 seconds. Night was falling. The entire sky was covered in a mysterious shade of blue. Under the gentle moonlight shining down on the ground, the 14th day of training had finally arrived. The clock's hands moved slowly. Navi Rose held it tightly in her hand and muttered, 13 minutes, I've long surpassed the goal. She thought to herself, others would probably take several years to reach such a level. Then she shifted her gaze to the young man before her. Navi Rose asked him to show her his sword aura and maintain that state. She said she wouldn't give any more reminders. Ronald calmly held the glowing sword and replied firmly. Of course, the moment he finished speaking, the tip of the sword moved. He unleashed a powerful sword arc into the air. In the gloomy atmosphere, as soon as the attack ended, dust and smoke billowed up everywhere. The dust mixed with earth and stones continued to fly up into the sky. Ronald sheathed his sword and looked up to observe the situation just as the blade was neatly settled into its scabbard. It was also the moment a dense wave of power was created, striking directly at the scarecrow dummies before him. Each one of them took the hit. In less than a second, they gradually lost their original form with just one of his sword strikes. Their heads were successively severed from their bodies. He seemed to have transformed into a cold and charismatic superhero. Next, Ronald turned to Navi Rose, extremely excited, and enthusiastically said, "Someone has already told me." A head from one of the scarecrow soldiers flew near the girl, causing her to draw her gaze to it. Then Navi Rose smiled in satisfaction and praised him. "Well done. Now you understand some of the reasons why you had to train." Ronald couldn't believe his eyes. Carefully examined his hands, gradually realizing something, then replied, "Yes, the more I practice, the more I understand." His hands slowly began to emit a red light. Ronald said to himself, "When I focus on maintaining my mana, I can feel my body becoming lighter, and my power is also enhanced." He placed his hand on his chest, slowly feeling the power coursing through his body, then exclaimed about his true potential. Before his eyes appeared a mysterious energy source with a brilliant white light surrounded by red and black smoke, interspersed with streaks of green light. It symbolizes the awakening of the latent power within your mana. Navi Rose looked at him with affectionate eyes, her face clearly showing satisfaction. She said, "You must now fully understand the foundational knowledge of mana." Suddenly, a man's deep voice rang out, working overtime and bullying students until this hour. The man walked step by step closer to the two, still taunting. "It seems your passion for teaching is still intact." Right after Geraldine appeared, he greeted the kid with a friendly smile. Much to the surprise of the two, he quickly got to the main point. "Sorry to interrupt you both while you were busy, but could you spare a moment?" The expression on his face turned serious, his voice also becoming different. "There is something I must tell you about the disciple you hold so dear." Ronald looked at him in surprise at this sudden appearance. He wondered to himself, Professor Geraldine came all the way here. No wait, why is he? Seeing Geraldine's serious expression and demeanor made him curious. When does he ever look so healthy? Scene change. At the location of Navi Rose and the man before her, she began with a doubtful tone. "If it's about my student, could it be about the magical power?" In response, Geraldine raised a hand and said, "As you know, Ronald has a special constitution, so he needs regular checkups." Upon hearing this, Navi Rose's face darkened. She retorted firmly, "Don't use that as an excuse for personal gain." A second later, as if reaching her limit, the girl fiercely moved her hand behind her back, preparing to draw her sword. Still in that cold tone, she warned if that were the case. Facing her nearly erupting anger, Geraldine quickly waved his hands to explain, No, you misunderstand, calm down. There are no mercenaries here. Please take your hand off your sword. I only came to keep a promise." At that moment, an image of Sunya appeared, a beautiful girl with long, silky hair, wearing a white dress, lying motionless in a large cylindrical tank of water, hands resting on her chest, accompanied by Geraldine's words, "Thanks to Ronald, after all these years, Sunya is finally showing progress." Inside the water tank, bubbles floated up and down. Sunya's eyes slowly opened as if by a miracle, signaling a glimmer of hope had appeared. Through his account, Navi Rose couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What, Sunya?" Geraldine smiled softly and made a suggestion. "There is still a long road ahead, but it would be wonderful grateful if you could visit her sometime. Sunya loved listening to her adventure stories, while Navi Rose silently listened to everything without saying a word. He continued that his visit this time was related to her teaching assistant, not Ronald. Hearing that, she understood that he meant Addison. The image of Addison appeared alongside Geraldine's detailed explanation. Yes, at Ronald's request, he had begun investigating Addison some time ago. As for Ronald, he listened intently to every word the man said, though not entirely certain, but if his hypothesis was correct then, the child was in danger. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere became suffocating, with smoke billowing across the arena floor. Geraldine frowned slightly, put down his pipe. She possesses a power that is difficult for even herself to control. She must have realized it long ago, right? The danger of that power. Navi Rose had remained silent all this time. He did not stop but continued, which is why he kept her close for supervision. Navi Rose's arm tightened as if filled with pent-up frustration. That man kept talking. If anything unexpected happened, that girl could make all of us. She coldly cut him off. Stop right there, Geraldine. My teaching assistant is not as weak as you think. Navi Rose seemed to be enraged, so angry she removed, so do not casually decide that girl's future. Seeing the tense situation, Geraldine grew a bit worried and froze in place. At that moment, Ronald merely stood behind observing the conversation, knowing something big was about to happen. The man then spoke, since you have said so, I understand, I will let the child make her own choice. Ronald crossed his arms, staring intently at the man, his expression changing as well. Time passed by quickly, returning to the scarecrow soldiers made of straw. He raised a doubtful hand to his face, looking at Navi Rose's icy cold back as he muttered to himself, it seems the professor is very angry. His suspicious gaze shifted toward Geraldine, and speaking of which, he remembered that earlier there was mention of a mercenary group. The two of them used to be mercenaries? Before the question, the man reached back and scratched his head a few times before calmly admitting, that is correct, over a decade ago we were famous figures in the southern region. Though it was not a pleasant first meeting, the first time I met Navi Rose was also at that time. The memory of that past encounter suddenly rushed back. A large, wild, secluded forest. Geraldine recounted, we accepted a mission to eliminate each other and clashed. The memory of that day remained vivid. At the time, Geraldine was still a wounded young man, kneeling on the ground with a pained and desperate expression, wearing a dark robe, his arm covered in blood, the surroundings seemingly chaotic. Continued the story, at that moment Navi Rose truly embodied the god of death. In that critical moment, Geraldine weakly mustered some strength to look up at her valiant and imposing figure standing before him, accompanied by a remark, that terrifying feeling. Navi Rose's face appeared extremely cruel and ferocious as she glared at him. Even now, I still cannot describe it in words. Back to the present, Geraldine forced a smile. Regingis nodded slightly. Compared to back then, she could be considered more human now. Those words left him somewhat confused. That is considered more human now. When the story reached its end, the result was that day I was soundly defeated and nearly walked through the gates of death. Once again, the past returned, the scene of Sunya appearing like a flame of hope saving his life. If not for Sunya and the villagers who helped, I would have surely died. Sunya was kind and gentle beside Geraldine, caring for him tenderly, which moved him deeply. Sunya took care of me like a lifeless corpse then, wholeheartedly, and from that we naturally became husband and wife. Next image surprised them even more as Sunya warmly waved and welcomed Navi Rose like a member of the family. Afterward, perhaps because of the battle we went through together, Navi Rose and I became like comrades. Sunya must truly love and cherish Navi Rose. Geraldine added, of course, the only reason we maintained that relationship was thanks to Sunya's purity and innocence. People often say happy times do not last. According to his next account, and Navi Rose hates me entirely because of my own fault. At that time, she was probably furious standing before Geraldine, who was crumpled on the ground. She was angry at my incompetence for failing to protect Sunya. Navi Rose clenched her hands, grinding her teeth as she glared at him with bullet-like eyes, and because of my foolishness in still not being able to let go of Sunya. Now, the girl's back appeared, taking strong and decisive steps. Watching that, Geraldine replied, even so, Navi Rose has kept the secret to the end. The treatment for Sunya up to now has also been thanks to her care. He wore a pensive face and turned sharply in one direction, so if Sunya can recover, I believe Navi Rose will gradually let go of her resentment as well. No matter how she appears on the outside, she is a very emotional person. As he spoke, Geraldine's affectionate eyes, filled with guilt, kept following her footsteps. Sometime later, as bright sunlight shone down upon the lower part of the tall building the next day, at the courtyard of truth of the main building, the magic department. Inside, the dark magic research room. The familiar figures of Ronald's group of three slowly walked in. Around the room were sealed jade-green jars containing experimental creatures. He carefully observed the room and suddenly remarked, I never thought there would be a place more gloomy than the professor's research room. Ronald still could not believe his eyes and pressed, are we allowed to be here? Geraldine, standing on a step above, quickly replied, dark as it is, we have to endure it, because this is the only place where it can be used. He looked up and meticulously examined it, muttering, the expensive equipment needed for this. Geraldine's eyes glanced at the sphere behind him, a mana extraction machine for humans, a supreme magical tool capable of extracting the primordial mana hidden within living beings. Suddenly he exclaimed, Addison, those who cannot understand their own mana like you, even willing to spend their entire fortune to try this device. Geraldine finished speaking, pointed toward the center of the large star, and requested requested, "Come on, stand up there. It is time to face the secret of the power hidden within you." Addison did not hesitate to comply. At this moment, just as he was about to activate the device, he cautiously asked about the girl's condition on the way here. "Have you mentally prepared yourself?" Caught off guard by the question, Addison startled and blurted out, Before she could say anything more, he quickly interjected, "All right, then I will begin right away." Immediately, Geraldine's hand did not hesitate to rest upon the blue sphere. Addison's body gradually showed noticeable changes, her shoulders emitting eerie black wisps of energy, and then her entire body. Noticing the abnormality, the girl panicked and turned to ask, "Professor, what is this? Something black is emanating from my body." This substance began to grow more, appearing powerful and slowly moving toward the sealed jars. The ferocious beast inside seemed to awaken. Awakening, it bared its fangs and let out a loud roar. Ronald frowned in examination, thinking to himself, without even activating an ability, it is already showing influence. Now, Addison suddenly remembered that this power had once helped the great general of my past life dominate the battlefield like a queen. Truly astonishing. The girl looked at her hands with a sinister gaze, thinking, the most powerful and fearsome power in the history of the Empire. Still plagued by doubts, she began pressing the professor. What is this? Why is my mana this color?" Geraldine replied sternly that strange energy was beyond doubt. He pronounced a single clear phrase, "Mana of Darkness." This confirmation successfully startled Addison. "Mana of Darkness?" she continued to ask. "I have heard Ronald mention it before, but what is it? I have never heard of any kind of mana like this." Geraldine somewhat agreed with her string of questions. "That is understandable. Mana of Darkness is considered top secret, so much so that it is hard to find anyone who knows about it, even here." At the same time, he turned back to look at Ronald and said, "I also do not understand how that one came to know about it." Hearing that, he quickly changed the subject to dispel Geraldine's suspicions. "Let us just overlook the minor details." The wisps of energy had moved to beneath his feet. Geraldine suddenly spoke up. "Even if it were not top secret, there is not much information to look into." His face darkened as he revealed his knowledge. Mana of Darkness usually hides within the body. It could be a few short years or stretch on for centuries, and even when the power erupts, most cannot withstand it and die. Hearing this, Addison froze as if struck. Geraldine continued to explain relentlessly. They had only just escaped a little, but she could already sense it. It was something entirely different. Unlike the mana they used, this power, with that, a pitch black and eerie sphere appeared, creating an oddly terrifying feeling. Accompanied by his stern explanation, it could be granted to those who could not control mana. A power on par with a swordsman, even turning the impossible into reality. That was the power of shadow mana. At that moment, within the sphere, a dazzling white light appeared at its center, surrounded by a mystical purple hue, transcending reason and order. Geraldine also elaborated on the drawbacks of shadow mana, the issue being that this power erupts suddenly, not at the owner's will, causing the bearer immense pain. And the owner often cannot control it. At present, around them radiated a massive destructive energy covering a wide area. Geraldine continued. Eventually it would destroy the entire area, turning that place into a catastrophe. Looking at the brutal image consumed in pain, it was easy to see the consequences for the owner were also great. He stated, when energy was depleted, the owner would ultimately burn themselves to ash. He looked at the girl seriously and asked, "So do you truly want this power, Addison?" The girl's eyes widened upon hearing these options from him. "If you wish, I can place constraints to prevent the mana from erupting or find a way to completely remove the shadow mana." Geraldine firmly reminded Addison, "Think carefully. In history, those who possess shadow mana, whether they controlled it or not." Then came the appearance of a series of gruesome forms of death, from those offered to the gods by the machine, until a bloodied body lay on the operating table, limbs tied tightly while screaming in helplessness. Finally, the concluding statement, "No one had a good ending." Geraldine showed no change in expression. "You are ready to accept it." Hearing each of his words, Addison truly fell into a state of doubt, her mood gradually turning anxious. Worried, pausing for about 5 seconds, Geraldine coldly continued his interrogation. "The double-edged power of shadow mana." Geraldine said with a grave expression, "Magic power is a double-edged sword." Addison, whose entire body emanated dark magic, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing his words. After she heard his question, "Are you sure you can endure it?" Lien slightly averted her eyes and said nothing. In her mind, she replayed the past events, her mother's face, her mother's back, and her mother's grave. The image of her standing and crying when she was all alone in the world until Ronald's sunny smile appeared. Somewhere in her mind, his words echoed, "Don't worry, she will help you, so give it all you've got, Commander." She slowly spoke, although her expression couldn't be seen. It was gradually becoming resolute, saying, "I'm not scared" would definitely be a lie. She turned her back to them and continued, "But someone told me." Saying this, Addison seemed to have made up her mind completely. She turned her head and smiled confidently, repeating Ronald's words from memory, "Don't worry, just do your best." Ronald looked up at her in surprise. She continued, "So I don't think I can give up that easily." Then she looked at Geraldine's surprised expression. "So please, Professor." Geraldine smiled at her in satisfaction. "I like your way of thinking. All right, having that spirit is what's needed." Then he touched a magic orb. His magic power gradually flowed out and transferred into it. "So, since we've reached an agreement." His entire body began to emit a faint glow. "Let's begin." Geraldine had just finished speaking. The red magic power like a flame within Addison surged out, startling her. She watched them gradually gather into a sphere. The sphere of magic power glowed red brightly like a splendid fire. She turned her head and asked, "Professor, this familiar feeling is—" He calmly replied, "I am extracting the magic power you have accumulated until now." He squinted, assessing the thing before him, before explaining the reason. "Let me guess what you've been through first." Geraldine could see the days she had endured before, the feeling of loneliness and inferiority when she was left behind. "Just a guess, but you must have thought your ability to use magic was hopeless, because no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't keep up with your classmates." Edison's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know, Professor?" He smiled faintly. "How could I not know?" Geraldine looked up at her abundant magic flows and explained, "I told you. Dark magic is a power that transcends the logic of the world. There's no way something like this would just sit still." He looked at the black magic flow that clashed fiercely with the red magic upon contact, continuing his explanation. "Your dark magic must have conflicted with the magic you collected and accumulated, which is why it couldn't develop normally, but the fact remains that you collected this much magic. A magic orb this enormous is truly unexpected." Even so, he still warned her, "Your effort is truly admirable, but get ready to say goodbye to it." Addison asked in confusion, "Huh, what do you mean?" Two flows of red and black magic grew larger, trying to dominate each other. "The solution is very simple. If the problem is that these two energies conflict, just choose one and discard the other. The red one disappears. As long as the dark magic remains in the body, that's all that matters." After saying this, he turned to look at Ronald and remarked, "You two trainees are quite interesting. One can't accumulate magic, the other can't use it." Ronald narrowed his eyes at his words and said, "Why does this feel so familiar?" He looked at him helplessly and asked cautiously, "Professor, you're not going to say it takes 5 years to get used to the situation again, are you?" Geraldine didn't deny it but chuckled, teasing him, as expected of a rising star. "You're right." Then he looked back at the magic orb under his hand. "Once magic is settled in the body, it's hard to draw it out completely. It seems this machine has extracted the magic within the body, but stop it and it all returns." Ronald looked at him calmly and asked, "Professor, if you're going to cut out one type of magic from her body, wouldn't there be side effects like getting injured?" Geraldine glanced slightly, denying it. "No, she'll end up back in a state with only one type of magic in her body anyway, so—" "But why do you ask?" Ronald, upon hearing his response. Without even hearing the end of his sentence, he swung his sword and slashed directly down at Addison's red magic sphere. She watched in astonishment. Even Geraldine couldn't help but let out a questioning sound. He asked in disbelief, "Addison's magic is gone." Ronald slowly sheathed his sword and replied with relief, "Well, that makes it easy." He smiled confidently, instead of having to wait 5 years. Then he looked at the fierce dark magic continuously flooding into Addison's body with great anticipation. "I need you for a lot, Commander." Addison stood there, her hair strands floating lightly, thick dark magic swirling around her body. They gathered more and more, creating an extremely magnificent scene. He looked at her and whispered, "Commander." A hazy image gradually emerged from the thick darkness. The image before them became clearer. Ronald and Geraldine were both watching. Then he spoke. "Oh, you're awake." He smiled happily, looking down at the person lying on his lap and cheered, "Maya, good job, Commander Addison." She realized her current situation and blushed, shouting, "Ronald, why am I sleeping on your lap?" Her voice was full of astonishment, echoing throughout the laboratory. "Did I faint?" A beast in a test tube heard her voice and growled fiercely, but it was truly strange. The loud roar drew Addison's attention. She looked around in a daze, not understanding why the sleeping test subjects were suddenly enraged. Ronald smiled calmly and said, "Ah, that is your handiwork." Geraldine looked at her with a deep voice and explained, "Listen, because your original mana has disappeared, dark mana will gradually take control of your body, and the result is what you see now." Seeing her confused expression, he softened his voice and continued, "Congratulations, even though the process had issues, in the end, we succeeded." Addison felt a black sphere sitting right in the middle of her heart, creating a feeling that was truly foreign. Geraldine understood and explained, "That is the core of pure dark mana. This is the new source of power you need to train to use." Addison stammered as she felt it. "It is truly strange. It is colder and heavier than normal mana." Geraldine reassured her it might be a side effect after removing the original mana. He looked at her and advised, "Take it slow and everything will be fine, but perhaps you will not have any problems." Geraldine turned his head to look at the beasts in the laboratory, sighed with an experienced air, "You will get used to it gradually. Your ability when awakening dark mana is very strong, but now the bird has flown the coop." At that moment, Ronald walked over to the half-demon beside Addison and spoke, "Wait, Professor, let Sister Addison try first." He turned to her and said, "Sister Addison, can you tell the specimen beasts to go back to their spots?" She asked in confusion, "Huh?" He did not answer, only smiled slightly. This state should be feasible. But confused, Addison still moved her lips to comply. "Back to your places." Immediately, her command echoed throughout the previously quiet laboratory. Geraldine watched the rats in the test tubes instantly fall asleep and exclaimed in shock, "Heavens," just as Ronald said. Even the large bears were subdued. Could this be the ability to manipulate minds? He scratched his head with some apprehension as he looked at the two. Normally, brainwashing requires a lot of mana and props. Yet you just said one sentence and it was done. This power seems even more dangerous than I thought. Both of them heard this and were startled back to their senses. Ronald's eyes narrowed sharply. He thought to himself, is this the power the commander-in-chief received? Mind control, this is indeed that power. His mind flashed with images of countless people with lifeless eyes like puppets, forcing living beings to learn and obey the will of the controller. If it is only for receiving orders, this could be a good tool for maintaining discipline, especially when applied to a military unit. He remembered his past life when those soulless people charged into a hayut regardless of life or death. They had become a horde of puppets ready to sacrifice everything. And the commander-in-chief at that time did not hesitate to use this ability. They were like moths diving into a flame without a shred of reason. At that moment, the whole group stood on the rock formation in the distance, silently watching the figures charging into a hayut. Addison raised an eyebrow, her gaze cold and silent. Ronald also silently watched her retreating figure. After a long while, she resolutely turned around, not looking at the gruesome scene anymore. Ronald softly asked, is this truly the only way, Commander-in-Chief? Her eyes were as cold as ashes, seemingly numb to all emotion. She answered curtly, that is correct. She did not look at Ronald's desperate expression and continued, this is the only way to win. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly until the battle is over. Addison paused for a beat, then said firmly, that is exactly why we fight, to survive. Back in the present, Ronald looked at Addison with a complex gaze. He thought, in the past, she was forced to become a hardened person. He clenched his fist, wondering if that situation were to recur, could he do anything differently? He looked at her pale face, unsure what choice the commander-in-chief would make. The laboratory fell into silence once again. Stepping outside, the clear blue sky dispelled some of the heavy atmosphere. Ronald and Addison walked one after the other through the academy. He suddenly exclaimed, Sister Addison, we really hit the jackpot today, huh? He put his hands behind his head and smiled. Not only did we awaken a new power, but we also got the professor to train us directly. She walked behind with her head bowed, her expression unreadable. He turned his head and asked, so, how does it feel to be about to become a future general? I cannot. But when he saw her face at that moment, he paused and corrected himself, denying it. You are really confused. Addison heard this and lifted her head, her face filled with utter bewilderment as she looked at the threads of dark mana emanating from her hand. Suddenly she spoke, Ronald, if this power grows stronger, it will affect the people around us. She watched the thick black streams of dark mana flow around her hand and asked, is it okay to use this dangerous power? He recalled the feeling from before. At first, I was happy to have gained a new power because I felt I was getting closer to my dream. But then she remembered the reaction of the beasts in the test tubes, understanding the true nature of the power. Her eyes filled with worry as she looked at the mass of dark mana. I became even more afraid. Dark mana surged and coiled around the two. If one day, what if I use the excuse of the greater good to turn innocent people into puppets and sacrifice them as if it were natural? I am afraid I will become. She looked at Ronald's astonished expression and continued, a monster that stops at nothing to win. His gaze was full of surprise as he looked at her, thinking, she has realized the double-edged nature of the power she holds. The strategies of the general in the past life were always perfect. Their excellent judgment in the past saved countless lives and became a lighthouse guiding them. No one knew that beneath the ships guided by the lighthouse were people slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Hidden deep within were the sacrifices of soldiers controlled by that power. That is an undeniable truth, but I have no right to say the general's path was wrong. She called out to him, hey Ronald, if that happens. She paused for a moment, then looked at him as if needing a promise. Can you stop me? Ronald listened in astonished silence as she spoke. I feel that if you are by my side. She smiled brightly like the sun. I will have enough strength to overcome it. A gentle breeze blew, carrying away the heaviness from before, leaving only the soft words mingling with the wind between them, just like now. Ronald stood there stunned for a long while. After a moment, he slightly turned his head, parted his lips and said, those words. He lifted his head, turned and walked away, as if a burden had been lifted. Do not regret it after you have succeeded. By then, there will be many difficulties you cannot foresee. Addison looked at his retreating figure in confusion. That is a bit, well, really. From that day on, Philean Academy returned to a rare period of peace. Sister Addison diligently trained her shadow magic alongside Professor Geraldine. At first, she could only control a single sparrow, but now she skillfully commanded 5 at once and was about to try her hand at larger beasts. Brother Brahm still trained tirelessly, sweating profusely beside his heavy barbell while laughing heartily. Today is another great day. Sister Ophelia was almost never seen during the day anymore. It seemed she was deeply engrossed in teaching blood magic to Sita. At that moment, the little girl was firing a blazing red beam of magic. A powerful surge of magic flew straight toward the armored scarecrow. In the blink of an eye, the scarecrow was obliterated. Ophelia stared in amazement at the head that had vanished without a trace, unable to help but exclaim, wow, first try and you've already mastered the blood bolt perfectly. She looked at Sita standing on her hand, praising the little girl as a true genius, which made Sita puff up her chest proudly. Ophelia cheerfully tossed the little girl into the air and spun her around, saying excitedly, "What should we teach next? Blood slash for dueling or blood mist for area damage?" Sita also responded with equal enthusiasm. Maybe they were a bit too excited, but it didn't matter, as they both had peaceful days ahead. At that moment, he was sparring with Schliffen, who wore a proud, provocative smile. "Seems I've gotten a bit faster. Have you been secretly training hard?" Schliffen was not to be outdone, retorting, "Your swordsmanship has gotten more refined too. Did you get special training from an instructor?" A dangerous glint flashed in Schlieffen's eyes. "But it's still not enough." Ronald refused to back down either, his eyes blazing with a golden light, no matter how hard his opponent tried. The two separated again and continuously launched attacks at each other, neither willing to concede. "I'm still better. I'm still stronger." Maria Sen stood outside with her arms crossed, watching the sword energy flying across the training ground, feeling utterly exasperated. She sighed in annoyance. How many hours have those two been fighting without getting tired? If they like fighting so much, they should go to the battlefield. Axel, standing nearby, could only force a smile and reply, "Is that so? Even so." She looked at the excited expression on Ronald's face and said, "But that is Ronald's charm." She admitted it calmly with a gentle smile. Then she suddenly turned her head and asked Axel, startling him, "Right, sweetie?" Axel awkwardly avoided Maria Sen's gaze, stammering, Yes, Ronald was also very strong and cool back in the village." He fidgeted with his two fingers, asking hesitantly, "So in your eyes, Maria Sen, is he really like that?" Just thinking about that possibility, his whole body slumped with self-pity. Surely everyone likes someone as reliable as Ronald. Seeing this, Maria Sen burst into cheerful laughter and teased, "What's this? Don't tell me you're jealous, sweetie." She casually walked over, draped her arm over his shoulder and said, "Anyway, you're really adorable. Don't worry, no matter what, Axel is the best in my heart." Hearing this, Axel panicked, his pupils swirling into spirals. "No, it's not like that." Maria Sen ignored his protests, grabbing his arm and turning to leave. "Come on, let's continue our teamwork training. Next time we see Ronald, we'll teach him a lesson he won't forget." She finished speaking and looked down at Axel, asking, "Sounds like a good idea, right, sweetie?" Axel, now blushing furiously, shyly replied, On another day, at the top of the academy's tallest tower, someone holding a cup of tea spoke up. "When the professor suddenly called for me, I had a feeling something was up, and my intuition proved to be right." Inside the teacup, a faint white steam rose, reflecting Ronald's calm face. He continued, "Just by smelling this fragrance, all my senses feel awakened. It's similar to what I enjoyed at the Sarante temple." Ronald looked up at the person before him and cautiously probed. He said he wouldn't waste a single leaf until he succeeded in growing it, yet now he's brewing tea to invite me. "So you finally did it, Professor Veron?" The man held a steaming cup of tea, laughing heartily. "All thanks to you, Ronald." The person before him was the professor he hadn't seen in a long time, the advisor to the Special Adventure Club. He gently swirled the tea in his cup and continued, "If it weren't for the gift you received from Master Sarante." He recalled the day Ronald brought him a whole bag of herbs and was still amazed. "In the Vadian Mountains during our last adventure, I had no idea this type of herb even existed, let alone how to use it." Sita and Macbeth also curiously peered into the teacup. Veron's voice continued, "Although it was quite difficult, I managed to successfully cultivate this herb." He was utterly satisfied at that moment, and I'm very glad it will be of use to many people. Hearing this, Ronald didn't hesitate to clap his hands. "That's wonderful news." He recalled all the events that had transpired since he first stepped into the academy, from hiding behind Axel when picking a fight with Schlieffen on their first meeting, to cleaning up the goblins, slaying the two-headed Oruga, and even cooperating with Japan to fight the church members. All of it had left Veron buried in a mountain of work. Yet he showed no shame at all, even speaking politely. "I've also been looking for a way to repay the professor for helping our club deal with the aftermath of all those recent incidents." Ronald laughed wickedly and continued, "With this, I can probably rest easy, causing a few more incidents." Hearing this, Veron coughed lightly into his hand and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "That might be a bit difficult." He looked at the two little beasts playing on the table and continued, "Anyway, the reason I called you here today is about something else. I finally received a reply." After saying that, he handed him a scroll. "Through everything you've experienced, what you've obtained, and the connection between Sarante and that ring, it all points to one place. The place you wanted to go to find out about your curse. The Dawn Tower." That was an immensely grand and mysterious tower, standing alone in the middle of the sea. Ronald received the scroll from Veron's hands along with some good news. "They've agreed to let you go there." Hearing this, he cheered with joy. "Excellent." He looked at the professor excitedly, speaking rapidly. "That's great! I'm so eager to know the truth." However, Veron's voice grew grave, cutting through his excitement. "Don't get too excited. Be careful." He frowned, his gaze serious as he looked at Ronald. "Because of the unfortunate incident recently, the situation there is very chaotic." And Veron suddenly shifted to another topic. "Ah, Ronald, you won't be going alone. The field trip to the Dawn Tower for the top students of the magic department will be held at the same time." Following his words, the scene shifted to the back of a girl. On the paper in front of her were the words, "Adasan," along with the statement, "So you'll have a classmate accompanying you." Elizabeth's bright face appeared, with the page filled with loving words. On a beautiful sunny day with clear skies and white clouds, A luxurious white ship adorned with intricate gold patterns was floating in the air. That airship was incredibly massive. It was the Western airship heading towards the Dawn Tower. Elizabeth, who was sitting alone drinking tea inside the cabin, looked up in surprise at the person who just walked in, asking, "Why are you here?" She called out his name with suspicion. "Ronald?" He walked over, smiling politely and greeting. "Professor Veron was right. It's been a while, Elizabeth." He suddenly paused and then began to smirk teasingly. "Oh no, I should say Lady Elizabeth, shouldn't I?" Elizabeth, both embarrassed and annoyed, snapped, "Don't call me that. That intimate nickname is reserved for Sister Addison." And she suddenly remembered and angrily brought the topic back. "Oh no, wait a minute. Answer my question first." Ronald very naturally pulled out the chair opposite her, saying nonchalantly, "What question?" This airship had only one destination, which was of course Dawn Tower. Elizabeth, seeing him sit down, asked in disbelief. Someone from the sword arts department like him had business at the Magic Tower. Wasn't Axel always right by his side? He calmly replied, well, she knew his situation was a bit complicated, and he was also planning to bring Axel along if the timing was right. He recalled the flustered expression, both shy and evasive, on that person's face that day, then continued. But that person said he wanted to focus on training with Maria Sen. Then he turned to Elizabeth and asked curiously, by the way, why was she sitting here alone? Where were the other first years? The professor said some people from the magic department would be coming along. Hearing that, Elizabeth sneered arrogantly. Of course she was going alone. She thought about Dawn Tower and the Fire Phoenix, then explained, this place was famous for fire magic, and only the 10 best students in the fire magic practical class had the chance to visit. Saying this, she laughed with smug satisfaction. That was a condition that other first years, except for her, the top student in the magic department, could never even dream of. So she was enjoying some time for solitary reflection. Ronald, hearing this, didn't hesitate to call her out. Aha, so it was because she had no friends that she had to sit alone. Then he smiled generously and said, then come with him for fun. He was also alone, so he would especially play with her. How about it? Wasn't that great? Elizabeth, hearing this, turned purple with anger, her eyes bulging as if they might split open. Immediately after, her furious scream echoed throughout the airship, who wanted to play with you? But at that moment, something outside the airship seemed to be targeting it. Elizabeth's scream rang out again, no need. The flag bearing the emblem of Philian Academy was fluttering in the wind. The airship was still heading straight for Dawn Tower, and from inside came another sigh of helplessness. How exasperating. Mentioning the scene of other students gathering together in the Great Hall, that person complained again, about to set foot in a prestigious place, yet still idly chatting. Or even people just talking to each other with things like, so boring, wondering when they would arrive, right? Or there were people playing cards with each other. Wouldn't spending that time thinking up a few more questions about magic be better? Just looking at them was tiresome. Elizabeth gently brushed her hair back and said contemptuously, that was exactly why she couldn't stand being around mediocre people. She turned her head slightly to look behind her and asked him, Ronald, you thought so too, right? Crossed his arms and casually replied, ah no, he didn't think so. Hearing this, Elizabeth excitedly turned back. Of course, he was the only person she acknowledged at this academy, after Sister Addison. She thought of the time he fought Schleffen and gloated. Recently, he had also had many impressive achievements, like humiliating that arrogant Grancia bastard in front of everyone. Or even the time he eliminated the old Athenbaron and assisted the Sword Saint in stopping the terrorist plot of the heretical cult. It seemed those achievements had reached the royal family, so our Akalusia family was also very interested. She was excitedly recounting his achievements, but suddenly remembered something. Elizabeth remembered that on their first meeting, she had given him a family emblem, and she immediately shouted in anger, hey, when exactly were you going to respond to my invitation letter? Did you know how many months it had been? Don't tell me you were considering joining Akalusia. Then she continued to spout off a long string of words. This was a golden opportunity. Just by joining their family, he would immediately. Ronald, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, hey, he said he didn't need her to talk, but why was she so talkative? Although he couldn't exactly say he was considering it. He would just change the subject. Thinking this, he clapped his hands once and smilingly steered the conversation elsewhere. Speaking of which, let me ask you a question. Elizabeth, why do you like Sister Addison so much? Elizabeth, hearing his question, immediately flinched and went silent. She stammered in confusion. What? Why would you suddenly ask about that? Ronald replied, no, I'm genuinely curious, even though Sister Addison is very prominent now. He paused for a moment, remembering Addison's gentle yet somewhat reserved expression, but by her standards, Sister Addison, during her time as a repeat student, wasn't even considered normal, let alone talented. You like her so much, so I thought you must have seen something different in her. Elizabeth listened to him speak and was silent for a long time. The light from outside the window gently shone into the cabin, and she slowly spoke, of course. Elizabeth lowered her head, her gaze at this moment softer than ever. My sister Addison, from the very beginning, was different from everyone else. She began to recall the past. The first time I met her was not long after I enrolled at Philian. I went to the library to find materials but got lost and wandered around for ages. The first person to come and show me the way was Sister Addison. That time, she walked alongside Elizabeth and chatted. I watched her performance in the entrance exam. Elizabeth had used her staff to demonstrate powerful magic and subdue her opponent. It was unbelievable, achieving such results as a mere first year. Addison smiled and tilted her head slightly to look at Elizabeth. My mouth fell open when I watched it. As for her, hearing this, she thought wearily, here comes the empty praise again. Deep thought appeared in her eyes. After those compliments, they always added, truly worthy of the blood of the Akalusha family. Such innate talent was truly admirable. It sounded like praise, but buried deep within it was contempt. They belittled all my achievements, thinking they were just innate luck to justify their own mediocre lives. This girl was the same. But just as she was thinking this, Addison suddenly spoke. Truly admirable. I can't imagine how much effort you must have put in to achieve it. She gently turned her head to look at her with a smile. Achieving so much at such a young age, I think you must have worked very hard. Hearing these words, Elizabeth was genuinely stunned. She lifted her head and said nothing, just stared intently at Addison. Seeing this, she flusteredly explained, of course, someone like me can't fully understand your feelings. But if one day you feel too tired and want to talk to someone, just come find me. Though he couldn't help much, as a senior, he could listen to her troubles. Elizabeth's face grew redder with each word. She said nothing, only gazing at Addison with sparkling eyes, hanging on every kind word she spoke. Even now, whenever she thought back, she still couldn't forget the excitement of that day. It was a precious memory of hers. She couldn't describe the feeling at the time, but more importantly, there was Sister Addison. Saying this, Elizabeth covered her face and shrieked, so beautiful. Ronald saw her reaction and was speechless. Elizabeth continued to sink into her beautiful memories of Addison, with her long, silky black hair. Her tall figure exuded elegance. Who could compare to her? She grew more excited as she spoke. Oh, just thinking about it made her happy. I miss you so much, Sister Addison. Ronald's face grew paler as he listened, thinking to himself, Schlieffen or this girl, why are all geniuses like this? He let out a sigh and leaned back into his chair, whatever, while he was still thinking. This relationship will help Sister Addison in the future. Then a wave of cold air suddenly rippled outside the airship. Just as he thought everything was fine, it was as if someone was hurtling straight toward the airship. Ronald seemed to sense it. He widened his eyes, cutting off his train of thought. He jumped to his feet and shouted, Elizabeth, stop chatting, get up, draw your staff. Elizabeth was still daydreaming and didn't understand what he said. What did you say? But he urged her urgently. No time to explain, hurry. He felt it had gotten very close to the bow of the ship. Something was approaching. Immediately, a flash of red light shot out from the ship's cabin. Ronald tucked Elizabeth under his arm and quickly stepped onto the bow of the ship amid her terrified shrieks. Elizabeth, scared to the point of tears, screamed, How dare you be so rude? Don't carry me like a sack of potatoes, Ronald. You must be polite to women. But Ronald didn't react. He stared ahead and asked in a low voice, Can you use telekinesis to lift yourself into the air? It's here, get ready. The two stood alone on the bow. A red glow was gradually approaching, but Elizabeth still didn't realize and asked in confusion, What have you been saying is coming? I only see Maya. She was still complaining when she suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock at something. A massive fireball had, at some unknown point, completely blotted out the sky before them. Elizabeth, dangling from Ronald's arm, stammered in disbelief. That is. After regaining her senses, she screamed, a giant fireball. But by this time, the fireball, several times larger than the airship, had closed in to just a few meters away. Elizabeth's jaw dropped as she knelt down and asked, Is this the magic used for aerial interception in war? Where did it come from? Ronald, however, was extremely calm, placing his hand on his sword hilt and said, No need to say, you know what to do. Then he firmly drew his sword, then remember that. Immediately, without any hesitation, he leaped straight up. Behind him rang Elizabeth's frantic cry, Ronald. But since she was from a major family and the head of the magic department, she quickly reacted and raised her staff, acting on his own again, invisible hand. Surge of purple magical power immediately enveloped Ronald's body. His feet were also surrounded by a dense flow of magical power. He used it to gain momentum and launched himself off the airship, charging straight into the fireball. Him confronting it now was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, he swung his sword with absolute conviction, thick red magical power radiating from his entire body, his eyes filled with killing intent. The blade condensed magical power as if it had been drawn from hell itself. Right after, he used extreme speed to unleash hundreds of sword strikes that covered the entire fireball. The power of each strike immediately shattered the fireball into hundreds of pieces. Even so, those fragments created hundreds, thousands of smaller fireballs. Ronald gritted his teeth in horror as he looked back. Damn it, more fragments than I thought. They all hurtled straight toward the airship. At this rate, the airship. Just then, the falling fireballs seemed to be blocked by something. Ronald also sensed it and exclaimed in shock, What kind of power is that? From below the airship, Elizabeth's arrogant voice rang out, Did you really think I couldn't handle these fragments? Around her now were dense magical missiles, magical power flowing from her body in torrents. Her expression had completely changed. This is the true head of the magic department, me, Elizabeth Akalusha. The falling fireballs were completely neutralized, returning the sky to its original blue. Ronald let out a sneer of admiration at Elizabeth. As expected of a young lady of the Kalusia family, you're not just talk, are you? And he excitedly waved his arms in the air, cheering in praise. Great, well done, Elizabeth. Hearing this, Elizabeth angrily yelled, I told you not to call me that. Even when he landed, his ears were still full of her continuous incantations. Ronald paid no attention and thought to himself, somehow, we managed to get through that. He lowered his eyes thoughtfully, but for a welcoming ceremony that was a bit much. The Dawn Tower was gradually coming into view. He wondered, what in the world is happening? The airship finally arrived in the sky above the Dawn Magic Tower. Right then, a magic circle appeared above the tower's peak, and a voice echoed through the air. Hello, can you hear me? As soon as it sensed the airship approaching, the voice excitedly yelled, Are you all right? We have confirmed the spell that shot down an aerial vehicle was indeed cast by the magic tower. Ronald looked down in shock, wondering. Miteria communication magic. Inside the tower, the figure of a short-haired person could be seen intently watching the airship through a window. Meanwhile, that remorseful voice continued. However, we didn't do it on purpose. It was an unexpected accident. The voice from the magic circle continued to explain. We have implemented all safety measures within our power, so please rest assured and land. We want to apologize and explain in person about what happened. The airship finally landed on the ground, and the students slowly began to file out. They were still chattering in a panic about the earlier incident. What was that fireball flying toward us? Why did this happen at the Dawn Magic Tower? Another one posed a question, but who took care of it? Is it okay for us to just continue like this? At that moment, Elizabeth's voice suddenly rang out again. How disappointing. One of the 5 greatest magic towers caused such a bizarre accident. If there's no explanation. She coldly flicked her hair and issued an ultimatum. I will have my family file a formal complaint. Ronald, standing beside her, remained extremely calm. I understand why you're angry, he said with a serious, dark expression, but let's hear what they have to say first. I think I have a good guess as to what happened already. He recalled his conversation with Varan before arriving. Professor, what did you mean? The reason the Dawn Magic Tower still doesn't allow anyone to visit. Because of those bastards? Varan nodded in confirmation upon hearing that. Then he brought up Dulan, a matter he knew even better than the old man did. Back then, Schlieffen had stepped forward to purge him. After the attack on the academy and the infiltration of the Grangia family, the entire kingdom began hunting down the church. Varan continued in a low voice. Meanwhile, the Dawn Magic Tower also launched an internal investigation, and they quickly narrowed it down to 3 church members. But things did not go as planned. The mages surrounded those 3 church members. However, just before they could be arrested, they made an extreme choice. Their eyes, noses, and mouths began to glow, and they used a self-destruct spell right on the spot. The mages there immediately erected protective barriers. Thanks to their quick reactions, they suffered no casualties. Even so, that explosion was devastating, destroying a vast area near the magic tower. Varan looked at him and continued, Things are more stable now, but you still have to be careful, Ronald. He warned seriously. Even though it is unclear why they targeted this place, their plan has failed. Danger still remains. As he stood before the great gate of Dawn Tower, the old man's final words still echoed in his ears. He reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword. It was only a guess, but there was a high chance the church was behind it. He thought about that sudden and coincidental fireball. It could not possibly be a random accident. His fingers slowly curled. If he found anything suspicious, he had to. Just then, the great gate opened, cutting off his train of thought. A gust of wind blew out from inside, accompanied by a shout full of profanity. Ah, damn it all. That person ran out while stammering an apology for making him wait. Upon arriving, he immediately bowed his head and loudly apologized for all the difficulties he had endured. He spoke sincerely. The Tower Master is currently absent, so I, Agunfilla, will represent him. With a remorseful expression, he gritted his teeth and offered a sincere apology full of guilt. This man was the Vice Tower Master of the Dawn Magic Tower, Agunfilla. Ronald was extremely surprised to see him. He stared with wide eyes. This man, why was he here? He suddenly remembered from his past life. Most famous person in the kingdom for fire magic. The firebird, Agunfilla. Now he was appearing here. Could it be that he belonged to Dawn Tower? Agol was still seriously apologizing. I have a full grasp of the current situation, but shamefully, we have not found anything yet. Everyone in the tower is focused on the investigation, but one thing I am sure of, we captured a mana signature we believe belongs to the culprit in the room with the launch mechanism. Using the blue magic orb in the tower, we are checking all members, so the culprit will be caught soon. Saying that, he bowed deeply again. Of course, we will compensate you for your losses and also strengthen internal security to ensure our adventure plan goes smoothly. The students, seeing his sincerity, gradually calmed down. Alright, let us not be angry. If Agunfilla says so, fine, alright, fine. Even the person who was about to file a complaint was left astonished, just like Elizabeth. She had never thought a mage like Agunfilla would personally come forward to apologize. She raised her hand to cough once and then said awkwardly, since he has been so sincere, it should be trustworthy enough to let it go. Ronald, standing beside her, remained silent. He was still intently observing Agul. Could this Agunfilla really be trusted? In the war against Ahayut, he was on the battlefield, holding the line, buying time for everyone. He was one of the frontline warriors. When lives were hanging by a thread before Ahayut, he burned his own body to save his comrades. Until his entire life turned to ash and scattered away, he never hesitated for even a single second. His hand slowly released the sword hilt. That was right, there was no way he could be on their side. He had to search elsewhere. Suddenly, Agul's voice rang out, directed at them. Both of you stopped that fireball earlier. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head as a sign of gratitude. Our magic tower owes you both a great deal, and I never expected the two of you to still be students. Seeing their surprised faces, he continued. On behalf of the Tower Master, I wish to extend our most sincere thanks to Ronald and Elizabeth. Hearing his name, he could not believe it, pointing at himself. You know me? It made sense that Elizabeth, from the Akalusia family, was known. But why did he know him? Agol laughed heartily and explained, no need to be surprised. I have heard of you from Filion. Then he turned and led the way inside. "The 12 of you, follow me. I want to show a little hospitality and also discuss a few things." Two followed him to a vast hall. A ghoul walked and talked. "I will give you a brief introduction to this place." From the moment they entered, the two had been constantly widening their eyes in amazement. "This is the heart of the Dawn Magic Tower, where we conduct our main magic research." Proudly introduced the main hall of the Magic Research Institute. The mages were all bustling about, running back and forth. "Is there still no result from the mana comparison of those guys? They said it would be ready in 30 minutes. A ghoul could only manage a wry smile. "Usually, this place is not this chaotic, but due to the current situation." At that moment, hurried footsteps and urgent shouts rang out. "Everyone, hurry up, we still need to recheck the other magical tools." Elizabeth, who had been observing, suddenly exclaimed. "After seeing them, I understand why the Dawn Magic Tower is one of the top 5 magic towers. The mages here were all enveloped in powerful mana flows. I never expected they were all mages of level 4 or higher, people ready for real combat at any moment." Ronald could see that too. Well, they are certainly not ordinary people. But he also sensed gazes looking down from afar. The problem was the atmosphere. It did not seem very welcoming to them. The mages he had mentioned were now quietly exchanging words in the shadows. Why did this happen? Is the Tower Master away again? Who knows when he will be back? He clearly felt those unfriendly stares directed at them. Is it okay to let outsiders in at a time like this? Someone just went missing. Damn it, I cannot reveal that clue. If it gets out, I am done for. Ronald could sense all of it perfectly. Why did he have the feeling he had just walked into trouble? Then, Agol led them up a long spiral staircase. What he perceived made him wonder if he could lift the curse here. In a corner of the stairs, the shadowy figure of a short-haired person holding a rabbit whispered, appearing. "Yes, I understand, my master." She moved her lips slightly, speaking emotionlessly. "By your command, I will ignite a small flame." Sen's eyes gleamed dangerously, looking towards the two of them with the death of Akaluxia. Outside the Dawn Tower, the sky at this moment appeared incredibly radiant. The morning sunlight gently slipped through each pane of glass. Ronald and Elizabeth sat across from Agol in the office, and he began to bring up the matter of the fireball and the words of the Vice Tower Master, which were clearly an accident. Elizabeth nervously glanced at the person speaking frankly beside her, but still wondered why everyone was unable to deal with that fireball. That question was almost a direct challenge aimed at Agol. Seeing his resigned expression, he continued, "If it were the Vice Tower Master, he could have handled it before it even got close to the airship." Agol was silent for a moment, then had to admit he was right. He rested his hands on the table and said with a serious tone, "Even if it were not me, the mages of the Dawn Tower could have dealt with it as soon as they detected it, if they could detect it at all." Ronald heard the last sentence and was startled, straightening his back. Asked in doubt, what does he mean? Agol also raised his head seriously. Before the shocked gazes of the two, he revealed a shocking truth. No one in the magic tower detected that fireball until it struck the airship. Elizabeth asked again with a trembling voice, "That is absurd. No one saw such a powerful fireball?" She turned seriously to Ronald. "If this is true, then the problem is more serious than we thought." He asked in confusion, "What does she mean?" Elizabeth thought of a possibility that even Agol was blinded. The ability to deceive everyone could only be due to someone using wide-area perception obscuring magic. She stroked her chin thoughtfully and analyzed. Moreover, even a 7-circle mage like Argonphila did not notice, so it can only be the only 9-circle archmage of the Luhan Empire. Ronald was stunned when he heard this name, Luhan. The figure of the old man appeared in his mind, the one who had once sealed one of the 3 giants of the past. He rested his hands on his thighs and thought to himself, he was my ally until the end, so he surely cannot be the culprit. But if the enemy has power on par with his. The more the two thought, the heavier the atmosphere around them became. Seeing this, Agol hurriedly reassured them, "Calm down." He forced a smile to ease the mood. "We still do not have enough evidence, and it is also possible they used some other method rather than magic." But then, it was his turn to narrow his eyes, radiating killing intent. "Moreover, if we detect any threat to the magic tower." A pair of blazing wings suddenly spread out. Behind Agol appeared the image of a fire phoenix. He said in a low voice, "I will personally burn them to ashes." Inside the magic tower, dozens of other fire phoenixes also flew across the sky. Agol withdrew his aura and gave a kind smile. "So, please rest assured, both of you." Ronald replied calmly, "If the Vice Tower Master says so." Agol, without waiting for him to finish, suddenly clapped his hands. Also, I would like to give you both a gift." Ronald and Elizabeth looked at him in surprise. He asked, "A gift?" He continued, "I have prepared gifts based on what I have heard about the two of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a beautiful flame. First, a reward for the top of the class, Agolphila will personally instruct her in fire magic. Seeing her delighted expression, he said, "I will teach you magic that is rare even in Philian. Hopefully it will benefit you." Then he handed Ronald a green scroll. "And for you, I heard you often go to dangerous places for the club, so I have prepared a more practical gift." Gol explained, "This is a scroll containing high-level fire magic. It will help you in critical situations." Ronald replied happily, "Thank you, I need something like this." After giving the scroll, he looked at him and continued, "I heard your purpose here is to find books and a way to break the curse." He brought up the Dawn Tower Library proactively. "Our Magic Tower's library is the largest in the Empire, so the search will not be easy. Someone is currently inventorying the books, so to make it more convenient for you to look up information. The blonde girl was floating in the library. I have instructed our librarian to help you. The sky gradually turned to night, moonlight shining through the glass of the skylight. Ronald walked alone within the tower. He looked at Sarante's ring and murmured, "The librarian. I wonder what kind of person they are. Sarante specifically told me to find this person. They seem to be very close." He imagined the appearance of the librarian and wondered, a stern and rigid person? Ah, if they are an acquaintance of Sarante, they could be an elf. He stood in the middle of the empty, deserted hall, and it seemed that the person was here. But where? From behind came a voice, "Excuse me." The person spoke in a low voice. "May I ask, did the Vice Tower Master mention?" Hearing the voice, he turned his head. A student named Ronald, right? The blonde girl in front of him, floating in the air, slightly bowed her head. "I will be guiding you today." She lifted her head and gave a friendly smile. "I am Elle, the librarian of the Dawn Library." He replied politely, "A pleasure to meet you." After saying that, he quietly raised his eyes to observe her. He gave a stiff smile. I really could not have predicted her. After a moment, he finally asked, "May I ask, are there any other librarians here? Like an elf or a dying mage, for example?" Elle was confused but still replied, "No, I have been the only librarian here for a very long time. Why do you ask?" At the same time, Ronald held out his fist. He let Elle see Sarante's ring radiating blue mana in his palm. "So, do you recognize this ring?" He looked at the ring and explained, "My friend, the owner of this ring, said that if it were the librarian here, they would recognize it immediately." As soon as Elle saw it, she froze for a long while. Then she rushed over hastily to look closer, exclaiming loudly, "Oh my God, this is Sarante's ring." She widened her eyes in excitement. "It has been so long since I last recognized this item." Ronald looked at her reaction and thought to himself, no need to ask anything else. It is clear she is overjoyed. Suddenly Elle raised her head, frowned and questioned, "But, how did you come to possess it?" He scratched his face, avoiding her gaze, and hesitated. "Ah, it is a long story." Elle spoke with suspicion. "This ring is very precious to Sarante." She clenched her hand, her eyes emitting a dangerous glint. "It is not something that can be casually given to others." Right after, Elle's aura exploded toward Ronald, startling him and catching him off guard. She glared once more, her killing intent emanating fiercely, her voice full of pressure. "You must tell the truth." Ronald had no choice, so he had to get into a sword-drawing stance. "What is this?" Before him now was the figure of a giant wolf appearing right behind Io. The wolf's eyes were filled with fiery rage, accompanied by a voice that rang out from Ro. "If..." Wolf bared its sharp fangs at him. "You harmed her to steal the ring." The wolf let out a fierce roar, its killing intent spreading thickly throughout the space. Ro looked down from above, her voice low as she shouted, "Then you will pay the price." Ronald quickly assessed the situation, narrowing his eyes as he thought, even though he was unsure of the relationship between this librarian and Sarante. He gradually loosened his grip on the sword in his hand, but one thing he was certain of. Looking at her furious expression, it was clear that this person named Ro truly cared deeply for Sarante. He seemed to have made a decision, so he lowered his weapon to the ground and raised his hands in surrender, apologizing for causing her misunderstanding. He raised both empty hands, looked up at her, and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "If it were me, when a stranger suddenly appears and presents an item belonging to someone I know, I too would draw my sword immediately." He looked at her with a sincere and serious expression. "I will explain everything clearly. Could you hear me out for a moment?" After a back-and-forth exchange and explanation, Ro finally calmed down. "So what you mean is," she summarized Ronald's account, "that he had accidentally met Sarante during a club activity, grown close and cooperated with him, and together they defeated an assassin from the church, the one who had been causing trouble for the magic tower recently." Ronald nodded in confirmation. "That is correct." Ro looked at the ring in her hand and continued, "Then it makes sense that he gave the ring to you. If you had used force to take it, then you would not have known about the relationship between me and him." Ronald smiled faintly. "That is exactly what I meant. If it were not for this matter, how could I have obtained this precious ring?" She knew well that despite his appearance, he was a very powerful and fierce elf. Ro could not argue with that. "That is true." Ro finally bowed her head and apologized to Ronald. "This is clearly my fault. I sincerely apologize to you. I did not verify properly and acted disrespectfully towards a friend of Sarante." Ronald quickly waved his hands and accepted the apology. "It is all right. Let us just forget about this. I am also at fault for not explaining clearly." He recalled her agitated reaction just now and asked curiously, "But how do you know Sarante? Your relationship with him seems hardly simple. Your mana looks like a wolf." He hesitated before probing. "Io, could it be that you..." At that moment, the wolf head appeared again beside Ro. "Is it a spirit?" Ro did not deny it. "That is right. It seems you noticed right away. As for the relationship between me and Sarante, you could say we are master and student. I have learned a great deal from him." Ro began to reminisce. "I met him about a few hundred years ago. At that time, I was going through intense emotional turmoil and was dissatisfied with everything in the world. Back then, I still had the form of a wolf, so I went around causing all sorts of trouble. I would deliberately seek out crowded places to wreak havoc or take over their lands as my own territory. When I was young, I was very childish and thought my actions were not wrong at all. After all, no one could stop me anyway. Till one day, a person appeared, calmly walked up beside me and said, 'Oh my, I heard there is a wolf that specializes in causing trouble for its neighbors.' Sarante looked at me with a gentle smile. 'So it is you.' And that is when I met Sarante. At At that time, she was stubbornly bristling her fur, looking at him with full vigilance. What, you old elf, get lost, this is my land. Sarante simply channeled his mana and said softly, I apologize. Right after, a massive surge of mana swirled around him, so powerful it shattered the surrounding rocks and swept them along. Please come with me obediently. He still smiled kindly, reached out his hand and said gently, if possible, I do not wish to hurt you. Ro was terrified at that moment, her eyes wide open as if about to pop out, listening to him persuade her step by step. Would you cooperate with me a little? In the end, she transformed into a human form, tremblingly took his hand, and so I followed Sarante to the Dawn Magic Tower, where he held the position of head mage. Ronald heard this and asked in surprise, oh, Sarante was once the head mage here? Io then happily, with a proud expression, boasted, he is the only one who became the head mage without using fire element magic. She continued proudly, of course that was a long time ago. I did not care how amazing he was back then. I only wanted to find a way to escape. At that time, Sarante taught Ro the first steps to becoming a spirit. But Sarante never gave up on guiding me and taught me many things. That gentle expression of his remained etched in Ro's mind. He taught me that those who only use strength to prove themselves will eventually meet someone stronger and fall. Ro always looked at him with admiration and respect. He also taught me that to live an upright life, one must learn to harmonize with everything around them and have a heart that knows love. Thanks to Sarante's teachings, I can become the person I am now. Their master-student bond was truly warm. From that day on, I followed his teachings and became the librarian of this place, and also its guardian. Then Ro smiled happily and said to him, but Sarante is probably still very busy, so I had to hear news about him from you. Ronald let out a sound of utter surprise upon hearing that. He hesitated for a long time, unable to speak, causing her to look at him with confusion and doubt. Ah, about that. Ronald fell silent abruptly. He gently lowered his eyes as if lost in thought about something. He remembered the last gentle gaze of the old man, this Sarante. If it were you, you would not want your loved ones to be sad, would you? In the end, he decided to conceal this matter, pretending to be cheerful and saying, that is right, right, Iro, that Sarante is very devoted to the god named Xenian. So he asked me to tell you that it may be difficult to contact him for a while. Iro replied calmly, he is still the same as before. She looked at the ring emitting a soft light and gentle mana flow. But I am not sad as long as he does not forget me. And I am already very happy. Just as she finished speaking, the ring suddenly shone brightly. Ronald looked at it in surprise. The ring on Ro's hand had transformed into a beautiful bracelet adorned with green gemstones. The shape of the ring has changed. Looking through the gap in the bookshelf, only a dazzling beam of light could be seen. Ronald spoke in confusion. What is that? The book with a strange eye on the shelf was glancing in their direction. That gaze was focused, as if it had seen something it could not look away from. 3 days later, although the people at the Magic Tower were as busy as ever, no further incidents occurred. Thanks to that, I can take my time to learn more about my curse. Ronald was buried in a pile of books, complaining. This is so boring. He sat there biting his pen, reading and sighing. These books just never seem to end. At that moment, Ro flew over to greet him. Ronald, have you made any progress? He raised his head to look at her and greeted, oh, it's Io. He put down his book and turned to face her. I still haven't found any clues about the curse in my body, but I think I've learned more about similar concepts related to it. He recalled how strict Ella had been with him a few days ago. It's all thanks to you. You taught me about the properties of curses for the past 3 days without any trouble. Ronald's eyes were now listless, and his cheeks were sunken as he said, but the more I learn, the more complicated things get, and the more I want to give up. Rio could only force a smile and comfort him. Researching curses does have a difficult side like that. Then she asked him if he had any questions about the book he was reading. I have some free time right now, Ronald suddenly blurted out. Is that so? Then he began flipping through the book on the table and said, I do have something I want to ask because something caught my attention earlier. You all also looked at him with an expectant gaze, waiting to see where he would find it. However, the 3 words, forbidden book, once uttered, made her eyes widen in shock. Ronald continued to speak, but Jura immediately froze the space in the room. After a long while, still not seeing Elle respond, he asked in confusion, why are you so quiet? Is there something even you don't know? Suddenly Elle spoke up, cutting him off. Ronald. She leaned forward and grabbed his shoulders. Her expression darkened as she asked in a cold voice, how do you know that name? Did you secretly sneak into the restricted book section? Ronald was extremely bewildered by the question. What do you mean restricted book section? I didn't even know such a place existed. Then he explained to her that it was because the name had been mentioned many times in the book she had brought him, so that was why he asked. She regained her composure, glanced at the stack of books and muttered, the books I brought you, how is that possible? She began channeling her mana to examine each book and asserted, that's impossible. Io opened them all up as if to prove that the books I gave you. You'll never mention that name, not a single book. Ronald stood up in shock and hastily explained, wait, what are you talking about? Just on this page, I saw it mentioned. But when he opened it, it was just a blank page. Did it disappear? Ro crossed her arms with a dark expression, facing him and coldly speculated, Ronald, the reason Sarante wanted you to come here couldn't have been just because I am the librarian of this place. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she looked at him. The Dawn Magic Tower has more books on curses than anywhere else, and knowledge and curses have also been accumulated greatly here. Even here, in this vast library, you must not mention the name Bajura carelessly. Yo thought of the book with a single eye bound and sealed by a massive chains. Bajura is the most evil forbidden book, said to have been written by a demon. Under the purple torches, those who touched the book would receive boundless power along with a destructive instinct. A man with a silver-white beard appeared in the past during an era of peace. It pushed a kingdom to the brink of destruction. The man was chained somewhere, or so L's conclusion went. That is the book named Bajura the Destroyer. A ghoul coldly glanced at the man before him. His steps were extremely steady. This is a necessary decision for the dawn of tomorrow. Then a ghoul darkened his face and turned to leave, ignoring the chained man. I believe you will understand. The man lowered his head, his expression unreadable. The moment a ghoul's final words rang out, the old man's face also darkened. Your Grace, the master of the magic tower. The books, lifted by L's magic, floated throughout the library. She gently raised her finger and calmly explained the restricted section of the Dawn Library. The place used to seal Bajura along with many other forbidden books. The books, one by one, followed her hand and piled back onto Ronald's desk. Lord Sorrente asked an elf like me to take the position of librarian here because he needed someone who could replace humans who are easily tempted by the power of forbidden books to protect this place. Rose suddenly raised her eyebrows in anger, but she never expected Ronald to utter the name of Bajura, one of the forbidden books considered the worst. She looked at him and continued, after the Nebula suicide incident, the disappearances that followed right after were the same. All these strange situations, what are they? Ronald heard something and suddenly cut her off. Wait, yo. He looked at her darkened face and asked cautiously, are you saying that the current disappearances happened right after they committed the terrorist act? Io lowered her head and replied, yes, it was a very big event, so I remember it very clearly. In her mind, the images of other mages laughing and joking at the library gradually appeared. In addition, all those who disappeared. She remembered the faces of those people very well because they were all people who had helped with my librarian work. So as soon as the disappearances happened, I also searched every corner of the magic tower, but I couldn't find any trace of them anywhere. Ronald broke out in a cold sweat, staring at her in astonishment. So they all vanished into thin air. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought, wondering if disappearing without a trace in this place was truly possible. It was also like waiting after the suicide. He thought about the cult members who had self-destructed in this Dawn Tower. Perhaps that suicide might have just been a scheme to deceive everyone. Night gradually fell. Within the thick smoke, golden magic circles drawn on the ground gradually appeared. Elizabeth, along with her staff, stood on a circle that slowly emerged from the smoke. She was extremely excited about her achievement. The perpetrator boldly utilized the power of mind manipulation beyond all limits, and Lord Agonfilla's fire magic is on a completely different level. She lowered her head to look at the magic circle she had created in her hand and said, just by applying that theory, the mana consumption has decreased significantly. Who would have thought one could create such a beautiful formula? The circle gradually faded away. I genuinely want to invite Lord Akalusia to join, but no matter what, that would be difficult to achieve, right? Because that person has already bet everything on magic. After saying that, Elizabeth stretched and sighed. With the situation being what it is, at least for the remaining time of the semester, it seems there's no choice but to learn as much as possible. But in the middle of the empty arena, she suddenly said something puzzling. But, however, her gaze was silent, the one hiding and concealing themselves quietly. Immediately after, a surge of mana wrapped around the neck of some hooded figure. Elizabeth raised her staff from afar, grabbing the hidden figure in midair. Next, she ordered the mana to pull the person in front of her and asked in a low voice, who are you? Her eyes were fierce as she looked at him. Did you think you could spy on me by using invisibility magic to conceal your tracks? No matter which assassin family you're from, you can't escape my gaze. As Elizabeth said this, her hand, which was gripping the man's collar, suddenly froze. Wait, stranger. In her mind, images of the missing mage notices from the Dawn Tower appeared, the one I saw on the Magic Tower's bulletin. She remembered his young, smiling face clearly. But this person now looked no different from someone who had been withered for many years and was one of the missing people. Just as she was pressing him for answers, what are you doing here? Right behind her, a loud explosion erupted violently. The fiery whirlwind from the blast swept rocks and dirt high into the air. Smoke and dust shrouded the entire arena. A hand slowly reached out from within the smoke. When the smoke cleared, 3 hooded figures appeared, identical to the one just captured. One of them stared at her with a cold, cruel gaze. Instantly, a burning black object shot straight toward her from the opposite side. The leader quickly raised his hand to form a barrier. The black object struck it and bounced high into the air. The object hissed with smoke and fell right behind them. From within the red flames, the person walked forward slowly, mocking. Oh, I thought you might want to save your comrade, so I returned it. But she looked at the charred figure on the ground, her voice filled with regret. Seems it wasn't welcomed very much. One hooded figure listened in silence as she continued, yet instead of responding, he launched such hasty attacks. Elizabeth, her face full of killing intent, held her staff. The flames flickered behind her. You are the ones who started this first. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, staring at the person before her, then fell into thought. Let me ask one thing first. I have no idea what is going on. She studied the faces of the two hooded figures, all of them familiar from the bulletin board. A while ago, I heard that no one knew why the seniors of the Magic Tower disappeared. Elizabeth rested the staff on her shoulder and asked bluntly, "Are you attacking me?" The thin mana aura around her faded. She looked at the leading hooded figure and said, "Among the things I don't understand, you are the most mysterious. Why are you in that group, the three sisters of the Granger family?" The person was the short-haired girl who had once secretly watched them from the sky above the Magic Tower, St. Grangia. Her eyes were lifeless, like a puppet under control. Cyan remained silent, head lowered. Elizabeth continued, "Judging by your reaction, it seems it's not easy to answer." "Well, that's fine too." She began channeling fire mana into her staff. "I want to test the formula I learned from Argonphila in actual combat." Dozens of magic circles, just like during practice, appeared behind her. "There are too many techniques I want to try. So, all of you, remember this well." Elizabeth's face, hidden within the flames, revealed a look of anticipation and excitement. "Don't get burned to a crisp too quickly." The moment she finished speaking, a massive whirlwind of fire, dragging rocks and dirt, surged toward them with terrifying force. But the three of them did not flinch, standing still to receive the attack. The whirlwind of fire grew closer and closer. Two of them knelt and pressed their hands to the ground, combining their strength to create a shield. The ground before them had already shattered under the force of the flames. Elizabeth's colossal whirlwind of fire arrived right before their eyes. The next moment, the two forces collided violently. Two shield bearers looked up in disbelief. The fact that Akalusia became a new function was no exaggeration. The power surpasses the four-circle magic level. It cannot be sustained for long. He frowned and looked back. "Rangia, are you ready? Ignite now." After a long scream, Cyan raised her hand, conjuring a powerful fire spear. Her eyes widened, expressionless. Cyan shouted, "Flame spear!" With that, she hurled the spear forward with all her might. The ground beneath its path split open. The sharp tip pierced through the lingering rings of fire from the clash. It shot toward Elizabeth at extreme speed. Elizabeth's face darkened, and she spoke with pure disdain. "Umph, what is this supposed to be?" The moment she finished, the spear tip reached her face. She remained so calm she didn't even blink. Elizabeth casually raised her hand to catch it, adding a taunt. "Not as good as the flame demons? Such flashy magic with such a result. Truly disappointing." Cyan was stunned, unable to believe the words she heard, her whole body frozen. After effortlessly breaking the technique, she used her staff to create a spear identical to it, but with purple flames. "Here, I'll return the favor." She waved her hand as a signal, "And I'll show you." Not just one spear with her control, a series of spears materialized simultaneously in midair. She created more and more, speaking coldly, becoming an enemy of Akalusia. Elizabeth stood before a gigantic, massive purple magic circle and flicked her wrist. What it means when all these spears are unleashed at once. Elizabeth flicked her wrist. Spears shot forth, whistling toward the three of them. The two were still holding the shield with their hands. One gritted his teeth and looked up. "Here it comes." Elizabeth's spears pierced through their shield without any resistance. One spear after another stabbed through the shield, riddling it with holes. So many that the shield could barely hold its shape. One of the men coughed up blood and whispered, "If we keep defending like this, we won't get anywhere." He turned and yelled at the one beside him. "We need to get closer and finish this. I'll go, you stay and protect Grangia." He lowered his head, leaving his final words. "Don't forget, the Master's main purpose is Grangia's existence. Akalusia must die by Grangia's hand." As he spoke, a purple spear, swift as lightning, pierced through the shield and struck the man beside him. He froze in shock, turning his head to look. "What the hell?" Struck man let out a pained moan, his body engulfed in purple flames, his eyes rolling white, devoid of consciousness. He looked at his comrade's miserable state and thought. The wall of fire was created by the power of a fourth circle spell. He looked at Elizabeth through the huge hole in the shield and wondered, and it was broken this easily? The spears kept coming, the red glow gradually giving way to a deadly purple. Suddenly, his entire body burst into blazing red flames. Not a single detail was off. He abandoned his burning comrades behind, crazily charging forward. That was truly an extraordinary talent. His eyes showed fierce determination. "But that very thing gave me an opening, for you had poured all your strength into the attack." The image of Elizabeth with a bewildered expression appeared before his eyes, making him forget to defend. He roared aloud, "Akalusia!" She instinctively turned toward the sound. His whole body blazed like a fireball, charging straight at Elizabeth. He crazily shouted a lecture. "Didn't you consider the possibility of your opponent dodging the blow? That arrogance in life and death, even a genius, you are still an inexperienced child." A flaming sword appeared in his hand. A death dealer, he raised the sword right in front of Elizabeth, ready to strike down. "The price for your immaturity will be extremely cruel." Ogebe's face darkened. His hand swung backward, red flames swirling in his palm. But just as she arrived, she coldly flicked her hand. A barrage of purple spikes shot forward, piercing his body all over. He widened his eyes, bloodshot veins visible, gritting his teeth to suppress the scream about to burst out. Elizabeth's mocking voice rang out right beside him. "Quite a sight to behold. Flying here with such a mighty attack, yet losing to the gap I deliberately left open. Is that what you call yours?" At this moment he was already kneeling before her, clutching his chest. Having achieved achieved her goal, Elizabeth smiled faintly, looking at him like a filthy ant. A moth drawn to the flame without caring about life or death, is that it? His eyes looked at her, filled with fear and disbelief. His voice trembled as he asked, how? Surely you didn't have time to recast your spell. Elizabeth looked at him magnanimously and retorted, why would I bother casting it again? Her finger twirled slightly. The spears that were supposed to pierce the shield now all pointed toward him. All I need to do is change the trajectory of the already cast spell. As soon as she finished speaking, one spear pierced straight through him. Then two, then three more came down in succession. Finally, his entire body was trapped in a giant thorn bush, riddled with holes. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, like a death god dictating his fate with her remote control. A scream of agony tore through the air. He collapsed, trembling and muttering, I thought you only controlled spells with 2 elements at once. Unbelievable. Elizabeth tossed her hair back arrogantly and replied, but precision is key. You know I can control up to 3 elements. She didn't even glance at the one who had turned into a porcupine behind her, slowly being consumed by the flames from the spears. Of course you won't be able to witness that, as it would be overkill just to take you down. The fire blazed fiercely, forming a vortex that shot straight into the sky. Elizabeth coldly walked away. A moth that flies into the flame has its fate sealed. She continued towards Cyan, the only one left on the arena. Her eyes gleamed with excitement mixed with danger. Now then, let's continue our delayed conversation now that the annoying troublemakers are gone. She looked at the cold expression and emotionless eyes of the person before her, slowly calling the name Saint Grantia. The corpse on the floor was burnt to a crisp, emitting thick black smoke. The one burned on the other side was also motionless. She calmly explained, though it may seem so, they won't die easily. A fire mage's resistance to fire cannot be underestimated. Of course, they will suffer intense pain. She took slow steps towards Cyan, warning calmly, well then, you'd better confess. While I'm showing a bit of mercy, you're young, but surely not to the point of being foolish, right? The two of them symbolized 2 great families, like a wolf and an eagle facing off. Akalusia and Granzia, when 2 mighty families stand in opposition. She coldly looked at the person before her and said, there will be a bloodbath across the entire empire. No matter who wins in the end, what remains is only mutual destruction and disaster. The Cyan before her remained silent. Based on everything that had happened so far, Elizabeth analyzed seriously. This kind of despicable trick couldn't be the work of a mere brat. Could this be your leader's plan? But thinking again, that's not quite it. She looked at the one who remained silent, continuing her judgment. Compared to the losses, there's no significant gain from this war. This scheme is also too weak to be considered an assassination. Looking at the immature Cyan, the image of Jojosers and Chili Fan appeared in Elizabeth's mind. Though I have to admit, you guys aren't the type to devise this kind of scheme, right? If it were only that, you wouldn't dare to dream of being Akalusia's sole rival. A gentle breeze blew across the empty arena. Elizabeth's voice rang out again. After considering all aspects, perhaps there's only one logical conclusion. She looked at Cyan's frighteningly calm face, an arrogant one who wants the 2 families to go to war. She asserted one thing with absolute confidence, controlling St. Grantia. Elizabeth coldly lowered her gaze and questioned, who are you? Cyan's gaze remained completely emotionless, offering no reply. A bizarre smile bloomed on her face. A terrifying dark magical power suddenly erupted within her body. A frightening voice echoed as if from hell. To have realized this much, you are indeed a clever girl. Such a pity to have to kill someone for knowing too much. Thick black magical tendrils spread out densely like electric lightning, surrounding Elizabeth. In disbelief, she gaped at the person before her. Her pupils contracted from the shock, cold sweat beginning to break out. Immediately after, she felt something that filled her with extreme fear. She collapsed to her knees, letting out a pained sound. Her face turned pale, her eyes dazed as she stared at the ground, gritting her teeth, unable to utter a word. Impossible. What is this massive energy source? Her hand supporting her on the ground trembled violently. Her entire body couldn't react from fear. Shadow quickly spread toward her hand. Elizabeth looked up at Cyan, who now seemed to have transformed into someone else. Who exactly is the person before me? Immediately after, the terrifying magical power erupted again in all directions. The darkness was about to consume this entire place. A demonic hand gradually emerged from a crack in space. The voice from hell echoed again. Akalusia, O little sheep, infatuated with the weak powers you wish to possess. A mouth with familiar teeth appeared. He coldly parted his lips to command, raise your head, and Elizabeth, in extreme terror, lifted her face. Her pupils trembled incessantly upon seeing the person before her. Figure with massive demonic wings spread wide, filling the space. He continued, engrave this into your mind. My name will become the master of this world. Under the terrifying pink-black light, he spread his wings and soared high, looking down. Elizabeth's shadow seemed to stretch endlessly across the ground. The grotesque face of Lacton with blazing red eyes shedding 2 streams of bloody tears, smiling as he uttered a name, Bajura. Ronald and Elle stood in Eggel's office. He rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully and asked Ronald if what Elle had said was true. He looked at him and then asked further, Bajura, did you truly find that forbidden name in an ordinary book? Ronald raised his hand to explain, as he had many times before. He had already said it. If not, then how would he know the name of that forbidden book? Agul broke into a cold sweat and said, you are right, but how could such a thing happen? Elle also furrowed her brow and added, could the sealing power that imprisoned Bajura have weakened? We must check quickly. Agul closed his eyes in pain and shook his head in denial. No, that is impossible. I checked the seal with my own eyes yesterday and it was still intact. Elle was stunned and widened her eyes to ask back, what? You checked it personally? She then frowned angrily and demanded loudly, you must have secretly entered the forbidden book section. She stepped forward and slammed her hand on Agul's desk, shouting, you know well that that area can only be entered when accompanied by me or the Tower Master because of the danger of the forbidden books. Even if it is Agul Phila, what if he was bewitched by the forbidden substance? Agul could only remain silent and accept Elle's scolding. She was still extremely angry and yelled, I cannot overlook this matter. The moment the Tower Master returns, I will report it. At that moment, Agul spoke up to cut her off. I am sorry, Elle. His fists, resting on the desk, clenched so tightly they trembled. He said with remorse, I should not have deceived you. I should not have deceived you. I should not have. Gul lowered his head and ran his hands through his hair in torment. The Tower Master. The one imprisoned at that time was him. He was already here, sealed together with Bajura. These words immediately shook the other two profoundly. 1 year ago, on the day everyone thought the Tower Master had departed for cultivation, in truth, he never left the Demon Tower that day. On the contrary, he stepped into the darkest place of this tower. He released the seal of the worst forbidden book, Bajura. He raised his face to look at the demonic book floating in the air and comprehend the ancient knowledge hidden within it. However, it caused the surging dark magic power to be sucked into the book. Elle realized and whispered in shock, so that was the reason the Tower Master never contacted us all this time. She grimaced and shouted in anger, I do not understand why he would covet the knowledge of the forbidden books. He could use 2 different types of magic. Aladdin had already reached the pinnacle of illusion flame magic. Why? That was the reason he thought he could control Bajura back then. Gul continued to explain in a low voice. He always regretted the potential of the knowledge hidden within the forbidden books. He believed they were merely accidents caused by knowledge falling into the hands of the wicked. He always said that even dangerous power, if used correctly by a person of virtue, could bring immense benefits to the world. Among them, the knowledge of Bajura, said to be able to maximize the potential of its user, would surely be a blessing to this land. Ronald, upon hearing this, spoke coldly. No need to hear more. I can guess the rest. In the end, the Tower Master failed. Gul did not deny it. From the very beginning, we underestimated that ancient power. It devoured a mage standing at the pinnacle like Lacton. That is an evil thing. Something that humans could never control. Even Laron could only resist for a moment. The crystallization of extreme demon, that thing had invaded his body. At that moment, the Tower Master sensed that he was about to become Bajura's host, and he immediately activated the emergency summoning scroll to call me to the forbidden book section. When Agul arrived, he was horrified by the scene before him. He trembled in disbelief and asked, Tower Master, are you planning to seal Bajura? Lacton, almost completely devoured, gritted his teeth and said, I am sorry, Vice Tower Master, for my foolishness has dragged you into this matter. Seal me while I still have some consciousness. If we miss this chance, the world will be in danger. Agul trembled and frowned. He was frozen and unable to accept it, saying, if we do that, the Tower Master cannot be saved. How could I do such a thing? But Lacton shouted bitterly, this is not the time to worry about my safety. Stared at Agul with eyes flowing with bloody tears and warned him loudly, if the Demon Tower is stained because of my arrogance, I would rather die. So, I beg you, do it for the sake of our magic. Agul was placed in an extremely difficult position, his eyes full of confusion and tension, his face pale and unable to utter a sound. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. I understand, Tower Master. Flames erupted from his hand, all for the dawn of tomorrow. On the ground, centered on Aladdin, a blazing red magic circle appeared, and I sealed Bajura together with the Tower Master using the strongest magic, no less than the original seal. Back to reality, Agul's pained voice echoed in the office. This is the truth I have hidden for so long. I should have announced it to everyone immediately. Agul gritted his teeth in reluctance, but as a seeker of knowledge, understanding the will of the Tower Master, who sacrificed himself for the world, I could not personally destroy his reputation. Elle stammered in disbelief. This, how could it be? Ronald remained silent and said nothing. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, everything has become a mess. Although it is a pity for the Tower Master, this is not the time for lamentation. Sharp glint shone in his eyes. Everything pointed to one single conclusion. Bajura's seal had been broken. The image of the imprisoned Lacton appeared. Agunfila said he had personally checked the seal, but it could not be completely trusted. Even if he was walking around, if it was a power capable of manipulating the perception of everyone in the Demon Tower, then deceiving the senses of Agulfila alone into believing Lacton was still imprisoned there. In reality, he had completely disappeared, and this could be easily accomplished by merely using the illusion of the Tower Master Lacton, who had been turned into a host. Ronald quietly analyzed in his mind, one question being why Bajura, who had hidden the truth about the seal being broken, would now reveal himself at this time. For what reason after all? Right at that moment, a glimmering layer of stardust gradually appeared on the floor. By the time Ronald noticed it, the entire room was filled with stardust. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. What? Why is there the magic power of Nebula Classy? He glanced at Elle, who was still talking with Agil on the other side. It did not emanate from the two of them, nor was it from nearby. He looked at the dense stardust that covered the entire place and secretly felt terrified. Could this powerful aura actually be enveloping the entire surrounding area? Even Briar could not emit such a powerful starlight magic power. Finally, the image of Bajura spreading his demonic wings appeared, and Bajura looked down at Elizabeth from above under the eerie light. What is happening here? Elizabeth knelt on the ground in disbelief, silently repeating that name. Bajura. Her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, sinking into fear. Even in our Akalusia, it was considered information so extremely dangerous that it could not be investigated without the permission of the family head, a legendary forbidden book. She raised her face again. Such an existence. Why would it appear before me? No, now there is something even more confusing to me, although it is slightly different. Elizabeth looked closely at Bajura's terrifying face, but that expression was definitely burst into a bright laugh, his crimson eyes streaming with blood tears, the Tower Master gently plucking the strings. He looked down at her, his gaze probing, then spoke. Seems you know who I am. Bahura slowly descended, stepping before Elizabeth. Good, you interest me. I will grant you a reward. He folded his wings, his fearsome face staring intently at her. This body, as expected, belongs to the Master of Dawn Tower, an elder of the magic realm, Lakdan. He looked at Elizabeth's stunned expression, then continued, but now he is nothing but a useless puppet, a fool who coveted my power. He grabbed her throat, pulling her face close to his voice gloating, only to have everything stolen by me. He looked at her clenched fist with satisfaction. Yes, Akalusia is just like you are now. Sharp claws squeezed Elizabeth tightly. She forced out the words, I didn't expect the sealed forbidden book to be so polite, but the real person doesn't know how to talk to a woman. She narrowed her eyes to calm herself. Stay calm. If this is the Bajura I know, then no one in this entire demon tower can win, but precisely because of that, something is off. Elizabeth remembered the charred body on the ground. The one who attacked her was very strong, yet chose a sneak attack instead of a frontal one. Him not doing so means... Elizabeth seemed to understand. She smirked. So that's it. In her mind surfaced Saints' murderous intent when she exposed him, a puppet master behind the scenes who reveals himself before a 10-year-old brat. He looked at Bajura, continuing the analysis. Even the attack on the airship, an action both troublesome and costly. Even held in his grasp, Elizabeth remained confident in her provocation. If you had already restored your power, there would be no need to do so. There is only one conclusion. She looked at his cold expression. You are in a dangerous state, unable to act directly. Bajura heard this and lowered his head with a laugh, only speaking after a moment. You guessed half right. Suddenly, a black thorn pierced through her body. Before Elizabeth could react, several sharp thorns of dark magic force pierced through her. He smirked. I need more time. Elizabeth was in pain. She groaned. Bajura frowned and lamented with pity. This old man's consciousness still resists, making it hard for me to fully merge. He released Elizabeth. She slumped down. Flames blazed up his arm. With just a moment of carelessness, he would burn this entire body. Truly troublesome. His burning arm clenched into a fist. The flames gradually dissipated, but this annoyance will soon end. Bajura raised a finger to lift Elizabeth's chin. A wonderful vessel, far surpassing Lakdan, who came to me on his own. Elizabeth trembled and asked, what do you mean? A name uttered from his mouth made her eyes widen in horror. Bajura recalled his demeanor and said with satisfaction, that child will be my beginning and my completion. After that statement, the air fell silent. Bajura withdrew his hand. Elizabeth was not afraid. She said in a low voice, everything is because of you. Could it be that you are... Bajura darkened his face. That Lakdan has an annoyingly strong will. Erasing his consciousness is troublesome, but it will just take a little more time. He looked at his own ugly hand. In exchange, I only got this wretched, aged body, truly hard to accept. He stood up and looked down at Elizabeth. While waiting, I sparked a war as an alarm signal for the entire empire. He raised his face, wearing a satisfied smile. I have found my destiny. He recalled the murderous look on his face when he sliced apart the fireball, a fresh potential, far surpassing this rotten body's decay. Greed was evident on his face. In all these hundreds of years, I have never seen a treasure that could compare. In his mind surfaced the image from the library, through the gap in the bookshelf. After several days of careful observation, the result was clear. Ronald, that radiant child. He wanted to seize him. I have decided to grant him the honor of becoming my vessel. Izibur propped himself on the floor, blood still dripping. Bajura continued. The war between the two families is now a meaningless affair. Elizabeth's display had caught his attention, and through her, I found you. He looked at her, pierced like a porcupine, and praised, Elizabeth Akalusia, a vessel of wonderful potential. Bajura smiled and clenched his fist. Then he snapped his fingers. You are a rarely seen talent. Killing you just for fun would be a waste. A hand of black magic force emerged from the shadows. Instead, I will grant you an opportunity out of mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of pitch-black arms extended out and coiled around Elizabeth, then bound her tightly. You will be loyal to me and become my servant. In her eyes at that moment appeared signs Cyan's face, or maybe he had Cyan hold the dagger against Elizabeth's face. Die at the hands of that Grantia woman or choose a different path. Bajura's face showed satisfaction at forcing someone to choose, decide. Elizabeth's horrified face reflected on the gleaming blade. Her whole body was bound tightly, trembling. She gritted her teeth, biting her lip in frustration. Finally, she relaxed again, wearing a proud smile. Your insight is pathetic, daring to think I would waver before such a trivial choice? Her face no longer showed fear, her eyes full of determination. Stop your rambling and kill me. Afraid of death? Then I am unworthy of the Akalusia name. The smile on Bajura's lips vanished completely. Elizabeth's provoking voice continued to ring out. Just do as you please. Nothing will go as you plan anyway. The atmosphere grew heavy, silence fell. He looked at Elizabeth with disgust. What a boring woman. His finger twitched slightly. My patience has run out. He coldly ordered Cyan to raise the dagger, now die. The very moment the dagger descended, a spreading stain of water reflected on the blade's surface. A loud noise rang out, and space began to shatter into pieces. A figure from outside rushed straight in. Ronald held his sword and charged quickly through the water. His face was filled with killing intent. He grabbed Cyan's knife-wielding wrist with one hand while raising his sword high with the other. He looked at Elizabeth's stunned expression and called out, "R.I." He then turned his gaze to Cyan's lifeless face and that oddly familiar kid. The moment his feet touched the floor, he said, "Both of you owe me a favor, understood?" Zura blurted out in shock, "How is that possible?" Those eyes, a dangerous glint flashed in Ronald's eyes. He swung his sword decisively, slashing at Bajura repeatedly without hesitation. At the same time, he grabbed Cyan and dashed away. Bajura's head tumbled across the ground, blood vaporizing into mana. He widened his eyes and thought, "You saw through Lacton's illusion that I reinforced, and easily slashed it apart, even if it was just a projection. How did you break it?" He watched Ronald's retreating back and sighed inwardly as expected. His eyes curved as he laughed heartily, magnificent. "You are a worthy vessel for me." The illusion gradually faded away. Agol and El looked around in confusion. The entire training ground was sealed by perception-hiding magic, so Lord Ronald's words were true. He reached out his hand to sense the remaining mana flow. Moreover, this fluctuation is definitely... El sensed it too and confirmed, "Yes, exactly like Tower Master Lacton. It seems Bajura's seal has been broken." Vice Tower Master Agolfila. Agolfila frowned in worry upon hearing this. Impossible. He wanted to go report and devise a plan. They had to immediately summon all the mages of the magic tower to respond. On the other side, Ronald stood with his arms crossed, watching. Elizabeth and Cyan lay unconscious on the ground. Elizabeth rubbed her forehead, panting heavily, and smiled wryly. "Truly, my current state is pathetically laughable." Recalling the feeling of being stabbed by Bajura's mana thorns, she said, "I can still feel the stinging pain all over my body, but it all turned out to be just an illusion." She raised her hand and said, "Meant to deceive my senses." She glanced at Ronald and cautioned, "What a helpless and ridiculous appearance. If Senior Addison knew about this, he would not be pleased." Ronald teased with a smile, "You can still stay tough in a situation like this." He looked over at Cyan and asked, "By the way, is that true? Is the person lying there Schliffin's sibling?" "Yes, she is." She looked at the unconscious Cyan and continued, "The third daughter of the Granzia family, Cyan Granzia. I heard she had exceptional magical talent and was sent to the magic tower to study early." She turned back to look at Ronald. "I never expected her to run into such trouble. Even so, I hold no blame. Clearly, she was merely used by Bajura." Ronald heard this and gave a thumbs up in praise. As expected, the bearing of the Akalusia house lives up to its reputation. "Well done, Elizabeth." Elizabeth immediately complained, "Don't call me that. That name is only for Senior AD. San." Ronald smirked, thinking, despite her exhaustion, thankfully she has no injuries. He looked at the charred bodies scattered across the training floor and the pile of ashes. These seemed to be the people who went missing after the cult's terrorist attack that El mentioned. Things here can still be fixed. In his eyes, stardust emanated from those lying on the ground. Even though he knew Bajura's seal was broken, the cult's distinctive mana still lingered around. But as he predicted, those missing people were indeed spies for the cult. He looked at another similar corpse. "No wonder I found it suspicious when I heard the people helping El as librarians had gone missing. So the cult's initial target was the restricted area all along?" Recalling the accounts of those who self-destructed upon discovery, he thought, if that's the case, that day's attack wasn't just a simple invasion, but a diversionary plan to mislead everyone in the magic tower, including El and Agolfila. A sliding wind blew through, sweeping across the training ground. Elizabeth suddenly parted her trembling lips and said, "Ronald, please step away right now." She looked at him seriously and warned, "Bajura's target is you." Ronald turned his head in astonishment and asked, "What? Elizabeth, what do you mean by that?" She continued, "I don't have time for a long explanation. Ronald, you know it well too, don't you?" Elizabeth remembered the name Bajura that he had just cut down. What just happened was merely an illusion, not the true body. Her face darkened, her pupils flashing with a hint of rage. "Shamefully, even that illusion was enough to overpower me. This proves Bajura is an entity far beyond the ordinary." Elizabeth looked at his surprised face and continued, "If that thing takes over your body to achieve true perfection, this dawn will not escape destruction. So leave this place immediately. Hurry before it's too late." Just as she said this, Bajura touched the book in his hand once more. He curled his lips into a wide smile. The voice that seemed to come from hell echoed again. causing Ronald to turn pale. That won't do. The illusion began to spread, covering everything. He quickly looked down and shouted, "What is this?" "R.I." He called out loudly to her, but it seemed time and space had frozen still. Turning his head to look at Agil and El, he called out, "Vice Tower Master, even El?" They too had fallen into the same state. Ronald shouted into the air in confusion. "What in the world is going on?" Bajura's calm voice rang out, "It's not just them. His illusion has already engulfed this entire place. All the people in this magic tower, except for you, their minds and bodies are now under my control." Ronald stood before the warped space of the illusion, powerless. Bajura continued, "So this long and tedious wait has finally come to an end." He looked at Ronald's angry, irritated face with satisfaction. "Ronald, you will have the honor of becoming one with me." Darkness rose higher, swallowing the dawn tower. A seductive voice echoed through the pitch-black night, "Come to me." The entire tower was shrouded in a thick, eerie darkness, as if invading, accompanied by flashes of purple light. Witnessing that scene, Ronald gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, you bastard." He roared in a fit of rage. "What have you done?" Gripping his sword tightly, he crouched down, his eyes blazing as he scanned his surroundings. "Stop your games and get out here, come on." Seeing no response, Ronald immediately shouted loudly. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared, looking very familiar. He sat majestically on a throne as if this were his own game. It turned out to be Bajura. He was deeply resentful of Ronald and sneered, "You still dare to speak loudly after witnessing my power?" He then extended a wrinkled, aged hand. "But that place is too mundane for this historic meeting between you and me." Bajura suggested, "So, let us change the venue to somewhere more fitting." At that moment, those feet slowly advanced step by step toward him. Ronald looked at her with suspicious eyes. Standing face to face with her, he sank into a daze, thinking, "That person is..." The moment he saw her face clearly, he suddenly realized she was the last missing person. He spoke, breaking the somber silence. "I will take you to my master. Follow me, Ronald." He said nothing. He just remained quiet, frowning as he observed her. Thinking about soon reaching his lair, he smiled slightly, showing interest. But immediately after, Ronald's expression twisted unnaturally. Memories of Addison from the past unconsciously resurfaced. That image kept flashing through his mind. The earlier conversation between Agilfila and El also came back, making his heart sink. "I have no other choice either." After that, Ronald made his decision. "Fine." He slowly sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. "After all, if you refuse to show yourself, I would have come looking anyway." Ronald looked at her with a firm gaze, his voice resolute. "Lead the way to where Vazura is." Shortly after, the two arrived at their destination. The place looked gloomy and eerie. Mysterious streams of black light continuously moved toward the massive stone gate. They easily caught Ronald's attention. He wondered in confusion, is this where that deadly piece of paper is hidden? Before them stood a sturdy stone gate, slowly being pried open by an invisible force. Ronald glanced inside. Without waiting long, he and the woman stepped in. As soon as they entered, a desperate cry rang out. Furrowed his brows in surprise, confused. Looking haggard and broken, an old man begged in despair. "Please spare me, Vajura." He put on a guilty face, stammering each word. I was far too arrogant. A mere mortal like me dared to covet your power. Please have mercy." Hearing those words, Ronald was furious, grinding his teeth. He knew this old trick of feigned remorse all too well. The flames of hatred within him erupted in an instant. Ronald swiftly drew the sword in his hand. He swung a fatal strike. A blinding flash of light burst forth in that very moment. The old man's body was cleanly split in two, laid bare by the cruel truth. He stood in midair, looking at him with a cold, piercing gaze and shouted angrily, "Cut the act! Show yourself! You've torn that paper to shreds." Following that came streams of dark, magical energy. Tira finally revealed himself, grinning with pure malice, replying in a taunting voice, "Oh, hello, that was my welcoming show. Seems you didn't find it amusing." Then he shouted, "Fine then, I'll do as you wish." With that, a massive streak of dark purple light shot up from the ground, carrying such immense power that he couldn't stay on his feet. Ronald still resisted stubbornly. He threw a powerful punch. He raised a hand to his face, smirking slightly. Bajura looked completely indifferent, even chuckling with glee. He rested his chin on his hand, savoring the moment before speaking. "Welcome, Ronald." His eyes showed clear malice with their strange purple pupils. He continued, "Welcome to my glorious guise." In response, Ronald's eyes were filled with hatred. Streams of black air swirled ceaselessly around the room. Seeing no response, Bajura continued his one-sided conversation. "Meeting face to face like this feels quite different. To have a more private chat, let's first get rid of these nuisances." A second later, he lightly snapped his fingers and commanded, "Kill yourself." The moment those words were spoken, she took her own life right before his eyes. Ronald was utterly baffled. From the girl's eyes, tears of blood streamed down her face. She used her last bit of strength to say, "Glory to you, Vajura." Unable to hold on any longer, as soon as she finished speaking, she passed away quickly. She collapsed behind Ronald, blood flowing endlessly. He growled at him. "What kind of game is this? Aren't they your allies?" Hearing this, Bajura asked back, "What are you talking about?" He raised a hand to his face, smiling maliciously as he replied, "These wretches were no different from my old master. Just a bunch of foolish vermin who dared to covet my power. He furrowed his snow-white brows. I still remember vividly the arrogant words they spoke when they first set foot here. Then the memories flooded back. At that time, he stood before tall, burly men, grandly declaring that they should dedicate themselves to his ideal to be saved. Those arrogant men each extended their hands in turn. He continued, that was the only path to survival they chose. Looking into his eyes, one could see this hatred was etched deep into his very soul. Just a bunch of vermin, yet they dared to order me around. He sat cross-legged on the throne, his hand raised in a proud and commanding posture. His voice was arrogant. I could crush them any time I wished, but I showed them mercy. I granted them the honor of serving me. Immediately, the image of the girl's death flashed before him. Then Bajura turned his gaze to Ronald and asked, do you have any more questions? He said not a single word, only expressing his anger by gripping his sword tightly. Suddenly, a series of thoughts crossed his mind. Judging by your behavior and words, you're clearly not allied with the cult. But then why? In his mind, the image of the cult soldiers returning with an aura thick with Nebula's power surfaced. He stood motionless, filled with doubt, swept up in unanswered questions. A few minutes later, Ronald let out a soft sigh. After all, there can only be one conclusion. He regained his composure and answered him. Yes, I've heard enough of your arrogant ramblings. He decisively pointed his sword forward, staring at him coldly. Let me show you what you truly need. Watching his every move, he was not only fearless but even more arrogant. Heh, fierce aura. Yes, to become my guise, you need such courage. Ronald's bravery sparked a question in him. But aren't you afraid? This power is immense. With a snap of my fingers, I could end your life. Right after his words, he actually did something. A massive streak of light suddenly appeared beside the girl. Ronald dove down from the air, both hands clenched on his sword, charging at his head with a ferocious slash. His eyes burned with the light of vengeance at that moment. He yelled, if you were going to do it, you would have done it long ago, wouldn't you? Just as the blade was about to touch Bajura's face, flashed a mysterious, malevolent smile. Interesting. Instantly, Ronald lunged down with a strike. His eyes widened slightly. However, after that one, fatal slash, he was completely unharmed. That old man had reached the peak of his rage, hadn't he? He raised his hand, channeling his power. That arrogance needs to be corrected. Ronald was confused, his eyes widening oddly. At the same time, a long, massive, terrifyingly black monster appeared, its mouth gaping wide as it lunged at him. Struggle all you want, then realize your own helplessness. The ferocious beast lunged forward, intent on devouring him in an irrevocable instant. Ronald gradually fell into a state of panic. His face showed clear signs of helplessness and despair. At the critical moment, something in his clothing suddenly emitted a radiant, dazzling light. It was a gleaming golden ring, like a dewdrop glistening in the morning sun. The central gem radiated a pure aquamarine hue, its light refracting through every facet, making it shimmer like stars. The band was intricately crafted, elegantly embracing the jewel. Ronald looked on in a daze at the chaotic streams of energy swirling in the air emitted by the ring. He furrowed his brow, suddenly recognizing this energy. It had, at some point, flown over and enveloped the red-hot sword in his hand. Turning back to the monster, it was charging forward with what seemed like insatiable hunger. Ronald showed no fear, standing his ground to meet it. The very next second, its sharp jaws snapped shut with immense force, yet he was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, one of its eyes flew open wide, revealing a deep, hollow socket. Inside was a bizarre purple pupil crackling with arcs of lightning. Around the eye were countless fragments and large splatters of liquid. The familiar glowing blade was slowly prying the beast's jaws apart, accompanied by a shout, "You damn beast!" He was not wrong. Ronald had used his wits and extraordinary strength to crawl out of the monster's mouth using the sword in his hand. How dare you open that foul mouth near me? He was furious, glaring intently. He roared, "You want to die, do you?" The next second, a colossal, massive blue streak of light slashed straight down from its head. The creature's entire elongated body was cut into segments with swift, clean strokes like carving meat, leaving trails of light weaving through its body. Ronald soared triumphantly through the air with his formidable swordsmanship, instantly sending it to meet its ancestors in a flash. Behind all this was Bajura, who had been watching all along. Unwilling to accept it, his face darkened. He raised one finger, conjuring a source of eerie killing intent. Ronald immediately sensed his next move and glanced over. That ugly monster, using his own terrifying magical power, restored itself to its original state as if nothing had happened. It still charged at him with ferocity. It opened its massive maw, swiftly bringing its razor-sharp teeth towards him. Ronald seemed to have anticipated its next move, already poised in a combat stance. The beast thrust its foul-smelling snout, 8 feet long, right in front of his face. Suddenly, Ronald, from seemingly nowhere, produced a single blinding flash of light. At that moment, a lethal attack came from him, radiating a terrifying power that spread everywhere. Blindingly bright, he sent dirt and rocks flying in all directions. Ronald appeared, hovering in front of the monster, which had been cleaved in two by a single sword stroke, easily ending its life. Bajura, who had been meticulously observing every display Ronald made, smiled in delight and praised, "Well done." Then he looked at his heroic and valiant demeanor and remarked, "That move was a bit simple, but not bad at all." For a moment, Bajura kept his eyes fixed on him, muttering to himself, now then. After that cryptic, low-spoken remark from the creature itself began to sprout arms and legs similar to a human's. They gradually took shape, covering its body in a ghastly pale hue. It lunged, bursting out decisively. And then, he pointed a gaunt hand at the skeletal mass, directing it towards his face. Amidst Ronald's utter bewilderment, Bajura said arrogantly, "How will you escape this time?" Then, not just one, but many of them at once, seeing him as a fat prize, rushed forward to pounce. Among them, one even dared to grab his hair from behind, making Ronald grind his teeth in fury. The skeletal-headed creatures kept increasing in number. They swarmed around him like an endless army of ants. Ronald, helpless and utterly enraged, screamed, "Damn it all." Then they became countless, piling onto him, burying him completely. From underneath, he screamed in terror. Their insatiable greed was not yet satisfied. Under Bajura's dark magical power, they multiplied to such an extent that his shape was no longer visible anywhere. There, they formed themselves into a colossal, towering pillar. His withered hand clenched into a fist. Through a small gap, Ronald easily saw outside. He slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning icy cold. Back to Bajura. He had formed a fist, pulled his arm back, and with a mighty push, threw a punch forward. That punch was instantly effective. It impacted the sphere of bodies, creating a significant tremor and a resounding echo. Then, those creatures seemed to receive a surge of immense energy, slowly tightening their grip, causing the sphere to constrict, as if intent on crushing him to death inside. Jura quietly examined the abomination he had created. A violent flash of light burst forth. Beneath it, a sinister face materialized, calmly waiting for something from the old man. The scene cut back to the sphere, which one would think was secure and confidently holding its advantage, but no. Around it, a crack began to appear, followed by countless beams of light bursting forth. A streak of white light emerged, cleanly splitting the sphere in two. Just like that, the sphere exploded like an atomic bomb, the skeletal creatures blown away by the sheer force. But upon witnessing such a horrifying sight, Bajura stood up abruptly, unable to hide his admiration. Excellent. He laughed cunningly and produced a rather large bow. It was predominantly black in color. Bajura raised it high into the sky. At the very least, you should be able to withstand up to this point. Next, without a moment's hesitation, he fired the dark arrow straight at him. The Rajingus launcher ropes traveled at the speed of light. Now, the arrow and his defensive circle of power from earlier had finally met. This then created a massive explosion that shook the very earth, trembling the heavens and the ground. Carried such immense energy that even he struggled to withstand it. In contrast to Ronald, Bajura seemed utterly satisfied, smiling brightly as if at a festival. Ah, magnificent. Now, he gleefully spread his arms wide, savoring the moment. Wonderful, give me more. Bajura tilted his head back and laughed maniacally, baring his sharp teeth, his voice thundering, "Show me more, Ronald. Show me all your potential. Hold nothing back." As he finished speaking, a blazing red flame erupted in the middle of the air. From there, the creature that had been born to produce monsters awakened, and no one else but a majestic fire phoenix. It spread its wings and flew out, surging forward. With its sudden appearance, Bajura's gaze gradually turned to shock. He thought in terror, what? Bajura suddenly realized, this is the special magic of the Vice Tower Master. The Firebird, the fire phoenix swooped in, opening its maw wide right in front of his face. In that moment of life and death, he still managed to muse, surprised that a mere boy could cast such high-level magic. Unfazed, he smiled with a twisted grin, "But you forgot one thing." Nura raised his hand and pointed, declaring loudly and arrogantly that the owner of this aged body had reached the pinnacle of fire magic. He channeled a surge of powerful energy toward Ronald's fire phoenix. A mere fledgling was nothing against it. Realizing the situation, he used years of accumulated mana to shatter the boy's defenses. Bajura sneered, saying he hadn't expected this, still taunting. "This must be your last trump card, yet it was blocked so easily." Still, he had to acknowledge the opponent's fighting spirit. As he finished speaking, the aged Bajura raised his hand high. It seemed he was about to launch another attack. He challenged, "Now, what do you plan to do next?" Before he could finish his sentence, he looked around but saw no sign of Ronald. He had vanished without a trace. Bajura looked up and wondered, has he disappeared? With years of experience, he instantly realized the fire phoenix was not simple. This old man was truly formidable. He narrowed his eyes, guessing the boy had used a large amount of mana for camouflage, and indeed Bajura's deduction was perfectly accurate. Ronald charged from behind at terrifying speed, sword at the ready. It was only then that he understood it was a feint. Ronald raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold and sharp, fixed on him, and shouted in fury, "Die." Hearing the shout, Bajura instinctively spun around. Ronald had now landed safely in a most imposing stance. In that instant, a flash of light streaked across his neck, so fast it was barely a glimpse. Bajura felt nothing at all. Only then did dark crimson blood begin to gush forth like a waterfall, spurting from Bajura's neck, and his life ended so quietly. Ronald coldly glanced backward. The old man's head lolled to one side, blood and gore mingled. However, the blood that fell to the ground suddenly began to flow back upward. The blood gathered around the wound on the old man's neck where Ronald had just struck, and miraculously, the wound slowly healed. While recovering, he spoke in praise, "Though not perfect, you managed to wound me." Ronald turned back to witness the sight, his eyes filled with tension and revulsion. He turned his head to look at him, taunting him with his healing ability, finishing his interrupted sentence, "Not bad." Suddenly, mysterious gates appeared in the air. From them, grotesque wrinkled tentacles and a hideous mouth emerged all at once. Bajura used those tentacles to mock Ronald. "Now show me the rest of your tricks." Seeing the aberrations in the sky, Ronald swung his sword with a sharp glare. A barrage of savage tentacles lunged straight at Ronald. Quick and agile, he managed to dodge every attack. Ronald gritted his teeth in anger. He had clearly struck the old man, yet there was no effect. Thought of a way to destroy him. Perhaps he should directly seize the forbidden tome occupying the main tower. That seemed to be his limit. Then he cursed, "Damn it." Ronald erupted in fury. He slashed at the tentacles repeatedly with his sword. They shrieked in agony, while he groaned about a headache. During the fight, he suddenly realized something. Forbidden tomes Anfila had given him were no longer effective. This magic tower master was on par with Instructor Naviros. While cutting the tentacles, he discovered a truth until this very moment. All his attacks and defenses still worked because Bajura wanted to take over his body, otherwise the battle would have ended long ago. If a direct confrontation held no chance of victory, then he had to find another way. Bajura raised his hand to the sky, a black energy gathering in his palm. That small energy quickly transformed into a massive, dangerous arrow. He swept his hand down, signaling a ferocious attack. The arrow tore through the wind, carrying immense energy as it shot straight toward him. Ronald stood firm against the shockwave, quickly thinking if he could use a different method. He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. Bajura seemed to sense something, his eyes widening in astonishment. The dark arrow flew right before Ronald, but he stood still and did not dodge. However, the arrow grazed right past his neck. It then dissipated into nothingness. In the lingering dark energy, Runa thought there was only one way. Asura stood aside, raising his hand and shouting at Ronald, "What are you doing?" then mocked him as a foolish brat. He howled in madness. "Do you realize what consequences it almost caused? You dare insult the glorious beginning of my existence." Sword struck hard into the ground. Ronald retorted to the old man's arrogant words. "How humiliating. Anyone would think this body was originally yours, but I was certain you had no intention of killing me." The old man froze upon hearing this. Ronald held a sharp stone against his wrist, stating his discovery. If he continued, he would fall into the old man's hands and have his body stolen. If that were the case, then. He drove the stone hard into his wrist, blood splattering. "I would rather die." Inside the magic tower, the walls were lined with sharp spikes. Bajura sneered, "Die." He seemed about to explode. "You dare. Arrogant indeed." His gaze turned vicious. "That cheap trick won't fool me. You misunderstand my mercy. I wish to be fully reborn, and as long as you harm yourself, I can heal you instantly." Before Bajura's aggression, Ronald calmly replied, "A forbidden tome of the world. Why so talkative? You've dispelled magic as if the world were ending. Who can you convince now? But even you have limits, right?" His eyes were full of mockery as he looked at him. For instance, a dead body cannot be used as a host. Seeing his secret exposed, the veins on the old man's forehead bulged. Yet Bajura threw his head back and laughed heartily. "It seems you've forgotten that everyone inside the magic tower is held captive by my spells." He clasped his hands behind his back, revealing his scheme. "I can kill them all at once. You'd better drop that threat, unless you want your comrades to die horribly." Ronald heard that and said nothing, his hand still tightly gripping the sharp stone. Krat Ann burst into loud laughter. His constant joking confused the old man. Ronald said contemptuously, "Old man, do you think I am a fool? Have I never met someone like you before? Just by looking at your disgusting face and the way you talk, I can tell right away. Even if I willingly offer this body, you would certainly not spare the others." Jura angrily snapped. "What did you say?" Ronald challenged. "Just try it. Then I am even more certain that I can act on my instincts without any hesitation." Ronald spoke while rubbing the stone across his bleeding wound. "Even if it means death," he said with a sly tone, "I have to play a joke on you in my own way as well. To see if I am truly boasting or not, I will give you an unforgettable memory." Bajura frowned. He was surprised, unable to believe it. "I thought you were just a Maya child lucky enough to have talent beyond imagination, a mere child with such sharp eyes." Bajura's thoughts were interrupted by Ronald's revelation. "How exactly? Are you still doubtful?" He raised the piece of stone. "If so, I will show you clearly." Ronald proved his words by clenching his teeth and driving the stone shards straight into his own neck. The old man stood, watching his blood drip onto the ground with a splatter. The veins on Bajura's forehead bulged violently. He moved quickly to block his hand. Asura stopped him just before things became too late. He doubted his actions. "You are about to die. What do you still hope to achieve?" He nearly growled in frenzy. "Speak, Ronald, speak now." He reacted that violently. He smiled in a strange way. "Finally, I can talk to you." The two faced each other. Ronald made an offer. "Play a game of chance with me." He leaned closer to Bajura and said softly, "Let's bet a life." In a dire situation, Ronald calmly stated his terms. "Bet a round with me. Each side stakes their own life." He brought his face close to Bajura, his eyes continuously provoking him. "Let's make it intense." Bajura was somewhat taken aback by Ronald's actions. "A bet?" Ronald quickly replied. "That's right." Ronald looked at the book before him, constantly scratching his head, biting his pen and blinking. "Lately, I have devoted myself to studying embodying the curse. There is content like this. The balanced scale symbolized equality. The curse of the contract, the battle begins until it ends. The curse forcibly prohibits any act of betrayal against the contract. A few drops of dried blood were scattered on the ground. Ronald repeatedly mentioned the unspoken rule. The most terrifying thing about this curse is that the contents established must be executed, even if it is a life. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, a faint smile appearing. So let us decide victory and defeat with the contract curse. That curse must be simple for you. Bajura, in a miserable state with dark eye sockets, continuously assessed Ronald. Subduing this brat is not too difficult. Fresh blood kept flowing from his eye sockets, but whether I can reclaim an intact body is uncertain. Asura had witnessed Ronald getting pierced by a sharp stake through his body. This kid can decide his own life. But in an instant, that wound healed quickly, and again emanated the strange battle aura I have felt all along. That immense power is said to originate from a ring, currently feeding him with monstrous strength. Though it has not reached the level of a threat, I cannot afford any mistakes now. At that time, Ronald did not look pained, and in his hand he held the sharp stake pulled from his own body. This kid is a precious treasure I spent 1,000 years searching for. Ronald gave a contemptuous smile, his voice slightly mocking, hesitating so much over a valuable forbidden book that decides the bet. He stared directly at the person opposite with sharp eyes. Could it be that you lack confidence? Bajura raised a bony hand with sharp nails to grab Ronald's hand. Only then did he speak. Fine, I agree, but... Bajura's eyes suddenly turned purple, looking extremely sinister. I will decide the terms of victory and defeat. It seemed the demon within him had awakened, the surrounding space gradually becoming more dangerous. Remember that my mercy ends here. Everything seemed to be going according to Ronald's plan. He kept sneering. Your horns have grown strong. If you continue to act recklessly, it will be very dangerous. He clenched his bleeding hand. After all, since it has come to this, it is enough. Later, no matter what happens. His tall, stern silhouette was imprinted on the ground. The result will be the same as before, in an old, dark room. Bajura was adjusting the contract scale, repeatedly asking Ronald, ready? After the scale was hung properly, starting from now. Ronald and Bajura each stood on one side of the massive scale. Bajura's voice rang out, initiate the contract curse. The contents of the contract appeared as follows. The cursed parties swear not to perform any act contrary to the contract until the match ends. If Ronald loses, he will accept Bajura into his body. If Bajura loses, he will release the hostages and then be sealed forever. Asura stared directly at Ronald standing before him, his voice now slightly arrogant. The contents of the contract are as you have seen, and the terms of the match that decide victory and defeat are. Bajura's expression suddenly turned sinister. To endure a single illusion magic that I directly create. Do you agree, Ronald? Ronald, with a serious expression, spoke in a firm voice. Why ask? It is only natural. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Bajura's lips. Since you have agreed, proceed quickly. I do not have much time. Both of them poured their full concentration into the contract. Bajura's voice rang out. Then, scale on Ronald's side contained a blue power, while Bajura's side was a pinkish red. When the scale balanced, that was when Bajura declared the contract had been established. Kept laughing loudly, mocking his opponent. Ronald, I hope you have a good dream. This will be the last memory of your life. Ronald merely smirked faintly, looking at the man before him with a disdainful gaze. How ridiculous. You are the one who needs to go out and get some fresh air. When the bet is over, you will. A flash of white light blazed in the dark room, dimming everything. Only Ronald's voice echoed. Regret ever targeting this body. Scene change. Today the sky is truly clear and blue. A young man's voice continuously rang out. No, I mean just catching one is enough to change your fate right away. His sentence was immediately cut off. Do you know how valuable mystical creatures like dream birds or fairy fish are? Someone who cannot even catch a bear, let alone catch those. Carlos kept raising his voice at the other person to defend his point of view. Really, I cannot talk to you people. Stuck in that rustic corner all day, you do not understand the world. The long-haired young man felt angry at being insulted, which made him raise his voice. Hey, you. Ronald spoke with a weary look in his eyes, bringing the noisy argument to a halt. He said in a tired voice, too loud, go play outside. One person in the group saw him waking up and asked, just waking up now? Ronald looked at the other person with fatigue, not expecting he had slept so deeply, then said, guess I must have had a good dream or something. Ronald sat on a log, his expression thoughtful. He was Commander Ronald, the captain of the disciplinary unit. He tiredly rubbed his eyes with his hand, his voice still heavy with sleep. A good dream, huh? No way. Stop talking nonsense. Go check the equipment. After a while, he was finally truly awake and brushed away the stray thoughts lingering in his mind. Suddenly, Balos rushed over from somewhere, raising his voice as if threatening Ronald. Since you're awake, let's talk a bit, leader. How long do we have to endure this? With our status as disciplinary soldiers, we clearly die in battle faster than the other battalions. Then he softened his tone a little. Just during the next battle, we can sneak away together. If the leader is willing to lead us, that wouldn't be hard at all. As for money, one big hunt would be enough to make up for everything. Finally, Ronald boredly spoke up to cut off those crazy ideas. Hey, Balos, I've said if you mention hunting or anything like that that one more time. His gaze gradually turned cold. I'll slit your wrist. What, do you want to have it cut off right now? This made Ballos step back in fear, hiding both hands behind his back, his voice strained. Ah, no, I'll decline. Ronald rested his chin on his hand, his eyes still fixed on Ballos. He used a gentle tone to reassure everyone. Quiet down. Just hold on a little longer. Serve a few more months, and the Grand General has promised to pardon us. Carlos was doubtful when he heard those words. Haven't we all been living on that belief until now? We'll have a fresh start, no longer the life of a criminal. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely eager after Ronald's statement. He continued, so stop the nonsense. You all just worry about keeping yourselves alive. Understood? The rest replied in unison. As you command, leader. Everyone comforted each other with words that sounded like self-deception. That's right, we just need to push through a little more. Suddenly, Ma popped out from somewhere and hugged Ronald tightly, teasing him nonstop. Anyway, as long as we stick with this guy, there's no way we'll die. He stared at Ronald with a teasing tone. Right, Leader Ronald? This caused Ronald to look at his subordinate helplessly and retort. Yeah, sure, each of you worry about your own neck and you still dare to sneak onto my back? He raised his hand high to the sky, his voice growing louder. I do not care, my life is above all else. Whoever disturbs me, I will abandon them immediately. Let them fend for themselves. But Ronald's heroic demeanor quickly faded into thoughts only he understood. He did not speak them aloud for fear his comrades would let their guard down, but the general had promised to pardon everyone if the campaign succeeded. His gaze became more resolute than ever. This mission was extremely dangerous, but no matter what, there was only a little more to go. The image of Enro, the girl he loved, appeared in his mind. He told himself, just endure a little longer, they would return to Nim Burton where she was. He looked around the camp once, silently vowing to survive resolutely at all costs. Suddenly, an immensely terrifying beam of light appeared in the sky. Immediately, it destroyed the mountains and forests along with the entire camp. Carlos witnessed the scene, his face turning pale, his voice stammering. Whoa, what just fell from the sky? A young man with black hair quickly calmed himself, reassuring himself. What the hell is this? It is not enemy magic, is it? The space suddenly became chaotic. Someone shouted loudly at Ronald, Leader Ronald, give the order quickly. Meanwhile, Ronald, with a pale face, sat still without moving. It seemed he had realized something unusual. This is. His hands suddenly stiffened, his whole body feeling like it was screaming violently. Ronald could only stare blankly at the terrifying light before him, his instincts warning him of deadly danger. A massive figure with long, hazy horns appeared. A deep, rumbling voice sounded, Look. The horn became clearly visible, glistening under the starlight. Countless magic circles appeared in the sky, obeying that being's command. A tall, winged, horned creature appeared. I have come to open this path. You shall accept your destined fate. With a sinister face, he was a Hayut. With just his voice and the aura he radiated, he froze the soldiers in place. A soldier looked on in fear. What is this? He pointed forward. Captain, over there! The countless magic circles from before suddenly launched large pillars of light, aiming their arrows at them. Loud explosions sounded, beams of light radiating and charging down madly. The soldiers could only stare wide-eyed at the events unfolding before them, until the light approached very close, and no one could move. Wave after wave of light beams struck down, shaking the heavens and earth, rocks flying everywhere, the ground being destroyed in ruin. Just one arrow was enough to kill a person, even leaving their body mangled. Soldiers fell one by one in a horrific manner. The light from the magic circles continued to increase, as if wanting to sweep away all those who were fleeing. Ronald witnessed everything without being able to react, only muttering, What is this? A strange cylindrical object appeared. People in white robes were continuously blowing horns. Van Russ immediately understood the meaning of the signal. An attack signal? Do they mean we have to attack that monster? That is absurd. Are they insane? While he was shouting, the light got closer and closer. At this moment, Ronald could not just stand by. He rushed forward to block a blow for Ban Russ and paved the way for the group's counterattack. The soldiers, seeing this, were bewildered. Captain, but he only scolded them. Hey, you fools! Wake up! This is not the time to stand there crying. If you do not want to die miserably, you have to fight or run right now. Move quickly! Before he even finished speaking, countless beams of light were aimed at them, while he had not yet reacted. A series of explosions shook the sky, nearly wiping them all out. He stood frozen in place, blood from his comrades splattering onto his face. A sense of shock enveloped him. He stared intently at the fragments of flesh before him, unaware that the beams of light were still targeting him. Suddenly, a figure rose from the dirt and charged straight forward. Ma-An had grabbed him and pulled him out of the explosion. Both lay exhausted on the ground. Ma-An sat up, shook him, and cursed profusely. Ronald, wake up! We have to get out of here! We cannot fight them! We have to wait for reinforcements! As soon as Ma-An finished speaking, he was struck by a beam of light straight through his abdomen, collapsing on the spot. Even Ban Russ lying on the other side could not escape the tragic fate. Ronald sat up, looking at his subordinates being mercilessly struck down one by one. He burst into tears. No! Ronald's mind completely collapsed. He screamed in agony. No, my... The arrows of light did not stop firing at them. The scene shifted to some distant castle. Majora and Ronald were still facing off, with a purple aura surrounding them. He extended his long, slender five-fingered hand towards him. This illusion will invade your memories and replay your most painful moments. The infinite loop will trap you, your mind slowly eroding, shattering into pieces, until you only wish you could die forever. You will have to endure that eternity to be able to defeat me, Ronald. While Ronald was trapped in the illusion, he kept smiling with a perverse expression. A mere human can never overcome that eternity. I do not know what you calculated when you proposed the bet, but the moment you gave me the freedom to choose the condition, your fate was already sealed. That is why I'm very curious. What kind of swamp are you floundering in now? Ronald and Ma-een looked at the faces of their comrades before them. Perhaps because he had been in despair for so long, this time he no longer screamed. The body was drenched in blood. He was dead. The remaining ones used their horses to flee from a Haiyut lurking above their heads. He turned back with astonished eyes. Another comrade was torn apart. He too was dead. Rain poured down heavily, and he stared blankly at the pile of corpses before him. A familiar face, it was Ban Russ. They were all dead. Ronald, panting, witnessed the entire event. Now he was surrounded amidst a forest of corpses, so many lives sacrificed to protect him. Couldn't even count them anymore. Was this the end? Beneath his feet had turned into a pool of pungent, reeking blood. He was sinking deeper into that sea of blood. No, there wasn't even anything called an end. As for this hell, he didn't know anymore. He only knew that right now, even if just for a single moment, he wanted to rest. Ronald looked at his own weary face reflected in the pool of blood. Light of reality suddenly opened its mouth, hesitant, and stopped. Stop. Then he lowered his head. Kneeling before Bajura, he begged, I will give you this body and everything, just please. The man was silent for a moment. Then came that characteristic perverted smile with teeth white as jade. He opened his eyes wide and said with glee, finally achieved. The forbidden book, Bajura, tore apart Lacton's body to break free. As soon as he got out, he had to lick his lips. Finally, you belong to me, Ronald. His dark purple tentacles spread out around him, slowly approaching Ronald, till they reached his face, and seeped into every fiber of Ronald's flesh. The grotesque face with an eye bulging out from the body finally. It aimed straight at the young man, radiating a surge of dark magic. You are mine, Ronald. Streams of dark energy shot toward its target. The monster wrapped Ronald in a colossal vortex, and he stood at the eye of the storm as everything was torn apart. Corner of his mouth curled up. Truly magnificent. Ronald Regingis brushed back his blood-red hair, infinite potential. The parasitic monster causing black slime to flow from its eyes, surging within the body. He raised his head and whispered, Ronald, before your consciousness fades, I will give you a final gift. He drew the sword from his side. Look, the blade was pointed out. This is your true power. The parasitic monster lightly swung its hand once. The room shook from the impact. The horizontal slash left a very large and long crack on the wall. He was immensely satisfied. Remember my favor. Monster smiled cunningly. Don't you look forward to it, the despair I will bring with this power. He turned his pitch-black gaze. But before that, on this momentous day, I should fire a volley of opening cannons. The direction he looked was towards Lacton, the one who had died along with that worm. The old man was still severely injured, struggling to get up. The one who wasted my time with meaningless leniency. Jura slowly walked towards him. Still have the will to move? That spirit is worthy of being called a sage. He mocked. What makes you long for it so? Responsibility as the Tower Master, or is it? The old man gritted his teeth, listening to every word, feeling guilty for having brought calamity to this land, whatever it was. Bajura raised his sword. Let us sink into despair together. His hand was ready for the stab forever. Lacton sat still and lowered his head to endure. Suddenly, the heartbeat of the body pounded violently. The blade halted, trembling incessantly as if being restrained. Bajura muttered, What is this? He tried to lower the sword again, but it only shook side to side. Bajura's gaze was gradually invaded by another surge of magic. His vision transformed into a bright, starry sky. Sword fell to the ground helplessly. Bajura also slumped down. This. Eyes grew from under his feet, making him clutch his head and scream. What the hell is this? Black tentacles suddenly shot forward from behind him. Trung tried to hold Bajura's body down, but he could not. He stared with wide, shocked eyes. How could an ordinary human do such a thing? His limbs were bound tightly by dark magic. This power far surpassed his own. Roman spoke up at that moment. Well, you truly live up to your name. He appeared behind him. Even a feeble professor like me, merely touching that magical source nearly sent me to the afterlife. He praised, yet you swallowed it whole and even managed to swing your sword. I have to acknowledge you. That man trembled. Impossible. How could this be? Roman calmly looked straight at Bajura, causing him to be utterly shocked. You still retain your consciousness intact? The young man put his hand into his pocket to search. Yes, that illusion of yours was truly vile. Thanks to it, my memories of that day came back to me clearly, piece by piece. Bajura listened tensely. Honestly speaking, just one slight misstep and the plan would have collapsed. My consciousness would have shattered if it were not for. His hand picked up a ring that was glowing, if it were not for this item. Everything went back to the moment she was showing him the ring. The young man was extremely surprised by the dazzling light. What is happening? Could this be? He blurted out in confusion, the ring's true form? She explained, that is correct. When you pour special mana into it, it reveals its true shape. She confidently introduced, I believe this is what you prepared specifically for Ronald, the one cursed in suffering. A gentle power enveloped the ring, a divine and mighty aura capable of resisting magic. Air also slowly floated up along that stream of power. She handed it to the young man and instructed, "Treasure this sentiment, Ronald. When you enter a trial so harsh that you cannot escape, it will become." At the very moment his consciousness was imprisoned in that silent void, the ring in his coat pocket suddenly emitted pure magical currents. Ronald raised a hand to the sky. Another hand also appeared to reach for it. Two figures slowly moved closer to each other. When their hands touched, a clash occurred, causing the surrounding water to churn violently. The immense power helped him. Ronald's face remained shrouded in a dark, mysterious expression. But then he merely sighed softly. He owed someone a favor again. A hazy figure of Sarante appeared, smiling at him. "Thank you, Sarante." He was pulled up from the water by that person, and the deeper matters gradually settled down. Now he still held the ring in his hand. Its light had dimmed considerably. Ronald gripped the ring tightly. How strange. I never expected the curse on this body to be useful in this way. The bloody memories of that year came flooding back as he remembered that reckless gamble. The young man turned to ask Bajura, "Looks like I won, right?" He still mumbled under his breath, "Impossible, it cannot be." His panicked voice echoed through the dark void. Everything gradually faded away. How could there exist a being? Eyes opened everywhere, staring intently at him. Something so irrational? Ronald casually stored the item. I've heard that phrase too many times. It no longer surprises me. He drew his sword and spoke. "I warned you if you targeted this body." A man named Bajura gritted his teeth, letting out weak growls. "You will regret this." He could say nothing more, so he could only despair. The barrier slowly drew him inside. Impossible. His arm flailed in desperation, but it was utterly futile. In the end, that greedy man was devoured. Impossible. He suddenly lunged out and screamed, "Impossible." Even in his final moments, he kept muttering, "I am the forbidden tome of destruction, the embodiment of annihilation, the one who will rule this land." His face slowly twisted. Someone like me, ending meaninglessly in this place, impossible. Red blood splattered everywhere, making him freeze. His raised arm was sliced off by Ronald. He sighed and lamented. What a hassle. Bajura's eyes, he could only see Ronald in front of him now. Enough fun jumping around? He coldly looked at him. If you're out of tricks, then disappear. Dark tower began to spread electric currents across its peak. A glimmering crack appeared from its crevices. With great speed, they spread everywhere. The stone covering the tower gradually broke apart, and the light of the sky was restored. Elizabeth startled awake from a long slumber. The others also noticed the distinct change in the sky. Dust and smoke rose thickly as layers of rock fell down. Ronald sat alone amidst that grand palace. He let out a relieved sigh. The young man reverted to his harmless student persona. "I almost died just now. What on earth did I just go through? And for just a cursed book, not to mention." Bajura was lying still on the ground. Everything seemed to have truly ended because he could no longer feel that unpleasant, filthy flow of energy. The flow of mana around him had not stopped, and what troubled him was that book was emanating a radiant magical current. The light mana had not yet disappeared, just as he thought. Was it connected to those bastards? A trembling voice sounded beside him, and indeed it was. Ladon struggled to stand up with his aged body. He never expected that this young man alone could push back that Bajura. He asked the old man if he had woken up. The tower master shook his head, hastily covering his face in shame. "I truly apologize to you for making you go through such an ordeal. I have no excuses for myself." The white smoke around the tower gradually dissipated. "Perhaps this is the first time I have officially met you. Even though I lost consciousness, I could still feel it." The old man smiled and shared. "I saw your admirable skill and strong will when you faced Bajura." The old man kept praising that the scene was so astonishing. It was the first time he had witnessed such a thing. He also forced a smile and brushed it off. "I had to endure many bitter hardships as well." He calmly looked at the other person. "By the way, are you all right? How is your mana?" Ladon looked at his palm. "Well, isn't this a very small price to pay, compared to the fact that I almost caused the Dawn Magic Tower to collapse and killed innocent people?" Ladon fully accepted the fact. The matter of this old man losing all his mana was nothing significant. The Tower Master expressed, "On the contrary, I have had the chance to survive and make amends for my mistakes. I only feel deeply grateful." Ronald also understood that Will, the one who holds the title of Tower Master, truly is different. He noticed the sound of the door opening outside. "You must live on with conviction." The people in the tower quickly ran over. "Tower Master Ronald, are you two all right?" The young man continued, "At least for the people you wish to protect." Agul and enro looked worried with very anxious expressions, even more so than for themselves. He looked down again, it seemed. Ronald slowly leaned back. "Now I can rest comfortably." The young man let out a relieved sigh and completely flopped onto the ground. Brilliant dawn lit up the entire sky. Today truly was a long day. A sparkling morning with gentle birdsong, sunlight streamed through the window. Ronald groggily opened his eyes and woke up on the soft bed. Beside him, the Tower Master and Agul were keeping watch. He held his head and sat up. "How long have I been asleep?" Ladon replied. "A day has passed. You were sleeping so soundly that we deliberately did not wake you." He felt a bit awkward, but seeing the two of them here meant the situation had been resolved peacefully. The Vice Tower Master acknowledged, "That is correct. It is all thanks to you for pushing back Bajura." The people in the tower were carrying out their duties. The mind control spell disappeared with Bajura's death. We will need to monitor further, but it seems no one is in life-threatening danger. Elizabeth was also busy commanding everyone. She had completed her treatment safely and was working hard to help restore the damaged magic tower. Her story was also recounted. I had hoped she would focus on resting, but she firmly refused. She said that during the chaos, leading the people was the duty of Ecclesia. This time, Sayun was also there. Miss Saying had woken up, but there was something quite strange. The girl's eyes sparkled as if seeing an idol since the moment she opened them. In her eyes, Elizabeth was like a radiant goddess. She had been following behind Miss Elizabeth all along. Ronald vaguely guessed that he had worried this incident would lead to conflict between the two families, but it seemed everything had been resolved smoothly. Then he spoke up anyway. I feel very relieved so I can return in peace. And I just wanted to say something beforehand. He reminded them, but please do not think about organizing those awkward banquets. I hate those noisy and flashy things. Ladon also nodded. I knew you would say that, Ronald. The plan book for organizing a farewell banquet was hidden away. We will not hold any parties, so do not worry, but we cannot let our benefactor leave empty-handed. The wooden box was quickly presented. Although it is not much, we want to express our gratitude. The lid of the box slowly opened. What was inside was so bright, it dazzled the eyes. 2 badges were placed neatly inside. Through this high-grade Magic Tower badge, it represents the most honored guest of the Dawn Magic Tower. A goal added. With it, you will have the privilege to use not only the assets of the Dawn Magic Tower, but also special areas like the Halinian Trading Post, a place only mages can enter. The box was handed directly to him. Moreover, like the spell scroll I gave you last time, I have engraved a few useful spells on it, hoping they will help you in times of crisis. They emphasized their words. This is a symbol of the oath. The Dawn Magic Tower will forever be an ally of Lon An. Both of them bowed their heads. At the same time, we want to express our gratitude once again to you, Ronald, for restoring our Dawn Magic Tower. He quickly waved his hands. Come on, do not be like that. Why are you two bowing? It makes me feel heavy. He was about to leave. It is nothing, so I will be going now. But Agul summoned a spell to stop him. And finally, flames flickered on the ceiling and opened a gate. The young man looked up in surprise. There was still a pressing matter to discuss. That book was brought out about how to deal with this forbidden book of Bajura. The high sky above the tower was still vast blue and very cool. As dusk fell, Ira stood alone by the white shore again. The girl's eyes gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Ronald at this moment had just arrived. Here you are, Io. The girl saw him and broke into a delighted expression. Ah, Ronald, you are awake. Are you all right? She asked with concern. Why are you already planning to leave? You should rest more, Ronald replied. I feel fine. That bastard treasured my body so much that I barely have any wounds. He turned his face away and hesitated before speaking. Anyway, I need to return to Filion soon, but before that, I think I need to tell you something. Joe also listened quietly as he forced out each word. It is, about Sarante. The sea waves lapped against the sand, making the space even cooler. The young man was startled by her call. Ronald really frowned sadly. You do not need to tell me. Her gaze quietly lowered. She suddenly recalled the moment she poured all her power into the ring. Hand gently opened her robe, lightly touching the girl's forehead. Leaving her in astonishment, that person gradually faded. I am sorry. She was still stunned. Sarante calmly appeared before her. The smile on his lips remained bright. Please forgive this foolish old elf for bidding you farewell like this. Thank you for always. She stared at him with wide eyes. That was a beautiful memory in my ordinary life. The person before her slowly dissolved into specks of light. I hope you will remain safe forever, my dear friend. He trembled slightly, thinking back now. Sarante truly was an odd man. He was indeed eccentric. Tears welled up from the corners of her eyes, but she was no longer sad because he was gentle and warm. The two of them were bathed in the setting sun's glow, the poetic scene dispelling all sorrow. Next day arrived, the patterns on the ship illuminated by the sunlight. The sails filled with wind pushed the large vessel along the current. The tale of the Dawn Magic Tower came to a close. Warm sunlight shone across the scenery within the castle. The scene shifted to a training ground equipped with a diverse array of tools. Ronald stood on the field, holding a sword that emitted a blazing red light enveloping his body. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and slowly sensed something. He gently raised his hand, swung the sword a few times, then remarked. Indeed, there was nothing different from usual. Ronald brought the sword before his face, staring at it in appraisal. The mana circulation, the color of the sword aura, all remained exactly the same. Then he said, there is just one problem. His hand clenched the sword, radiating a mysterious color. He asked himself, what the hell is this damn thing? He frowned slightly. He could see it without even looking closely. He rubbed his head, grabbed his hair, and looked up in helplessness. This mana is exactly the same kind those cults use. Ronald clenched his teeth, staring hard at his own body, and gritted out, Bajura, that damn cursed tome. Inside him, there was a strange orb carrying a purple power. He wondered what he had actually done to his body. While earlier, in a closed space, Ronald asked the two of them, "Are you sure?" Facing the Vice Tower Master of the Dawn Magic Tower and Tower Master Randon, he asked, "Is the Forbidden Tome Bajura really to be given to me?" He felt a bit awkward, actually. I was also planning to look into this book. And he asked again, "But is handing it over to me like this all right?" Worried, what if something happens? Fila reassured him, "Do not worry about that." He said, "We have confirmed that the evil spirits within the book have been completely purged. Now it is merely an ancient book containing primordial knowledge. Of course, if it were to leak out, the Magic Tower would be in trouble." He smiled and said, "But for now, we feel it is necessary to entrust it to you, Ronald. The reason is related to what is inside you, because there are still remnants of Bajura within your body." He was surprised. "What? Wait, what do you mean?" The Tower Master explained, "We deduced that Bajura was absorbed into your body. Since it could not gain control over your body, it was completely sealed away. Otherwise, remnants of its will would still exist within that book." He stared at the orb inside his body and reassured him, "Do not be too pessimistic. This could be the only answer to subduing Bajura that we have always been searching for." Recalling that point, Ronald rested the sword on his shoulder, rubbing his head with one hand. What nonsense about the only answer. And he slowly said, "Ah, but it is true. My future seems clear now." He shuddered thinking about the holy sword Zephyr. "If I meet him in this state, I will surely be torn to pieces." He sighed in relief. "At least this kind of mana cannot be seen by others. If I get misunderstood and dragged into trouble, then..." Suddenly a voice spoke, "Dragged into trouble." Naviro appeared from behind him and asked, "What do you mean by that?" He was startled and shouted in panic, and swung his sword towards that direction. "What was that?" She blocked his sword, speaking calmly, "The depth of your swordsmanship is completely different. Could it be that you had some fortunate encounter during this time?" Seeing the person clearly before him, he was surprised. "Lady Naviros." Ronald quickly stepped back, stammering an explanation. "Ah, you know, right? Instructor, this is clearly your fault for suddenly releasing killing intent." She took steps toward him, speaking, "You." Drawing close, Navi Rose coldly questioned, "What exactly happened in the Dawn Magic Tower?" She continued to ask, "How could you form an inner core?" Hearing that, he was dumbfounded, pointing at himself and wondering, "Is that thing inside me an inner core?" He said innocently, "I thought it was a tumor." The instructor was enraged upon hearing this. "How dare you compare the sacred inner core to a tumor? Did I not explain it clearly in theoretical class?" She yelled, "Do not tell me you fell asleep." Ronald quickly bowed 90 degrees. "I am sorry." She put her hand to her forehead and sighed. Honestly, even though she was angry, she still explained, "An inner core is a blessing reserved for true swordsmen. Those who have gone through countless rounds of mana training and practical combat. Simply put, after countless cycles of mana circulation, the heart eventually becomes a vessel of energy. This is the lifelong achievement of a martial artist. It is considered a milestone marking the turning point between their before and after. Because the mana stored in the inner core not only has a density completely different from natural mana, but it is also the only foundation for unlocking sword aura. Forming an inner core means you have stepped into the realm of a true swordsman." Navi Rose crossed her arms and said seriously, as if the inner core required decades of hard training to achieve. Observing his body, she remarked that it appeared in someone like him. Moreover, it existed separately, not centered around the heart. She concluded that, in theory, possessing two inner cores was not impossible. Ronald was surprised to hear this. Was this really so special? Suddenly, Navi Rose drew her sword. "Fine, forget that matter. I will hear about what happened in the Dawn Magic Tower later." She made a suggestion, "But for now, let us have a spar." He waved his hands in fear. Why did the topic suddenly shift to that? She smirked in response. "Since you have new power, you need to test it. After all, I have a responsibility as your trainer." She raised her sword with a terrifying smile. "And you learn better with your body than your head, right?" He was horrified. "Your expression does not look like you find this troublesome at all." Without further ado, she immediately lunged into the attack. He blocked the strike while yelling, "Are you serious?" Two continuously traded techniques, causing the earth and rocks around them to scatter in all directions. Stepped back to keep his balance, gritting his teeth. "Trainer responsibility, my foot." Clearly, she was rushing towards him filled with killing intent. Navi Rose swung her sword straight down. He thought to himself, this is truly a blatant slaughter. The ground around the two of them cracked. Ronald tensely realized his strength was completely outmatched in a direct confrontation. He would surely be torn to pieces. He pushed her away with force, leaping back to create distance. He clenched his teeth and calculated, if I can just bind her feet once, just once, I can create an opening to attack. Suddenly remembering the previous battle, right? Just like that time. If I can gain power like that cowardly mouse Grancia. Before he finished the sentence, the surge of power from the inner core in his body began to take effect. Strands of purple light suddenly appeared. They burst forth from him and shot straight towards her, quickly wrapping tightly around her legs and locking them. Seeing that he got what he wished for, he was extremely surprised. Ronald was stunned to see this scene. Why did it resemble the aura of that man Doran? Light strands interwove like a spider web, wrapping tightly around Navi Rose's legs, spreading gradually as if wanting to imprison her completely. He never expected this to happen. Navi Rose glanced down, her sharp eyes sweeping over the glowing threads. A movement restriction technique? You learned some interesting things from the Dawn Magic Tower. She gave an interested smile. Right, in battle, variables like this can decide life and death. He lightly lifted her foot, feeling the binding of the magical threads. If you have anything else, feel free to show it. As she spoke, she launched off the ground, her sword raised. Navi charged straight ahead, her eyes gleaming with excitement. He panicked and let out a hoarse scream. Ronald gripped his sword tightly, shouting in desperation, "Professor, please calm down. I do not even know what this is." But at that moment, his legs suddenly lost balance. A small purple orb spun right in front of his chest, emitting a strange surge of mana. A wave of dizziness hit him. He opened his mouth to say something, but his voice choked. "I need..." His words faltered, and his body completely lost its balance. Navi, standing from a distance, immediately noticed something was wrong. But before she could react, Ronald collapsed right before her eyes. Ronald. The tower stood tall under the daylight, its magical patterns radiating mystery and authority. Inside, behind a quiet window, a mocking voice rang out. "Swordsmen really are a simple-minded bunch." Geraldine leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, frowning as he observed. This is not a battlefield. Why would she treat her student like this? His gaze stopped on Ronald, who was gasping for breath, his life force seemingly drained. He questioned, how did it come to the point of him losing mana like this? Navi Rose frowned, speaking in an annoyed, suppressed tone. "Do not say useless things, explain quickly. Did you handle it properly?" Geraldine sneered in mockery. "You are the one worrying uselessly. Have you forgotten? In this field I am more professional than you." Even though his body was exhausted, Ronald still tried to lift the medicine bottle, the thick yellow liquid flowing down. Geraldine watched with crossed arms. It is just his body suffering from shock due to sudden excessive mana consumption. His gaze swept over him. Mana water and the prescribed medicine can help him recover quickly. He squinted indifferently, so stop standing here. Go to the infirmary and get the medicine, with such intense killing intent radiating. Seeing Navi Rose still wore a displeased expression, her eyes as if wanting to pierce through Ronald, he reminded, it only hinders the patient's recovery process. Navi Rose clicked her tongue, her eyes clearly showing annoyance. "I have never taught in such a weak manner." After finishing, she turned and asked briefly, "What medicine do you need?" Not long after, the door closed with a decisive slam. Ronald sighed softly and rubbed his forehead. "Thank you, Professor, for your help." Suddenly his head spun and his strength drained. "Do you know how scared I was?" Geraldine rested his chin and muttered, "Ronald, let me tell you something." He sighed and suggested, "Every time you appear, I have to witness things rarely seen in a lifetime. At least you should think of me a little, a mass of mana crystal never seen before." Geraldine paused, observing the faint purple aura emanating from Ronald's body, and asked curiously, "Could that be the power of Vela?" Ronald was momentarily stunned. How did the professor know? He casually replied, "I often exchange information with Ampilla." He emphasized each word, leaving Ronald stunned with his mouth agape. "That friend of mine gave me very detailed instructions." He placed his hand on his chest, listening to every word the man said, telling him to keep an eye on Vera's power so it wouldn't cause any harm. He hesitated, his voice trailing off. "Professor." Geraldine touched his chin, his expression calm but his words full of certainty. "If you're asking whether it's dangerous, don't worry." He observed the magic orb, his sharp eyes sweeping over the swirling streams of energy within. "The mana of the forbidden book is stabilizing in an astonishing way. If it weren't for someone like me who's heard of Vera, one might simply think the core's position is a bit unusual." Giro tilted his head. "We need to check a bit more, but if there really isn't a problem." He predicted you could use it as a core to channel aura. Ronald froze, his breath catching. He sprang up reflexively, eyes wide. "Aura?" According to the tales, that aura was a unique world that a person could experience. The key to that world was tied to the most intense emotion in life, blazing brilliantly like deep crimson light. Yearning for an unreachable goal and fleeting premonitions that vanish like lightning from sight. Regret that sinks deep into the roots easily forms a radiant golden orb, accumulating all will and memories. When intense emotions crystallize, that person awakens a blazing golden spiritual power. When those combine with the mana accumulated in the core, a new great power will emerge. That is the aura. Ronald looked at his hand, his mind spiraling deep into thought. "I can use aura like that? This is truly an unexpected gain." Then, the memory of the previous battle suddenly rushed back, making him wonder what had happened earlier. He frowned, a feeling of doubt surrounding him. Clearly Doran's aura had appeared. His gaze focused intently on his palm. Copying a unique power like aura was supposed to be impossible. A sense of confusion swirled in his head. Can Vira's core do that? Before he could reach a conclusion, Geraldine spoke. "Also, you should consult Professor Secret's opinion." Geraldine observed Ronald, nodding as if he had predicted it. "Looks like you're truly favored by heaven." He blinked in surprise. "Huh? There's more?" The man emphasized. "I'm talking about your curse state." Geraldine mentioned the chains binding Ronald. "Among the remaining 8 curses, 2 have disappeared." He was surprised. "Disappeared? But I didn't do anything." Geraldine calmly replied, "I understand you're confused." He remembered the mysterious figure with wings on his back, a hypothesis flashing in his mind. This is the situation where Vira and the 2 curses have merged into one. They spun, fusing together in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Of course, this is also completely absurd. You've never heard of curses merging into one. Geraldine Regingis GMF pondered for that to happen. The most essential thing, like branches tightly intertwined Nebula Glacier, they must share a common origin. Ronald closed his eyes and smiled. "On my body, the inexplicable things aren't just 1 or 2. Geraldine raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What?" What? Someday you'll understand. Radiant sunlight fell over the entire town. A graceful figure walked through the middle of the street. Holding a potion bottle in his mouth and a book in his hand, Ronald muttered, I suspected from the start that this thing had a problem. His gaze stopped on Bajura, his voice full of disgust. Even dead, you cling on in a disgusting way. Damn forbidden book. What trick have you pulled on my body? Without hesitation, he threw him high up, ignoring everything, walking away, his mind aching. Though it's a bit uncomfortable, the two damn curses disappearing is a bargain after all. Looking at him hovering in midair, he thought to himself, to take down even just one more cult member, this is not the time to be picky or hesitate. Ronald reached out to catch Bajura as he fell, sighing, I'll just figure it out slowly. Suddenly, a frantic scream rang out, making him glance behind him. From afar, through the thick dust, a figure was running for dear life. The figure gradually became clearer. He recognized Axel rushing over with a tear-streaked face. He greeted, Axel, long time no see. He raised his hand and waved cheerfully. Haven't seen you in a while, so you came to pick me up? Good boy. Kid, how did you know I was here? Watching him rush over, Ronald continued in a calm voice, living well? Before he could finish his sentence, a violent explosion erupted behind Axel, shaking the ground. He panicked, running while looking back, screaming, Ronald! He froze, his face blank as he heard the next frantic cry, Help me! Ronald's eyes widened, his face turning pale, screaming instinctively. Dust slowly cleared, revealing a blazing pink behind. As soon as he saw it, he called out, Axel! A colossal monster revealed itself with pink fur and gleaming fangs, growling. The giant lion was chasing close behind Axel. Ronald panicked and shouted, What are you leading over here? Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the ground beneath his feet. It made Van An somewhat bewildered. Am I seeing this right? I just left the academy for the magic tower for a bit. What on earth happened? He saw Axel trying to escape from the lion-shaped monster in the distance. Why is that thing inside the school? No mistaking it. While he was desperately crying as he was about to be eaten, it was also the moment Ronald recognized the monster. It was a manticore. He began to think of the mighty appearance of the manticore, a high danger level monster living in the treacherous northwestern lands that loves killing, its body covered in muscles hard as steel. Especially, its scorpion-like tail contains a deadly paralytic poison. Its level was assessed even higher than a wyvern. Axel over there was still running away from the manticore, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Ronald suddenly curled his lips into a smile. This way, I can verify whether Vajora's power really allows me to use someone else's aura. Then he took a deep breath and felt the source of power near his heart. Thinking of the power flowing through his heart, Ronald denied it, not the heart. He continued heading towards the black hole-like energy source in his body, but instead shifted to pulling mana from the Vajora core. Power within Ronald's body slowly surged forth like last time. He began to think of his previous duel with Navi Rose when fighting the instructor. Ronald had given her quite a scare. He couldn't control the amount of mana and had exhausted himself and passed out. Now, he clearly felt the immense energy within his body, and this time, he had to control it. Ronald slowly stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, he began to notice something was off. As Axel and Mantico charged at him, Ronald began releasing his stored energy. He was surprised to see the energy streak past him. What was going on? That power was like invisible threads wrapping tightly around Mantico's legs. Ronald was overjoyed, saying, It worked. Axel, standing beside him, also marveled, Amazing! Both of them saw the monster's legs were bound tightly, unable to move, and they knew the move had succeeded. The monster suddenly became enraged, raising its leg to attack both of them. But they also noticed the energy threads were beginning to snap. Ronald muttered worriedly, Seems too weak. He stared at the fading energy, its power somewhat inferior to the original. Manticore quickly seized the opportunity and charged straight in to attack. Ronald panicked and drew his sword as the massive paw descended, telling himself, so this is how it ends. Suddenly, a surge of tremendous power appeared right before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a colossal pillar of light descended, aiming to destroy Manticore. The force cracked the ground around them. Debris flew in all directions. Manticore roared in agony. Ronald and Axel were stunned by the scene before them. All that remained in front of them was a pillar of light filled with immense power. The light quickly faded. A person standing atop Mantico's head spoke up, asking, Are you two injured? Ronald immediately recognized the familiar voice. Varan stood on Manticore's head looking down, revealing himself to be Professor Baron. Moments later, everything was left in ruins. Everyone quickly returned to work as Mantico was locked into a cage. Varan Regingist patted the beast, apologizing for hurting it, but if things had gotten worse, the Empire would not be lenient. He tried to calm the caged creature, hoping it would understand this was the best choice. Ronald was astonished by Varan Farnazir's energy. Was this Professor Baron's aura? It seemed to be a physical enhancement type. He excitedly realized that despite that, he had taken down the fearsome Manticore with a single blow. Ronald quietly assessed Varan from a distance, thinking he seemed gentle, but in truth, he was more formidable than he had imagined. Varan Fanasia sadly watched the Manticore being led away. Then he smiled sheepishly, saying, I apologize to you both. I didn't expect it to break through the magic-reinforced iron cage. Baron quickly bowed his head in apology as the festival's person in charge. Ronald hurriedly waved his hands, saying it was fine. Witnessing such a rare scene was interesting too. He asked curiously, What is the 100 Beasts Festival? Axel explained that it was a major event that all of Filion was preparing for. for. He said the 100 Beasts Festival was a festival showcasing rare magical and phantom beasts. It was a rare opportunity for the people to admire them. Ronald recalled his schedule, thinking that if he got to see it, it would surely be very interesting. He asked curiously, will an incident like this cancel the festival? Varun guessed not. He hesitantly stated that the capital had high expectations, and this small incident was not enough to stop it. Moreover, this creature would make its official appearance at the event. The next day, at Nessie, the place where everyone gathered, Ronald, in his role as chair, spoke up, saying everyone need not worry about the 100 Beasts Festival anymore, but there was one thing he was curious about. He recalled the eagerness of the trainees, wondering what was so worth anticipating about the event, as everyone only talked about it. Maria Sen smiled and replied, that line of thinking is correct for a normal 100 Beasts Festival. She pointed, saying, this time, a special pair will appear, Doppelganger Alpha and Omega. Arya Sen explained that the doppelganger was a phantom beast that could read emotions through the eyes and transform into the person one was looking at. Alpha would usually transform into the person the subject loved. Omega, on the other hand, would transform into the person the subject hated. She added that the chance to witness this sight was extremely rare, and many were willing to pay a very high price to see it with their own eyes. Ronald listened intently, thinking that since he was getting to see such a pair for free, it was no wonder everyone was excited. Maria Sen asked, Ronald, are you more interested now? He pondered about a creature that transformed based on emotions. He wondered, in his own case, if Alpha would be Sister Ero. Ronald remembered the giant Ahayut and wondered who Omega would be. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Finally, he remarked that the Academy would probably gather all sorts of strange people. He also thought about the people flocking in and worried that Professor Barron would have a tough time. But in a hidden alley somewhere, during times like these, a group of people in strange robes was waiting for the time when uninvited guests would arrive in the greatest numbers. A figure in black received a scroll as a new order from their superiors had been issued. He sternly instructed his subordinates to remember and carry out the order with utmost seriousness, and one of them immediately accepted the mission, vowing to complete it without a single mistake. That man smiled brightly for the honor of Caraboro. During the day, sunlight illuminated the entire academy grounds. Ronald sat at the head of the meeting, and after finishing the discussion about the Pet Care Club, he moved straight to the main topic. Today I called you two here because I have gifts I want to give to both of you. The sudden call made him flinch. The first gift was for Azo. He looked at the book in a daze, and Ronald explained that this was a precious item, hard to obtain from the East Rose Magic Tower. However, reading it right away would be quite difficult, as it was said that every chapter contains some kind of encoded cipher. Deciphering it page by page could take an entire day, so he should take his time. Azo was surprised, his face turning bright red. Shouted, oh my god, that can't be! Does something like this really exist in the world? He was stunned. What's wrong? Can you read it? Azo said happily, every page is as confusing as a miniature maze, but I can still read a little of it. Perhaps with enough time, reading the whole thing could be accomplished. Of course, to understand it all would take some time. Every phrase is very advanced, and it could be considered a creative use of high-level knowledge that doesn't quite fit in. That's amazing, Ronald. Where did you find such a wonderful spellbook? Ronald hesitated. Well, in his mind, he recalled the process and then spoke up. It's a matter where it's better not to know. As for you, Maria Sen, please arrange some time to visit the teacher and Randy. Iso raised the book happily, saying there's a big catch coming soon. She asked what that big catch was. Ronald continued, saying that the teacher had just successfully grown Sarante herbs and was now making potions from them, then distributing them throughout the empire. I highly encourage your trading company to get involved in the distribution process. You're not unfamiliar with the potential of those herbs and your own abilities. Before long, you'll be rich again. Maria Sen was overwhelmed with strong emotions. He spoke up again, saying that's not all. Ronald said excitedly, today I want to personally assess how much you two have improved. It's been a while. I wonder if I should expect anything. She said smugly, well, that's perfect. I suddenly have a lot of things I want to teach you. He praised her. Very good. Bring your weapon and follow me. We'll start with a sparring match. Azo suddenly stood up, saying, then I'll also... Ronald refused, saying, I think you should focus on studying that book rather than training, Azo. That way you'll improve faster. Okay, good luck to you. See you later, little one. He watched the laughing figures of the two walk away, feeling helpless. Fine, then. Smile on Maria Sen's lips was as brilliant as the morning sun. Azo stared blankly until his face turned red. He just stood there watching intently. What's wrong with you? 2 weeks later, at Zingalilian, inside the arena, the small figures stood ready to step into the fight. Addison held a report board and announced, trial number 514. Both of you are ready, right? She asked the fighters for their confirmation. Brahm gripped his sword firmly, maintaining his focus as he replied. After hearing that, Addison brought the whistle to her lips. I'm starting now. She began the countdown, and at the same time, they got into their ready stances. On the second count, the sword in his hand glowed with energy. Addison counted the final number 1 and then began to blow the whistle. Immediately upon hearing the command, Brahm lunged forward like a tiger. He gripped the magic sword tightly with both hands. Very quickly, Brahm appeared in front of Ronald. He stood still with a terrifying calmness, not dodging at all. Ronald's eyes were wide open, with small sparks flickering within them. In front of him, a sphere of dark smoke suddenly appeared. The sheer force of that energy blew his hair back. His long blade was already leveled at Lon An's face. His feet were continuously held in place by magical threads. The weapon in Brahm's hand was also wrapped around and tightened. He looked and burst out laughing, saying, "Kid, you really didn't move an inch." Brahm pushed his sword forward in praise, saying, "That was a fantastic move, Ronald." Meanwhile, he calmly closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Then, with a surge of emotion, Ronald smiled delightedly, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, "You're really something, Brahm." Addison walked over and congratulated Ronald, saying that both his casting speed and mana control this time were flawless. "Only 2 weeks, and already this much progress, truly impressive," he replied, all of it thanks to the two seniors. Sister Addison analyzed his moves, pointing out weaknesses and perfect ways to fix them. Brother Brahm constantly sparred with him to keep his feel for it, which is why his technique is as outstanding as it is today. To be honest, most of it is thanks to Brother's aura, he said with a shy laugh while scratching his head. "Observing you helped me learn a lot, holding a sword to your throat without flinching. A brave swordsman's heart. Thank you, kid, for helping me find my next goal. Ronald, you truly are a talented club president." Ronald gave a thumbs up in appreciation. Seeing such passion in you is truly valuable. After a while of chatting, Grom stood up. "Well, I'll take my leave. Just call me if you ever need someone to hold a sword to your throat." He looked at his hand thoughtfully. Just being able to use that old man's aura has already helped him improve a lot. But one regret is that golden aura of Teacher Varan back then. No matter how hard he tried, it only drained mana from his core. He could never replicate it. That means the higher the aura rank, the harder it is to reproduce. If he could see it a few more times, maybe he could grasp something, but constantly asking a busy professor to activate his aura for a demonstration would be bothersome. What to do? Just as Ronald was lost in thought, the sound of hurried running footsteps pulled him back to reality. Very ran over in a panic. "Finally found you, Ronald." He froze. Aren't you Very, Professor Varen's assistant?" The other panted. "Thank goodness, you still remember me," Ronald explained. "I've met you a few times, but what's the matter that you've come all the way here?" Very replied, "It's not a big deal, but I need to tell you something." He recounted that shortly after the professor left. "He instructed me that if something serious happened while he was away, I should ask for your help on his behalf, Ronald." Hearing this, he was surprised. Teacher Varan left in the middle of the beast-herding conference approaching. "What's the important matter?" Very answered, "It's a monster. It was originally held captive in Zinthio, but has now escaped. It is the most important creature for the association this time, a mystical being. The doppelganger." Hearing this, both he and Addison were startled. "What?" All three moved to where the monster had escaped. Very explained, "Actually, Professor Varan has been gone for a while now. Right after that accident happened, 2 weeks have passed." Ronald was surprised. "An accident 2 weeks ago? Could it be? You mean the Manticore breakout?" The other nodded. "That's right." The professor was suspicious of that incident, feeling he had missed something important. In the end, he went to investigate personally, and although I don't know what he found until now, I still can't forget the look on his face that day. Very's expression fell as he recalled it was the first time. "The first time I saw the professor that angry." Next morning, he left the letter I just mentioned and set off. In the letter, he instructed, if something big happened, to ask you for help, Ronald. Crossed his arms thoughtfully. "This matter is indeed big enough. A valuable doppelganger like that attacked and then disappeared. Have you found out anything, Senior?" Addison replied, "It seems this wasn't a random accident." Very trembled slightly. "Not an accident? What do you mean?" She explained, "This room is made of special alloy glass, designed specifically to resist the transformations of a doppelganger. You must know how durable that glass is. How could such a material break on its own? Moreover, most of the shards flew inward, not outward. Not to mention, the remaining glass shards have extremely dense magical residue on them. That proves there was an extremely strong external force, powerful enough to break even this special alloy. Based on all those points, it's highly likely this was a targeted attack, aimed directly at the doppelganger from the start, a pre-planned attack." After hearing this, the two were stunned, an act of terror. Ronald mused. "Looking closely, you can see the difference." "That's right, otherwise there's no other explanation. I've had an uneasy feeling ever since I stepped in here. If that's really the case, then..." He spoke up. "This is no small matter. Isn't there a dangerous criminal lurking in the academy? If we don't hunt them down in time, something big will happen, right, Assistant Very?" The other said anxiously, "That's right." Ronald patted his shoulder to reassure him, "So we need to start investigating immediately. I wonder if the knights here can assist. I'm afraid I alone don't have enough time to search everything." Addison stopped him. "Wait, Ronald, there are actually still a few suspicious points." He signaled for her to stop, understanding his intent. "Don't worry, Senior," Ronald assured. "I won't waste time. As long as the knights coordinate well, everything will be fine." He grumbled. "Seriously, as a student, you run into all sorts of crazy things. Even if I'm a promising student, what does a kid like me understand? Being too outstanding sometimes has its troubles. Knights feel the same way, right?" The guards immediately fell silent. No one dared to respond. He joked, but everyone kept a serious expression. Well, of course, knights had to look imposing and stern. However, compared to that appearance, their way of handling things seemed a bit clumsy, didn't it? An irritated guard asked what he was talking about. Ronald calmly replied, "Was it obvious? Even if the assistant brought him in, they let a student barge into the scene without any checks. With that many knights present, yet not a single one grasped what the senior Addison said. Wasn't that strange? Moreover, because the knights failed their mission, it led to this chaotic situation. Yet he saw no sign of remorse, not even a hint of embarrassment. How could that be? Or was it because the pay was too low that they lost all their work spirit? The guard dismissed it, saying he was talking nonsense and needed to be taught a lesson. He thought it was just an unexpected accident, no need to explain to a student. It was best if he stayed quiet and left. Ronald smirked, apologized to the knight, then asked to inquire one final thing. What is that blood on your armor? In a place like Filion, there should be no reason for blood. His eyes darkened, brows furrowed. You people, who exactly are you? Ronald stared straight at them, his voice low and stern. The guard angrily drew his sword, cursing him as a foolish brat. He said he was shortening his own life. He seriously replied, who knew if the ones shortening their lives might end up being them. Ronald radiated killing intent, his gaze sharp. They would find out soon. He roared, saying he was already busy. Let's end this quickly. Immediately, they all attacked at once. But in the next moment, the first fake guard was struck down. Spilled blood made the remaining one pale with fear. He startled, quickly retracting his killing intent, his expression dazed. The remaining fake knight clutched his chest, coughing up blood in pain, his gaze fading. He quickly stopped breathing. The other shouted in shock, "What?" He angrily lunged forward, cursing whoever struck as a bastard. He screamed, asking why he dared to betray him. An internal brawl broke out. They fiercely turned on each other. A bloody battle between former comrades. One by one they fell, blood spilling from their helmets. The betrayer quickly took down each one. He forcefully shoved one down, pressing him against another. Then pushed the whole group deep into the wall. The fake knight's face was filled with unwillingness, cursing him as a scoundrel. The battle was filled with killing intent and betrayal. One being attacked begged for mercy, pleading for his life. Ronald stood watching, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He shouted, asking who he really was. The man slowly turned his face around, hidden in the shadows. Ronald raised his sword arm high, shouting at him to identify himself. The man stepped lightly closer, asking him to calm down. He knelt down, saying that he had seen it. They had just eliminated these filthy criminals. He looked up, pleading for him to clear up the misunderstanding that he had ever colluded with them. Ronald was startled, not understanding what nonsense he was saying, but this voice... No way. The knight slowly opened his helmet. He exclaimed in surprise, it was Ban Russ. He smiled in response, yes, long time no see, are you well? On the battlefield, Ronald and Ban Russ looked at each other in silence. His expression darkened, making him pale, thinking to himself what a shocking entrance this was. Ban Russ's eyes were bloodshot, sitting still like a puppy under Ronald's threatening gaze. He warned him to choose his words carefully, because he was not a kind person who would easily let things go. His golden eyes blazed. He gave a fierce smile, showing his fangs, wondering if he truly wanted him not to misunderstand. Breaking out in a sweat, Ban Russ hastily explained to salvage the situation. He insisted he would recount everything, and stressed he had never forgotten the life-saving debt he owed him. Immediately, Ronald held the sword to his neck with a cold expression, mentioning the special order that had been given. But then he became gentle with a normal smile, reminding him of his task to be a spy in Karibolo to sweep them out. Ban Russ clasped his hands, looking fearful, and hurriedly explained that all this time he had really been working extremely hard. Ban Russ had been very serious about gaining trust, taking on all sorts of dirty jobs, thereby getting promoted to the wolf rank. He told of times he secretly searched for information in the dark, getting access to confidential messages like branch locations or recruitment plans. All that information was collected by Ban Russ and sent back to Veron. He said he had been loyally reporting everything to the person named Veron. Ronald's face relaxed at this point, staring straight at him. He confirmed that he occasionally heard the professor mention an anonymous person who had greatly helped in eliminating Karibolo. Sweat on Ban Russ's face increased, his expression flustered. He said this armor was just for their cover, and he was only responsible for communication. He still earnestly begged him to trust him. Ronald sighed, thinking he could tentatively believe him. This kid did seem all right. With debris scattered on the floor, his voice lowered, acknowledging his hard work, then asked why he was hiding here. Ronald sat down, seriously observing Ban Russ's evasive look. He said he didn't understand why they were stupid enough to mess with Filion. He asked directly the reason for such a reckless act. Ban Russ scratched his head, hesitating, then said Karibolo's reputation lately had been severely impacted. The ruined arena, Varan calmly looked around. Everything was exactly as he had said, all thanks to the efforts of a spy like himself. It was he who, along with the Imperial Army, had pushed Karibolo into a corner, eliminating nearly half of their members. The pre-prepared iron cages were of no use either. My continuous disruption of their recruitment campaigns had severely weakened their forces. Now, rumors that Karibolo's time was up were spreading everywhere, and I was the one who planted them. Pointed at himself, wearing a proud smile. Ah, and of course, I am the one behind those rumors. Ronald merely glanced at him, letting out a soft, Ban Russ's brows furrowed, his gaze turning serious. Perhaps even the executive teams had sensed the danger, so they decided to launch a campaign to restore Karibolo's glory. Ronald listened intently. Behind him was the shattered glass. He spoke loudly, and that campaign was the attack on the 100 Beasts Festival. A shady smile appeared on Ronald's face, I understand. Those burly men. They were the embodiment of a ferocious wolf bearing its fangs with bloodshot eyes. The 100 Beasts Festival was an event that drew the attention of the entire empire, and the most anticipated highlight was the doppelganger beast. If we could steal it right before everyone's eyes, that would be the perfect performance to prove that Karibolo was still at its peak. Ronald stood up, looking down at the contemplative Banris, as if all that effort had been in vain. He stood straight and analyzed seriously. Then everything will be over once we deal with the rest and find the doppelganger. But Banris interrupted with concern. No, this is not the end, Ronald. Banris's yellow eyes stared unwaveringly at Ronald. He spoke sternly. The doppelganger is just the beginning. Banris's gaze became sharper and more cautious. The true objective of this campaign is to capture all the creatures present at the 100 Beasts Festival. And to do that, even Arendelle, Karibolo's key force, a monster with a muscular build and a mysterious belt, has appeared. White smoke drifted quickly through the shattered glass window frame. Why are those guards lying motionless on the floor like that? Ronald stood calmly with his arms crossed, while Banris seemed surprised. A timid young man sat on the floor. A strong girl wiped her chin, appearing with a cheerful tone. Ronald, you're here? Ronald stood firm, replying calmly. Just as we thought, these guys aren't officially hired knights. After you left, I dug deeper and they showed their true colors. The girl chatted casually. I only lost everything, so interrogation is definitely not a problem. Ronald approached. Well done, senior. But when he looked at the young man with a pale face, trembling all over, he wondered, but what about the assistant? The girl just gave a wry smile, recounting how her fierce fight had made the young man that way. I don't know, for some reason his face has been pale the whole time. Maybe it's the shock of finding out that person was a spy. She started to notice Banris and asked, but who's standing behind you? Ronald turned to introduce him. Ah, this person is, but was quickly cut off by Banris. Greetings, it is an honor. Allow me to introduce myself. He seriously placed his hands in front, opened his mouth wide and said loudly, I was once a lackey of the filthy organization Karibolo, but now I have been reborn and live a new life. Then he bowed 90 degrees. I am Banris, Ronald's loyal servant. The girl wondered, loyal servant? Ronald said offhandedly, I'll explain in detail later. On the battlefield now, only the four of them were standing facing each other. He said loudly, now there's a more urgent matter to deal with. Still in that place, the candles were still burning. A flustered voice spoke. What? Is that true, Banris? The other three were all staring at Banris. The girl spoke up. You're saying that Karibolo disguised themselves as knights? She wanted to ask more to be sure, not just infiltrating this place, but all other areas as well? Banris's face turned serious. The air around them grew heavy as he replied, yes, that is the truth. While the other three were still talking, Ronald lost focus and looked to another side. The true goal of this campaign was to seize all the creatures at the 100 Beasts Festival. Letting the doppelganger escape was just a diversion. Looking through the broken glass, there was a shiny surface, because if the doppelganger, the festival's most important creature, disappeared, all attention would be drawn there. In another scene, the group of soldiers were arguing back and forth. According to their analysis, there would naturally be a loophole in the security system. A fake soldier was hiding a knife behind his back while standing in front of two arguing soldiers, and they could use that to seize everything. Tower with a sharp peak pointed straight at the full moon in the night sky. This operation would be carried out when the full moon rose high. Ronald had been silent, his eyes constantly glancing around. By now, the others in different areas must be preparing as well. He looked down at the soldiers lying scattered on the floor and thought, now that I know the plan in advance, cleaning them up like this is no trouble at all. Ronald stood straight looking at the opposite wall, but for now it's better to let them think the plan is going smoothly. I don't care about the small fry, but Arendelle is dangerous on a whole other level. A werewolf figure was howling under the full moon. Werewolves, even among beastkin, are a species known for their superior physique and combat abilities. And among them, there was a tribe of warriors distinguished by their ferocity and incredible strength, the Ulam tribe. A gigantic hand was squeezing the heads of those wolves. The story goes, but 5 years ago, before a pack of wolves lying with their mouths open in a pool of blood, a man stood tall and crushed the head of the last wolf. They were wiped out in a single night. They were one of the three great beasts, known as Karibolo's sharpest fang. It was a man with a single tuft of hair, a long beard, and two eyes that emitted lightning bolts, the top senior member, Arendelle. The shattered glass shards lay scattered on the floor. Ronald was still deep in thought. That day, the massacre he carried out was what turned Karibolo from a mere poaching group into a dangerous criminal organization with immense power. He stood with his arms crossed, half his face turned toward his back. A big shot like him coming out personally shows that this matter is of extreme importance, and that also means his cautious and serious gaze fixed on the cracking glass. He knew in his heart they were ready to do anything. In that case, what I have to do is... The young man looked at Ronald, wanting to make a request. Assistant, please report this to the Imperial Army and ask them to hold their position for now. One of his feet lifted slightly. We will find... His expression was determined. The girl and Banris watched with smiles, the escaped doppelganger, at all costs. His mouth curved down slightly, he calculated carefully. Based on Arendale's actions, he seems like the type to show off, but not the kind for reckless action. Him letting the doppelganger escape is definitely because he's overconfident in himself. Arendale appeared in his mind with formidable ferocity. In other words, if we get the doppelganger first, he will come to us himself. I will take this chance to wipe them all out once and for all. Scene transition as dusk fell, golden sunlight shone through the tree-filled forest. Arendale was at that moment sitting majestically on a large log, holding a large haunch of meat. He opened his mouth wide, bringing his large jaw to take a big bite of meat. Then he stuck his finger into his mouth and began to mutter, "How troublesome." He carelessly threw the haunch in his hand behind him, having to waste time waiting for the prey to take the bait, truly unbearably boring. He tilted his head back, speaking in a lazy, drawling tone. Both the manticore and the doppelganger are just accessories now. He laughed with authority while crossing his legs. "Hurry up and show yourself, Varan." His aged face wrinkled, a sinister smile appearing. "This time I will strip your skin completely." A peaceful summer, the setting sunlight piercing through each canopy of leaves. A small figure amidst the vast broadleaf forest. Addison focused all her mind on casting the spell. Manhwa spoke up. Even though he had seen her take down the entire group of Karibolo, he still found her talent truly extraordinary. Ronald asked what she planned to do with the beasts. She replied, of course, to have them track the mana residue the demons left behind. Traces they left along their escape route. He explained her plan while following those traces. He was astonished, not thinking such a thing could be done. She crossed her arms proudly. "It was a small matter. You saw it yourself. Our future commander is truly a talented person." After a moment of concentration, Addison opened her eyes and said, "All right." Immediately, the controlled beasts turned their heads awaiting orders. She waved her hand in a signal. They ran off. "Rely on you all now." Dusk gradually fell over the quiet summer forest. Hasty footsteps broke the silent atmosphere. Twin eyes with a cold, sharp gaze were trying to flee. Its gaze was lifeless yet concealed a boundless source of energy. Right after, the bird controlled by Addison was charging forward in pursuit. The bird's eyes emitted a gloomy black aura. In contrast, the twin eyes shone with a strange brightness. It immediately turned its head back, looking at its opponent with an assessing gaze. Within the twin's eyes, strange glimmers briefly appeared. Suddenly, clouds of dust rose from its position. White smoke quickly enveloped the twin as if hiding something. Slowly, the smoke turned thick black and a snake head suddenly emerged. It lunged forward, opening its massive maw as if to devour everything. That action was inadvertently captured by the bird and relayed back to her. In the distance, Addison flinched, sweat rolling down her cheeks. She shouted and pointed forward. "Ronald, found it, over there. It's that snake." Everyone looked in the direction Addison pointed. Before them appeared a disguised snake. She said it was formed from the transformation of a surrogate. He praised Addison for doing very well. "This is definitely Omega, so let me handle it first." Ronald had not finished speaking when Banrus charged forward, telling him to leave it to him. He moved nimbly. Even if his past was shameful, he was still someone who had achieved the rank of Lang of Caliburo. He reassured Ronald not to worry about this snake. With confidence, Banrus immediately closed in on the twin with high determination. He used his firm hand to tightly grip the monster's neck. Twin roared in pain, then extended its long tongue out. Banrus teased that it was too fierce, but he had no intention of harming it. Ronald from behind scolded him for being a hothead, and Banrus just laughed, waved his hand, and said it was already dealt with. Before he finished speaking, he angrily scolded why he looked directly into the monster's eyes. He explained that the Omega Demon twin would transform into something that induces negative emotions, possibly one's greatest fear. Banrus's eyes darkened. Could his fear be that thing? Right before his eyes, a black rabbit strangely appeared. Banrus seemed to be pulled into a strange space he never wished for. He hurriedly threw the twin away, then cried out and fled in a panic. The monster seized the opportunity to quickly dart out of sight. He and Addison were startled, both immediately chasing after it from behind. Coincidentally, Ronald's gaze met directly with the twin's eyes. He sensed ill omens immediately and cursed softly under his breath. Within the twin's eyes, an image of Ronald himself faintly appeared. He watched it flee, trying to dodge the streams of spells and curses in frustration. Ronald's mind was in a turmoil after the eye contact. If it transformed into a Hayut, cleaning up the aftermath would be difficult. He told himself he had to catch it before things spiraled out of control. She anxiously called his name. Ronald asked Addison to lead Van Rose to find Alpha while he would capture Omega at all costs. In the forest, strong winds blew relentlessly. Ronald ran while thinking, no sign of it. At that speed, it must have already transformed nearby. But he saw no trace resembling a Hayut, something that huge couldn't possibly hide. His steps halted. More and more suspicious points were piling up. The human footprints and mana residue clearly belonged to the demon twin, but what had it transformed into now? Ronald's face became highly focused. Never had he felt so tense as he approached. The killing intent grew thicker by the moment he stared straight ahead. Distant memories suddenly flooded back, pulling with them illusions that flashed before his eyes. The mistakes of his past surfaced before him. He hesitated and wondered, could it be it? Ronald gripped his sword tightly, raising his guard as he slowly stepped forward. He reached out to touch the branch above to broaden his view. Ronald gritted his teeth and affirmed whoever it was once found. His words were cut short. He suddenly froze, because a figure was standing right before his eyes. Unconscious unease crept into Ronald's heart. Drops of dark red blood were slowly dripping onto the tip of the blade. The image of his past self stood before the water, uttering each word, me. His mood was chaos and anguish as he looked at his reflection on the water's surface. In the end, I still couldn't protect anyone. That version's emotions sank in negativity. Ronald stood there with haunted eyes, listening to every word, me. I never protected anyone, a lifeless face devoid of any warmth. The battle between Ronald and Aaron had now completely warped. Ronald was shocked and flustered. What in the world was happening? The one bringing him this negativity was his own self? He squinted, thinking hard. So then what was the actual reason? Ronald looked at the one before him in confusion. Was he intending to finish him off? He coldly opened his mouth. I fundamentally cannot protect a single person. His steps hurried forward. Why can't I protect? Not a single one. Arendale's eyes suddenly turned sharp and ruthless. Ronald was instantly stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The two faced off directly, their blades clashing with a piercing sound. The battle at Camgo raged fiercely, dust and smoke billowing to both sides. The continuous clash of sword strokes stirred up powerful gusts of wind. Kong gritted his teeth in calculation. Though he heard Doppelganger only possessed a fraction of the memories, this level went far beyond that. Ronald assessed that face. This truly was the man he once was. He was pushed back step by the force. This was truly dangerous. If that was the state during his duel with a Hayut, then his current body could hardly withstand it. I need to keep my distance first. Ronald devised a strategy, but it was quickly detected by his own past strength. Ronaldo's gaze turned icy. I will throw away this sword, to throw off my center of gravity. She was instantly grabbed tightly by the hair. Arendale's sword was raised high, ready to strike down. He lunged with sharp eyes, fast like a wild beast. Arendale's eyes were cold, lifeless, devoid of any emotion. Two blades met, Ronald remarked. This battle scene really is just like mine. He clenched his weapon as his hands still trembled from tension. Ronald gritted his teeth in anger. So many things I had forgotten for so long are rushing back, you bastard. Take my thanks. He finished his words and immediately lunged to strike his gut. Powerful blade pierced into Arendale's abdomen. His eyes narrowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Immediately after, the distance between them suddenly widened. Ronald furiously realized the disadvantage. I never let my guard down, yet he felt the wound on his neck. This head had almost left its body. Ronald's gaze became unusually tense. What was this feeling exactly? The me of that time recklessly used every means to survive, tearing enemies apart to the very end. He looked at his past self with an assessing gaze. This nature was no different from a wild beast. Ronald swung his sword forward, telling himself not to be complacent or careless. His brows furrowed tightly in concentration, just one missed breath. In Ronald's view, Arendale was moving at incredible speed. He understood the current situation. The next to fall would be him. They both moved so fast that thick layers of white dust rose from the ground. Ronald's gaze suddenly sharpened, sparks of determination flying. Immediately after, he darted forward like an experienced hunter. The battle became intensely fierce to the extreme. Thick white smoke shrouded half of Ronald's face. Blade flickered in and out of sight amidst the hazy white dust. He thrust the sword forward, piercing through the thick air. But Maya quickly ducked, deftly dodging the sudden attack. Aaron's hesitation was evident, and Ronald noticed it. He spoke up. Why are you afraid? Your thoughts are not hard to read. Because I am also human. The two clashed, their weapons meeting with a surge of immense force. Ronald gritted his teeth and remarked, that slash was far too weak. In that instant, he evaded and observed his opponent. His gaze was cold and terrifying, like a beast on the hunt. Aaron suddenly slammed his head into Ronald's forehead. He let out a pained cry. His face went numb from the heavy impact. Ronald stepped back, furious. Damn it, this bastard is truly hateful. He blamed himself for what he had done in the past. He had indeed caused so much madness. Suddenly, the man spun and delivered a kick that sent Ronald flying backward. He tried to hold his body together, retreating to keep his balance. A wave of immense power slammed into Ronald. A thought flashed through his mind. Wait, if it were me, this wouldn't just stop at a simple kick. Ronald judged as he saw the blade coming. If I'm not mistaken then, the next attack will come right now, and Arendale was charging straight at him. He struggled violently amidst the thunderous explosions behind him. Ronald's face tensed as he faced the horrifying scene before him. He quickly deduced the intent to end his life. Immediately, the entire space was engulfed in thick white smoke. The scenery became chaotic, dust and smoke shrouding everything and blocking his vision. A powerful blade slammed into the wall, followed by a low laugh. Ronald panted as he leaned against the wall. If I die here, what would be my cause of death? How irritating, he complained. Do I now have to make someone look me in the eye? If you changed into a different form, then you wouldn't be the prey I'm looking for anymore. I sensed a powerful aura and thought that person had arrived, so I rushed over here. His face suddenly showed understanding as he watched the figure before him revert to his true form. Arendelle emerged from the smoke. Turns out it's just a milk-scented brat making a ruckus in my hunting ground. He asked in a vicious tone, "Kid, what are you doing here?" The cold aura radiating from him was palpable, the thick smell of blood and brutal murderous intent like a wild beast standing right before him. Van Russ's description of him was accurate. This man is Arendelle. I don't see him approaching. I really want to catch him. But why did he show up right now? Seeing Ronald standing dazed, he asked curiously, "Are you scared?" As he was about to ask further, the scent from Ronald's body hit Arendelle's nose. "Why aren't you answering?" Aaron realized that this was the scent he had been searching for all along. "Wait, this is..." He held his face with a regretful tone. "I didn't plan to do this because today was supposed to be a perfect day, but I can't let you go." "Hey kid, why do I smell Omega on you?" Ronald sat still, gritting his teeth, and spat out angrily as his secret was exposed. "Damn it." With that, Arendelle lunged forward and smashed the boulder. Ronald reacted quickly and jumped aside to dodge, just as I predicted. If he hadn't dodged in time, his fate might have been as miserable as this shattered ground. Aaron glanced over with a delighted smile, boasting, "I just caught an alpha, and now I found the trail of an omega." Ronald startled, his eyes wide with fear as he thought, he caught an alpha. The man whispered further, "And it seems..." Aaron stomped his foot hard, causing the ground to shake violently. He launched himself forward, reaching out to grab Ronald. "You're in for a stroke of bad luck today, kid." With each punch from Aaron, Ronald tried to leap back and dodge, leaving clear marks of battle on the ground. Ronald defended with the sword in his hand, his mind racing with deductions. The rumors that he was the strongest leader in Calibura were not wrong. His attacks were all heavy and brutal. "My current body cannot withstand a single blow from him." Ronald tried to flee, but Arendelle's murderous intent clung to him. That was the problem. The Omega who had once hunted me and should have killed me, yet now hides his murderous intent, not even letting out a breath. My past self only did this for one single purpose. He is waiting for the perfect moment to kill me. With that thought, Ronald tensed up and gripped his sword tightly, calculating his next move. So, Aaron's eyes widened as if struck by something intense. Ronald slipped past his sword strike so fast that he couldn't react. "I need to end this quickly." Unfortunately, no matter how fast and fierce the blow was, it only left a small scar on Arendelle's neck. He clutched the small wound, turning back with a face full of delight. That hurt. Aaron lunged forward, punching his sword hard, and shouted a compliment full of excitement. "You're really good." That punch created such a powerful gust of wind that the surrounding trees shook violently. Although Arendelle threw fast and strong punches, Ronald easily blocked them with his small sword. That man gleefully remarked that many people would lose their will just by looking at him. This was truly amusing. Her appearance here at this moment is not a coincidence, is it? Ronald frowned in fear, but anger overpowered it. Even though he had landed a hit on him, he only took that much damage. This body of his was absurd. He could not help but curiously exclaim that it was thanks to the power of aura. Arendelle admitted it, and even explained in more detail. That was right, his aura had seeped deep into every muscle fiber, turning his entire body into a formidable weapon. It was on a completely different level compared to merely strengthening the body with mana. This was the pinnacle of power. "Consider it an honor that you managed to cut me. From this moment on, I, Arendelle, will consider you my prey. A hunt is when the strong chase and the weak struggle to escape. So, try your best to run until I am satisfied." "Kid," Arendelle pushed his force out while demanding Ronald do the rest of the work. "Try to escape." Ronald clenched his teeth, his eyes wide open, bracing himself against the force. He used his long sword to dig into the ground to reduce the force coming from that man. Before he could steady himself, the next attack was already upon him right in front of his face. Thanks to his own quick reflexes, Ronald managed to dodge the fatal attack in time. Not stopping there, Ronald weaved through, and his eyes turned red like a proud beast. A series of rapid slashes were delivered all over Arendelle's body. That man was suppressed by the pressure from him, making it difficult to block the blows. Seizing the opportunity, Ronald charged forward, trying to end the battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, that intention was stopped by Arendelle's large hands. The two attacks clashed, but Ronald's sword managed to cut a gash on that man's arm. Both separated after the clash, and at that spot, a small flash of light flickered. Arendelle easily withstood the force of the explosion happening right before his eyes. He dug his fingers into the rock so hard that a large part of it caved in. Arendelle used his strength to lift the heavy rock with a determined look. He threw the terrifyingly huge boulder at him as lightly as if tossing a bean. Ronald lowered his body into a defensive stance, preparing his long sword. A few sword swings were unleashed quickly, and everything ended in the blink of an eye. The massive rock shattered into many pieces after Ronald's powerful sword swing. Before he could enjoy that moment, the beast's eyes charged forward again. "Got you." Arendelle's sentence was interrupted again by something. Over here, Ronald was ready for a serious battle. "I am the one who caught you." Two different forces clashed violently. Who would be the victor? Of course, it was Ronald. His sword swing was faster and more precise. "Take this." Arendelle was sent flying like a young leaf in a strong wind. He gritted his teeth, panting in exhaustion. "A large plume of smoke enveloped Arendelle," he whispered. "This is truly..." Arendelle sprang up, his body transforming to become larger, and he shouted in excitement. "Amazing!" The overwhelming force from the jump sent dust flying everywhere. Ronald thought angrily, "This bastard. He can get even bigger." Arendelle laughed heartily and said that it had been a long time since he felt the thrill of the hunt with every sense stretched to the limit. It's wonderful. You are truly great, kid. You deserve that title. He gathered a large mass of mana right in his hand and declared, "Let me go all out against you." Arendelle shouted to build momentum, pushing the mana source forward. "Take it." That moment, his arm that was condensing mana was cut off. This is the strongest blow of blood splattered, making him unable to believe his eyes. What? Small tree branch was stained with a bit of remaining blood, testament to the horrifying truth. Ronald had successfully severed Arendelle's arm, leaving him utterly shocked. Meanwhile, his expression remained indifferent, as if nothing significant had just happened. Arendelle's severed arm flew off, accompanied by a horrifying scream. Blood spurted violently from the wound. He could only clutch his arm in utmost agony. Arendelle quickly calmed down, glancing at Ronald. "This power comes from me focusing all my aura into a single point, creating a disparity in strength. But for my arm to be cut off by a tree branch, what kind of power is that? Wait, this smell? It can't be." Arendelle could almost be certain that he was an Omega. On this side, Ronald gripped the tree branch tightly in his hand, swinging it quickly. He grimaced and gritted his teeth to endure the wound, while thinking of a way to counterattack. Ronald descended from the sky, assuming a stance. Arendelle quickly noticed and shouted, "Pretty trick. Don't think I'll fall for it again." He used all his strength to punch that branch, but it didn't even have a single crack. A massive explosion swirled and erupted across the entire area, accompanied by Arendelle's challenging voice echoing, "Damn monster." Two forces of power shot up into the high sky. Regingist, an aerial battle was about to take place. Man's arm fell right where Ronald was standing, still slightly flushed because the spiritual energy had not yet dispersed. Aaron painfully fell to his knees, refusing to accept reality, and roared, "Damn it." Ronald lifted his foot, about to pull a provoking trick. With a single kick, the man's filthy arm was sent flying far away. The arm grazed past Arendelle's head, making him furious. "How dare you trifle with me?" His eyes blazed fiercely as if looking at a mortal enemy. In the blink of an eye, Ronald had closed in on Arendelle's face in the same posture as before. Several swift sword strokes were unleashed, spreading out like a spiderweb. The attacks enveloped Arendelle, trapping him in an invisible prison. He roared in anger, "Omega!" Somewhere else, someone was still watching and began to take notice of his fighting style. What in the world is going on? It was already strange that the weapon was just a branch picked up around here and he was still fighting. Closing his eyes, or is he deliberately using that method to control Eren? That is not right. There is no need for that. Clearly, earlier he wanted to kill me, now he turns to target Eren. On the other side, the man had no idea and still charged forward as if it suited his intentions. Ronald thought to himself, could this be the Omega Arendelle mentioned? I just dealt with the Alpha, and now the Omega is walking right into death's door. Quietly asserted, could it be sharing awareness with the Alpha that Eren once captured? At that moment, someone was running very fast as if trying to escape the danger zone. The blade flew in from out of nowhere, pinning straight into its leg, causing it to stumble and fall. A familiar tone gradually revealed itself, a scream that was truly enjoyable to hear. Eren reached out with a delighted look. "Now let's go home to daddy." Back to the fight, Ronald did not stop launching attacks at him. A long slash grazed down, and Arendelle could only defend with his bare hands. He realized the danger of this fight. The Omega would become a creature torn apart by hatred, anger, fear, and regret. Unlike the Alpha with its gentle essence, capturing an Omega always faced fierce resistance. That was nothing unusual, but to reach this level, it far exceeded his imagination. The blow shook the ground, and streaks of water pierced deep into the earth. Eren cautiously speculated. Judging by appearances, they seemed to know each other. Is he the younger brother of that kid? Even though his body was not fully developed, he was still strong enough to deliver lethal blows like a seasoned adult. He shuddered slightly at the thought of his own end. The one being hunted right now was him. Finally, Eren gritted his teeth and decided, accepting to cancel the hunting mission. Before he could react, Ronald had slipped behind him without his knowledge. Eren quickly noticed, turning around to prepare an attack. Threw a punch full of spiritual power at him, attempting a killing blow. Ronald watched silently, neither dodging nor defending. The strike was thrown with full force. If it hit, it would surely mean death. Power almost carved a new path through the forest. The path stretched so far that no one knew where it ended, only that it was very distant. Tired legs stood quietly in the middle of the damp ground. Eren was astonished by his actions. He was curious about his true identity, counterattacking by charging forward when seeing that dodging was impossible. That was a strategy requiring an incredible ability to alter trajectory. If he had not done that, he would surely have turned to dust. Watching the fierce battle, he concluded that no matter what, this outcome would make the situation between us evenly matched. The fight is well balanced, but it is time to end it, you monster. The moment the dominant arm was injured and the weapon was lost, Eren roared with pride. This hunting trip ends here. Second full power punch came crashing in, and Ronald still stood still as a statue. Die! He slightly parted his lips, as if an idea had just occurred to him. Ronald drew his sword and stabbed into that pair of hands as light as feathers, whispering, "Must protect." He seemed to be reassuring himself. The man cursed in frustration. "You cunning monster. Have you been hiding a weapon on you all this time?" Eren was speaking when two fingers stabbed toward him. "Just to make me let my guard down, huh?" Ronald gently touched two fingers to the man's wide-open eyes. He tightened his grip, pulling the man's head closer. Ronald did not stop, thrusting deeper, causing blood to spurt in streams. Only then did the man let out a scream full of terror. Pain left him unable to stand on his feet. Only then did he mercilessly yank his fingers out. Despite the pain, Arendelle still managed to smile. Ronald gathered his momentum, deftly lunging forward. He used his hand to grip the man's neck tightly, shoving him backward. Ronald successfully locked Arendelle against the large rock. Realizing what was about to happen, the man hastily yelled, "Wait." Unfortunately, the blade had long since been in the man's cell, and now it was surging toward him. A slash grazed across his body. Arendelle still couldn't accept this truth. The strike was so powerful that the rock behind him was cleaved in two. All fell before the sharp hands and the beastly gaze of Ronald. It was then that he opened his eyes and looked at the man with utter contempt. The man struggled to rise, breathing heavily. Haha. Aaron's head had been severed clean off, rolling across the ground. The man was still trying to steady his breathing. Not far away, Ronald stood in silence. He remained silent, not uttering a word. Ever since Ahayut arrived, cries echoed through every corner of the empire. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. I have repeated that sound in my head 1,000 times. If only I hadn't wasted my entire life like that. If only I had listened to my sister just once when she told me to study harder. Then at least I could have protected someone. I hate myself. Thinking of that, resentment mixed with regret gnawed at his heart. The man began to speak. I must protect. A surge of energy quickly enveloped him. I must, sir. We quickly scanned our surroundings to defend. A massive array was immediately formed. Magic threads from the array quickly locked down his feet. Ronald spoke. Watch closely. He assumed a sword stance, aiming straight at his opponent. His face was resolute. This was the self I am now. The moment those words ended, a powerful slash hurtled straight toward the man. It was no pushover, quickly parrying the blow. His eyes seemed to channel all his strength, trying to resist. The two swords clashed, creating an immense friction. His feet were still locked by the array below. Ronald seized the opportunity and struck quickly. His face turned vicious, as if venting rage over something that had wounded him deeply. The chains around his feet were quickly severed. He gasped, trying to regain his balance. Haha. His eyes were guarded against the approaching danger. Ronald dove down from above, aiming straight at him. A dangerous golden glint shone in his eyes. He immediately recognized Arendelle's aura. The power and color were different, but I felt it upon impact. His power definitely shares the same principle as Professor Varan's. Thanks to that, I truly understood. His eyes widened in shock at this immense power. An extremely powerful attack aimed straight at him. The sword quickly cracked under the overwhelming friction. The man's knees buckled as he could no longer withstand it. But in the final moment, he still refused to give up. A voice from memory echoed. Before coming to the academy, I thought it was a weapon, as you see. The image of a girl appeared. Take the sword in your hand. She insisted that it was truly a foolish thought. After that, I realized. A sword is always something beautiful and worthy of admiration. In the end, his sword was shattered into countless pieces. What reflected in those shards was a look of utter disbelief. He froze at the sight, as if refusing to believe anything that was happening. Right after, a sword strike pierced straight through his palm, blood splattering everywhere. Ronald did not flinch, pushing with even more force, driving the entire blade through to the other side. A strange sensation rose within him. Something was truly wrong here. This bastard was reckless enough to sacrifice his right arm. Could he be? He quickly used his remaining hand to lock onto him. A powerful blow sent him slamming painfully to the ground. Pain seemed to surge straight to his head, making him unable to hold back a spray of blood. He stood up, decisively pulling the sword from his bleeding hand. He raised the sword high, slowly advancing toward him with a cold, sharp gaze. Ronald trembled with fear, his mind only thinking, damn it, in this situation, I have no choice but to cross the final limit. He quickly grabbed the broken sword lying right beside him. At that moment, a loud shout echoed throughout the space. He immediately turned around with a start. He muttered in astonishment, this voice. Ronald smiled slightly. They arrived just in time, what luck. It is fortunate you still hear those voices, he continued, at least right now, you are still the me from that day, right? He faced the two figures running toward them, telling him, look, take a very close look at the people standing before you. Ronald was finally able to relax his body, leaning back and speaking softly, what do you think? These faces must be very familiar to you, right? You, General, are as skilled as ever, but your personality has completely changed. Tell him more. Van Roos not only gave up poaching, he became a leader in overthrowing Caribolo. Ma Yin and the others are also living very well somewhere. Ronald lay on the ground, speaking calmly. The most important thing is that Iro finally has a happy life. I promised you. This time, fate will surely not repeat itself like before. Trust me and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light shrouded his body. A voice rang out, like a judgment pronounced upon Ronald. Just before disappearing, he tried to say one more thing. Protect everyone. He left the sword and said, I will trust you. And then that figure gradually faded into the air, leaving no trace behind. Ronald lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. Well done. He replied happily, let us meet again in joy after 10 years, Ronald. In a peaceful small town, everything seemed serene. The residents were moving their belongings together, laughter and chatter filling the area. The entire space was filled with joyful laughter, the atmosphere brimming with happiness. Maria Sen approached, saying it was such a relief. If Ronald and his group had not found the imposters, and Professor Varan had not suppressed the Cariboro gang, then today we would not have been able to have such wonderful memories, right? He turned to ask what Ronald was doing. Azo replied, he said he would be a little late because of a meeting with Professor Varon and would arrive in time for the evening parade. After hearing this, she replied softly, is that so? Maria-sen said with slight disappointment, what a shame, it would have been wonderful to go see it together. And she suddenly leaned close to Azo and shouted, then let the two of us have a great time. Let Ronald be jealous for not being here. Saying that, she asked excitedly, ready, sweetheart? He was a bit flustered, stammering a reply. Okay. Maria-sen said cheerfully, let us go see the main event of the Menagerie Festival. When the two arrived, they were quite surprised to see the garden prepared on such a large scale. Maria-sen looked around and said, indeed, they are treating the festival's star with appropriate grandeur. Azo replied, clearly, the imposters are very sensitive to their environment, so people tend to pay special attention to them. He explained that was the reason they limited the number of people allowed in and checked more thoroughly. Maria-sen nodded upon hearing this, I see. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Then over there, that is... Both of them looked ahead with astonished eyes, the twin beast. Maria-sen said in disbelief, something is a bit strange. Who is that thing trying to turn into? Azo laughed awkwardly. That is probably its original form. They said that after a long enough time, they revert to that shape. He explained further, they said Omega is resting, so this must definitely be Alpha. Azo's eyes suddenly widened, showing a look of astonishment. That was when he realized the truth. The Alpha of the twin beast can read the target's thoughts and transform into the person they cherish most. Thinking of this, Azo quickly shouted, wait, Maria-sen, I just remembered I have something urgent to do. Can I go ahead? Maria-sen was a bit surprised. Why so sudden? We are already here. She seemed to have a premonition that something was wrong. Oh, what is it? She began to probe. Azo, you must be shy, right? Have you fallen for someone? Azo shook his head fearfully. It is not that. Maria-sen quickly pushed him closer. The more so, the less he could leave. I wonder who has charmed our innocent Azo so much. I, as your big sister, must get to the bottom of this. At this moment, the twin beast's gaze reflected his image. Azo was shocked to see the figure of a person materializing before his eyes. A vortex of water suddenly appeared. Maria-sen said enthusiastically. Now let us see, who is our sweetheart truly in love with? As soon as the whirlwind vanished, a figure appeared. It was none other than Maria-sen. Taiso covered her face in embarrassment, while Maria-sen stood frozen in place. It was only then that she realized what was happening. She spoke up, her face flushed with shyness. So what you mean is? Taiso shouted and ran off. That's why I said we shouldn't be here. Maria-sen quickly called after her. Wait, sweetie, I meant Azio. Maria-sen was a bit taken aback. Axel liked her? She said she had never imagined this would happen. Just then, the teleportation gate began to lock onto its next target. Another whirlwind appeared, a flash of light. Another figure materialized before their eyes. Maria-sen blushed in surprise. Right after, another loud scream echoed out. Night had fallen at Professor Varon's research laboratory. A voice spoke up. You should be enjoying the festival at this hour, but I apologize for calling you here. Varon sat across from Ronald and said, I truly have no excuses to offer, let alone being of any help as a professor. I'm always the one receiving help from you. Ronald smiled and replied, it's fine. There you go again. It's not like you were absent out of laziness. He slowly recounted. The day the Manticore escaped, you found traces of Karaburo in the shattered pen, and there was no choice but to hastily follow their trail. Moreover, outside the academy, there were signs of someone preparing to smuggle a rare creature out. You handled everything on your own. Varon chuckled. I'm glad you see it that way, Ronald replied. Then let's leave the past behind and wrap this up cleanly. Then he asked, there's something I'm more curious about though. How long have you been standing there? Andrews, upon hearing his name mentioned, straightened up and replied, yes, Ronald, let me answer that. He declared proudly, thanks to Ronald and now Professor Varon as well, I owe a great deal this time too. As a result, I'm honored to report that, as of today, I have been appointed as the professor's teaching assistant. Varon spoke up. Haha, I made the offer to Ronald. Normally, the assistant position is reserved for Filian's own students. But so far, he has been the main contributor in providing intelligence on poaching and played a vital role in eliminating Karaburo. Not only that, he also contributed greatly to resolving the Chimera incident. For that reason, I decided to take him on. He smiled and said, you have no idea how surprised I was to learn that, within that cruel and inhumane Karaburo organization, he was carrying out such a dangerous role, and as a mere boy at that. He laughed with pride. I couldn't let a brave and promising talent like that slip away. Don't you think so? Varon instructed. Let's work well together from now on. He was so moved he nearly cried, choking out a reply. Yes. Andrews shouted, I'll be counting on you too. Ronald felt a bit uneasy. The ever-enthusiastic Andrews has become a professor's assistant now. Then he let out a sigh. Seeing that expression, Ronald thought, it suits him well. He resolved himself. I'll do my best. Ronald stood up and said, all right then, do your best. He threatened. If you dare say anything out of line, it won't be pleasant. Prepare yourself, understand? He replied fearfully. Yes, don't worry. Ronald then spoke up. Could I ask Professor Varon for a favor? He replied. Of course, just say it, Ronald. Said, "Could I see the chimeras one last time? I heard that after the booths close, they rest in this tower." He said, "Ah, right, that's true, but I'm afraid you can't expect them to transform anymore." Moran explained. "Omega is busy recovering from his wounds and Alpha is about to fall asleep." He replied, "Ah, it's fine. I just wanted to take a look. And while I'm at it, I wanted to say goodbye to them." Upon arriving, Ronald observed and said, "It's a relief that he's recovering well." He looked up and said, "Omega, Ronald." He began to speak. "Once the 100 Beast Festival ends, the Empire will protect you with the highest level of security so you can rest easy there." At that moment, another spiritual entity appeared in a different corner. Spoke, "Ronald." Ronald turned to look. "Huh, Alpha, aren't you asleep yet?" He smiled and said, "You have something you want to say." To him, before he could even finish his sentence, something caught him completely off guard. The entity stepped out from there. Soft chuckle echoed. "Haha," Ronald said calmly. "It seems I must have held you in high regard." He looked at the person before him and spoke. "Long time no see, General Addison." A few days after the 100 Beast Festival ended, at a house on the edge of the forest. In the spacious room, Ronald and Maya were having a conversation. Maya spoke first. "It's been a while, Ronald. I heard the news from Professor Geraldine." One glance was enough to see what was binding Ronald. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Two curses that harmonized with Bajora's power and merged together. The combination had stabilized like a core energy source. As he explained while simulating it with magic, of course we could only consider it a half-hearted measure while the curse remained. It was like mixing poisons to create a new one, the effects unpredictable. Ronald looked at the magic sphere in front of him, thought, then asked, seeing the professor calm, it could not be a serious problem, it had always been useful. He glanced toward Maya A, his gaze cold, then said, he still wanted to remove the curse properly, was there a plan? Maya tilted her head and looked at him for a moment before answering. He seemed more resolute than before. That question seemed to touch something deep inside Ronald. He stood still for a long time, then replied, more than that, he just thought he had to straighten himself out. It was another promise he had to keep at all costs. Hearing the answer, Maya was somewhat surprised, but then she looked again. Quickly regained his composure, smiling. Right, he understood. He came just in time. He had just finished it. It was research on how to break one of his curses. Ronald cried out joyfully, really, tell him quickly. What should he do? Maya smiled to reassure him. Calm down, Ronald. He explained. The process of breaking the curse was still the same as before. The curse inside the inner world exposed itself. Then he searched for his intelligence. Find the source and take it down. But if he could raise a few issues, this time, the curse would not show itself on its own, it would protect itself by any means. So to maintain the inner world, a large amount of mana was needed, catalyst was necessary, but that was the problem. Had he ever heard of a place called Din A? The unfamiliar name confused Ronald. Maya continued, because all kinds of monsters in the desert and the innate energy of the natives, the bones of old explorers were buried deeper than the sand. Ronald seemed to realize something. He spoke up, the demon realm in the southwest. Looking at Maya Ha, he asked in disbelief. The professor meant the thing he needed was the rare black stone there. Maya politely replied, no need to explain. He knew already. It was the magic stone of Dinha Mountain. The magic stone of Dinha Mountain was a stone with miraculous power everyone wanted, a top-tier magical material. When it appeared at the Imperial auction, it was expected to break the record for the highest price. The stone was extremely rare and valuable. Maya A took out a small piece of magic stone, saying it took many years of a professor's salary to afford a fragment of this size. Ronald saw the tiny piece of magic stone that cost a fortune. He asked in a fluster if there was a cheaper way. Maya shook his head with a sigh. That was not enough. It had to be at least the size of a thumb. That was the reason after completing it, he still could not contact him. Could he wait a bit longer? Ronald was silent, thinking to himself he had no choice. It was one of the worst 3 places he did not want to return to. This person who was at a disadvantage probably could not do anything now. Scene shift. Addison was walking while focusing on searching for something. She stood in front of a cave. In front of the cave entrance, countless animal bones lay scattered. Addison still went in. She found a wooden box covered with white cloth. Ban Russ beside her asked, really, sister? Both of them curiously approached. What was inside was really the alpha. She opened the white cloth and replied, yes, the senses of a beast were certain. Addison brushed the dust off the wooden box, revealing dense drawn lines on the lid. She said it seemed to have been hit during the theft. She opened the lid of the box. A blinding blue light burst out. Seeing it, Addison was confused. Wait, do not tell her. A vortex of power appeared, flying high in front of them. Both Addison and Banrus were confused. Addison blushed fiercely, extremely flustered. Vortex formed into a human body. Banrus saw this and speculated, could it be? A flesh and blood Ronald appeared. He smiled brightly, making both of them exclaim in astonishment. Immediately, the white cloth from before hit him straight in the face. Addison panicked and ran to hug him tightly. She screamed no. Andrews was scared by his older sister. He froze looking at her and stammered, oh sister, is it? Before he finished, she cut him off. She stood in front of Ronald, her face red with embarrassment. She said too loudly, do not tell anyone what she just saw. Later, Addison returned to her original spot. She stood for a long time under the tree, her face still red, thinking about that accident and could not face Ronald. She slapped her own face to calm down. The alpha turning into that must have been the gratitude of someone who believed in dreams, right? Finally, despite being shy, sigh, she had made up her mind, clenched her fists, and looked forward boldly. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. But before she could act, Ronald appeared beside her from nowhere. Addison's heart stirred the moment she saw him. She quickly hid behind the tree. Ronald heard the noise and looked over but saw no one. He looked around again and wondered suspiciously, what was that? And Addison stood behind the tree trembling, breathing heavily in worry, her emotions in chaos. Why did he show up at this time? Her mind in a mess, she reassured herself, calm down, just be determined, step out naturally. Before she could take a step out, Ronald already walked in himself. He caught her hiding and asked, what was she doing? Addison was startled. Ronald scratched his head, puzzled. She scared him. Did she see something she should not have? She stammered, no, well, She looked at Ronald, wanting to explain, but only fragmented words came out. The alpha. No, nothing, Ronald replied in confusion. Suddenly, Ronald took her hand intimately, saying happily, anyway, she was here just in time. There was a place they had to go together. Addison, come with me to forge some weapons. Addison was lost in the bliss of holding Ronald's hand. She could only naively ask, weapons? Ronald replied, I cannot take you there. It would just weigh on my mind. Trust me and follow me. Ronald pulled out a white piece of paper emanating a suspicious purple aura. He flashed a mysterious smile. I will give you something you will really like. Elsewhere, the blazing red sunset draped over the ancient castle, creating a gruesome scene. Inside the room, only purple and blue light shone through. Corpses hung suspended from above. All of them had their lower bodies missing. Dark red liquid slowly dripped down, soaking and staining the entire floor red. A nun stepped in, her voice echoing, the leader has personally given orders here. Amidst the sea of blood, a head floated and began to absorb the blood around it. Complete body gradually formed from that blood. A deep, hoarse voice sounded, the strict agent that the star needs. He mentioned the consecutive failures of Briar and Athenburon, then reached out his hand, and a nearby robe flew toward him. He used that robe to drape over his body still stained with blood. Strict. This time there is no room for minor mistakes. We will walk with pride, looking at. Glanced towards the nun. That nun over there. Let us set out, shall we, Iria? They left the blood-soaked room, their sole target being the demon realm of Ding He. The old house appeared under the blazing sunlight. The door was already ajar, with a flickering light casting from within. The atmosphere remained silent at the largest forge in the capital, Grand Cappadocia. A voice broke the silence, mentioning the reconstruction after the cult's terrorist attack with support from the Granzia family. The nun laughed mockingly. But this is not rebuilding. Old man Doran, that man, exactly right. That man knows how to spend money, he does. Get going. As Khan was carrying a crate of items, he suddenly stopped, squinting at the person before him. Shouted excitedly, wait, look who it is. Isn't this the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia, Ronald? Ronald politely replied, long time no see, Diddy Khan. You still look full of energy. Diddy Khan responded awkwardly, I am not doing well, I have to forge iron constantly, it is tiring. Old Doran said you came to create new weapons, he has been up all night for days working on it. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly paused and looked puzzled. His eyes lit up upon seeing Addison standing behind Ronald. Cindy Khan chuckled slyly and pulled him aside to a private corner. So this is why you have been busy lately. You little brat, who is that beautiful girl? Your girlfriend? What about Maria Sen, the one who came with you last time? You are such a naughty boy, Ronald whispered. If Iso ever heard that, she would probably cry. I am just bringing a close senior over to find a weapon for her. Hey, doing something foolish has no benefit at all. He looked at him curiously. Huh? What do you mean? Ronald recounted. Do you remember the first time I came here, you told me I had to prove myself and check the equipment. So that is how you got hurt, right? She activates her ability, who knows what would happen. Maybe one hit from her and you would be dead on the spot. If that happens, I will personally bury you, do not worry. Diddy Khan stammered. About that you. What are you talking about? We eliminated that barbaric procedure long ago. Hurry on inside. The old man is waiting. You can come in too. They led her inside. They were brought before a room. Inside displayed countless already forged weapons. Diddy Khan kicked the door open, breaking the silence. Old man, we have guests. The Ronald you have been eagerly waiting for has arrived. Slipper was thrown straight at him, causing him to topple backward. Consecutive scoldings rang out. I told you not to kick the door. You stupid wolf. You never listened to me. Damn it. Ronald chuckled as he watched Diddy Khan. That man really had not changed at all. Tessa asked curiously. Ronald, is that the person you mentioned? Ronald flatly admitted. That is right. It is old man Doran. Doran laughed heartily. Hey Ronald, the moment you contacted me, I was already prepared. I cannot wait to see what this time. Maybe you brought something. All right, Ronald, look at this. After staying up all these nights, this is the blueprint. Ronald's mouth fell open in surprise at the old man's new weapon, Doran explained. According to this blueprint, it will have many interesting properties. Of course, depending on the special materials you bring, just like last time at La Mancha, the result will be completely different. You must have already considered this, right? Man straightforwardly replied, of course. Hearing this, Doran's eyes sparkled. What is it? Is it those wonderful scales from last time? If it is that, the more the better. Ronald took out something from his robe. I do not have those anymore because we used them all last time, but do not worry. I brought something even better. Doran stared blankly at the thing in his hand. Huh? Is that not just a piece of paper? How could it be even better than that dream item? Help me. What is it in the end? Suddenly, he heard the frantic roars of monsters. They heard the horrifying sound of gnashing teeth heading toward him. It stood upright as if frozen in place. He thought to himself, steadying himself inwardly, what is this? It sounds like countless vengeful spirits screaming and tearing at my hand. What kind of deep, sinister evil is this? He saw a stream of dark magical power fly out of the paper. What on earth is this? Where did you get this? This boundless malice and power. I have never seen anything so terrifying in my life. Ronald admired the paper as he held it up before him. Truly the greatest blacksmith of his generation. Just by touching it, he could already see the true nature of this material. It is worth abandoning everything to come here. I am eager to see what kind of weapon will be forged from this. Ron retorted in annoyance. Forged by whose will, you bastard? But fine, that is not a material I could use for a weapon. Who knows what effects it might have on the wielder. However, using such a high-grade material could produce a stunning masterpiece. I am certain of that, but no, I still will not do it. This goes against the conscience of a blacksmith. Ronald kept trying to persuade him. Come on, do not worry about that. This material cannot harm me. Doran turned back to look at him in confusion. Huh, what do you mean by that? He replied immediately, I will explain it to you, but first can you answer me? You say you cannot do it, but your face is telling me otherwise. He was already drooling at the thought of forging the masterpiece of his life from this. Doran instinctively touched his mouth. Huh, I am not drooling. Lan bluntly called him out. Come on, old man, stop playing dumb and be honest about what you want. Say it. Say it. Say that you want to forge a supreme weapon with this. Beg me to give it to you. Tron trembled at the boy's words, furious. Meplisik Bai shouted so loudly it shook the entire house. Amidst his shouting, Ronald hesitated before stepping out of the house. Lady Khan broke into a sweat and asked him, that sound was horrible. What did you bring that made him act like that? Ronald answered nonchalantly, just a small thing. If you saw it, you would be just as surprised. By the way, where is Addison? I thought you took her to tour the village. Didi Khan explained that she had been surrounded and advised by other craftsmen. A different weapon would suit her better than a sword. Perhaps she is still being pestered right now. Ronald sighed. Maya, if she had come with me. But what is that thing around your neck? It does not look like a necklace. Is it a box? He smiled and pointed at the camera. I was hoping you would ask. It is called a space-time storage emitter. It can print out a moment you want to preserve with just the press of a button. This is my masterpiece. What do you think? Impressive, is it not? And quite interesting too, right? Do you want to try it? Ronald scratched his chin thoughtfully. Is that even allowed, boy? A dangerous smile crept across his face. Can I borrow it? Didi Khan, I need a big bait like this to lure that man to the arena. Wait for me. Late at night, the pale moonlight fell upon the treetops. Schlieffen walked silently down the quiet road. A sound made him stop. Ronald calmly appeared before him. Practicing this late, are you? You are very diligent. And Ben spoke coldly. Is something wrong? Did you come to settle all those duels you have been putting off all this time, Ronald? Ronald cheerfully replied upon hearing that. That sounds good, but I came here today for something else, boy. Would you like to work with me? It is an extremely dangerous place, and you are truly the only one I can go with. Will you come? Sullivan sighed and waved his hand upon hearing this. You are talking nonsense again. If it is not a duel, then I refuse. I can still treat you like this. There's not even enough time to train. His voice immediately rang out. Boy, you will not regret it. He was caught by the light radiating from Ronald's hand, squinting his eyes. Tulipin shouted in alarm. What is that dazzling light? Could it be the eye? A blazing sun shone down over the entire arid desert. In a desert located in the southwest, two people were quietly observing their surroundings. Raising his hand up to shield from the sun, who would have thought that he would willingly come crawling back to this godforsaken place again? It is truly an honor that Lord Schlafen would accompany me all the way out here like this. Schlafen cleared his throat and replied, just as the rumors say, this palace is indeed an ideal environment for real combat training. Before we begin, you remember your promise, right? Right after this trip ends, you promised you would hand that thing over to me. Ronald mysteriously slipped his hand into his pocket. Of course, you can trust me. I have. We will prepare the finest, most premium bait. I mean, a very special gift. Schlafen's eyes lit up when he saw the object. A sinister laugh escaped him as he held up the object, a heavy piece. Could take 8 shots of enro, just like this one. The moment I saw that deck of cards, I clutched it to my chest. He kept pleading with Ronald, let me take a closer look. Ben refused outright. No, save that admiration until the trip is over. If we want to reach Ding A, we have to walk a few more days through this desert. Until then, do not even think about it. Schlafen gritted his teeth in frustration upon hearing that. However, he changed the subject. Hey, this place looks barren and peaceful on the surface, but it is not like that at all. There is a smell of blood in the air, and corpses are scattered all over the place. Ronald chimed in. That is unavoidable. Kalaizo is where those who came to the Black Mountain A to hunt for magic stones eventually failed and drifted back here. Usually end up with one of two outcomes. Either they regroup and try again, or they settle down and become bandits, and most of them are the second type. Dirty, persistent, and cunning, so it is best to clear them out if encountered. Schlieffen gripped his weapon tightly and replied, I understand. That settles it. This was the moment villains actually did a good deed. Eliminating the others? Ronald pondered. Yes, one could say that. But what are you planning to do? He slammed his sword into the ground with surging power. Schleffen's gaze turned cold and dangerous. I am counting, about 30 of them. He fiercely unleashed a wave of sword energy that left Ronald standing still. Ronald broke into a sweat, puzzled. What is this? Why the sudden burst of sword energy? His gaze shifted to the distance where Sullivan had just landed. Naturally, a blinding flash of light erupted there. That power suddenly transformed into a massive vortex right before their eyes. It swept everything away, causing the distant bandits to scream endlessly. Cries of agony rang out everywhere. Save me! Nan turned back to look at him, puzzled. What did you just do, Schlieffen? He looked into the distance, lost in thought. More of them dodged than I expected. We will have to handle the rest ourselves. He looked at him, startled. You sensed their movements from that far away and struck first? Is that really possible? Schlieffen replied calmly. You just need to extend your senses with mana. It is a basic and simple application. Is there a problem? Ronald was speechless as he looked at him. Does this bastard even know what he just said? Not to mention that last move. It looked like just a normal sword swing. The moment it hit its target, it turned into a vortex. So he compressed a storm of swords into concentrated sword energy and launched it. Before the fight with him, he could not even use that proficiently. He has improved to what extent? Despite the doubts, moments like this force him to admit it. This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a future sword saint. A few minutes earlier, exactly 5 minutes before Sullivan's sword storm, a man standing in the distance watched the two through binoculars. Look at these guys. These flashy ones. The Red Desert Bandits chuckled smugly. They looked perfect for being stripped clean. Ahead are two handsome sword wielders with no other forces detected. Then he spoke up. What do we do, boss? The other bandit eagerly chimed in. They look like young masters out to practice their swordsmanship. Then we should give them a proper welcome. First, we cut off their limbs one by one, send them home for ransom, and drain them dry. Till only bones remain, then toss them to the sandworms. Leader, the Red Desert Gang, a savage smile spread across his face. He raised his hand to give the order. All right, get ready. It has been too long since we got back to the main job. A beam of light shone straight down on him. He jumped, his eyes widening as he looked up at the sky, terrified to the point of breaking out in a sweat. Huh? What is this freezing pressure? Wait, what is that? Do not tell me it is a... He grew more irritated and snarled. Damn it. Everyone, take cover behind me now. That power sent the bandits flying in all directions. He too looked in horror at the vortex before him. He was blasted backward by its force. Huh? What the hell? Where did that come from? What is going on? Did those brats learn magic or something? Huh? They were clearly here just a moment ago, and now they have vanished. Ms. Nam and Sullivan suddenly appeared behind him. He finished him off with a single sword strike. Ronald groaned in pain, blood spraying everywhere. Looking at him being taken down by his own hands. You were right, Sullivan. There are far more bastards to deal with than we thought. I figured as much, but that works. I needed to test something anyway. The two stood on a small ridge looking down at the bandits below. Their eyes were full of smugness and challenge. Schlieffen glanced at Ronald. So, he cut him off. No, leave these guys here to me. They are perfect for testing my new weapon. Schlieffen silently judged. I have been sensing a vicious energy from the start. It comes from your new weapon, does it not? So, that blacksmith Doran has created something out of the ordinary again. Ronald bounced on his feet as he replied. I am really looking forward to it. Just wait. You know you are lucky to be the first audience for this. He landed with overwhelming force, blasting rocks and dirt around him. The bandit spoke up. These bastards are far from normal. They did not even flinch after seeing us make our move. In the cold wind, Ronald vaguely stepped forward from behind the curtain of dust, continuing the previous battle. Bandit was still babbling, saying they had to be defeated, and just as he finished speaking, a sword shot straight toward him. The sword pierced straight through his body, leaving a large hole in his frame. He had no time to react to such a fast and sudden situation. Another bandit stared in horror at the fatal wound of his comrade. They panicked even more when they realized the terrifying surge of power was continuing to rush toward them. One by one, they were taken down without a chance to fight back. Sword slashed repeatedly, eventually embedding itself into a cliff face. The agonizing screams of the wounded rang out without end. That one collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, stuttering, my hand, my hand. Ronald silently commended. This sword was not bad. Now back to the main business. He had taken down the opponent effortlessly yet brutally. Of course, a good weapon makes a big difference, right? If I could rely on you, Mir, could it be? Is it because it's made of special material? It's not just the aura, but also very heavy. It takes time to get used to. Everyone should get to know each other, trust that everything comes naturally. The remaining bandits were also ready to face him. Bandit shouted loudly, kill him. Please subscribe to the La School channel so you don't miss the next exciting videos. She unleashed a strike straight at the leading bandit. Ada seemed to split in two, blood spraying straight into the air. Lan laughed even more cheerfully. The sharpness was truly outstanding. It fit the hand like a glove. He truly liked it. Another bandit charged forward shouting, die. Suddenly he froze in front of him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Unbelievable, he had vanished right before everyone's eyes. Like lightning, he appeared behind the bandit, delivering a finishing blow with a cold gaze. His eyes still shone with unwavering determination and ferocity. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, the bandit yelled, "Everyone regroup, don't lose focus or you'll die, stay calm and support each other. Support your comrades beside you, that's the only way to have a chance to survive. That bastard won't be able to wreak havoc as he pleases." The man's words were cut off as Ronald appeared behind him, grabbing hold of his hair. He smiled savagely, "Not a bad judgment, you must have a lot of experience robbing." The bandit's eyes bulged, "Damn it, who the hell are you?" In an instant, he too was taken down on the spot. The soldier trembled at the scene before him. He had killed the vice leader in the blink of an eye. The vice leader of the bandit group was defeated right in front of everyone's eyes. Lan rushed forward, unleashing a series of overwhelming attacks on the bandits. Suddenly he felt more tense as he realized something was wrong. A bandit charged straight at him, shouting loudly, "You bastard!" Quickly stepped back to dodge the dangerous strike. She doubtfully asked him, "Are you the leader of this bandit group, fatty?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "How dare you pick a fight with us, scum from Calizao? I don't know who you are, but you've messed with the wrong people. Do you know what happens to arrogant fools who dare to oppose us? They were all crushed into pulp by this blood shield. You'll be the same, along with that bastard on the hill. I'll smash you both." Ronald indifferently scratched his hand. "Fine, go ahead and try." Suddenly, large cracks appeared on the blood shield, then it shattered completely. It broke just as he finished speaking. "I mean, if you can do it without that shield, then that would be something worth talking about." The bandit became flustered, staring in shock at the shattered blood shield. "This shield is made of high-grade steel. Why? How did he do it?" He silently recalled, "Impossible in such a short moment. Countered right when I dodged my own attack. The bandit turned on his heel. He fled amid frantic screams. Everyone run." Lan watched him and the bandits flee while assessing, quick judgment, fitting for a leader, but if we let them live, they'll just continue robbing. Better to clean up all this trash and use the skill. He drew his bow, aligning his aim one last time. The leader ran while cursing inwardly, damn it all. Damn it, where the hell did that bastard suddenly come from? No time to think about that. Now I need to seriously gather the remaining underlings and the nearby gangs, organize a full-scale attack. Ronald's blade flew in and embedded itself into the ground right in front of them, freezing them in astonishment. What could be observed were the cockleburs. That bastard is using this thing again? What on earth is this? Did he just throw it out by accident? He began giving orders. Aura level 1, the spider web, those cops over there. Bandits were utterly panicked. "Boss, some kind of magic is spreading out from that fruit. We're frozen stiff and can't move. What do we do?" It was said that if one approached slowly, it would drain the mana of those nearby. This skill activates from a very long distance. Old man Doran really is something else. Thinking that, are you? Dream on. A giant demon spider appeared right before the bandits' eyes, throwing them into even greater chaos. From every direction, white strands covered the area, completely restricting their movements, leaving them unable to budge. But the more that happened, the more violently they trembled, didn't they? Then a voice rang out, "Please, spare him." Before the words even faded, a strand of web shot across, blood splattering everywhere. Japan slowly walked toward Ronald. "Here, did you just say something? That's quite an interesting integrated function." He smiled in response, his eyes full of confidence. He could transfer the mana of the skill he intended to use into his weapon to create ranged attacks, creating variables no one could predict. Ripon looked at him, his gaze as if he had already guessed it. With a function like that, he must have used special materials to make it. Ronald replied calmly, "That's a trade secret. I can't go into detail, but it does contain quite a few interesting things." Nita began to unleash her power, causing the blood of the bandits to seem to be drawn back toward them. He let out a sound of amusement. Tuna looked at her with admiration. "Well done, Sita. Your family's magic has improved greatly since the last time I witnessed it. So you're not just fooling around with Ophelia. Maybe in a while, you'll even be stronger than me." Sita, upon hearing this, excitedly chimed in. Schlieffen hesitantly spoke up. "I have a question." Ronald turned around and asked, "Huh? What is it?" Schlieffen was curious about the skill that sealed the user during the match. And the power was somewhat different, just like that. "That's definitely the aura of the traitor, Dulan. It's not strange that he knows how to use aura, but the fact that it's exactly the same as that traitor's aura is the problem. What is this all about?" Ronald smiled and looked at him. "That's why I dislike quick-witted people like you. Of course, I'll tell you on the way. There's still quite a long stretch of road ahead." Now, the two of them were sitting opposite each other in front of a campfire. Dulipin spoke up. "I see. So when you faced Bajura, that's what you went through. What's even more dangerous is what I heard from Sion." Ronald completely agreed with that assessment. He said with interest, "But thanks to that, I was able to simulate even what you saw, so it's a benefit after all. So, how's your little sister been lately? Is she still as unstable as before?" Penn quickly dismissed it. "No need to worry. Grancia's experts have examined her very thoroughly and found no problems. But she keeps talking about you and Elizabeth. She even calls you two her saviors, the heroes who rescued her. She just treats that Akalusia person like her own big sister. But from what I can tell, it seems she just worships her from afar. But also, not bad, because I feel this could be a good opportunity. an opportunity to fill the deep cracks between our two families. More importantly, Ronald looked at him suspiciously. What? What's the matter? Seeing him hesitate again, Sullivan cleared his throat. It's nothing major, just a word of thanks. Thank you for saving my little sister. Lan smiled upon hearing this. You can actually say things like that? I'm a bit moved. Of course, but don't think you'll get any of these from me because of it. Ben angrily retorted. Who do you think I am? I'm not someone who breaks his promises. Your attitude is the real problem here. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out near where they had stopped to rest. Savage roars echoed all around. A massive winged monster was flying rapidly toward the two of them. Strong winds carried by its power shook the very space around them. An object suddenly fell, creating a huge explosion that shook the ground. Flippin warily looked toward the explosion. Something is approaching very fast, Ronald silently assessed. Judging by the loud noise, it wasn't an attack but a crash landing. Let's go check it out. The two of them approached the area shrouded in thick smoke. Tan sweated profusely, exclaiming in shock. What is this? A pterosaur? Why would this dinosaur bird, used as a means of transport by the residents of the Black Air region, appear here? And so severely injured at that. Schliffen chimed in as well. It seems this matter is more complicated than we thought. I didn't recognize it at first because its life force was so faint. But there's a child. Ronald immediately ordered Sita, use healing magic. She eagerly responded right away. A radiant and warm magical light appeared, enveloping the creature. The wounds began to heal miraculously on the ground. The little boy lying on the creature's back also let out a faint groan of pain, gradually waking up. The boy mumbled in his delirium, "Brother, brother. Brother." The boy burst into tears, recalling the horrific sight of the entire city engulfed in a fierce sea of fire. The boy urged hurriedly, unwilling to accept it, saying, "The stone bird is almost here. I cannot leave you behind. I will not go anywhere. I want to fight alongside you." I shouted in anger, "Do not be foolish. Whatever you want to do, you must survive first. Focus on that." The boy's eyes welled up with tears, but he could not say anything more. He yelled urgently, "There is no more time. Hurry up before they arrive. Sit tight." A sudden, powerful attack descended upon their location. Looking back, I muttered, "Damn it, how are they so fast?" A group of thorny monsters began to appear in greater numbers. The mysterious figure stood firmly on the back of the monster, like a phantom of destruction. He coldly declared, "It is time for everyone to be erased." Everyone gritted their teeth, ready to charge into battle against him. The leader turned back and urged, "Time is up. Take him away now." And as he finished speaking, he was struck by a slash across his body, falling to the spot. My face darkened as I witnessed that haunting scene. The mysterious figure slowly advanced toward me. The boy on the stone bird trembled and called out, "Brother, why is this happening? I made up my mind. I will hold him off for a while. You go." The boy's scream echoed through the air. "No, stop, brother. Come back to me." The boy woke with a start, sitting bolt upright in bed. He looked around groggily when suddenly a voice spoke up. "You okay, kid?" The strange voice startled the boy. That person stared at the boy and then let out a sigh of relief. "Good, you are awake." The boy woke up faster than I expected. The boy immediately swung his fist toward the stranger. "Stay away, you monster. Die. Give him back to me." Ronald quickly grabbed the boy's hand. "Calm down. We are not your enemies." The boy, with teary eyes, asked suspiciously, "Who are you, Ronald?" Ronald quickly reassured the boy that they needed to talk clearly, as he had a feeling the two of them were connected. That night, the bright moonlight illuminated the entire land. Standing there with Sullivan, silent as if waiting for something after. Once he calmed down, the boy began to recount the attack of the monsters 2 nights ago. He described in detail how they appeared. They emerged from the ground suddenly, without any warning. The boy's eyes turned cold as he recalled that mysterious figure. Mud and dirt covered the land of his hometown, and then the creatures began to attack. A warrior instinct immediately told them this was something extremely dangerous. They were incredibly fearsome enemies. The brave warriors charged forward, determined to push back the monsters. But the face of that mysterious figure with a savage smile crept back into the boy's mind. He shuddered, recalling the scene of him severing a soldier's arm. They were all defeated miserably. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe they were defeated so easily. The Imperial Army of Dina consisted of warriors who had survived the harsh desert, their strength rivaling the most elite knights. Even in my previous life, I had struggled against them in a mission expected to take 3 days stretched into several months solely because of their presence. This enemy did not even leave a single wound on them. Everyone wondered who the invader was. Zen was also helpless, defeated before he could even investigate. The only thing they knew was that the monsters were draped in white cloth, possessed a mysterious ability that rendered all attacks useless, and they called themselves Receive the Descent of the Star Lords. Ronald and Sullivan both froze the Glacier Nebula. The boy muttered that was all he knew. "Thank you for the healing. I will repay you if I survive. Now I must go save my brother, sirs." Ronald quickly stopped him. "Wait, are you planning to return to Dina alone? You are still—" Ben grabbed his hand. "I am a warrior of Dina. I will not run away. I certainly cannot drag outsiders into this danger. Besides, looking at how skinny you two are, you would definitely die if you followed along. If you come, you will surely die. I do not want you to die pointlessly. Please return to your own lands before things get worse. There is no need for futile sacrifices." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. A monster appeared right above the boy. It nearly attacked him head-on. Hype quickly rushed over and blocked that attack. coordinated to bring the boy to the rear. The attack shook the very heavens and earth. The monster let out a fierce growl. Sullivan assessed silently. It was the ironclad monster from the surging desert. Its whereabouts were impossible to trace. He quickly retreated backward. He stammered as he looked at the monster. It was one of those iron monsters of the invading horde. Why was it here? Lan immediately explained, looking at its appearance. Wasn't it obvious it came here for a reason? Honestly, those cultists, one had to admit they were utterly despicable. Zen quickly shook him. This was no time to stand still. Run now, hang. Our warrior on the wheel was torn apart by this monster. The surroundings suddenly burst into thick smoke. All three were surrounded by countless invisible threads of power. Staring at those threads, it seemed the monster didn't intend to let us escape easily, did it? Zen was bewildered. This can't be. Sorry that you all got dragged into this because of me. Tulipin sneered condescendingly, his steps faltering toward the trough. How ridiculous. As if seeing him during the midterm exam, he recalled the image of Ronald. He turned back and smiled. Right, Ronald? Ronald snapped in frustration. What are you talking about? Sullivan. Crippen gripped his sword tightly, reminiscing, I was utterly foolish back then, not finding a way to get past its movement pattern. At that time, I chose the stupidest option among all stupid options. The way to carry out an action was no different from mutual destruction. But, that matter aside, the monster still attacked them. Lamley approached Schlieffen, who was standing. He, gloomy as he looked at it. He flatly declared it was a thing of the past. She decisively thrust her powerful sword into the ground. The object charged straight at him. The slash. A massive formation appeared, causing the surrounding earth and stone to become obscured. The monster seemed unable to believe its eyes, in its heart. Sullivan's fierce power, it let out a piteous scream. Its mouth agape, he was panicked and confused. That was the monster. The monster was quickly beaten to a pulp. It quickly spat out a large vase. The vase ignited amidst its roar. Sword in hand, he quickly struck behind the monster. Tom remarked, quite an interesting sight, but don't we have things to do today? At that last sentence, the game was over. It was quickly completely destroyed by Ronald. It let out fierce, agonizing screams. After that, it exploded in front of everyone, their mouths agape in astonishment. Looking at the boy with a smile, how about it, kid? Do we still look like weaklings now? The void, a thin thread was severed. Uria suddenly fell into deep thought. She spoke up to ask, is something wrong, Captain Uria? He stammered a reply, well, the link between me and my pet, the one chasing that kid, seems to have been severed. It's nothing. There's no way it was defeated by some native brat or a damn bird. Guessing what this meant, that other person mentioned before must have intervened. The mysterious figure was amused. Very good. It seems so. It seems we will soon know whether that kid is not a worthy candidate for the baptism of starlight or not. At this moment, the twilight shone down from the sky. The bird, the huge heart kept speeding forward. The three people standing on it looked ahead. Fan sat behind with his arms crossed in thought, the ironclad monster he fought in the desert. Not to mention the scene at that time, the monster charged at a very fast speed. It moved quite fast, and its body was no small matter. Not to mention the strange weapons hidden inside, no different from a killing machine. At that time, its mouth was quite large, creating a huge source of energy. But it wasn't something that the Ina warriors couldn't handle. After all, there was only one reason they were defeated. That source of energy was because the owner of that beast possessed a giant's power, the blessing of the star. In other words, the one there at that time had the strength of a company leader. His face then became filled with emotion. The rotation back then had accumulated over time, growing larger and larger. Because the beast and its controller were separated, the blessing couldn't take effect. Perhaps that was why Sullivan's hit was effective, but things would be different next time. He spoke up. Hey kid, you said earlier there were two ambushers, right? That guy! Hearing that, he turned back. Ronald continued, saying one controlled the iron beast. What about the other one? Did he have any special weapons or skills? Thunder hesitated when he heard this and replied, honestly, I don't know for sure about that. After the fight with the warriors, only the one controlling the beast was seen within the tribe. The rest of the time, he just silently observed from afar on top of the buildings. He kept only one necklace in his hand, his cloak being very baggy. That person concealed his face, standing still without doing anything. Hearing that, he was quite surprised. He just stood and watched. Flippin turned to continue the conversation, saying that with that little information, it was hard to assess the strength. Ronald scratched his head and replied, then they would have to leave it at that. They charged toward the flying bird again. In the end, they had to face it directly as usual. Elsewhere, a corpse lay on the ground with a hole in its body. Beside it, the other comrades were all severely injured, one missing half of his upper body. Seeing this scene, Ronald's expression changed. Who would have thought things would be this serious? Blood and debris were scattered all over the ground. Can you see it? Try asking Sita if there is anyone who can still be saved. Silently looking at the scene before turning away, he cried out sadly, his face becoming gloomy. Clenching his teeth, those damn bastards of the cult. At this moment, his expression was extremely furious. Those bastards could do anything for their goal, but they were not stupid enough to cause chaos recklessly. They also wanted to conceal their existence. However, Looking at the scene before him, pain surged for those who had been lost. This incident showed they had crossed all limits. He suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that at Temple A today, there was something that had to be destroyed even if it meant being discovered? Right then, fully masked figure suddenly appeared behind the Thunder Kid. Ronald McDonald and Sullivan were there without anyone knowing when. At that moment, the Thunder Kid was already hoisted up and held tightly by the opponent. Suddenly, a sword slashed through. Ronald immediately attacked him directly. The mysterious figure narrowed his eyes with killing intent. Right after, he leaped high into the air to dodge the attack. Sullivan also raised the sword in his hand, just as he was about to counterattack. A bomb suddenly appeared before his eyes. The bomb exploded, creating a large cloud of smoke. It was a smoke bomb. After the smoke gradually dissipated, the mysterious figure immediately sped away quickly. The two, Ronald watched in anger. Damn it, this cowardly rat. Seeing the opponent's shadow running, the two chased after at lightning speed, one blue and one red. Where do you think you're going? The figure was getting closer in the air. Just as he was about to reach the back of that person, a strange aura suddenly appeared. He turned around, and 4 sharp objects appeared in his hand. Right after, 4 sharp points shot straight at the two. The one chasing behind saw this and immediately halted. Ronald hastily deflected those weapons away. After blocking them, he gritted his teeth as he realized each dagger was extremely heavy. Looking closely at the tips of the blades, he vaguely recognized them. Skill in throwing daggers like this was rarely seen even in his past life. He could not help but predict his movement and reflexes, which were fast and even. Both he and Sullivan would have difficulty keeping up with that speed. He was not an ordinary foe. The kid was in danger. At this rate, that man had already put a considerable distance between them. With the speed, the wind whistled past their faces. At that moment, the mysterious figure landed on the ground. The kid kept struggling and shouting loudly, "Let me go! I said let me go!" He kept crying out miserably, "Are you on the same side as those strange people? Let me go! Fight me! I will avenge him myself." Hearing this, the mysterious figure seemed to be thinking about something, looking at the kid. Then he suddenly stopped and said, "Stupid brat." The mysterious figure threw him to the ground, saying, "Is that why you came here on your own?" The kid fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in anger. "You..." Mysterious figure looked down at him, saying incomprehensible words. "Just for a shallow grudge like that?" The kid did not waver and answered, "Yes, I will do it myself. I will avenge him and the warriors of the tribe for the honor of my tribe." At that moment, he suddenly stopped. He paused and looked up as if sensing something. At that moment, it seemed that behind the mysterious figure, a strange feeling gradually appeared. He suddenly realized and immediately turned his head to look back. The newcomer was none other than Ronald. The two swords of the two clashed instantly. The mysterious figure was surprised. "He caught up to me this quickly? Over here." Ronald laughed in anger. "I had to break a sweat because of you. Bastard." At that moment, Sullivan had also caught up and charged in. "Are you ready? Where do you think you're going?" The mysterious figure was surprised. Along with the other one, both were young warriors, yet they had already reached this level. Sullivan lunged forward with a sharp gaze, his sword poised for a decisive strike. Just as the blade was about to reach the opponent's back, a sudden figure darted in. It was Thunder. Boy abruptly blocked the mysterious man's path, forcing Sullivan to halt in astonishment. The kid quickly yelled, "Wait, he's not an enemy." Ronald frowned at that, while Thunder on the other side hastily explained, "Listen to me first." Standing before the man's back, the boy spoke up. "This man is my brother." The man finally revealed himself. He was Regingist. Ronald suddenly recalled his past life, when he was on a reconnaissance mission in Kalin amid the harsh desert. What tormented him was not the scorching climate, nor was it maddened creatures there, but rather those who held absolute dominion over the vast desert. Those were the warriors of the Dega tribe, and the one who stood above them was none other than Regingist. That man spoke. "Impressive skills, foreign warrior, especially the leader, who rivals any of our tribe's finest. What is your name?" Ronald replied with irritation, "No need for pleasantries when we are about to kill each other. But if that is your final wish, I'll oblige." "I am Ronald, you damn savages." Regingist burst into laughter at that. He wore a smile full of intrigue. "Why, I am Regingist, a name bestowed by the guardian of this land." He drew his weapon, smiling with confidence, "The strongest warrior of the Dinha tribe. Remember this name." At that moment, Ronald was taken aback. Their battle years ago had been interrupted by his retreat orders, leaving it unresolved. He had thought they would meet again upon his return, but never expected it to be in such an ironic situation. With all that had happened, Ronald never imagined Regingist would be Thunder's brother. Regingist turned and scolded his younger brother. "What are you playing at?" Thunder hurriedly intervened. "Sheathe your sword. He saved my life, and he's an ally who will help us. They are incredibly strong." The boy recounted how they had felled the ironclad monster controlled by the intruders with a single sword strike. Hearing that, Regingist muttered in shock, "What? Those bastards?" Ronald thought to himself, a monster enchanted with dark magic, its speed far surpassing an average warrior. Yet, these kids managed to beat them? Regingist studied the two before him, his gaze slowly shifting. He fell into a thoughtful silence. Then, sheathed his sword and said, "If my brother speaks the truth, then the fault is mine. My apologies. Foreign warriors, thank you for bringing my brother back." Regingist bowed deeply and sincerely before the two. Time slowly drifted into the evening. On a nearby mountain, a small cave hid within the tranquil space. Regingis led the three inside. Thunder looked around in a daze. Ronald muttered, "You all are still alive?" The group, covered in wounds, looked out and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" The adults quickly gathered around the boy. "Capture again? Are you hurt?" Thunder shook his head. "I'm fine. Don't worry." One person turned to ask Regingis, "What happened? I heard you nearly died. How did you escape those bastards?" Regingis, upon hearing this, fell silent before looking back. He said in a low voice, "We aren't sure either. After finding a safe spot, we mustered all our strength to face the intruders. Everyone was ready to sacrifice themselves. We charged like a storm. The sword. Weapons were drawn, but against the dark power of the intruders, we were just tiny ants, hopeless and weak." The image of the mysterious figure flashed in his mind. "We thought it was a massacre with no way out." At that moment, a woman suddenly appeared, wielding a long barbed whip, and attacked the intruders out of nowhere. Regingis managed to lift his head. However, when he looked up, he only saw a fierce face with a scar on its cheek, cold eyes smiling down at him. After that, they vanished. "We only survived because of that person's whim," Regingis said with a grim look. He continued with worry, "Afterwards, we searched the village for survivors and brought them back to the base. But now, our strength is nearly spent. The wounded haven't woken up, and the others, the old and young, those who can fight, have reached their breaking point. So, these are the last warriors. The civilians have all been evacuated." Regingis' face showed clear determination, ready for the final battle against the intruders. "We've never known how to live like obedient dogs, but we can let the weak die for our own stubbornness." He raised his fist. "So, we have a request for you." He opened his hand, revealing the brilliant black magic stone. He guessed this was what Ronald's group was looking for. "We'll give this to you. Please take Thunder and the survivors out of here. We'll do our best to hold off the intruders." Everyone in the cave wore resolute expressions, unwavering. Hearing this, Ronald smirked slightly. "The kid?" He smiled. "I'll take this as payment for their lives." This hour, a strange aura seemed to envelop this dark, tiny cave. Time passed, and the sky began to lighten. A figure stood tall upon the ground. One hiding behind the rock turned back and asked, "Outlander warrior, were your words earlier true? Can you truly break their dark sorcery?" Ronald looked down, replying, "As I said, do you think I came here to die? I can even destroy that iron-shelled beast. I have already understood their true nature." Hearing this, Regingis' expression remained tense, but seemed to be thinking. He lifted his head, deciding, "Very well. After all that has happened, to doubt you any further would be a disrespect to my sister's savior. I shall explain." He looked into the distance, saying, "My tribe's warriors have guarded that land for generations. It is a holy ground that outsiders are forbidden to tread upon." That place was still brightly lit with torches. That place was the heart. Looking at the scene, the boy was confused. "It looks even more majestic than an imperial embassy. How could such a place exist in this canyon?" Regingis continued. "I don't know either. I only know it has existed for a very long time. At the center stands a great monument, and according to our precepts, we must guard that land until the promised day. We are not permitted to know anything more, unlike you outsiders." This place remained as quiet as if it were empty. The intruders, however, seemed utterly uninterested in magic stones. He slowly stepped forward. But if they came here for a purpose, then the only possible target was the heart. Today, the three of them stood before the door to this place. Their faces were still extremely tense. The intruders were definitely after what lay behind this door. Just then, suddenly, a figure sitting above smiled gleefully. "Exactly. 3 shadows." He immediately looked up. The voice continued, "You're quite sharp, aren't you, Magi?" Regingis started and looked up. Above, a man with a frenzied expression had appeared. He laughed out loud, licking his long tongue. "Hello, I am Uriah. A pleasure to meet you." The air grew heavy. The three below silently watched the man who had taken the spot above. They immediately entered a state of alert. The cult's characteristic garb and that insane face. He only needed a single glance at those two faces to understand the situation. Regingis' face was filled with rage and hatred, grinding his teeth. "She's the main culprit behind that massacre." Uriah smiled down. "Those 2 brats from that day, that was you two, right?" She smiled, her gaze filled with killing intent. "You destroyed my precious mechanical leopard. Do you know how furious that made me?" The two of them remained silent, looking up. "Just to create a beast like that costs how many mechanical resources? And you are the same, right?" Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. They looked down below. The earth began to crack open. She shouted, "I will punish you." She immediately called out, "Mechanical porcupine." Something massive began to emerge, creating a huge explosion from beneath the ground as dirt and rocks scattered everywhere. The three of them immediately jumped back to dodge. Their expressions turned. Regingis' eyes grew sharper and more ferocious. The thing that appeared was an ironclad monster. He immediately warned the two behind him, "Be careful, foreign warriors. Many of my warriors have been killed by that beast." Although it wasn't as fast as the mechanical leopard, its destructive power came from its massive size and extremely sturdy outer armor. It could launch deadly poison-tipped quills from its body. A mere scratch on the skin was enough to kill instantly. At this moment, Ronald charged forward, smiling confidently. "Just as disgusting as it looks. Since she can use blessings, that proves she's at least at at the commander level. Those who can use blessings are extremely powerful, and their forms were slowly becoming clearer in his memory. He had defeated them before only because they were arrogant and underestimated their enemies. The boy looked at that woman as she stared at them unceasingly, like a venomous snake. He told himself to be cautious. He still couldn't see where the other one was. That man was probably hiding nearby, observing. Ronald's hand tightened around his sword. Until he grasped the full extent of their power, he needed to assess the situation first. Ronald spoke up. This battle will not end easily. Let me ask a question before we begin. The scum I know always avoid attracting public attention. Yet, after the last battle, this time they are acting far too openly. He asked directly, what is your purpose? Nebula Glacier, lone suitor? Hearing this, she kept her smiling expression. Damn, even a brat like you knows our names. It seems we've been underestimated, haven't we? That's probably why it took two commanders to travel together. Maria Sen laughed maniacally. You seem to know quite a bit about us. Since you're so curious, I'll explain. I have no reason to hide it anyway. She pointed to her head. You know that feeling, right? When you're trying to sleep and there's a mosquito buzzing in your ear. It's a small thing, but incredibly irritating. That feeling where just knowing something exists makes you annoyed. It seems Ding A was such a thing to one of our superiors. So that person issued the order. She smiled coldly down at them. That order was to eliminate all of Ding He. The three below, upon hearing this, their faces turned grim. To think that such a simple reason would drive them to want to kill all of Ding He. He continued with a faint sneer. I'd like to explain more, but I don't know much. Honestly, I don't care much about the reasons either. The only thing that made me postpone the order was that the one with me is interested in something called the heart. Then she jumped down, landing on the iron monster. Besides, I'm also interested in you two brats. Maria Sen smiled down at them. You freaks, you should be grateful. The only reason you're still alive is my companion's curiosity. Hearing this, he was confused. What? At that moment, she smirked slightly. All right, that's enough of the friendly explanation. Everything beneath her began to churn as sharp spikes extended from the monster's body. It was time for the mechanical hedgehog to take revenge on my mechanical panther. Right after that, ironclad monster immediately fired countless sharp spikes without stopping. Nien raised her head, her eyes filled with rage. A red light flashed continuously, attacking with sharp spikes. He growled angrily. In this life, what do you consider human life to be? Sullivan also shouted loudly, leaping forward at an incredible speed. The sword in his hand swung, creating a sharp sword arc. That sword arc shot straight toward the ironclad monster. The sword clashed against the iron armor, creating a resounding impact and a violent burst of force. The monster was knocked backward, its claws scraping the ground and leaving a long crack. Gloria was astonished to see the sword push back the mechanical hedgehog, but it seemed to leave no wounds. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared in her eyes. That blue light surged through her entire body like a whirlwind. Sword energy struck the ironclad monster directly, and layers of armor began to crack. The iron layer gradually shattered, flying into the air, pulling everything around into a vortex. Pieces of the ironclad monster gradually fell apart. Ria was still floating in the air, staring in shock at the scene before her. She smiled and reached out her hand. Had the sword energy become a storm, or was it always a suppressed storm from the start? Unlike what others thought, her face was gradually turning red with excitement. She could shatter the mechanical hedgehog with a single blow without using a blessing. She landed happily, realizing that this person was much stronger than he appeared. Now she understood why the mechanical panther. But before she could finish her sentence, Ghost had already rushed forward with his dagger in hand. Is this a throwing weapon style? He had already assumed a stance to attack her. Immediately, the throwing weapons were launched forward at dizzying speed. Maria Sen looked behind her and muttered, "That's right, I almost forgot about you. You savage." Then she still thought this person was pretty decent. She burst into wild laughter. Because I said I wouldn't use blessings, but fine, whatever. Right after that, a massive explosion occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Everyone was startled and looked up. A suit of armor. The armor appeared with a layer of tough red fabric on the outside. All of them couldn't help but look up. Gloomy aura continuously radiated around her like a massive beast. Immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready for battle. That massive beast then landed on the ground. That woman had transformed into a true monster. Maria Sen said excitedly, "It's time to enjoy the feeling of using full strength after so long since I last held back." The explosion of chaos caused everything around to shatter apart along with the mystical light of internal energy. With wide eyes, Schlieffen whispered, "What is that? Has she merged with the ironclad monster?" "I only destroyed part of that beast's gauntlet. The rest seems to have been removed by her at will to create." Whip. The whip slammed down decisively onto the ground, creating a shocking sound. Gustafsson spoke up to warn, "Be careful. Those outsiders, I've never seen a form like that, and that whip is not an ordinary weapon." Right at that moment, Whip shot toward Rajingus' face. Thanks to Rajingus' back, the two of them successfully dodged the attack of that strange whip. They crouched low, close to the ground to evade those powerful attacks. Sensing a strange sound behind them, they quickly turned their heads with sharp eyes. A powerful streak of light cut through the massive rock behind them. Right after that, that streak of internal energy sliced through multiple rocks at once in a long swipe. In an instant, the battlefield exploded into chaos, with rock fragments flying into the air amid thick dust. Small stones scattered across a wide arc. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, Ronald slowly remarked, "What? A domestic battle? She doesn't have speed or strength of this level." He added, "Could she be hiding her power?" The whip struck the air with devastating, destructive force. In that eerie, deformed outfit, she held the whip in her hand, a sinister curl at the corner of her mouth. "Those two entities are my limbs, specializing in doing dirty work for me. But at the same time, they are also movement devices that enhance my strength. I usually don't wear it because the shape isn't pleasant to look at, but this is a special item that can amplify my power many times over." Yet, someone managed to dodge my attack. "It's been a while since the incident at Bridgia." "That's right. You truly are talented." Seeing them silent, they remained silent without answering. She slowly stepped across the ground, the sound echoing, and spoke, "Just as I thought." Elizabeth's twisted, grotesque face charged forward with the whip, screaming, "I simply cannot understand." He stared blankly at her frenzy. She jumped, leaped high into the air, and then madly smashed the remaining rocks to pieces. They coordinated in battle to evade her attacks. Meanwhile, Elizabeth screamed crazily, "Pathetic wretches. Struggling to survive is exhausting. Insects are not worthy of standing beside me." Ronald lightly dodged the whip with a proud demeanor and no trace of fear. The battlefield was empty. Footsteps fell out of rhythm, dust and smoke flew up along with rock fragments scattering in all directions. They were fighting in a space so tense it was suffocating. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Precisely, that is your level. How could I possibly understand? Not to mention that man showing interest in you. If it weren't for the blessing, I might have lost." "Why?" Made such an insulting assumption again. But then, it was not bad, because in exchange for that insult, I received a certain promise. If I defeat you without the blessing, I will be recommended. Becoming Lycophos, the sword of the stars. His hand gripped the whip decisively, his mouth ceaselessly provoking. "Stop struggling. Go meet the king of hell, you vermin. Be the stepping stone for my advancement." With a sharp gaze, he gracefully flew through the air, dodging the whip strikes. He furrowed his brow. If he's thinking about Lycophos or anything else, I didn't understand what she was rambling about earlier, but I've grasped a few points. The crazy woman is undergoing some kind of trial, and because of that, she wants to defeat us without the blessing, which means the attacks from the two of us will be effective against her. She is too infatuated with her own power and looks down on us. Yeah, I'm sure she has never felt threatened before because the blessing always protected her. Perhaps because of that, he should charge forward with the inner force of the sword, causing the distance between his sword and her whip was closing. The chaos continued with horrific clashes. Ronald struggled to block her crazed whip strikes. The whip recoiled back near her face, her eyes bulging in horror as if they might pop out. What? And she was brutally defeated by her own whip. A blow struck directly into her chest with pain. He taunted, "Your technique is still lacking sharpness." Watching the whip lose its inner force and fall to the ground, he spoke slowly. "It was just a guess, but I was right, compared to me. Your speed and strength are quite good, but the completeness of your techniques is far too poor. The standard for becoming a high-ranking officer is not simply about strength. No, to be more precise, that kind of strength that gets recognized is quite different. Some are acknowledged through swordsmanship like Briscia. There are also those recognized for their ability to craft equipment, just like you. Without equipment, even a child could crush you. If that's the case, no need to waste time probing any further." He subtly signaled for Regingist and Schlieffen to move away from the battlefield. Ronald turned cold and sharp with a sinister smile. "I alone am enough." Her eyes turned crimson. Scorching bloodshot veins veiled her furious gaze. She had to release a burst of light exploding across the sky along with a scream. "You damn bastard. You dare insult me without knowing your place? I will tear you apart limb from limb." In contrast to her madness, Ronald remained calm, holding his sword. He began observing the path of her power with a face as if scheming something. Amidst the chaos between the two of them, Sita suddenly appeared with blazing eyes, forming a colossal blood barrier to block her attack. The might shone through the decisive whip strike aimed at the man, but Maya was restrained by Sita's blood barrier. She gritted her teeth in anger, veins bulging all over her face, her voice laced with shocking disbelief. "What? How is this possible? My blood art of the Maca star line, how does someone like you have that power?" "Sita, Seeing her arrogance shatter, Sita smiled with satisfaction. Her eyes filled with determination and a sinister smirk, she slowly spoke. "That's thanks to my partner. Anyway, let's end this." At this moment, Sullivan charged in like a storm and Regingist was no less impressive. The two decisively flew forward with arrogant postures, and so the three of them shot toward her. She grabbed the whip midair, feeling, damn it, the blood art is clinging tightly to the whip, not letting go. I have to throw away the whip and focus all power on defense. You vermin. They can't pierce through the armor I created. They fought with full cooperation, dodging her attacks, and creating devastating shockwaves that exploded violently. The armor shattered right before her eyes. She froze with bulging eyes, her mouth agape in disbelief. Sweat rolled down her cheek, her mouth stuttering in fear. "You shouldn't have been able to break this." He rushed forward like lightning with a decisive streak of light, cutting her upper body clean off from her frame. She painfully vomited a stream of dark red blood from her mouth. Looking at her with sharp eyes, his tone sarcastic. See, without equipment you are nothing. The armor was solid. Her attire was gradually destroyed along with blood splattering, looking truly pathetic. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. She crazily charged forward with a giant hand trying to grab Ronald, screaming, die. With sharp eyes, a blunt yet deadly tone, right? You also want to end things yourself, don't you? He rushed forward and slammed her head into the rock forcefully. Her face. She was hit by small rock fragments, screaming in panic. She stared with a sharp, cold gaze, her golden pupils blazing brightly, and spoke in a stern voice. I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He continued to press her face down onto the stone, distorting her expression horribly, and she gritted her teeth in frustration with unpleasant growls. He decisively drew the sharp sword from behind his back. The sound of the sword whistling through the air made her face break out in a sweat, and she screamed in a panic. Are you dogs planning to gang up on me? Savage like you dares. She managed to turn her head back, saw the sharp tip of the blade pointing at her, and was filled with terror. The blade was so sharp it reflected her contorted, screaming face, along with Rajinga's cruel voice. The death of those innocent clan members must be paid for in blood. Kakus swung his sword powerfully, the sharp blade thrusting forward. Sword pierced straight into her body, spraying red blood, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that rang out miserably. Pupils contracted, the whites of her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, terror turning her face pale, drained of all vitality. Rajingas violently thrust another stab into her chest, blood spraying out in his rage. He gently withdrew the dagger. Rajingas turned toward the front. The dagger pointed straight down at the body collapsing on the ground, and he coldly asked one last time, why did you do it? If you deliberately spared the rest again, what was your purpose? If you do not want to suffer more pain, answer me now. She parted her lips, moving slightly as if about to say something. Right then, her face twisted into a sinister smile. She licked her lips teasingly and began to mock. But I do not like it. What are you thinking? Do you think a high-ranking member of the Star Association would yield to pain? More, keep going. Do whatever you like. How pathetic. How pathetic. I should have torn your little brother apart. How pathetic. It was precisely that provocation. The provocation stoked the flames of rage within Rajingas' heart. He gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth in anger with sharp, cold eyes and replied coldly, go and meet the king of hell. His words answered her provocative smile, as if the prey was already ready to leap into the predator's claws. Rajingas' large hand reached out. The rage, just as he was about to torture her violently, the man with his face completely covered stepped forward, gripping his arm tightly to stop him, amidst a phone call. The terrain was covered in thick smoke. 3 people sat on the cold ground. A voice came from the cloak-covered man. The situation is not good at all. At this rate, it will be hard to fix. That is why I told you, only use it when you are truly in danger. You, without the blessing of the star, will find it very difficult to defeat them. Are you satisfied now? Captain Illyria. Rajingas' sharp gaze glanced at this man who had approached closely without his notice. He told himself not to give them any more chances the moment. He let his guard down right after. Taranin leaped high, violently slamming into Ghost's chest. Red blood spurted out continuously in agony, the feeling as if every shred of flesh was being torn from his body. He decisively flung Rajingas far away, flying through the air with a cold voice. I am sorry, but step aside, warrior of the Gru House. Debris scattered wildly through the air along with a series of light streams, creating sheer horror. Ronald and Schleifen panicked and turned their heads to look at the dangerous Rajingas behind them. He fearfully watched the rocks falling right behind him, his face pale with fright. Just as Taranin left arrogantly, Rajingas and the boulder came crashing straight down from the sky. His eyes, his deep, dark, sunken eye sockets highlighted the jade green of his pupils, radiating murderous intent, and he spoke, I cannot deny, Uria, even though you failed to earn the title of the sharpest blade guardian, you still shine with such nobility. Her eyes widening, she spoke teasingly, you knew this would happen all along, did you not? Again? It is no different from a tool in your experiment, Taranin. Stepping closer and gently removing the hood from his head, Taranin flashed a sinister smile with furrowed brows and slowly began, thank you for your support all this time, now you can rest. He lightly touched her face, which was already tense. That touch was like unlocking the latch in their trial. He pressed harder, causing the skin to split and red blood to flow profusely, and he spoke perversely, I hope you rest well in the arms of the stars. Her face, covered in wounds, gritted her teeth in anger and groaned in pain. She gritted her teeth and mocked him. This is truly a bastard. This game is no fun at all. Shortly after, he cruelly tortured her without mercy. After sending her off to meet the king of hell, he gently took a cloth to wipe the blood from his hands, wearing the perverted smile of a killer. That cloth fell onto her body. Coincidentally, the position of assistant as well as branch manager has just opened up. Would any of you be interested? Sullivan and Ronald shot out in 2 streams of light, decisively charging toward him. He fought to destroy the demon Taranin wearing a human disguise. Suddenly, He laughed mockingly. This place is not suitable for an interview, is it? His sinister laughter startled Ronald, and Sullivan was equally taken aback by his twisted words. He stepped back, his eyes gleaming with a disgusting smile. Let us go somewhere else. First, he crazily leaped into the air using his inner energy. Right after, the wind shot straight up into the sky, brutally kicking both of them far away. There is something I want you to see. The battlefield was blown apart with streams of light energy cutting through the air as if wanting to devour both of them, falling close to the ground, being pulled up, skidding across the air amidst the blinding debris. The battle had officially ended. Collision created a massive explosion, sending debris flying in all directions. Thick white smoke covered the entire space. Both landed on the ground, panting in exhaustion. Ronald muttered, "Damn it," out of the frying pan into the fire. Regingis behind him whispered weakly, "He seems to be on the same side as that Uria. Be careful." Ronald nodded in agreement. He added, "This one is much stronger than the previous one." Turning to look at Sullivan, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" Surrounding them were walls of blood with horrifying skull patterns, a terrifying sight. Even the long couch was upholstered in skull pattern fabric, utterly gruesome. So horrified that his face turned pale, his pupils contracted. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "I'm quite curious." Both of them looked toward the source. They widened their eyes in shock, their faces changing color. He flashed a sickly smile and spoke, "I wondered what it would be like to sit on this chair, so I tried it. In the end, found it not bad at all. Are you impressed? By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Taranin, the disciplinary supervisor of the church, a bishop, exactly as you usually call it." He just froze the atmosphere in a suffocating silence. Tilting his head with a crooked smile, he slowly spoke, "What's wrong with everyone? Why do you all look so strange? Is something bothering you?" Hearing this, Ronald and Sullivan were so angry their veins bulged. He walked to the skull chair and laughed as he explained, "Ah, is it because of the material of the chair? To me, it's no different from animal hide, but I understand why it bothers you. However, dwelling on such trivial matters is truly pointless. So, let's have a more meaningful conversation and enjoy our time together. There's enough seating for everyone. You may look not so great, but these chairs are surprisingly comfortable." Penn gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging on his arm, and roared, "In the name of the Granzia family, I swear." At that moment, Schliffin's streams of inner energy light continuously shot forward. His sharp eyes and his determined face, he roared, "I will take your life to comfort their souls." He looked up at the floating light and spoke, "Amazing, such refined condensed sword aura. Truly worthy of the Grantia young master, extraordinary skill." Schliffen, so enraged that his face was filled with killing intent, only his eyes gleamed in the darkness. He swung his sword repeatedly, shards of broken water falling through the air, when suddenly, a powerful force slammed straight into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Schleffen was sent sliding backward through the shattered water, crying out that strike was strong. The thick dust and flying debris didn't frighten Taranin. He smirked and laughed loudly, perfect technique. Moreover, even when reason was clouded by rage, the chair remained unscathed. Your mind is quite steadfast as well. Talent like this, you deserve to become a swordsman of the stars. He was unaware that Ronald was charging from behind at lightning speed. He gripped the divine sword tightly, his eyes sharp, and roared, "Stop right there, you bastard." He stomped his massive foot onto the sword, mocking his imposing momentum. He sneered, "Trying to hide your sword aura and ambush me from behind. Good. Very good, but it was still within my predictions. I would be happier if you showed me more of your worth." Unbeknownst to him, Ronald had already gently released his hand from the divine sword and pushed with all his might. Sudden ambush sent him tumbling to the side. He was stunned. Ronald was very fast. He deftly placed the sword near his face, causing Taranin to open his eyes wide in shock. The space was filled with smoke and scattered debris. A blazing red streak shot straight through the thick smoke above the battlefield. Chunks of wall cracked from the impact fell one after another. He narrowed his eyes and sneered at Ronald. "I didn't expect you to have this trick." Suddenly, at that moment, he sensed danger approaching, and unexpectedly, red streak shot straight down at him, but luckily Taranin managed to dodge it. He leaned back, laughing sinisterly, and shouted with excitement, "What trick are you going to pull next?" He angrily turned his head to look at him calmly, grinding his teeth. The hand holding the sword bulged with angry veins, wanting to grab him at this very moment. He twirled his palm on his cloak as if performing some kind of technique, confidently saying, "No need to hide it." Shot forward at an incredible speed, leaving a decisive white streak behind. He kicked straight into Ronald's shoulder with brutal force, taunting, "Go ahead and do whatever you want, Brother Yan." Grinding his teeth with furious eyes, "What? He only kicked once. Why does it hurt so much?" Regaining his inner energy, he gripped the sword tightly in his hand, coordinating to release force to shove him away. But his trajectory seemed to have been predicted by Taranin, who took advantage of the momentum to counterattack. Ronald was thrown into the air and slid backward, when Sullivan suddenly appeared to catch him. The force of the thrust was so immense that it sent both of them skidding across the ground. "Sullivan." Ben spoke up to check on him, asking if he was all right, Ronald. He answered sincerely, "Of course not. This bastard is too strong. But I will. I will tear that bastard to pieces." He He raised his bleeding finger, his voice dripping with perversion. I can't remember the last time I bled. Now I am even more certain that today's meeting is a blessing from the stars. Think about it. In a place this remote to run into not just one, but two candidates for Lycoforce. If this is not destiny, then what else could it be? His eyes, sharp, brimming with a fury that cut to the bone. Ronald spoke in a harsh tone. That madwoman said the exact same thing. In the end, what is this Lycophos thing that makes everyone make such a fuss about it? Is it really that formidable? Hearing this, he spoke up, of course. Lycophos, our swordsman personally selected by the leader himself. They are the most outstanding talents, meticulously chosen from the ranks of the faithful, bearing a sacred mission. To destroy the forces that obstruct the descent of the stars, an elite order of knights, the captain requested. Uriah was a devout follower. Her talents contributed greatly to the southern diocese. But in the end, she still couldn't pass the trial and forever return to the light of the star. That death was a pity, but at the same time, it was also a sacred thing. Our death. Hers stands as clear proof of my wise decision in choosing the two of you as sacrifices. How should I put it? This reminds me of the first moment I felt our destiny. Do you remember? Still remember Briar and Athenbaron, right? Looking at your reaction, I'm certain I was there. Don't worry, I don't mean to place blame. They were originally the key forces of the southern diocese. They were apostles who flawlessly executed every difficult mission. They were my hands and feet. And yet, when I heard they had fallen during a mission, I had my doubts. Of course, their deaths weren't without reason. Brewer was sent to Mount Vardian, where the ancient mage of the Great Desert, Ante, resides. As for Athenbaron, he went to the Lamero mountain range. Clearly he could encounter the great mortal sword saint wherever they went, blessed by the stars, but against opponents of that caliber, it was highly likely they couldn't protect their divine blessing due to some unforeseen incident. An unforeseen incident was something that had never happened in the history of the church. I wanted to find the cause, and then I found it. I sought you out from two completely different places. I discovered the same trace, belonging neither to Sarante nor to the mortal realm. Seeing it, my suspicions could no longer be contained and spread to a completely new possibility. Was it just a coincidence? Could such a coincidence repeat itself many times? If not, then who was the master of the mana that opposed the stars? Following the trail. Following that trail, investigating time and time again, I finally found you. Could it be that? You think I don't know of your existence? Philian Academy, he began, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Philian Academy, Ronald. Judging by your expression, looks like you don't know anything. Perhaps I inadvertently made you draw your sword. No need. No need to worry. Ronald, with sharp eyes, reminded him, cut the crap and answer me. If you already knew, why did you wait until now to act? From your standpoint, I am a hindrance. Why? The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain as if it wasn't worth it. In the eyes of the church, you're not even worth being a concern. I was serious. Up until the moment I faced you directly today. Indeed, seeing this, I'm now certain one day you will become a great threat to our church. Well, let's leave that for later. Isn't Maya still there? In the church, I'm the only one who understands her now. I don't want to deliberately make a big deal out of it. Besides, it's been a long time since I've been this interested in someone. So much so that I want to keep them all to myself. Well then, let's open our hearts and get to know each other. Let me first answer your questions. For instance, the reason why the Diana people are still alive to this day. Today, I received an order from the Pope. The decree handed down contained a mission to destroy Dana. He continued, the content was to erase all traces of this place's existence. At first, it was a reason. Simple mission, but the issue was, during that process, a small wave stirred within my heart. Why must this place be wiped out? I was consumed by an intense curiosity, even though it was a task so important that even I had to act personally, yet he still wouldn't reveal the purpose. Isn't that frustrating? So, while carrying out the Holy Order, I also wanted to find the answer to that. And so, I investigated this place. An echo, completely at odds with the pristine nature of this land, a place hinting at a level of technology strangely different from the Holy See. My heart. Seeing this place differently, I had a premonition. The answer must lie within this space, especially that thing resting at the center. It hides within the relic. I brought those captured residents here and asked about the history, but they fell silent. They said that secret was the destiny of this land, passed down from generation to generation, and no one would answer my questions. Helpless old men, and even the young children, no one. Thus, I questioned them all, husbands and wives combined for 18-2 residents. But, unfortunately, the things I've obtained up until now are only those 3 sofas over there. Father kept delaying without any results, and that was truly torture for a researcher like me. But in return, that long stretch of time was not boring at all because I had sensed the master of that material source. The mana source I was extremely interested in was walking right to this place on his own. Come on. I have stated it that bluntly already. Surely that proves my good intentions. Then that. I will let that slide as well. After having smashed those annoying skull chairs together, he sneered, saying that they did not seem to suit your taste anyway then. The eyesores are cleared now, so let us discuss the official matter of joining the church. Oh dear, perhaps I should not have removed them, the remark that made. His attitude made the two of them stare in shock at that very moment. Today, Sullivan held a sword emitting a blue light and said in a low voice, "You know, Ronald, that rusted-toothed bastard is different from that woman who controls magical beasts. These reflexes are what happened. Physical strength that can only be acquired when one's martial arts have been refined to the absolute limit. Clear enough. He is a first-class warrior who has been through countless battles." Even if he hesitated for a single moment, Ronald held the sword with a blazing red energy at its tip and calmly replied, "No need to tell me, I know. I will help. With everything I have." And at this very moment, Schlieffen and Ronald joined forces to fight. He gathered strength. He used the force from the violent friction against the ground to prepare for battle against him. Two of them launched their bodies into the air with a terrifying radiating energy as two powerful sword key forces converged, with the aim of flying straight toward where Terranin stood arrogantly in the center of the church. Upon arrival, they decisively swung their sword chi with blazing red energy at him, but Terranin easily dodged, seeing the face. His lips curled up with pupils shrunk in a truly deranged look. That arrogance of his made Ronald's eyes blaze with surging murderous intent, and so the battlefield erupted once again in conflict between his twisted nature and Ronald's fierce fighting spirit, and he raised his sword again. He moved with the flow to block his fierce kick that was about to slam straight into his chest. Unexpectedly, behind him, Schlieffen was plunging straight down with terrifying energy amidst the battlefield. Chaos. His sword chi emitted a strangely gentle light that only revealed his icy cold eyes that seemed ready to strike straight out to annihilate him. The strike landed from above, decisively striking down with sword chi combined with Schlieffen's powerful internal energy and fierce wind. This terror. It slammed straight into the stone ground at the same time, causing everything around to explode, with debris flying in all directions in a truly pitiful sight. Terranin's voice rang out calmly. Quite the fierce sword strike. He gripped that sword of his in his hand and said in a mocking tone, if he had not concentrated his mana into one point to defend. At that very moment, Schlieffen sensed that an abnormal magic seemed to be hurtling toward him. Indeed, his powerful sword chi had swung a blow that sent the two of them falling through the air among thousands of cracked fragments. Both Ronald and Schlieffen gritted their teeth, struggling to resist and block that terrifying sword chi and internal energy, their faces contorted. His eyes seemed to catch a glimpse of some shocking light, and he was astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. The amount of his power had transformed into the face of a dreadful monstrous energy, howling fiercely. Dust in the air was now spreading wildly in all directions, and visibility was limited by the thick layer of dust. Tremor was growing larger and larger, forming a terrifying whirlwind with brutal destructive force. This quake magic he created limited the time of visibility. The two of them. They fought back to back together. The arrogant one still stood still, observing the two red and blue energy sources of Ronald and Schlieffen struggling to escape this aftershock. His narrow, long eyes and the sinister smile hanging on his lips, he thought to himself, compared to the initial encounter, the killing intent is sharper by a notch. At the same time, a strange smell of blood began to grow thicker. It must cost the erosion of one's own life to greatly amplify one's power. Blood magic. That is the blood-sucking demon's blood magic at such a young age. Showing such a death-defying resolve at such a young age is truly hard to resist the urge of curiosity to this extent. The two of them. They fought together, firmly gripping their sword chi and charging straight at him. In his heart, he thought of those binding gemstones, and at that very moment, he unleashed a sword chi with terrifying power, roaring, "Excellent, please show me everything, all the light you have." At the center of the battlefield, quake magic now revealed three blazing sources of sword chi energy, shining and covering the entire space of the church. However, that horrifying whirlwind now only left Terranin's sword chi energy glowing. The cracks. The earth's veins scattered everywhere after his terrifying battle aftershock. He gently stood up and brushed off the shoulder of his robe as a gesture of provocation. Then he walked on the cracked ground, creating a rumbling sound that seemed to tear apart the tense space at this moment. Terranin placed his foot on the firm back of Schlieffen, who was collapsed on the ground. After that, the corner of his mouth curled up in a deranged manner. His mocking, twisted voice said, "You two have worked hard." As he was speaking, he quickly gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Suddenly, he raised his hand to block Ronald's attempt to strike, causing him to exhaust his strength and collapse to the ground. Precisely because of that, the impact of that powerful sword chi energy had made this underground earth vein terrifying. His voice. It rose with mockery. Even though he was wounded and could barely hold himself up, he still lurked for a chance to counterattack. A truly admirable fighting will. If that just now had been a little sharper, perhaps I would have been the one hit. He released. He looked at Ronald's collapsed state and said in a contemptuous voice, "This level should be enough for us to understand each other. It is best to obediently follow me." Ronald struggled to shout, "Sita, right now." Sita brought a blazing red energy that covered the surrounding space at this moment, and he shouted loudly, "Right now," and appeared at this moment. The brilliant stream of light drew in the entire space around it. He noticed the strange surge of energy above, hastily stopping in his tracks. He spoke softly, suddenly realizing, could it be Terranin? Realizing Sita's ancient blood magic was aimed at him, his gaze turned cold. He halted. He stared blankly at the magic array before him. How could an ordinary beast accomplish such a thing? The terrifying magic slammed into the ancient blood magic array, a construct formed from deep crimson fresh blood. His eyes widened. Utterly astonished, just one look at the mana structure was enough to tell this was the supreme secret art of ancient blood magic. Preparing this spell must have taken a long time to misdirect me. You intend to use them as disposable pawns, is that it, this brat? His cunning is truly frightening. A single unstable element capable of shaking the very existence of the order. And yet, for those followers arrogant in their habits, he is certainly someone worthy enough to sound the alarm bell. He meant it. Curious, wondering what kind of future this person would bring about. His expression remained calm as he watched the boundless power of the ancient blood magic. Terrifying source of bloodline power was hurtling straight toward him with devastating force. It struck the ground, affecting the dragon vein beneath, and cracks began to appear. He quickly retreated to dodge. A mocking, taunting laugh rang out. Come now, dispel the magic quickly. If you keep holding that stance, you will vanish without a trace. Wasn't that your goal in the first place? His voice rang out, sharp and full of indignation. That is merely your own thinking. He struggled to recover his inner force before turning back with a fierce aura, amidst the space filled with dragon vein fragments flying across the sky. He launched his innate bloodline force directly at him. He laughed mockingly. So you even have a guidance function you planned from the start that I would evade? Terranin spoke amidst the vast magic array. Indeed, to take an opponent's life, you must prepare a sharp blade. He praised with sarcasm. He lightly raised his palm, gathering a sublime magical source, and spoke in a low, warm voice. Since it has come to this, I too must use it. Come then, source of light. The beautiful energy he used is the blessing of the stars. The bloodline that once splattered everywhere is now being struck by his stellar blessing. Nothing more. The bloodline magic array had conveniently surrounded his stellar energy, and yet, his face still wore a derisive grin. Now, what will you show me, you coward? Could it be you still have a move left? Even if you do, things won't go your way. If we haven't withdrawn the protection, then all attacks are futile. He hadn't even finished the question. His smug face suddenly darkened, his pupils widening in shock as if he had seen something horrifying. Terranin's arrogance was now shattered by some force destroying the barrier of the blessing. The sword was about to pierce straight through the barrier he had painstakingly constructed with the blessing array. Terranin was so shocked he felt dazed. Outside the array, protected by the stellar blessing, Ronald, combined with Sita's bloodline, was relentlessly destroying it. The long trailing line of bloodline sword energy was fiercely cutting away his last line of defense. That made him stare in stunned disbelief, seemingly understanding the crucial issue. Even the protection layer was cut through, so this was the reason Briar and Athenbaron were killed. Ronald's imposing figure appeared along with his cold voice. I wanted to split that mouth of yours in two. Seems I still lack the strength. I'll save the finishing blow for this moment. The blue sword energy of Schlieffen landed imposingly on the ground, speaking, Young master, leave it to me. His circle of stellar blessing was now surrounded by terrifyingly powerful energies. With their imposing, unyielding bodies, they were fiercely attacking his cheap energy barrier. After a few minutes of exchanging blows, the blessing circle gradually began to shift under the miraculous sword energies of the two. His face was gradually becoming visible through the hole Sullivan was fiercely breaking apart. Terranin panicked to the point of frowning anxiously, his eyes seemingly unable to believe what was happening. The stellar blessing had shattered, causing his large frame to fall straight down from the air with decisive force. The blessing exploded and flashed brightly in an instant. The surprising thing was, unexpectedly, he was struck by the punishing blessing energy combined with Schlieffen's sword chi, causing blood to splatter violently from his entire body. His eyes were so terrified that bloodshot veins bulged as he struggled, his eyes rolling wildly. It was a fear that made him terrified as the punishing attack struck him directly in the face, thick red blood splattering everywhere. Terranin was relentlessly attacked by the streaks of Schlieffen's sword energy. He shifted his attacks to break through the blessing barrier it had created, even as cracks began to appear. The chaotic battle erupted as terrifying energies clashed against one another, causing his body to fall painfully to the ground. He lay on the ground, groaning in agony, his face covered in blotchy wounds. At that moment, they witnessed his body slump loosely and fall to the ground, falling backwards with immense force, blood splattering out violently, creating a terrifying and horrifying atmosphere. The floating pig overhead reminded the two of them to pull back. Ronald, with his sharp eyes, seemed to be planning something. So, his body fell to the ground with a dull thud, pitifully lying in a pool of deep red blood that continued to flow out. His mouth still murmured weakly, How long has it been since I was pushed this far into a corner? A fleeting thought. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed a sinister smile. He spoke with arrogance, treating this as a day of blessing. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy shot straight down into his body. His mouth hung open in shock, his eyes dazed at the scene before him. Sweat began to pour out. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, his pupils contracting in utter confusion. It was absurd. Those wings. Could this be a form, completely different of Terranin, reborn with a domineering aura? He was astonished. Looking at his arrogant, mocking smile, he felt fear. That expression was so familiar it made Ronald think of a Hayut. Terranin descended. Slowly. Seeing him, Ronald thought again. Could it be a Hayuts? Serenin, covered in blood, dripped drop by drop onto the cold ground. He spoke, his attitude nonchalant. Facing an enemy carelessly is the shortest path to death. That is what I often teach my followers, but it seems the one drunk on arrogance is me. This ship is still intact. I guess it is also a ship. It is also a blessing from the stars. After saying that, he smiled brightly and made a showy gesture, but his eyes had long been ruined, no longer seeing the light. But that was not a problem. He continued, even if he had lost his sight, do not worry. Two streams of light, blue and red, flashed before him. The two storm-like attacks from Ronald and Sullivan closed in on him, but he stood still. He breathed evenly and calmly continued, I will not let the passion you two worked so hard to ignite grow cold. As soon as he finished, the attacks from both landed precisely on his body. The result was not as expected. Ronald showed great displeasure. Damn it, it looked like both of his eyes had been crushed. But the Terranin merely flapped his wings and soared into the air, his body almost completely unharmed. Both seemed unable to believe their eyes. He dodged that attack? Exactly. So the Terranin had not been hit by that terrifying blow at all. Instead, he smiled and told them that, for a warrior, perceiving the world is not limited to the eyes. If you push your senses to the limit, you can perceive the world clearly just by the flow of mana. As he spoke, he genuinely felt the mana within Ronald and Sullivan. The two of them, in turn, glared at him with fury, wishing they could tear him apart. Yet, the Marinin continued his rambling, saying both possessed a flow of such unreal beauty. He looked over at Schlieffen, his voice full of admiration. The young Duke of Grancia, the storm of the battlefield. You are both ruthless and deadly precise. I am certain that you should have been the top recruitment target of the Jiao sect long ago. Then he turned to Ronald, not sparing his praise. Ronald, this is beyond admiration. It is truly astonishing. Your combat instinct alone is impressive, but adding your ability to destroy blessings. It has confirmed that the deaths of the Bridgia and Brahm warriors were by no means accidental. Hearing them mentioned, Ronald's face hardened, and he stared at him with cold eyes. Looking down at the two from above, he continued to marvel. You two will become warriors so powerful that no one in the future can compare. He spread his wings and said, which is why it is such a pity. I wanted to face you until the very end as a warrior. But the terrifying pressure he emanated shook the entire area. He aimed towards Ronald and Sullivan, launching an attack at the two of them. A judgment from the stars. Ronald and Sullivan. Schlieffen, with agile movements, defended. Just from the killing intent he emanated, they knew what kind of power they were about to face. Just as predicted, a massive whirlwind came crashing down, hitting the two. A thunderous sound echoed loudly. The attack had hit its target. The destructive power of the strike was certainly not to be underestimated. It swept away everything in its path, including people. Slowly descending onto the rubble-strewn ground after the earthquake, a figure gradually emerged from the white smoke. He could still manage to get up after enduring such immense power. However, it was only enough to stay alive, nowhere near the imposing figure from before. Schlieffen, meanwhile, was nearly collapsing right beside him, blood pooling beneath his body. He was not much better. Though he was the one who had dealt the fatal blow, he coughed up blood, pain spreading throughout his body. He clutched his chest and muttered something. If a blessing is the shield protecting the faithful, then the wings granted by the bishop are the tools for executing heretics. Merely activating it dealt a harsh punishment to the entire area. It is a sacred judgment, and when its power is amplified, it dissipates a tremendous amount of mana and life force in a state where even maintaining it is difficult for me. Such is its fearsome power. Who would want to use such power? It has the ability to wipe out everything. Sparing lives in battle makes the essence of the fight meaningless. But now, as a guardian warrior, my priority is to fulfill the duty of a bishop. As he spoke, Ronald and Sullivan stirred. They clenched, their weapons in their hands. Though their bodies battered, they stood up after being knocked down. Ronald seemed more stable and more alert than Sullivan. He gritted his teeth and glared at him with fury. Sensing their breathing, he continued. Anything else would be an insult to his lofty will. Enough of the empty words. From now on, Vita will give it his all. End this. He fell silent after speaking. Only the invisible pressure remained, suffocating the air in the area where they stood. Glancing weakly at his arm that had lost all sensation, he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. He could not wait for Sita to recover any longer, and taking a hit as brutal as that could truly be the end. He let out a weary sigh, his hand tightening around his trembling sword uncontrollably, but his body was not responding. He needed to find a way out. There was no way out if he kept this up. Lost in, with a tangled mind, the image of Sulapel appeared before him. Ben stood in front of him, his voice clear and stern. Get up, Ronald. How annoying. But I cannot face this enemy alone. That admission made Ronald freeze. He turned to look at Ronald, giving orders while showing trust. I will create an opening for your sword to strike. Jonan objected vehemently, snapping. You alone? How can one person withstand that storm? But Pen cut through the anger, her voice resolute. The man before you has lived his whole life among storms. Reading the flow of the wind is like breathing to him. He pointed his sword at Terranin, his gaze cold and sharp. Even if I cannot devour his storm, I can still create a crack. There is only one chance. Ronald, if you fail to finish him this time, you will have to prepare for the support of the 10 worms. Understand? His words made Ronald's eyes light up. It was as if he had been given new strength and faith. He suddenly recalled memories of the past. Ronald and Sullivan had been close companions for a long time. Their first meeting was also on the battlefield when Ronald was exhausted. Sullivan spoke up. "Get up, captain of the punishment squad. The enemy is right before your eyes. How much longer do you plan to sit there?" That time, Schlieffen had harshly judged Ronald. "I still cannot acknowledge you as a knight. Your sword, in my eyes, carries no pride, only a desire to kill." The festival never changed, but ironically, on this battlefield, that very sword is what is needed. Somehow, recollection ended. Sullivan's figure back then was just like he was now. He had never changed his belief in his companion. At the moment, Sullivan bet everything on Ronald without hesitation because he knew he would not let him down. Turning to look at him, he smiled a smile that was both reassuring and trusting. "Go forth, warrior." That smile cleared Ronald's mind. Watching his back as he stepped forward, he let out a soft chuckle. "I cannot give away something so precious so easily. Let us together witness this to the very end." The two of them stood up together, stepping into battle without retreating. The sword moved so fast it created the illusion of three blades. He is rushing forward at dizzying speed, the treasured sword technique, all sources of information. The power immediately released toward the door, and moments later a resounding explosion engulfed the space along with debris. Shattered glass slammed into the ground from its original position, and it struck the dust-filled smoke obscuring the vision. The attack slash cut through, sending rocks scattering in all directions. There, it formed a violent magical vortex. Small Sulipe stood waiting to face the storm before him. Stay focused. Even though he had read the swirl of the storm he created and aimed for the weak point, he could only hold on. Schlieffen's coat fluttered in the strong wind. His face grew tense, his teeth clenched tightly. At this rate, he would be swept away. His eyes looked down. Schlieffen became flustered, telling himself to think. What was needed to overcome the current crisis? He was the sword protecting the empire, the one who must be the sharpest among all men. Therefore, a sword was merely a tool for him to destroy and punish his enemies. What he needed was not that kind of destructive power. All he needed was just a small amount of power to open it up. Don't let the teammates down. He focused intensely, his blade pointing upward. Pointing to the sky, the tip glowing, gradually even time seemed to stand still. Sword was enveloped in a strange, gentle light. An invisible source of power shot straight up into the sky. Watching, he realized this must be an awakening. He looked at Sullivan's figure and concluded. His hand bore wounds but never hesitated. It demanded more of his weapon. It had to be sharper. Even more. He used all of his remaining strength for a noble purpose. Schlieffen's blue eyes gleamed, a locked energy source. A colossal one took shape. Within the space shrouded in darkness, a light source appeared. A great light flooded every corner of this place. The eyes that could no longer open, blood still flowing endlessly, he stood in a daze, realizing. Even though my power has weakened due to my wounds, there is no way a kid's aura could break my attack. Surpassing the aura was a stream of natural power. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to use his other senses to perceive reality. Suddenly, he was shocked. I was attacked before I could even defend. What is this? No matter how talented he is, I never expected that he could step into the realm of aura awakening. He spoke wearily. "I will open the path." His body, exhausted, he used his remaining strength to entrust it, leaving the rest to him. "You there." Immediately Ronald moved swiftly. Then he collapsed to the ground, calling out to Ronald. On the other side, over there, his eyes burning with fire, he charged forward recklessly. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the rage within. Before his eyes, there were still those blinding lights obscuring his vision. Plan to use this storm to blind me and aim for an opening, but I will not be caught off guard again. His vision was impaired, but he could detect everything. I sense it clearly. Slowly closing in on Terranin, he calmly stepped forward, your magical energy, approaching me with intense fury. We're only a short distance apart before impact. His hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike. This is the end for you. But that punch met the sharp blade directly. He used his weapons energy to pierce through his hand. Terranin realized. Something was wrong. What just happened? I thought. The power in that brat's flying dagger. But all of it. What surrounds him is the magical energy of the nebula. So why can't I sense the brat's energy anywhere? What the hell is going on? What the hell is happening? While Terranin was still confused, Ronald had already closed in. He spoke. I never thought I'd have to use that ridiculous magical power that bastard Bajura gave me to do something like this. Ronald felt his own approach was adequate. Terranin stood. Shut up, you. Meanwhile, the sword was already at his neck. He tightened the sword and declared, it ends here. Finally, he let out a smile filled with satisfaction. A single slash, and Terra's head. Blood flowed like a stream, and his body slowly fell. He had lost his life. His lips trembled slightly, as if trying to convey a final message. To be able to feel this body was an honor for him. He never expected his final journey in search of knowledge would come to an end. With such a brilliant and glorious conclusion as this, Tulipin had fallen long ago on the arena floor. His body heavily slumped to the cold ground. Departing with satisfaction, I will keep an eye on your futures. After this battle, the scene was desolate, leaving only ruins. In the space, the pain only echoed through bitter, hollow laughs. Collapsing onto the cold ground, he glanced at the person before him, the boy's face. He was tired, desperate, letting his tears soak through and spill over. Ronald's gaze, bending down with a multitude of thoughts, he could no longer sense Han's energy. He had finished him. Just that single blow, he felt rage. He jammed his sword into the ground and sighed. That moment just now was truly dangerous. Nice Chili FN, you really put a lot of effort into this time, just as you promised me. Remember, I'll get you that photo of my sister. How about that? You'll like it a lot, right? You deserve praise too. Really, when I get back to the academy, I'll tell a fella all about what you did. Seeing a friend fall before him was painful. So, wake up. He gritted his teeth in anger. He tried to push down hard against the ground, but Ronald's hand strength kept forcing him down. Trembling as if begging, they had to return together. He struggled to use his legs to support himself and stand up. Schliffen, Saida, his whole body. He began to tremble. Come on, answer me. His hand lay, gripping the sword tightly. He could answer however he wanted, just please say something. Terranen, VN. With wounds still bleeding, he tried to suppress his emotions. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy flowed through his body. Ronald's eyes suddenly became lifeless. Damn it. Why now of all times? His body lost its weight and fell, a reaction from the blood magic. A layer of spell. Magic within the core was erupting. Ronald was in pain. He realized he had enhanced his physique. His fingers, he was weak. Reaching out his hand in front of him, begging, don't let it be now. He needed to. He needed to quickly heal those two people. The eyes of Yonan were slowly growing blurry and closing. No, right in front of him was Schleffen's frail body waiting for him to come and save. Ronald was in despair. No. That image slowly faded. No. His hand went limp, falling loosely to the ground. Ronald lost consciousness. He collapsed right there, just a short distance from his friends. Elsewhere, where hurried footsteps echoed, a childish voice said, brother, a face, bearing youthful features. On the forehead was a special mark. Thunder thought, can we really activate it? This body, the vessel for the activation spell, can only be placed within you. You are the only one in the tribe who can control it. So everyone has prepared themselves for a massacre and to pave a path of blood for you. Your life is the way to preserve the essence and continue the legacy. Not being able to protect this place is a deep worry. If it hadn't been for everything would have ended. He pressed, urging strongly, don't hesitate. Thunder, our tribe, is a tribe of loyalty and honor. I will be the one to take responsibility for breaking the oath. So, right now. The hand placed on his stone activated a strange, gentle light. Right now, Thunder's whole body shone brightly. The mighty Regingist, open it. At that moment, the mark on his forehead was activated. He chanted. In front of them, it had been activated. Rays of radiant light shone brilliantly through the dark room. The barriers and simultaneously formed into a circle that enveloped them. Little Thunder, you have completed the entrusted mission well. He looked back at the pillar of essence and prayed, please protect them. I beg you, O spirits of the Nega. Immediately, this thing, a strange energy spread through every corner. It pierced down, forcefully into the place where the battle had just occurred. Our senses felt a strange tranquility. Everyone's bodies floated in the air. The unconscious one furrowed his brow, noticing something new. His gaze slowly opened, wondering, what is this warm feeling? Hearing his voice, he woke up. Ronald, thankfully I was in time to say farewell to you. He was bewildered. Thunder. He was at the foot of the mountain. Schleffen and Sita will recover soon. Do not worry. Suddenly, those wounds were not easy to heal. How could that be? He looked down. Surrounded by astonishment, what was this immense power? Regingist explained, I told you, I do not know its origin either. I only know that this shrine named Dinga was tasked with preparing for the promised day. Store the necessary energy to activate the ancient machine, to counter the great threat that will come in the future. Do not permit the use of power before that day comes, but I am certain the ancestors of Dinga will not condemn what we do today. After all, I represent the tribe in thanking you for your kindness. A massive amount of information flooded in, leaving him dazed. He continued speaking. Ronald, to restore the energy used today and protect the shrine from enemies. A seal that prevents anything from entering or leaving will cover this place. As fellow warriors, I believe you understand our intentions. Regingist's voice turned stern. I promise you one thing in the future. When we can once again step out into the outside world, if enemies appear and threaten you, no matter who they are, Dinga will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Goodbye. Immediately, he snapped his fingers. From the main pillars, they were transported outside. His friends were outside, faces full of worry. The scene was left with only trails of dust. Leffen stood dazed, staring at the ancient castle, his face trembling. Ronald had not yet shaken off the shock of everything that had just happened. Blazing brightly, illuminating the entire space here. Before the final sight, only a single great mountain remained, covering everything. Schleffen was still in shock. He spoke up. It seems we can no longer enter Dinga. It is not just a powerful shield covering the entire area. Our perception of Dinga is fading. That must be an ancient spell. They intend to make us forget their existence. He continued, that is perhaps for the best for them. They will not ever know when monsters like that will appear again. Fen looked ahead in agreement. That is right, of course. Suddenly, his eyes turned sorrowful. He shrugged, carrying an indescribable feeling. Fen remarked that Turnenfellow was very strong. Even though we prepared to face death, if luck had not been on our side, we would have lost. The man who called himself Southern Bishop Diocese, meaning there are many stronger than him. Moreover, there is also a whole divine sword, the nameless existence called Lycophos. He spoke to the edge, regarding the future. At this rate, we may not be able to protect those who are precious to us either, Leafin called him. Hey, listen, Ronald. His gaze became resolute. Carrying this will, we will become stronger. Strong enough that we can win easily, even without relying on each other. Ronald was surprised by that sincere confession. He lightly punched his shoulder. That is the solution I can offer. A bright smile replied. Truly the young master of the Grangia family. All right. Do not run into any trouble this time. He turned and walked away. Leaving. Time to head back, right? Our matter. His words were not yet finished. Chili FN patted his shoulder. Wait, what do you mean? Killing intent emanated. Killing intent reaching the sky. I have not been paid yet. Fen looked dangerous, making a demand. 8 photos of the Lady Ero. Threatening gaze. He unconsciously broke into a sweat. Keep your promise, Ronald. That desolate scene was left with only curses. You madman. After that, the journey back to the imperial capital was quite peaceful. Of course it was. Ronald had not forgotten to spread the mana of those bastards everywhere to prevent the church from tracking him. Randon would also be fooled by this trick, so everyone need not worry about being watched. While chatting with everyone, Shillifel kept staring at the photo, seeing a similar scene. His foolish face. He could not help but get heated. Turning back, he gave Chili FM a powerful punch. A while later, they sat together in the carriage returning to their homeland. He had been able to bring along the magic stones of Dega, the purpose of this trip. All thanks to Kogus had not forgotten his promise. Even in these circumstances, he was truly grateful, and everyone was surprised. Somehow, they had obtained the spoils, but Ronald intended to use it as a surprise gift. He also involuntarily happened to remember the perfect person for this gift. During the journey, Shalifin and Ronald had sparred with swords. Perhaps it was because of the feeling of helplessness they had experienced in the battle against the bishop. They trained even more harshly than usual, practicing with the mindset of a real battle as night fell. In the middle of the forest, the tips of the grass gently swayed in the wind. He slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Chili Fen thought he had landed the decisive blow on that detestable bishop. That comprehension, do you still remember it clearly? The question came abruptly, causing the atmosphere to sink. The surprise made him fall into deep thought. Schlieffen's gaze lowered, sinking into memories. Then he spoke up. I heard the sound of the wind, not a furious, destructive storm, but the voice of nature embracing absolute stillness. In that moment, I was certain I could finish off my opponent, but only for that fleeting moment. It might have just been a fleeting enlightenment born from despair. Now, I can no longer feel it. Liefen clenched his hand, but having chosen this path, he carried determination with him. Fierce resolve, I will surely make it my own. He was at a loss for words. This kid did not understand the meaning of what he had just said. That was the power in his hands, synonymous with liberation. Storms that had once covered everything. The earth of his past life, lonely and deadly. If he changed the course of the war, he would become a threat himself, one even more dangerous. He deserved recognition. But if it were the current Chili Fen, he would certainly be able to do it. Ronald looked at the smile. Looking at his smile, hoping he would soon achieve that, he helplessly shook his head. Looking at Schlieffen's infatuated face, he comforted himself. All right. A few days later, the whole group returned to the academy together. It felt like I was returning to my homeland. He stood before the school gates. He felt a little joy in his heart. It had been a long time since he had seen Filian. We split up here. Are you going to find him right away? He asked. Yeah, I have to settle this damn curse once and for all. After saying that, he immediately moved to a desolate area. Inside the ancient house, luxurious interiors with dim yellow lights creating a mysterious atmosphere. Sigrid rested her hand on the table and asked, So you have returned from the desert, Ronald? What about the magic stones? Upon hearing this, Ronald immediately poured out the collected stones onto the table. Secret was startled when he saw it. He asked, This amount should be more than enough, right? Let us begin. Right, let us begin immediately, Professor. On to the next curse removal. Inside the grand hall, luxurious with glimmering gold, Ronald's voice rang out. So, Professor, your idea is that this magic circle will break the curse and be reinforced by the magic stones from the Great Hamel. This substance has been extracted, carrying within it the true essence. That essence comes from one of the 2-star curses. I never thought I would be carrying this thing for my whole life. Secret also looked up at that essence. His eyes narrowed in deep thought. Ronald, when you went to get the magic stones, I considered every possibility and prepared for the worst-case scenario. But this far exceeds what I imagined. I cannot help but worry. Once we can begin, process of breaking this curse, once started, cannot be turned back. It could take a week, a month, or even many years. Those words made his emotions grow more serious. Mary Seymour, Degress continued, you are an outstanding student of the academy. Even with the curse, you will still become a renowned swordsman. Do you really have to go through this when the future ahead is shining so brightly? I have developed faster than in my past life, meaning I can deal with the evil church. But the real danger comes from this past. The colossal army of Advent, their sheer numbers were already a problem. But above all are the 8-winged giants, those with more than 2 pairs of wings compared to their kin, as well as the godlike enemy. That mysterious bastard mentioned before he died. His hand unconsciously clenched tightly. Time was no longer on his side. He turned his gaze forward. His eyes looked at Vonan with expectation and anticipation. Secret lowered his eyes, letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed he would not change his mind. At the very least, you should. Go say goodbye to your loved ones. This matter might take a very long time. Inside the warm room, with bright lights, the table was fully set with delicious dishes. Amidst the many carefully prepared dishes, Iro was puzzled. She did not understand why everyone had gathered here today. Together they laughed and talked joyfully around the meal with the dishes cooked by Miss Iro. The scene was truly warm. A rare moment of peace before the day of parting. At the center, looking at his close friends, he spoke up. This will be a somewhat sudden announcement. After bringing everyone here, Ronald said seriously, I will be away for a while. It seems you brought the items. After eating, he calmly said, at most only a few years. Ronald was startled. What do you mean? If you plan to go exploring, we can come with you, Ronald interjected. I appreciate it, but I cannot. I am trying to break a curse. Break a lingering curse in my body. I do not know how long it will take. So when he spoke with Iro, she had prepared this meal so everyone could say goodbye, because everything was arranged. Let us cherish this moment we still have together. After he spoke, the atmosphere became awkward. Maria Sen spoke up. Is it dangerous? You seem too relaxed about it. He replied that the professors always overcomplicate things. Everything will go smoothly again, so do not worry. Remember what I said. Let us all do our best together. You are already an excellent warrior, but sometimes you only focus on attacking and forget to defend. Learn more about that. It will make you stronger. He smiled. Thank you, Ronald. You really have given careful instructions. This is a bit embarrassing, but Ophelia, please take care of Sita. It listens to you well. You owe me one. He affirmed that Sita is always welcome. Next, ASO, please study the magic tome I gave you. It is very precious. Do not miss a single line. He agreed and acknowledged it. And Maria Sen, practice your swordsmanship diligently. But if you only focus on swordsmanship your whole life, you will never get a date. She shouted in anger. What does that have to do with you? Her face flushed red. She scolded playfully. So troublesome. Seeing her expression, he smiled sweetly. Then his gaze turned serious. Addison and Chili Eiffel, I am certain you two will do your duties well. But if there is something to say, Addison, please take care of everyone's training sessions. With your keen eye, you will be a great assistant. He teased. Schlieffen, just do as you always do. All right, everyone. You all remember everything, right? I will check when I return, so do not be lazy. Laughter rang across the dinner table. Everyone listened intently to every word. For the remaining time, everyone looked up, looking at Ronald with affectionate eyes. He also nodded. His gaze lowered, a gentle smile forming. He announced loudly, it is time to talk and eat. Maya took a photo. The camera in the corner was brought out by everyone for use. A captured moment of Maria Sen and Azo. Next was the shyness of Chili Fen and Iro, along with the radiant smile of Addison. And finally, the greedy face of Ba Rung and a plate piled high with food. That night was truly sweet. It was brief, and there were things left unsaid, but everyone parted with smiles. Hopefully this goodbye will not be too long. Now is the important moment for Ronald and Maya's secret. He spoke first. It seems you are more clear-headed now. The farewell party must have gone well. He replied that even without him, they would still do fine. What I worry about most is my sister, Ronald recalled. The last image from the party surfaced, but as it turned out, Trang's hand, his sister had held it tightly as a silent form of encouragement. A happy smile appeared. No one is as strong as her. I just need to take care of myself. Maya Hasecret replied, you have said goodbye to your loved ones, right? He closed his eyes, focusing his mind again to prepare for the new journey. Then, the cursed power, the darkness within his consciousness began to condense. Let the ritual to break the curse begin. See you again. Let us meet again with smiles of victory, Ronald. His eyes were full of determination. Confidently assured, of course, I will return soon. When that time comes, Ronald had no idea how long it would take to keep that promise.